Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Although it is a game, it is no joke. When Lin Fei woke up and opened his eyes, the first thing he heard was these cold and heartless words. He didn't know why, after just taking a nap, he came to the world of sword art online after waking up, and happened to enter this death game. Watching the giant in the blood-red robe disappear over the town of Beginning, Lin Fei closed his eyes. He still couldn't believe that he had actually come to this death game. Maybe it was just a dream. Thinking back to similar dreams in the past, Lin Fei opened his eyes with anticipation. Maybe, just like before, if you open your eyes again, you will still be greeted by the familiar ceiling and warm quilt. However, what I set eyes on was still the unchanging scenery of the starting town, and the players were still in disbelief just like me. Have you really come to this world? Lin Fei bit his lip. In the corner of his field of vision, he could see the game button. He opened the item bar, where the initial weapon for a novice one-handed swordsman lay quietly there. His mood at this time was very complicated, including the excitement of coming to this dreamed world, the fear of this death game, and the deep attachment to his home on Earth. With this mood, he clicked on the initial weapon placed in the item slot. Equipment. When the heavy texture of the one-handed sword came into his hand, Lin Fei no longer had the luck of just a dream. Just when he was about to try to wave the one-handed sword in his hand, suddenly, other voices came to his ears. Sword weapon detected, proficiency assistance system enabled. Current sword mastery, 0/100, LV1. The sound in his ears made Lin Fei open his mouth in surprise. What is going on? Could it be that I was really dreaming? With this idea in mind, Lin Fei, who was originally fearful, set his sights on the wilderness of the starting town, where there were a large number of wild monsters. Maybe, it's a good place to try it out. After Lin Fei once again questioned whether it was a dream, he came to the outside of the town of Beginning with excitement and anxiety. Although the news about Kayaba Akihiko is shocking, there are still many players who cheered up, endured the fear of death, came to the wild to improve their strength, and then followed what Kayaba Akihiko said, conquer the game, return to the real world. So when Lin Fei came to the wild, there were still many players struggling to kill these novice monsters. Lin Fei hurried past the crowd and stopped at a pitifully small place. He looked at the wild boar wandering in front of him, calmed down, and slowly pulled out the one-handed sword from his waist. Draw the sword to gain 50 sword proficiency points. Congratulations to the host for reaching 50 sword proficiency points and acquiring the one-handed sword skill direct stance. The strange sound sounded again, and Lin Fei's hand that was about to pull out the one-handed sword froze. He subconsciously opened his skill bar, and there, in addition to the initial skills of the one-handed sword user, there was a direct thrusting skill. Straight Pierce, a basic sword skill with a one-handed sword, which can be upgraded to light speed piercing after reaching full proficiency. Current proficiency level 0/100, LV1. How is this going? Lin Fei's fingers trembled slightly. It seemed that there was no such thing in the original work, right? Just when Lin Fei thought he was dreaming, he suddenly felt a pain in his body, but at some point, the wild boar ran up to him and flew him away with force. After clearly feeling the pain, Lin Fei no longer thought that he was dreaming. He saw that his blood volume had dropped to near the warning line. If he was attacked again, he would definitely, dead. Lin Fei took a deep breath, suppressed the fear of death, clenched the one-handed sword in his hand, and stared at the wild boar that was kicking its hooves uneasily. Stick straight! After posing, Lin Fei roared, and suddenly felt his body rushing towards the wild boar uncontrollably. A speeding figure passed by a wild boar, and before Lin Fei could react, a system prompt appeared in front of him. The monster boar has been killed. This is dead? Lin Fei turned around in surprise, just in time to see the wild boar's health bar return to 0 and its body broken into pieces. The host successfully killed the first level monster, wild boar using straight thrust, and gain sword proficiency of 50 and straight thrust proficiency of 50. The voice in his ear brought Lin Fei back to his senses. Before he could react, the prompt sounded again, "Congratulations to the host for reaching the full proficiency of the sword system. Would you like to increase the mastery level of the sword system?" Lin Fei, who had already realized that this was not a dream after suffering from the wild boar's blow, did not have the indifferent thoughts he had before. He tried to call out in his mind, "System." However, a long time passed and Lin Fei did not hear any answer. "Could it be that you are busy?" After all, intelligent systems in many novels appear to be very weird. Maybe I am also a weird person, and I might be absent from work. So Lin Fei shouted again patiently. However, 5 minutes passed, and the cold mechanical sound was still not heard. "Well, I am indeed a fool." Lin Fei sighed helplessly. After the wild boar's collision, he realized that he had really traveled through time. After losing the idea of dreaming, he tried to call out the strange voice that appeared in his mind and even affected the system. The degree of power is just to seek psychological uneasiness in unfamiliar environments. However, it is obvious that this system is not as advanced as the intelligent systems possessed by the protagonists of other novels. However, based on the prompt just now, Lin Fei already had some ideas in mind. Base. Lin Fei drew his sword again. Draw the sword to gain sword proficiency of 50. The current proficiency is at full value and cannot continue to gain proficiency. Would the host upgrade the sword mastery level? This time, the cold mechanical synthesized sound appeared. Chapter 2. A smile appeared on Lin Fei's lips. It was exactly what he thought. This was the golden finger he traveled through time. Improve your skill level. Upgrade. In order to avoid being regarded as crazy by the players around him, Lin Fei tried to say in his mind. The upgrade is successful. The current level of sword mastery is LV2. The required proficiency for the next level is 0/1000. Congratulations to the host for reaching LV2 in sword mastery and obtaining the low-level one-handed sword skill, Baptism of the Holy Sword. Looking at the additional sword skills in the skill bar, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with brilliance. With this system, isn't it easy to survive in this death game? Lin Fei's mouth curled up, but he was also a little worried. After all, the biggest boss in this game is also the GM, Kayaba Akihiko. If his abnormality is discovered, will the system be discovered? Thinking of this, Lin Fei looked around at the players who were still working hard to kill wild boars, and quietly left for the sake of the meager experience points. The busy players did not notice this ordinary-looking player. Lin Fei came to a small lake alone. As the lowest level of Inkrad, the first floor is undoubtedly the largest in area. There is no trace of other players here in the small lake. This was Lin Fei's plan. He pulled out the one-handed sword from his waist and didn't pay attention to the prompts in his mind. He just pursed his lips, looked at the one-handed sword in his hand quietly, and murmured to himself, if you can gain proficiency by drawing a sword, then, you can naturally swing a sword as well. Saying this, Lin Fei slashed forward with his sword. Horizontal slash is used successfully, and sword proficiency is obtained, 100. Lin Fei smiled and waved his sword again. The vertical slash is used successfully, and the sword proficiency is obtained, 100. Successfully use oblique slash, and gain sword proficiency, 100. Although Lin Fei has never been exposed to such things as swords, he naturally knows some basic uses from movies, TV dramas, and animations. It didn't take long for the proficiency to reach full value. Upgrade. The upgrade is successful. The host's current level of sword mastery is LV3. The required proficiency for the next level is 0/10,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching LV3 in sword mastery and acquiring the low-level one-handed sword skill, Sparkle. After upgrading, Lin Fei could feel that he seemed to have an extraordinary familiarity with the sword in his hand, as if he had been using it for several years. Then, continue. Lin Fei said excitedly, and made another diagonal slash. When the system's mechanical and cold synthesized sound sounded, Lin Fei's expression suddenly changed. The oblique cut is used successfully, and the sword proficiency level is 10. What? Lin Fei looked at the sword master in disbelief. Sword mastery, 10/10,000, LV3. What happened? Isn't it 100 proficiency? Lin Fei frowned and swung another diagonal slash in disbelief, but the experience gained was still 10. He wanted to ask the system if he had any questions, but then Lin Fei remembered that his system had no artificial intelligence at all, so he gave up. So, what is the problem? Lin Fei scratched his head, looking thoughtful. After all, this is related to his foundation in this death game. However, it's only 1,000 slashes, so it's nothing. Lin Fei plans to raise this proficiency to the maximum first. However, an hour later, Lin Fei collapsed to the ground as tired as a dead dog. Although 1,000 slashes seemed easy to achieve, if the slashes were not standard, they would be unqualified and would not be recognized by the system. In addition, the death game of Sao also has physical limitations, and his hunger level is almost 0. He really can't swing the one-handed sword in his hand. He took the time to look at his proficiency level, which was only 3,540, which meant that he had performed 354 qualified slashes in this hour. Well, the reason why there were only 354 was because he wasted his energy on unqualified slashes. Which also made him understand how strict this system is. There are 646 more times. Lin Fei felt that her hands were sore. He took out a piece of bread given to novices for free and started to chew on it. Ugh! The free stuff was indeed not a good thing. Resisting the rancid taste, Lin Fei reluctantly swallowed the bread. Evil Kayaba Akihiko, I must drag you out and beat you up. Eating the hard bread distributed by capitalism, Lin Fei, the successor of communism, expressed strong malice towards the capitalist Kayaba Akihiko. But fortunately, the bread that had been there for who knows how long had a good effect on satisfying hunger. Seeing that the hunger level had gradually recovered, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He did not want to be the first person in Sao to starve to death. After the hunger level, which was closely related to the physical limit, rebounded, Lin Fei felt that his condition was much better. At least he was able to stand up, pick up the sword and slash with difficulty. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Fei did not continue to practice sword practice to improve his proficiency. After seeing the horror of physical limitations, he would no longer be so stupid. After all, this was in the wild, and if he was discovered by a monster, he might not even have the strength to escape. Chapter 3. Thinking of this, Lin Fei suddenly slapped his head. Is there any safer place than the starting town? There, you can no longer worry about physical limitations. Lin Fei rested for a while, and after his condition gradually recovered, he got up and walked towards the starting town. Although the people in the town of beginnings at this time do not seem as crowded as they were when Kayaba Akihiko used his GM authority to forcefully recall them, there are still many people staying in the town of beginnings at this time. After all, not everyone has the courage to face the game of death. Under the threat of death, more people stand behind, indifferently watching others fighting on the front line, feeling sorry for themselves. Lin Fei, who came back from the town of beginning, was obviously not one of these people. He came to the square and looked at the black iron palace a few hundred meters away. He silently pulled out one hand from his waist. The sword began to swing. Lin Fei's obsessive sword-wielding training was naturally seen by people around the square, and they gathered around him one by one with curiosity. When he saw Lin Fei swinging his sword unaffected, someone suddenly said, "Boy, what's the use of swinging your sword randomly like this? Like a fool, you think this is reality? Just swing your sword and you can become everyone in Kendo? It's really hilarious." Lin Fei heard these words just after he swung his sword. He turned around and looked at the person who made the noise, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Stay contentedly in the safe zone, leaving the threat of death with the hope of victory. Putting it on others and taking pride in it and mocking other people's efforts is like a useless paramecium. What? The man's face turned red with anger, but he didn't know how to refute. He was a timid and cowardly person. He originally planned to vent his dissatisfaction with reality in this game, but he didn't expect this game. In the blink of an eye it becomes more dangerous than reality. What? Are you angry? Lin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him and did not continue to speak. He just waved the sword in his hand as always, his eyes focused. You said it so grandly, didn't you also stay in the town of Beginning? What qualifications do you have to criticize me? The man looked at Lin Fei still swinging his sword, as if he had found some excuse, and spoke angrily. Ha! Lin Fei turned around with a slight smile on his lips. Baptism with the holy sword. The man suddenly felt that the one-handed sword in Lin Fei's hand was emitting a dazzling light, and then his eyes flashed with white light. Lin Fei's one-handed sword had already been placed in front of his throat. You, what do you want to do? The man looked at the one-handed sword in front of him nervously and kept retreating. Facing the threat of death, he was no longer the sarcastic look he had before. Oh, this is the gap between you and me, so shut up, you loser. Lin Fei looked at the man in front of him with contempt and withdrew the one-handed sword in his hand. How stupid, don't you know that you can't cause damage to players in a safe area? Seeing Lin Fei turning his back to him and continuing to swing his sword, the man bit his lip tightly, clenched his hands tightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. This is true in reality, and it is true in games too. You guys all deserve to die. Lin Fei naturally didn't expect that today's actions would cause trouble for himself, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Because he looks down on people who are doing nothing and mocking those who are working hard. When night fell, Lin Fei finally stopped swinging the sword in his hand. In the past few hours, he finally reached the full proficiency level of LV4. Upgrade. Looking at the proficiency, Lin Fei said in his mind. He already had some guesses about the sudden decrease in proficiency. Now, it was time to confirm that guess. The upgrade is successful. The current level of sword mastery is LV4. The required proficiency for the next level is 0/100000. Is the proficiency after each level 10 times the previous one? Lin Fei just glanced at that one hastily. Feeling that it fit more closely with the one-handed sword in his hand, Lin Fei slashed forward with the one-handed sword in his hand. The vertical slash is used successfully, and you gain 1 point of sword proficiency. He stood up with his sword put away, followed by the cold synthesized sound of the system in his mind. It's exactly what I thought. Is it because the level is higher, so these basic slashes cannot provide high proficiency? Does it bring about a very high success rate for basic slashes? Lin Fei was not surprised because he had thought of this result before. So, what about sword skills? Lin Fei started with a straight thrust. Sword skills, activate. The sword skill determined by the SAO system program was successfully released. Lin Fei's body was guided by the SAO system program and stabbed forward involuntarily. No target, the sword skill is released successfully, but proficiency cannot be obtained. What? Lin Fei's eyes widened. Successful use but no proficiency gained. And go, what does it mean to have no goal? Is it possible to kill monsters? Lin Fei thought for a while and just wanted to go out of the city, but found that it was already night. It was extremely irrational to go out of the city at night, so Lin Fei did not choose to go out of the city. After all, he did not have a recovery crystal on him at this time. If something unexpected happened, it would be very dangerous. And my mental state is a bit sluggish today, so I need to take a good rest. Taking the kell given by the system, Lin Fei went to the hotel in the starting town and opened the cheapest room. After all, the hotel room has its own recovery effect, and sleeping on the street, Lin Fei from the 21st century has no idea of challenging this for the time being. After all, things like coal are just for flowers. Now that his sword mastery has reached LV4, is he still worried about not having coal? Chapter 4. The next day, Lin Fei got up early and hurried toward the wild on the still slightly deserted streets of the starting town. Although there are no players who entrust their hopes to other players at this time, there are still many players who are preparing to go out of the city to level up. Lin Fei also discovered a strange phenomenon. Most players would not win passing each other. Perhaps this is a tribute and greeting to each other for sacrificing their lives. Lin Fei didn't observe too much, just lowered his head slightly and walked in a hurry. When Lin Fei came to the wild, he thought he had arrived relatively early and was slightly startled when he saw the players who were already in full swing. It seems that even in the face of death, even if some people give in, there are still people who move forward bravely. Lin Fei didn't care, crossed the low-level wild area and walked towards the depths. Although he is not a cheater and does not know the intelligence of the game, his current strength allows him to be fearless in most areas except the maze area. Just like that, walking all the way, Lin Fei came to a plain where there were only a few people. Lin Fei glanced at the man wearing a cloak not far away, and keenly used the dagger in his hand to kill the two daggers waving in front of him. A praying mantis with 4 limbs as sharp as razors. Although he seems a little uncomfortable, his mental reaction speed and insight are surprisingly powerful. Lin Fei only glanced at it and commented in his heart. But even though the player next to him looked very powerful, Lin Fei didn't want to disturb him. When he came to another blind spot where the opponent couldn't see, Lin Fei pulled out the one-handed sword from his waist and faced the mantis charging at him with its teeth and claws. Straight thrust. With yesterday's experience and the awareness that he had already made, Lin Fei's whole body was like a breeze blowing over the mantis, and the one-handed sword in his hand pierced the side of the mantis's abdomen accurately. The direct thrust is used successfully, causing effective damage to the target, and gaining 50 sword proficiency and 50 direct thrust proficiency. Congratulations to the host for reaching the full proficiency of direct pierce. Would you like to upgrade? Lin Fei ignored the voice in his head, stared at the mantis, and used the sword skill direct pierce again. A red light appeared, and the mantis screamed miserably, and then its extremely red eyes stared at Lin Fei, and its sickle-like 4 limbs crossed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that if he was hit by this shimmering forelimb, his skin would be peeled off even if he died. So he dodged without hesitation. At this time, the blood bar of the mantis catching the cicada has also bottomed out. As long as Lin Fei makes up for it with a knife, the mantis, which can no longer bear the damage, will be broken into pieces, turned into data, and returned to the program to wait for the next refresh. Lin Fei, who dodged next to mantis, raised the one-handed sword again. Straight thrust. Bang! The mantis that was making an attack posture froze, then exploded into countless tiny fragments, and bits and pieces of transformed data disappeared. The direct thrust was used successfully. Gain sword proficiency of 50. The direct thrust proficiency is currently at full value. Do you want to upgrade? Listening to the mechanically cold synthetic sound in his ears, Lin Fei finally felt relieved. Sure enough, if you use sword skills to kill monsters, you will gain higher proficiency. So. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the wandering mantises maliciously. Let it all become my proficiency. Lin Fei said with ecstasy in his heart, and raised the one-handed sword in his hand again to kill the other mantis. Straight thrust. Straight thrust. Straight thrust. The originally deserted plain area suddenly became lively because of Lin Fei. The cloaked man, who was resting in an area where wild monsters were not refreshed, was obviously a little surprised to see Lin Fei chasing the mantis so hard. Soon, a morning passed, and Lin Fei also stopped chasing the praying mantis. He ignored the strange eyes of the cloaked man not far away and sat down with his back against a stone. The results are gratifying. When Lin Fei, who had been chasing Mantis all morning, looked at the skill bar, his eyes narrowed, and the smile at the corner of his mouth showed that he was in a good mood at this time. He spent a whole morning and finally raised the level of direct thrust to LV3, and as he expected, the higher the skill level, the lower the proficiency gained. However, there are also unexpected surprises. Lin Fei felt much better looking at his soaring level on the attribute panel. Although his current level is not as good as those who ban cheats, it is still one of the best among ordinary players. As for his true combat power, with 2 low-level sword skills of one-handed swords, he has the strength to win against those who block the enemy. He was already very satisfied with the result. Lin Fei felt a little tired from killing mantises all morning, and his hunger level was already very low at this time. Lin Fei quickly took out the last panel from the item bar and started chewing on it. Ugh! The disgusting smell that made you want to vomit still lingered in your mouth, blooming on your taste buds. Looking at Cole, who had gained a lot for killing monsters, Lin Fei decided that he must have a meal when he returns to the starting town, and he cannot treat his stomach badly. Chapter 5. After resting for a while, Lin Fei got up and prepared to leave this area. After all, his level was already much higher than the mantis monster that spawned here. If he stayed here any longer, the experience gained would be too meager and it would be a waste of time. Now that the level of suppression has been upgraded with the direct thrust, the mantis that originally required 2 direct thrusts to hit, and then a follow-up hit, now only needs 1 straight thrust to kill a mantis. If you're lucky, if 2 mantises are in a straight line, you can kill 2 at once. Just like this, Lin Fei, who wasted a day early in the morning, caught up with those fighting players, even from a distance. Far more than that. However, when leaving, Lin Fei still cared about his teammates who were staying in this area with him. "Brother, come on," Lin Fei said with a smile. There was a burst of surprise in his heart. Different from the clumsy use of the dagger when the cloaked man killed the mantis when he first arrived, he had become much more proficient in using the dagger at this time. And with his excellent nerve reaction speed, he can always hit the monster with a fatal blow at the most appropriate time. I will definitely be a master in the future. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. This kind of innate talent cannot be learned, but Lin Fei did not underestimate himself. After reaching LV4 in sword mastery, his strength has already surpassed that of the cloaked man. He used straight thrust all morning just to improve his proficiency. If he didn't use sword skills, Lin Fei would kill the mantis much faster. Yet, the cloaked man obviously didn't expect that Lin Fei would greet him. The movements of his hands were chaotic, and he was almost hit by the mantis's blade-like forelimbs. "Hey! Be careful!" Lin Fei saw that the cloaked man who had dodged the first attack triggered the hatred of another monster behind him because of his retreat, and was about to be hit. In desperation, he held the one-handed sword was thrown towards the cloaked man fiercely, and at the same time he shouted at the cloaked man, "Squat down!" Upon hearing this, the cloaked man quickly squatted down with his head in his hands. Lin Fei's mouth twitched when he saw this, but fortunately Lin Fei's accuracy was good, and the one-handed sword that flew out instantly hit the mantis behind the cloaked man. At this time, Lin Fei also rushed in front of the cloaked man, caught the one-handed sword that had fallen because the killed mantis turned into data, turned around and slashed horizontally, killing the other mantis in front of him. Bang! Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the mantis in front of him turn into pieces and turn into data to return to the system program. Then he looked at the cloaked man who had stood up, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, "Sorry, if I hadn't talked too much, you wouldn't have been in danger." The cloaked man didn't speak. He was obviously very frightened. After all, he was just one step away from death. Lin Fei naturally understood and could only smile awkwardly. After a long while, the cloaked man in front of him suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, and then turned around and left. Lin Fei was stunned and quickly chased after him. "What, little brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Otherwise, I'll give you some compensation. Lin Fei felt a little regretful in his heart. Although he didn't mean it, the situation just now was indeed dangerous. If he were not careful, the big brother who had been with him all morning might be killed. Shut up! Perhaps because he was annoyed by Lin Fei's nagging voice, the cloaked man suddenly spoke. Female, female. Lin Fei heard the voice coming from under the cloak and froze on the spot, staring blankly at the cloaked man who had walked a long distance away. Miss, please wait a moment. After Lin Fei was briefly surprised, he quickly caught up with the cloaked man. Well, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. Lin Fei came to the cloaked man's side and laughed, hiding his guilty conscience. It's okay, you can go. There was a hint of exhaustion in the cloaked man's tone. He originally thought that this player who had been silent all morning and only focused on killing monsters would be a cold player, but he didn't expect that he would say this when he spoke. It's hard to stop. Lin Fei didn't expect that he was hated, so he scratched his head helplessly, but still tried his best to shout, Miss, my name is Lin Fei, if you have anything to do in the future, you can come to me, just consider it as compensation for today. I know. A feeble voice came from the cloaked man who had already walked away. Lin Fei shrugged, turned, and walked in the other direction. The reason why he was pestering her so much just now was because her voice sounded familiar. Maybe she was a plot character in the original work, so he couldn't help but want to chat with her, but he didn't expect to be disliked by her. However, Lin Fei did not take this matter to heart. After all, it is very simple to meet the plot characters. With the system as a plug-in, he will definitely be at the forefront of the strategy. So, knowing the plot characters is just a matter of time. When Lin Fei thought about this, her originally depressed mood immediately improved. She hummed a ditty from her past life and walked deeper. Chapter 6. Although Kayaba Akihiko kidnapped 10,000 players in Inkrad, he obviously did not leave them alone to fend for themselves. At least he marked some monster-level areas on the map. After all, he came here to kidnap 10,000 players to realize his dream since childhood. If all the players died, he would still be able to fulfill a shitty dream. At this time, Lin Fei was walking according to the high-level area marked on the map. Although there is a supply problem, the first level is very large, so there are still villages in some wild areas, and players can get supplies and rest there. While traveling northwest, Lin Fei happened to find a village on the outskirts of the forest area. This time, he originally planned to level up and improve his proficiency, so supplies along the way were essential. So Lin Fei stopped heading towards the forest and came to the village instead. Perhaps this is a village that has not been discovered by other players, or the players who came here to rest have already left long ago, so when Lin Fei came to this village, he did not find any players at all, only some NPCs. Walking back and forth according to the set program. According to the sign on the house, Lin Fei came to the drug store in this village. He first looked at the high price of the recovery crystals and swallowed his saliva. He looked at the kells he had now and it seemed that he couldn't buy a few. But just to be on the safe side, he still bought 2 recovery crystals. Afterwards, he bought a few more crystals that could relieve abnormal conditions. After all, in the forest area, there were many monsters that could cause abnormal conditions. After spending half of the kell, Lin Fei left the drug store. At the next stop, Lin Fei came to the tavern in the village. Although it was called a tavern, it also sold food. Moreover, Lin Fei also wanted to try the taste of the drinks in this game. When he arrived at the tavern, there was no one there except for a few tavern NPCs who were busy. Lin Fei randomly chose a place to sit down, and the next second the NPC in charge of the tavern's reception appeared next to Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at the ghostly NPC next to him in surprise, and the corner of his mouth twitched. After ordering a piece of steak and a glass of ale, Lin Fei stopped his trembling fingers. It was because the food here was too expensive. He had visited the tavern there when he was in the starting town, but the price of the food there was the price of food is fully twice as low as that in this small village. As expected, Kayaba Akihiko, a capitalist, is well versed in the ways of profiteers. Looking at the smile on the NPC's face, Lin Fei always felt that it was Kayaba Akihiko's ugly capitalist face. But fortunately, it was worth the money. After tasting the beef from the tavern, Lin Fei showed a satisfied smile on his face and took another sip of ale. Lin Fei completely let himself go. An hour later, when Lin Fei walked out of the tavern with a glowing face, the coal he had originally had in abundance had already bottomed out. He patted his cheek regretfully and bought a few coal with the few coal he had. Bread that has gone rancid after being left out for a few days. Yes, this is one of Kayaba Akihiko's novice gifts to all players. I originally thought that I would never eat this kind of food that pigs would ignore even if they were given to me, but I didn't expect it. Eat and drink for a while, coal crematorium. Lin Fei looked at the tavern behind him bitterly, made an international gesture to it, and then walked towards the forest area outside the village. The forest area is already considered a relatively dangerous area on the first level. At this stage, except for some closed beta players, ordinary players will not set foot here. Lin Fei was naturally very vigilant. When he first entered the forest, and took out his one-handed sword from his waist. Along the trail, Lin Fei walked into the forest. Not to mention the potential dangers in the forest, the scenery of the forest is still very beautiful. After all, Kayaba Akihiko is a perfect idealist. If he does something, he will naturally try to do his best. Under his paranoid thoughts, the scenery of Arkrad can be said to be beautiful that cannot be replicated in reality. However, although the scenery in front of him is beautiful, Lin Fei will not stop because of this, let alone relax his concentration. After all, this game can kill people. After walking for a while, Lin Fei didn't encounter a monster, which made him frown. This is a forest, not the plain area around the starting town. If the monsters here have not been cleared up in a short time, how could this be possible? What about rarity? Then, maybe one of our colleagues will get there first. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed and his feet speeded up a lot. 5 minutes later, Lin Fei heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. He held the one-handed sword in his hand tightly and slowly stepped forward. Pushing aside the bushes in front of him, Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and endless monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. A petite figure was like a duckweed in the terrifying tide of monsters, and was in danger of capsizing at any time. Lin Fei wanted to see clearly who the person surrounded by monsters was, but that person was also wearing the same cloak as the girl he met before, which made Lin Fei hate it. You guys all like to pretend to be mysterious. On or off? Lin Fei hesitated while holding the one-handed sword. When he saw the open treasure chest not far away, he instantly understood that it was a trap. He still remembered that in order to restrict the closed beta players in the early stage of the game, Kayaba Akihiko deliberately changed some settings during the closed beta period, such as the refresh point of the treasure chest, or directly changed the treasure chest into a trap, and even changed the settings for the closed beta period. The boss has changed his skills. The situation in front of us is obviously a treasure chest trap. Judging from the current strength of players, even closed beta players have a very high chance of dying when faced with a treasure chest trap. So, should I save it or not? After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Fei gritted his teeth and did it when he saw that the man surrounded by monsters couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking of this, Lin Fei moved his feet, jumped up, and made a straight thrust in mid-air. Sword skills, straight thrust. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and crashed into the pile of monsters. With high-level suppression and a full LV3 straight thrust, the health bars of the monsters hit where Lin Fei fell all returned to zero and disappeared into fragments. Who is this person? So strong. The man who was surrounded saw someone rushing into the pile of monsters. He wanted him to leave, but he didn't expect that the man seemed to be in a deserted land. All the monsters were not his enemies, and his pupils suddenly changed. Shrinking, looking in disbelief at the figure waving a one-handed sword as if dancing. Chapter 7. After Lin Fei landed, he rolled to remove the impact, and then with a flick of the sword, under the surprised eyes of the cloaked man, the originally ordinary one-handed sword turned fluorescent. Sword skills, baptism with the holy sword. The one-handed sword low-position sword skill gifted from the system was activated. Although Lin Fei used it on a player in the starting town yesterday, it was just scary and had no effect at all. However, Lin Fei was not just scary at this time. In the eyes of the cloaked man, the fluorescence that was originally just attached to the sword suddenly exploded into a violent bright light. The irritated man subconsciously closed his eyes. The cloaked man was like this, but the monster facing Lin Fei did not have such a reaction. At the moment when the strong light burst out, all the monsters who looked directly at the strong light had a blinding abnormality on their heads. One-handed sword lower level sword skill, baptism of the holy sword. It is a sword skill that uses this bright light that destroys evil like holy light to blind the enemy, and then launches slashing attacks at extremely fast speeds. Swish, brush, brush. The cloaked man with his eyes closed did not see Lin Fei's terrifying speed driven by his sword skills. He only heard the sound of the weapon hitting the monster, and the snap when the monster's health bar returned to 0 and turned into pieces. Law sound. After Lin Fei used Holy Sword Baptism, he killed the monsters in front of him at an extremely fast speed. He didn't even pay attention to the system prompt in his mind asking whether to upgrade Holy Sword Baptism. However, even so, the vacancy in front of him was quickly filled by an extremely large number of monsters. Lin Fei calmed down and swung out 3 swords with the one-handed sword in his hand. The terrifying effect brought by mastering LV4 of the sword system was vividly reflected at this time. In the eyes of the cloaked man who had already opened his eyes, Lin Fei he swung 3 swords at will, but the heads of the insect monsters blocking Lin Fei all had neat scars on their heads. Then their health bars returned to 0, and their bodies suddenly exploded and turned into pieces. However, even the treasure chest trap set by Kayaba Akihiko was not as powerful as high-level traps on the first level. After Lin Fei single-handedly cleared the monsters 3 times, the trap was declared scrapped. Although it seems so simple, Lin Fei is a person after all, and he will inevitably suffer some damage among the monsters, but fortunately, his blood volume has remained very stable. After clearing the monsters, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and took back the one-handed sword in his hand. From the current point of view, there will be no monsters in this area. After all, Kayaba Akihiko probably did not expect that someone could destroy a treasure chest trap by himself at this stage. Until this moment, the cloaked man who had been stunned didn't react until Lin Fei came to him. Lin Fei looked at the figure wearing an earth-colored hooded cloak in front of him and felt that he seemed familiar. "Hey, little brother, thank you very much." At this moment, the cloaked man said. "Or a woman?" Lin Fei's mouth twitched. "Wow, how afraid are you female players of being seen? Why do the 2 female gamers I meet like to wear such tacky-looking cloaks? It's easy, but don't wander into such a dangerous area alone." Lin Fei said kindly. "Well, I didn't expect that it would be different from the closed beta period." The cloaked man's tone also contained a sense of joy for surviving the disaster. Closed beta period? Lin Fei, who had caught the key words, looked at the cloaked man intently. The cloaked man, who was a little embarrassed by Lin Fei's look, said, please, why are you looking at me like that? Even I feel a little shy." "Are you a closed beta player?" Lin Fei asked, but although his tone was questioning, there was a look of certainty on his face. "That's right, Argo the Rat, my nickname during the closed beta period was an intelligence dealer." At this time, the cloaked man put down his hood, revealing a beautiful face, but that face was painted with. Although the beard destroys the beauty of the body, it somehow brings a touch of playfulness and cuteness. "Argo?" Lin Fei didn't expect that the person he saved would be the most famous intelligence businessman in Sao. What impressed him most about Argo was that in the early stages of the game, he printed and distributed the Incrad guidebook regardless of the cost, which greatly reduced the number of players who died. Otherwise, when the game was cleared, would there be half the number of players alive? It's all a problem. In short, the petite-looking girl in front of her always acted like a businessman, but she did great things. At least, Lin Fei didn't think that she would do such a thing that was completely unrewarding for herself, let alone this. She is a player who considers herself a businessman, so Lin Fei still has a certain respect for her. Looking at the dumbfounded Lin Fei, Argo thought that the other party was surprised to know his name, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei curiously. By the way, little brother, you are such a powerful player, during the closed beta period, never heard of it at all. Hearing what Argo said, Lin Fei said calmly, sorry, I am not a closed beta player. Oh, that's right, then. Argo nodded, and then he reacted and looked at Lin Fei in surprise. At the beginning, Lin Fei was so familiar with the sword skill release system and so powerful. Coupled with Lin Fei's inquiry, Argo mistakenly thought that Lin Fei was a closed beta player, so he revealed his true identity. However, he did not expect that this player who seemed to be more powerful than most closed beta players was not a closed beta player. This is very embarrassing. You are not a closed beta player. Argo's eyes widened and he looked at the extremely calm Lin Fei in front of him in surprise. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. Ah. Argo suddenly held his head and squatted on the ground in shame and whimpering. Sure enough, he was too subjective. When he first started the game, someone with such powerful strength thought he was a closed beta player. Empiricism kills people. This is absolutely fatal to an intelligence merchant, just like the treasure chest trap just now. Are you okay? Lin Fei asked kindly, looking at Argo who gave up on himself. Chapter 8. However, as an intelligence businessman with a strong and sinister character, Argo put the matter behind him in just a few seconds. She blinked at Lin Fei with curious eyes, as if she wanted to see him through. By the way, are you really not a beta tester? Argo said in surprise. She was quite curious that someone who was not a beta tester could have such terrifying strength. Do I need to lie to you? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Argo touched his chin and narrowed his eyes. Okay, I believe you for now. Lin Fei laughed. Why is this girl so suspicious? However, if you are not a closed beta player, then your luck is too bad. Argo looked at Lin Fei and said. After all, he just started the game yesterday, and Lin Fei actually got a low-level sword that was at least a one-handed sword. His sword skills are really incredible. What do you mean? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at Argo curiously. It has only been 1 day since the game was officially launched, and you have actually acquired a sword skill that is at least a low-level sword skill. This is the first time among the players I know. Argo told what he knew. Given the level of swordsmanship, she was confident that her vision would not go wrong. A known player? A closed beta player? Lin Fei asked knowingly. It has to be said that Argo, the intelligence merchant, is indeed very powerful and has a wide range of contacts. She knows almost all the closed beta players and even has connections with them. Argo was silent for a while after hearing this, and then nodded, that's right. By the way, what are you doing here? Lin Fei looked at the intelligence businessman in confusion. Could it be that the butterfly effect was caused by his own reasons? You must know that Argo in the original work did not die in this death game, but in today's situation, if he had not appeared, this most famous intelligence businessman would probably have left Sao forever. It's nothing. There was a treasure chest here during the closed beta test, which can yield pretty good items, so let's take a look. Argo shrugged and told Lin Fei the answer without hesitation. Not only was there no need to keep it secret anymore, but because Lin Fei had saved him, there was no point in telling him. Oh. Lin Fei nodded, and then said, but, it seems something happened. That's right, I didn't expect that this treasure box would be modified into a trap. Argo took a deep breath and didn't notice Lin Fei's slightly subtle look in his eyes. That's right. Suddenly, Argo's expression changed, and then she moved her fingers in the air in front of her. Although she didn't know what she was busy with, Lin Fei could guess a little, and she was probably contacting the beta testers. Players. Lin Fei was right. After realizing this serious problem, Argo immediately contacted his friends who were beta testers. I should have thought of it earlier. It was a serious mistake, Argo said while contacting the closed beta players in the friend list. Suddenly, Argo's movements stopped, and his face instantly turned pale. What's wrong? Seeing Argo's sudden reaction, Lin Fei asked curiously. No, it's okay. Argo showed a forced smile. In front of her eyes, a friend's name in the friend column turned grey. This was a sign of logging out of the game. Now in this SAO, which has become a death game. The only meaning is death. Although Argo didn't say anything, Lin Fei could also know that one of Argo's player friends should have died. It's all my fault, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Looking at the name that turned grey, Argo bit his lips tightly, clenched his fists tightly, and even pierced his nails into his flesh. I didn't feel any pain at all. How could that guy Kayaba Akihiko allow closed beta players to obtain resources far beyond ordinary players so easily? Argo's heart was as cold as ice at this time. This is a shame for an intelligence merchant. Obviously, as long as you think about it carefully, you will definitely be able to think of this problem. However, in order to confirm his thoughts, Argo sent messages to his friends one by one to ask. After a long time, Argo, who had an ugly face, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the expression on his face was still heavy, it was no longer as ugly as before. Thank you for saving me, but I still don't know your name. Argo asked Lin Fei at this time. Lin Fei. Lin Fei said. Strangely enough, his name in this game is actually his real name. Lin Fei. Argo frowned. After reading his name, he raised his head and looked at Lin Fei. Are you from Daxia? Yeah. Lin Fei nodded without hesitation. Okay, I understand, brother Lin Fei. Argo nodded, with a smile on his face again. So, this. Argo suddenly clicked in front of him. Lin Fei then saw a friend request appear in front of him. After seeing Argo's name, Lin Fei glanced at Argo in front of him and clicked the agree button. After seeing that his friend request had been approved, Argo smiled and said, although it is very abrupt, brother Lin Fei, you should be heading towards a high-level area. Yes. Lin Fei nodded, he was indeed going to a higher-level area. Then, can you give me the intelligence and information you obtained in the high-level area? Argo added after speaking, I will pay coal. Hey! Lin Fei glanced at Argo in confusion. Has he already had the idea of making a strategy manual? But this was not a big deal. Lin Fei did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Thank you so much. Argo breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Fei agree. Then, as compensation, you can buy any information I know from me. The information of closed beta players is an exception. Okay, Miss Argo. Lin Fei nodded. Don't worry, things like this won't happen today. Argo gave a guarantee out of the credibility of the intelligence merchant. Well, I believe you, then, come on, Miss Argo. Hey! Argo looked at Lin Fei confused, wondering why he suddenly said such a thing. Chapter 9. Naturally, Argo didn't understand what Lin Fei meant by cheering. He thought he was cheering him up, thanked him, and then said goodbye and left in a hurry. Lin Fei shrugged and continued walking deeper into the forest. The road after that was indeed not as smooth as it seemed. From time to time, insect monsters rushed out. Although they did not cause much trouble to Lin Fei, they provided Lin Fei with a lot of proficiency. Deep in the forest, there is a ruins, which Lin Fei did not expect. At this time, this place was still a virgin land that had not yet been discovered by players. Lin Fei successfully became the first player to set foot on this place. Lin Fei looked at the ruins of an unknown civilization and slowly walked into it. Judging from the appearance, this ruin seems to be an abandoned temple, with some religious rituals carved on the surrounding giant stone pillars. Following the blue stone road, Lin Fei came to the temple, which was still intact. There was a female statue enshrined inside. Lin Fei walked into the temple with some curiosity. The temple has obviously been abandoned for a long time. Even though it appears to be relatively intact among the ruins, it is still leaking everywhere and is covered with vines and moss. Even the statue's hand fell to the ground. Lin Fei frowned. From the map, he was now in the center of the forest, but apart from the ruins of the temple, there seemed to be nothing else here. Not even the monsters seemed to appear here. Among the temple ruins, could it be that this is still a special resting place? However, Lin Fei overturned his idea in the next second, because at some point on top of the statue, a giant python with thick calves appeared. Alka's Guardian. Lin Fei looked at the name on the monster's head and the blood volume of up to 3 health bars, and the corner of his mouth twitched instantly. I said, why are there no other monsters? There is a big guy here. Lin Fei didn't expect that there was such a mini-boss monster in the ruins of the temple, so he quickly drew his one-handed sword. Lin Fei's movements were naturally seen by the giant python monster. It had been coiled on the statue and instantly turned into a phantom, rushing towards Lin Fei at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fei didn't expect that the giant python monster was so fast, far surpassing him. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and held the one-handed sword in front of him. Bump! An irresistible force came from his hand. Lin Fei's eyes widened and he flew backwards. After landing on the ground and seeing that he had lost a quarter of his health, Lin Fei's pupils shrank slightly. Sure enough, he had underestimated this game. Congratulations to the host for understanding the general skill, blocking. The current proficiency is 0/100, LV1. Lin Fei, who originally wanted to turn around and run away, looked surprised when he heard the sound in his head. At this time, the giant python saw that the intruder had not been killed by him, and moved his head towards Lin Fei. The scarlet snake letter kept spitting out, and the pair of golden vertical pupils stared at Lin Fei emotionlessly. Brush! There was a sound of breaking through the air. Lin Fei, who took the time to glance at the description of the blocking skill, quickly came to his senses and gritted his teeth to make a blocking gesture. Block, use the weapon as a shield to block all attacks. Bet. Recalling the skill description he just saw, Lin Fei raised the one-handed sword in his hand. Bump! This time, after the giant python attacked Lin Fei did not fly upside down like before. Instead, he stood firmly in place, and even the health bar did not move at all. The block was successful and the proficiency level was 100. The current proficiency level has reached the full value. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. The block upgrade was successful, the current proficiency is 0/1000, LV2. The giant python obviously did not expect that Lin Fei could block his attack. He bit the one-handed sword tightly with his big mouth and kept shaking his head, as if he wanted to separate Lin Fei from his weapon. Lin Fei naturally cannot let go of his hand. After all, if he let go at this time, he will only die. The giant python didn't expect Lin Fei to be so insistent. A trace of anger flashed in the snake's eyes, and it led Lin Fei into the wall. Lin Fei shouted softly, and kicked off his feet the moment he touched the wall. Instead, he used this to adjust his condition and assume the starting position of the lower sword skill that he had never used before. One-handed sword lower sword skill, sparks flash. As the system determined that it was successful, the one-handed sword in Lin Fei's hand suddenly erupted from the python's mouth. In an instant, Lin Fei stabbed out 6 swords. The speed of these 6 swords was extremely fast, and even caused a spark of friction with the air. Of course, these were not real sparks, but just special effects attached to the sword skills. That's right, the one-handed sword lower position sword skill flash of sparks is exactly the 6 consecutive sword skill. The defensive power of the giant python's bloody mouth is obviously not as good as the giant python's appearance with hard scales. Under these 6 consecutive sword strikes that were completely defenseless, the giant python roared in pain, and Lin Fei finally regained his freedom. Lin Fei, who fell on the ground, saw that the first python had lost nearly half of its health. While the python was still in a stiff state, he rushed forward with his sword. Chapter 10. Lin Fei seemed extremely calm at this time. He didn't know why, even though he was facing such a powerful monster, why he was so calm and scary. With weird steps under his feet, Lin Fei came to the giant python in a few steps. The one-handed sword in his hand slashed down 3 swords. However, the attack this time was not the python's weakness. When the one-handed sword struck the python's hard scales, there were sudden sounds of gold and iron. Lin Fei took the time to look at the python's body. The amount of blood and pupils shrank instantly. Under Lin Fei's 3 slashes, the python's blood volume only dropped slightly. Obviously, this hard-scale armor brings it extremely powerful defense. When the weak point attack is not triggered, the defense of the giant python is terrifying, at least it is not something that Lin Fei can easily break through now. And at the moment when Lin Fei's slashing attack ended, the giant python that recovered from the stiff state swung its giant tail and whipped towards Lin Fei. However, at this time, Lin Fei entered a very strange state. The more critical it was, the calmer his mind became. The reaction of the giant python can be said to be lightning fast, but Lin Fei discovered the strangeness of the giant python as early as the moment the giant python twisted its body. The moment the giant python raised its tail, the block he had just obtained was used again. Out! Bump! The entire temple seemed to be trembling, and dust kept falling. It seemed that the temple in front of him was a building that could be destroyed. However, even so, Lin Fei firmly blocked the python's attack. When the giant python saw that Lin Fei had blocked his attack again, it became furious and raised its tail again, whipping it continuously. Bump! 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 After being whipped more than 10 times, each blow was so powerful and heavy that Lin Fei, who could not keep up with the speed of the giant python, could only defend passively. However, the python's dozens of attacks also brought enough experience to upgrade Lin Fei's blocking. This won't work. Lin Fei, who had just mentally determined to upgrade, looked at the giant python raging in front of him and frowned. General, block upgrade successful, current proficiency is 0/10,000, LV3, . Congratulations on successfully upgrading the block and getting the block counterattack. Is blocking advanced to blocking counterattack? A series of voices suddenly kept ringing in his mind, and Lin Fei's eyes suddenly opened wide. I originally thought that I might not be able to do anything about this giant python, but now it seems that things may be turning around. At this time, the giant python also knew that as long as Lin Fei put on a defensive posture, he could not hurt him, so he simply stopped attacking, and its huge and thick body surrounded the temple and kept swimming around Lin Fei. He seemed to be looking for Lin Fei's flaws. Lin Fei also deliberately put up a blocking posture and took the time to look at the blocking skills that he had advanced. Special skill, block and counterattack, proficiency 0/10,000, LV3. Discover the enemy's weakness at the moment of blocking the enemy's attack and counterattack. It can cause a certain amount of armor-piercing damage and cannot resist. It is limited by physical strength. Lin Fei's eyes widened, and he didn't expect that the block and counterattack would become so powerful after the block was advanced. It was due to this physical limit. Lin Fei thought of the embarrassment he felt yesterday when he tried too hard to improve his proficiency with his sword. So, give it a try. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at the huge ferocious head not far in front of him. Sword skills, baptism with the holy sword. Fluorescence appeared on the one-handed sword, and then a dazzling light burst out. However, this seemed useless against the snake monster, but what Lin Fei wanted was not the blinding effect, just to show the giant python a deliberate effect. After all, after discovering that he could perfectly block its attack, the giant python became vigilant. I have to say that the AI settings of these monsters are quite high. Seeing Lin Fei rushing up, the giant python raised its head high, and then bumped towards Lin Fei, and its body was still bending. If anyone here is familiar with pythons, they will know. This is a sign that the python is about to launch its most powerful skill, entanglement. The baptism speed of the holy sword is very fast, but it is not as fast as the ghostly speed of the giant python, so before Lin Fei's one-handed sword reaches the front of the giant python, the ferocious head of the giant python has already arrived at Lin in front of Fei. Ah! Lin Fei sneered and suddenly changed his moves midway. Block! Fight back! Lin Fei retracted his one-handed sword and blocked it in front of him. As a set level, even if the python's AI is very high, it is obviously not as smart as human beings. With a crash, the giant python slammed into the one-handed sword. The moment it was about to take back its head, Lin Fei, who was still in a state of frozen skills, suddenly took action. Brush! A flash of sword light flashed, and Lin Fei's one-handed sword pierced the giant python's jaw this time. The giant python instantly let out a painful cry, and its health volume dropped by 1/3 due to the irresistible armor-piercing weak point attack. However, Lin Fei didn't feel much better at this time. After using this attack, he felt faintly tired, and the strength holding the one-handed sword was not as strong as before. He instantly understood that blocking and counterattacking was a waste of energy. A skill that is released based on physical strength, but the interesting thing is that he can decide whether to counterattack at the moment of blocking. At this time, seeing the armor-piercing state on the giant python's head, Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly, and his hands moved quickly. Sword skills, sparks flash. This time Lin Fei aimed at the 7 inches of the python exposed due to its injury. As the saying goes, if you hit a snake, it will hit you 7 inches. This is the most critical point for snakes, even if the giant python in front of you is no exception. Under the armor-piercing state and weak attack, the 6-hit one-handed sword skill instantly burst out with extremely high damage. Under the sword skill like flying sparks, the giant python's health instantly reached the last bar, and arrived under the cordon. Chapter 11. However, Lin Fei did not relax his vigilance. In the original work, when the blood volume of the boss-level boss drops below the warning line, he will become violent. Although the giant python in front of him does not know whether it is a boss-level boss, but from now on, judging from its unique name, it should be almost the same. Therefore, when the blood volume dropped below the warning line, Lin Fei quickly took a step back. Sure enough, the next second, a violent sign appeared on the python, and then, the python's golden snake eyes stared at Lin Fei. Under Lin Fei's surprised gaze, the giant python suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and suddenly sprayed out a stream of venom above its mouth. What? Lin Fei didn't expect that the giant python could have such a method. He was instantly drenched in venom. After the giant python sprayed out the venom, it instantly became sluggish, and its originally shining golden snake eyes also changed. It became a lot darker, and the huge body fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Lin Fei was not having a good time either. He saw the poisoning sign in his status bar and the rapidly declining blood volume. He quickly took out the detoxification crystal from the item bar and used it. Fortunately, he had it before entering the forest. Considering the problem of poisoning, after using the detoxification crystal, Lin Fei looked at his blood volume that dropped below the warning line and breathed a sigh of relief. It was so dangerous. If it were later, he might be poisoned to death. Not caring about her heartache at this time, Lin Fei quickly took out the recovery crystal. Just when he was about to use it, the giant python that was lying on the ground weakly suddenly raised its head and slammed into Lin Fei as if it had been on steroids. Lin Fei quickly held the recovery crystal in his mouth and made a blocking gesture with the one-handed sword in his hand. Special skill, block and counterattack. After Lin Fei blocked the impact of the huge python head, he instantly made a judgment in his mind. A strange situation occurred again. The giant python originally thought that as long as he touched the intruder lightly, he would die, but he did not expect that the other party would use block again and fight back. The moment the one-handed sword blocked the impact, the sword skill system drove Lin Fei, and the one-handed sword in his hand angrily stabbed the ferocious python head between the eyebrows. This time, this sword completely became the last straw to overwhelm the giant python. Watching the giant python's blood bar emptied, and then the place where it was stabbed came loose, the giant python's huge body exploded instantly and turned into little pieces. Finally returned to the system program. Before Lin Fei could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt his hand loosen up. The one-handed sword in his hand was now cracked and broken, and then it was broken little by little. However, its durability reached its limit, and it could no longer bear it, so it broke. Hey! Lin Fei collapsed on the ground. The last block and counterattack put too many restrictions on his physical strength. At this time, he felt that he was extremely tired and was panting heavily. Really, I didn't get the benefit, but my weapon was used instead. Lin Fei had a wry smile on his face. Although the weapon could be purchased again, Lin Fei still felt a little distressed. After all, he had fought for his life with his weapon, but nothing can be exchanged for it, and the loss is huge. Just as Lin Fei was chewing the bread in distress, suddenly, the statue in the temple was broken apart little by little, revealing an extremely delicate-looking treasure box. Seeing all this, Lin Fei opened his mouth in surprise and didn't even notice that the bread in his hand fell to the ground. After the statue was completely broken and the treasure chest was revealed, Lin Fei clapped his hands, stood up like a carp, and quickly came to the treasure chest. Could it be that the giant python is the monster guarding this treasure chest? Lin Fei blinked, but still didn't dare to open it. After all, the scene of Argo opening the treasure chest and triggering the trap was still vivid in his mind. If he still had the weapon in hand, he would definitely not be so hesitant, but now that he has the weapon in hand, even though he knows that this may be a real treasure chest, Lin Fei is still a little hesitant. For a long time, Lin Fei stood in front of the treasure box. Looking at this exquisite treasure box, Lin Fei felt like it was waving to him. Fight! Lin Fei gritted his teeth and opened the treasure chest. Squeak! A quite realistic sound sounded, and Lin Fei saw the items stored in the treasure box. He reached in and took out the weapon lying there quietly. It was a pure white sword. The sword grid was a white rose. The blade was carved with exquisite rose vines. The hilt was hollow and looked completely like it was made of rose vines. It's very comfortable to hold in your hand. White Rose Star, this is the name of this one-handed sword. Lin Fei didn't expect that just after losing a one-handed sword of ordinary quality, he would be given a one-handed sword that was comparable to a divine weapon. Moreover, Lin Fei discovered that there seemed to be more than just the one-handed sword White Rose Star inside, but also a scroll. Picking up the scroll, the information about the scroll instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Vampire White Rose. One-handed sword lower position sword skills. AoE sword skills. Comes with blood-sucking effect. It turned out to be a sword skill book for low-level sword skills. Moreover, this sword skill is matched with the White Rose Star. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow when he saw the equipment attributes of White Rose Star. Charming Vampire White Rose. When using the sword skill Vampire White Rose, there is a certain chance of permanently increasing the DPS of the White Rose Star. So, if paired with the Vampire White Rose, this White Rose Star is still a growable weapon? Lin Fei didn't expect that he would be able to obtain such an artifact. Speaking of which, isn't it a basic rule for travelers to obtain artifacts in the early stages? Lin Fei was relieved instantly. Chapter 12. After getting the White Rose Star, Lin Fei also decided to temporarily return to the starting town. Although he had only been out for less than a day, what he gained today was enough for most players to spend more than 10 days or even a month. Yu's harvest was good. After all, Lin Fei was very satisfied with a low-level one-handed sword skill and a White Rose Star with attributes that could be called an artifact. And as for coal, I got some coal and materials when I helped Argo kill trap monsters. If I sell them, it will at least be a big income. Moreover, Lin Fei looked at the item bar, where the materials he obtained from killing the giant python lay quietly. The scales of the century-old poisonous python, B-grade material, can be used to make tough leather armor, and can also be sold to tailor shop NPCs. The tooth of a century-old poisonous python, B-level material. Adding it when forging weapons can enhance the sharpness of the weapon. It can also be sold to weapon shops and forging shop NPCs. The rare poison sac of the century-old poisonous python, A-grade material, which can be used to make precious poison-quenching potions. It can also be added when forging weapons. It has a certain chance of adding poison attribute attacks to the weapons. It can also be sold to weapon shops and forging shop NPCs. The gallbladder of a century-old poisonous python, A-grade ingredient, some NPCs who are loyal to cooking will definitely like it. Can be sold to chef NPCs. After killing the giant python, in addition to bringing a certain amount of kel to Lin Fei, he also brought Lin Fei these precious materials and ingredients. However, Lin Fei is obviously not ready to deal with these materials now. This kind of precious material is not easy to come across. Maybe it is luck that he can get it. Following the way he came, Lin Fei walked towards the starting town with brisk steps. He was wearing simple novice equipment when he came. Although he was still wearing novice equipment when he returned, the one-handed sword at his waist had long been replaced by the extremely gorgeous and beautiful White Rose Star. Even he felt that he was so powerful now. Is it too ostentatious to carry the White Rose Star openly and openly? But in an instant, Lin Fei put this problem behind him. He had to use his own strength to get this, what the hell? Humming a little tune, Lin Fei walked and threw away the rancid bread in the props bar. While throwing it back, he said, "How can something like this, which a pig doesn't even bother to take a look at, is worthy of me?" However, although it was morning when Lin Fei came out and he walked around in the forest that blocked the sun for most of the day, by the time he walked out of the forest, it was already midnight. This was something Lin Fei never expected. Although he wanted to return to the starting town, it was obviously not a good time to rush. Recalling the village he passed during the day, Lin Fei decided to take a rest there tonight. Tomorrow, he would go directly to the forest and continue leveling. Thinking of this, he also saved time on the road. As for the potentially high accommodation fee, Lin Fei looked at his swollen coal and smiled slightly. It was nothing. When Lin Fei came to this village, he recalled the pretty good food at lunch and walked towards the tavern on the edge of the village. When I opened the door, surprisingly, it was not as deserted as it was during the day. At this time, there were still players sitting in the tavern in twos and threes, with each other looking solemn, or smiling broadly, and talking to each other in low voices. At this stage, there are generally not many players who can come to the forest, so when Lin Fei walked into the tavern, the small chatter stopped instantly, and everyone focused on Lin Fei. Especially when they saw the White Rose Star, the one-handed sword on Lin Fei's waist that looked extraordinary at first glance, many people's pupils shrank. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would attract so much attention. He frowned slightly, ignored everyone's gaze, and sat down at an unoccupied table. After randomly clicking on some things, Lin Fei began to sort out today's harvest. He placed the 4 most precious materials in the item list in the most conspicuous positions, and then all the materials for killing the trap monsters when he rescued Argo. Put together casually, these materials are of no great use and are just sold. After putting things in order, Lin Fei started to use chopsticks. However, Lin Fei found that something seemed wrong, because the topic of discussion seemed to gradually shift towards him. He frowned slightly, not liking being discussed like this. But he obviously couldn't control other people's mouths. After all, others didn't say anything bad about him. Under this situation, Lin Fei's appetite almost disappeared. After eating the food in a hurry, Lin Fei stood up. Left the tavern. Hey, did you see that sword on that guy? The voice of a young man with crude equipment became louder. That guy must be a closed beta player. A burly man said angrily. In his opinion, if he was an ordinary player like himself, he would be able to barely come to the game like himself on the second day of operation. Leveling up outside the forest is already extremely rare, after all, he is considered an expert in the game. It must be true. These guys, relying on their experience in the closed beta period, plundered resources without leaving any way for us to survive. Beside him, a sly-eyed player knocked on the table angrily. For a moment, the tavern became filled with mournful sounds. Under this situation, 3 or 2 players sat aside without saying a word, watching with cold eyes. After finishing their food, they also got up and left. However, it was obvious that everyone in the tavern did not care about the abnormalities of these players, and continued to blame the closed beta players for their mistakes. Human nature is what it is and nothing more. Chapter 13. In the blink of an eye, time flies, and a month has passed. During this period of time, Lin Fei almost explored the forest in the northwest. During this period, Argo asked him for information about some high-level areas more and more frequently, but Lin Fei did not accept it because, during a chat, Argo also calmly asked himself some questions. The reason for the high-level regional information is that instead of holding these insignificant coal, Lin Fei should return it to Argo and make more strategy manuals. Although he is not a saint, he will still do what he can without endangering himself. Made. As Lin Fei thought, Argo was indeed working hard on making the Incrad guidebook. When asked if Argo needed a certain amount of coal as assistance, Argo flatly refused. According to her, the free information she received for free already made her very uneasy, and she couldn't ask for anything else. If it wasn't enough, Argo made another request, hoping that the cooperation between the two would continue, and at the end he added a sentence of reward. Lin Fei smiled helplessly and agreed to Argo's request. Incrad is a castle made of rock and steel, with 100 floors in total, and the area of the first floor at the bottom is naturally terrifying. It is said that during this period of more than 10 days, the players still haven't visited all the first floor, and this is because of their strength. Otherwise, they would have visited all the places on the first floor. The reason why Lin Fei was able to explore the northwest forest by himself was because he was strong enough to ignore most of the monsters and traps on the first level. Nowadays, Lin Fei's proficiency is as follows. Sword Mastery, LV5. The massive proficiency has made Lin Fei's practice slow down, but now his LV5 sword mastery makes him feel as if the sword is a part of him every time he holds it. The arms move like fingers, like a master who has RD the sword for decades. As for the low-level sword skills, most of them have been upgraded to LV4 to LV5. Vampire White Rose, 11/10000000, LV5. A one-handed sword skill that uses one's own body as the starting point to rotate and slash, and can absorb the enemy's blood to replenish one's own. Holy Sword Baptism, 2/10000000, LV5. A one-handed sword skill in which the sword bursts out with dazzling light to blind the enemy, followed by a fatal blow. Flower of Fire, 8160/100000, LV4. High-level sword skill, a high-speed sword skill that instantly delivers 13 consecutive strikes, with an armor-piercing effect. Straight Thrust, 23541/100000, LV4. Basic one-handed sword skills, lock the target and thrust straight with the one-handed sword in your hand. Special skill, block and counterattack, 1540/10000, LV3. A universal special skill that can be used to block the attack at the moment of being attacked, and can identify the enemy's weak points and attack instantly, causing armor-piercing and weak point damage, and the counter-attack effect cannot be resisted. 9-Headed Dragon Flash, 0/100, LV1. Advanced One-Handed Sword Skills, 9 consecutive sword skills. After charging for 1 to 2 seconds, rush towards the opponent and quickly slash 9 undefeatable attacks in 9 different directions. Because Vampire White Rose is the White Rose star and has special matching effects, it came from behind and became the earliest sword skill to reach LV5 among all Lin Fei's low-level sword skills. As for the god-level skill like blocking and counterattack, it was because the attacks of those monsters could hardly provide it with proficiency, so Lin Fei put it on hold. The 9-Headed Dragon Flash is an advanced one-handed sword skill that Lin Fei obtained when he upgraded his sword mastery to LV5. When he saw this sword skill, Lin Fei almost stared out of his eyes. 9-Headed Dragon Flash, one of the mysteries of the neon comics and anime Rurouni Kenshin in the previous life, the Flying Ten's word style, is a sword skill mastered by the protagonist's master Seijuro Hiko, the protagonist Kenshin Hiramura and Shogo Amakusa. As the secret of the flying sword style, second only to the Tianxiang Dragon Flash, the speed of the 9-Headed Dragon Flash is so fast that it is almost difficult to resist once it is activated according to the principles of the flying sword skill style of the flying sword style. Each of the 9 slashes are different, namely Tangzu, Kazaya slash, reverse Kazaya, left stab, left cut up, right cut up, against the wind, thrust sword. This is the basic structure of all sword skills, and it is precisely because of this that 9-Headed Dragon Flash can deliver irresistible slashes. Of course, this is a description in anime and comics. Lin Fei doesn't know whether the 9-Headed Dragon Flash today is the same as in anime and comics, but the effect looks pretty good. This is an attack that cannot be defended. Although Lin Fei wanted to give it a try, Argo suddenly sent him a message yesterday. It was said that someone had entered the maze area and discovered the boss room. Obviously, this is the credit of the closed beta players. After more than a month of training, it seems that they feel that they are almost ready to start the strategy. However, this news has also been known to ordinary players, and today is the time to start a strategy meeting. Lin Fei will naturally not miss this day where he can meet most of the characters in the plot. Moreover, he also wants to see the style of the legendary Black Swordsman and what the future Flash looks like now. However, Lin Fei still has to prepare. He is no longer the young white he was more than a month ago. The white rose star around his waist has still brought him some unnecessary troubles for more than a month, so Lin Fei now often wears a cloak when traveling. Not to mention, this kind of cloak that can see others but others can't see you is really good. Chapter 14. The place where the strategy meeting was held was a small town near the maze area. When Lin Fei came to the small town, a man in an earth-colored hooded cloak waved to him. Argo? Why are you here? Lin Fei looked at the girl in front of him in confusion. If he remembered correctly, Argo should have no intention of participating in the strategy. Isn't she only interested in buying and selling information? I just happened to come here for something, and today happens to be a strategy meeting. Why don't I go with you, little brother? Argo narrowed her eyes slightly, and the beard on her face and her current expression made her look like a grown-up girl. Fine mice. Really? Lin Fei shrugged. Although the strategy meeting had strict requirements, for a person like Argo who was already very skilled, no one would complain if he participated. By the way, the one who discovered the boss room this time was a beta tester. Lin Fei turned to look at Argo. Ah, that's right. Argo blinked. Although Lin Fei was indeed not a closed beta player, Argo didn't have much defense against him. After all, in terms of strength, Lin Fei, who was not a closed beta player, had already just walked in front of everyone. Moreover, Lin Fei is not as malicious as most ordinary players towards closed beta players. Really? Lin Fei nodded. In the original book, the person who discovered the boss room was named Taibalu, who was also a closed beta player. Although he wanted to compete for the reward of the final hit that ordinary players did not know about at the time, as a result, he was killed by the Kobold Lord Ilfa, the Guardian boss, who had already modified the final attack method by Kayaba Akihiko. Now I don't know if the one I discovered is Taibaru, but since it is still a closed beta player, there is still a high possibility that it is Taibaru. Lin Fei couldn't say he disliked Taibalu, nor could he say he liked him, but in terms of leadership and affinity, he was quite good. Although he died because of his own selfishness, he still entrusted Kirito with the responsibility before his death. Those words still made Lin Fei change his attitude slightly. Following Argo, Lin Fei came to the place where the strategy meeting was held. At this time, many players had come. When Lin Fei and Argo walked in, they attracted some attention, but then everyone turned their attention elsewhere, or chatted with the players next to them. Lin Fei chose a deserted corner and sat down with Argo. "What, Argo, are you going to participate in the strategy battle?" After Lin Fei sat down, he said to Argo next to him, but his eyes were looking around, looking for any acquaintances. "What? Isn't it possible?" Argo crossed his hands and said with a smile. "No." Lin Fei shook his head. "Are you worried about something?" Lin Fei looked at Argo. After searching just now, he probably found Asuna, but Kirito didn't seem to find him. However, Lin Fei could tell from Argo's words that even though he was smiling, Argo's brows were still slightly frowned. "Nothing." Argo shook his head. "I just want to take this opportunity to see how strong these players are now." Argo's words were a little forced, and Lin Fei didn't try to expose her. He hummed softly and continued to wander around with his eyes. Not far to his left, there was a person wearing a red cloak, with chestnut hair peeking out from under the cloak. Lin Fei had already guessed her identity. She was the future deputy leader of the Knights of the Blood Alliance. She had a flash of light. The title of Asuna. After locking the target, Lin Fei continued to look for traces of Kirito, but unfortunately, Lin Fei seemed to have found no trace of Kirito. Could it be that Kirito didn't come here because of his own reasons? Lin Fei frowned, feeling quite regretful. However, I still met Agil, the black-hearted owner of the props store in the future. When the people arrived, a man with medium-long blue curly hair stood up and walked to the center. Because the place he was in was a building similar to an opera house, everyone could see the man. Taibaru. Although the character looked slightly different in reality than in the anime, Lin Fei still recognized the man. "Is everyone here? Then, I will start to explain." Seeing that no one had entered the venue, Taibaru clapped his hands and focused everyone's attention on himself, with a smile on his face. Smile. "Hello everyone, my name is Taibaru. Personally, I think my profession is..." Taibaru said with an awkward smile on his face, "I am a knight." "What? There is no such thing as a profession in this game." Just as Taibaru finished speaking, others retorted with smiles, and the atmosphere that was still a bit unfamiliar suddenly became quite lively. "Not simple." Lin Fei looked at Taibaru who was standing at the bottom, laughing with everyone, and made a conclusion in his heart. Just one sentence changed the attitude of being cold and even wary because they were not very familiar with each other. This person must be an executive or something like that in reality. After waiting until it was too close, Taibaru continued, "Yesterday, my team and I discovered the boss room located on the top floor of the tower." Everyone did not answer, but all looked at Taibaru. After all, that was why they came. "So today I specially call on everyone to start a strategy meeting here." Taibaru continued. "More than a month has passed, but we just discovered the boss room. In order to clear this damn game as soon as possible, we were able to overcome the first obstacle currently in front of us as quickly as possible." Just when Taibaru was about to continue speaking, he was suddenly interrupted. "Wait. A short middle-aged man appeared behind everyone. His hairstyle looked strange, and he still had a small beard on his chin. Your Excellency! Seeing someone interrupting his speech, Taibalu did not show an angry look, but instead looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. My name is Yatu. The short middle-aged man said and came to the bottom in a few steps. This guy? Lin Fei frowned. He seemed to remember who this middle-aged man named Kayaba was. He was a manipulator and extremely jealous. It was also because of him that Kirito had always had a problem in his heart. Until I joined the Moonlit Black Cat group, I was fighting as a solo player. Thinking of this, an interested smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He folded his hands and looked quietly at Kayaba, who looked indignant. Chapter 15. Kayaba came to Taibaru in two steps, then glanced at everyone present with hatred in his eyes, and said angrily, before the meeting officially starts, I have 2 things to say. Among the people here today, there must be those people. Kayaba pointed at everyone and said loudly, they should stand up and apologize for the more than 2,000 players who have died in the past month, and then hand over their props and equipment. Wait a minute. Taibaru suddenly said, Mr. Kayaba, are those people you are talking about beta testers? That's right. Kayaba nodded fiercely. These guys, relying on the intelligence they obtained during the closed beta period, obtained resources that far exceeded those of us players, and indirectly caused the death of more than 2,000 players. That's more than 2,000 lives, just because of these selfish guys. Kayaba gritted his teeth, as if he was thinking about ordinary players. If he hadn't known Kaiba's true face a long time ago, he might have been killed by him. I was blinded by superb acting skills. Lin Fei took the time to glance at Argo, who was a beta tester next to him. This girl, who was usually a bit sinister, did not stand up to refute. Instead, she clenched her fists and sat there quietly. Argo, what's wrong? Are you angry after hearing these remarks? Lin Fei asked softly. Argo looked at Lin Fei and shook his head. I'm not angry, I just want to beat this guy up. While the two were talking, Akihiko, who was sitting not far below them, suddenly stretched out his hand. Can I say a few words? After Taibaru nodded, Akihiko, who looked like a tower, came to Kayaba from the aisle that everyone had let go of. Instead of looking at Kayaba, who looked angry, he took out the item from the toolbar. A palm-sized book. This is a strategy manual that is distributed free of charge by the prop shop. Mr. Kayaba, have you received it, right? Akihiko's body shape and voice seemed very oppressive. Kayaba was frightened and took a step back. He forced himself to click. Nod. I got it, how's it going? And this strategy manual was created by the closed beta players, you said? Akihiko said the origin of this strategy manual, and people present who didn't know anything about it also cried out in surprise. Obviously not, I don't know that this thing was originally created by closed beta players. However, why do so many players die even if they have this thing? Akihiko did not go into details, but most of the people present knew it clearly. It was due to overestimation or an accident, and they did not pay attention to the strategy manual. Instructions, these are available. It is precisely because of this that we should work harder to conquer this game as soon as possible. After Akihiko finished speaking, he glanced at Kayaba and sat aside. Kayaba also knew that his plan had failed and was ready to retreat. Please wait a moment, Mr. Kayaba. At this moment, a male voice came from above everyone's heads. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was a man covered in a cloak. Do you have anything else? Kayaba stopped and looked at the person who spoke with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Argo pulled the corner of Lin Fei's clothes and asked in a low voice. She was already very satisfied if someone stepped forward, at least it would not worsen the reputation of the closed beta players, but she did not expect that the matter should have been over, but Lin Fei stood up. It's okay, I don't like him. Lin Fei said with a smile, but his voice did not lower at all, so all the players present heard it. As the person involved, Kayaba's face turned blue and white. Lin Fei stepped forward, jumped up out of thin air, and then landed in front of Kayaba. You said you want closed beta players to apologize to the more than 2,000 players who died. Can I ask why? Lin Fei's voice seemed very calm, as if this was not his question. Of course it's because they selfishly stole most of the resources. Kayaba said angrily. Oh. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, why? They have a lot of resources but they failed to fulfill their responsibility to protect the players. Shouldn't they apologize? Kayaba said without hesitation. He had already thought about this. Had. Lin Fei smiled, so according to you, do beta testers have to apologize? Isn't this natural? Kayaba looked at Lin Fei sideways. So, is this moral kidnapping? Lin Fei folded his hands and continued without looking at Kayaba's ugly face, why do people who have resources have to give some to others? In real society, faced with those rich people, why don't you blame them for not giving you part of their property? This. Kayaba didn't know how to answer, and sweat gradually broke out on his head. Besides, the closed beta players have distributed strategy manuals for free, and some of the precautions in them are even information they paid for with their lives. In this case, who do you have the right to question and blame those closed beta players? Where are the test players? Lin Fei looked at Kayaba with disdain. This isn't fair. Kayaba blurted out in a panic. Fair? There has never been fairness in this world. Since the birth of mankind, the word fair has been extremely ridiculous. Lin Fei looked at Kayaba who only reached his shoulders in front of him, and looked at him with a downward gaze. Human, they are all selfish, but some people are selfish for the public, and some people are selfish for themselves. Are you too naive to use fairness to force those closed beta players? Besides, aren't you the same? Lin Fei looked at the speechless Kayaba coldly and said coldly. Chapter 16. Use the anger of others to point the conflict directly at the closed beta players to cover up this dirty and ugly purpose and jealousy. Lin Fei just stood with his hands folded. However, no one can refute what he said. Is it fair? This kind of thing will never be achieved as long as human beings still have desires. Some attentive people looked at Kayaba with anger on their faces. Now that they thought about it carefully, they and others were indeed being led by the other party's anger. If you are a closed beta player, can you do this? Selfless sacrifice, just to reduce the mortality rate of players, Mr. Yahoo. Lin Fei said the word Mr. very seriously, obviously the meaning of ridicule is much greater. You are so protective of beta testers, are you a beta tester? Kayaba pointed angrily at Lin Fei, trying to make a last-ditch effort. A closed beta player. Lin Fei suddenly laughed, I'm really sorry, I'm not a closed beta player. Lin Fei suddenly took off his cloak, revealing the exquisite and beautiful white rose star on his waist. This sword is now extremely famous among the entire player community, because in this month, Lin Fei used this sword to save countless players. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Lin Fei put his hand on the hollow hilt of the white rose star and looked sideways at Kayaba, who was suddenly stunned, with a stern look in his eyes. Swordsman of Hope, this is a month since the players Lin Fei saved gave Lin Fei a nickname, and then it gradually spread among the players. Everyone knows that Swordsman of Hope has a unique white rose sword, and everyone knows that although Hope Swordsman is a solo player, he is an ordinary player, not a closed beta player, so among ordinary players, Lin Fei has become a hot topic at present. Player. Kayaba naturally knew this, and his mouth instantly became bitter. Although he could still continue to smear Lin Fei, the players who were saved by Lin Fei and the players who admired Lin Fei would not let him go. What's more, there seemed to be players at the scene that Lin Fei had rescued. Hope Swordsman. It's really great to see you again. I didn't expect that you would come to participate in this strategy meeting. A player stood up and said excitedly. I hope that if players as good as Swordsman can come to this strategy meeting, then there will definitely be no problem. Another player also said excitedly. Yet. Other players agreed. For a time, the focus of everyone's discussion and attention was no longer on what Kayaba said about the closed beta players. All eyes were focused on Lin Fei. Well, too much attention was also the problem with Lin Fei's choice of cloak in the first place. Tibalu on the side also looked at Lin Fei in surprise, especially the white rose star on Lin Fei's waist, which deeply attracted his attention. During the closed beta, this kind of weapon never appeared on the first level. Could it be some kind of hidden mission? Tibaru frowned, thinking. However, having such a very important player among ordinary players stand up and speak for the closed beta players also made him feel relieved as a closed beta player. So, Mr. Kayaba, do you want to continue? Lin Fei turned his head and looked at Kayaba quietly, his tone seemed very calm. Kayaba's expression changed at this moment, and finally he snorted coldly and left the place quickly. Mr. Tibaru, I'm so sorry. Lin Fei turned to Tibaru after seeing Kayaba leaving. It's okay. Tibaru deliberately showed an awkward smile on his face. I didn't expect that the Hope Swordsman would appear here. In that case, how about you take charge this time? Tibaru suggested. Lin Fei looked at Tibalu deeply after hearing this and shook his head. Sorry, I'm used to being alone and not suitable for this kind of work. Mr. Tibaru can lead the team to find the boss room in the maze area. Prove your ability, you are the most suitable commander of this strategy. After Lin Fei finished speaking, he ignored Tibalu's insistence and returned to Argo's side. What's the matter with you? As soon as he sat down, Argo came over. What's going on? Lin Fei squinted his eyes, smiled, and asked knowingly. You guy. How come your bad taste is worse than mine? Argo rolled his eyes. It's nothing. Lin Fei glanced at the place where Yao left and smiled, just like I told you just now, it's just to see that he is unhappy. You guys, I'm so moved by this. Argo said helplessly. Haha. Lin Fei smiled, after all, that guy is too much. I can't bear to see your efforts in my eyes. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Argo was stunned for a moment. So, as a friend, I naturally want to help you. Lin Fei said matter-of-factly. In that case, it's really an honor to be your friend, little brother. Argo looked at Lin Fei as if he was honored. It's good to know. Lin Fei's face was naturally not something Argo could break with a little bragging, but he accepted it calmly. And while Lin Fei and Argo were chatting in a low voice, not far away, under the cloak, a pair of eyes looked at Lin Fei steadily. Chapter 17. After finishing speaking, Lin Fei suddenly showed an unhappy smile on his face. Tibalu actually made fun of me, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. Well, brother, don't be angry. Argo's eyes twitched, fearing that Lin Fei would rush out and yell at Tibalu like he did just now, so this strategy might be ruined. Don't worry, if it really happens, I won't come back. Lin Fei glanced at Tibalu who was boasting there and whispered. Hearing Lin Fei say this, Argo was instantly relieved. Lin Fei also didn't expect that Tibaru was afraid that he would be restrained in this strategy command for his own reasons, and that other strategy members would even be disobedient and attack him instead of retreating. If he refuses the position of commander to someone who is more respected by others, then he will say something flattering to him. Then when he leads this team, his right to speak will naturally increase, even though he doesn't like it very much. This troublesome thing was also one of the reasons, but he also wanted to know what his expression would be like if he really took it. Brother, you suddenly laughed so scary. Are you thinking of something bad? Argo heard Lin Fei laugh strangely, and she was frightened for a moment. Nothing. Lin Fei shook his head. Keep listening, let me see what this closed beta player has to say. Lin Fei said lazily while lying on the stairs, holding the back of his head. The information in the strategy manual has been updated just now. Taibayaru took out the booklet that Agil took out before, and read according to the updated information. The boss room on the first floor is the boss is called Kobold Lord Ilfang. He has 4 health points. When the health volume drops to the warning line of the last one, he will switch to a weapon similar to a pirate scimitar, but... Look as he read the last small line of words, Taibayaru frowned. What did you write? Lin Fei looked at the initiator next to him. I'm worried that the boss's attack method may change, and even the boss's information has been completely tampered with. Argo's expression at this time was no longer as relaxed as before, and he said solemnly. Before seeing boss with her own eyes, she was completely unsure whether boss was exactly the same as during the closed beta period. Really? You were worried about this? Lin Fei smiled. So you are worried and plan to go and see this boss in person so that you can determine the specific modification information of the boss on the next level. That's right. Argo nodded. Putting yourself in danger is not the behavior of a qualified intelligence dealer. Lin Fei said. Isn't there still you? Brother, you will definitely protect me, I hope, Mr. Swordsman. Argo's sudden change in tone made Lin Fei beside him have goosebumps all over the floor. Well, try your best. Lin Fei didn't dare to look at Argo, for fear of getting goosebumps again. Hey hey! Argo suddenly laughed. Hey! Lin Fei suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Argo asked. There was a guy just staring here. Lin Fei looked not far away. There was also a man in a cloak sitting there. When Lin Fei looked around casually just now, he found that the guy had been staring here. Only when his eyes turned to him, he quickly looked away. Well. Argo blinked. Well, brother, you are so famous now, there must be many people curious about you. No, it's different. Lin Fei shook his head. Just when Lin Fei was secretly wondering, Taibayaru announced the end of the meeting. Lin Fei looked dumbfounded. Is this the end? Then, what did that guy say? Argo glanced at Lin Fei helplessly. You guys are here to participate in the strategy meeting after all. Can you be more attentive? I have already written it down and will give you the recording later. Sorry. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. Just when Lin Fei was confused, an application request suddenly appeared in front of him. This strategy is for 2 people, so, little brother, please give me some advice when the time comes. Argo smiled. Oh, that's right. Lin Fei nodded, and after the 2 formed a team, they left together. Others saw Lin Fei and Argo leaving home together, and they all looked at Argo as Lin Fei's teammate with envy. In their view, becoming Lin Fei's teammate was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, Lin Fei's strength is real. The time for the strategy was chosen after an hour. During this time, it was used for everyone to repair and relax, or to leave something, last words, or other things. After all, conquering the boss is extremely dangerous, but if they don't do it, it will be very difficult to take the step of officially declaring war on Kayaba Akihiko. Lin Fei naturally has no pressure anymore. He also defeated a boss-level giant python more than a month ago. Now, with his swordsmanship master-level training, he can easily deal with big enemies even without using system sword skills. Partial situation. So, will the 2 of us be the main force attacking the boss then? Lin Fei and Argo were sitting next to the town's pool, eating and saying. Yes, but to be more precise, it should be you, little brother. Argo ate like a rodent, eating very quickly, but he looked very cute. Lin Fei shrugged, stood up and stretched. I'm full. Lin Fei roared, and the somewhat solemn atmosphere around him disappeared under Lin Fei's roar. Seeing that everyone's eyes seemed to be on him, Lin Fei scratched his face and wondered if he wanted to say something encouraging. After all, the atmosphere seems a bit depressed. Everyone, stay alive. This time, we will become heroes and be remembered by others. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei, who was not good at long speeches, could only say this sentence. Ah, live on. Everyone was stunned, and then nodded sharply. At this time, this sentence without many beautiful words became a shot in the arm for everyone. As the bells in the town rang, it was time to conquer. Chapter 18. The bell signaling the official start of the strategy had already rang, and Lin Fei and Argo walked towards the gathering place together. Outside the boss room in the labyrinth area, everyone put on their own equipment and waited for the order from the commander Taibayaru. Lin Fei deliberately glanced again, and sure enough, there was still no trace of Kirito. However, there was an additional player wearing a cloak on Asuna's side. It seems that he will not be seen for the time being. Lin Fei shrugged. Brother, what are you looking at? Argo asked curiously when he saw Lin Fei looking around, not knowing what he was looking for. Nothing. Lin Fei shook his head. Is everyone here? Taibalu stood in front of the door of the boss room, preparing for the final mobilization. Well, we're all here. Everyone nodded. It has to be said that after Lin Fei said that Taibayaru was indeed qualified to be the commander of this strategy, these players were also convinced when they faced Taibayaru. Quite a few, although his personality charm is also one of the reasons. Well, before we start the strategy, let me say this again, everyone should work hard in order to get out alive. Good. Then, let's begin. Taibayaru finally looked around at everyone, and nodded to Lin Fei when his eyes moved to him. Taibayaru took a deep breath, turned around, looked at the extremely heavy-looking door in front of him, and put his hand on it. Opening the extremely heavy-looking door was unexpectedly easy. Everyone, let's start. Taibayaru was the first to rush into the boss room as the door opened, shouting loudly. Everyone followed his footsteps and rushed into the boss room together. The moment he stepped into the room, the originally dark boss room instantly lit up. At the other end of the room was a high throne, with a huge kobold sitting on it. It is none other than the kobold Lord Ifran, the gatekeeper boss guarding the first staircase. After the players rushed into the room, the kobold leader took the initiative. He grabbed his weapon and shield and jumped down from the throne. At the same time, the kobold guards guarding him also followed him. The lords rushed forward together. According to the previous arrangement, block the kobold guards. Your Excellency Lin Fei, the boss will be handed over to you. Taibayaru ordered in an orderly manner. Under his command, the players rushed forward and blocked the kobold guards. The kobold Lord Ifran also shouted loudly and rushed forward waving his weapons and shields. No problem. Lin Fei nodded, pulled out the white rose star from his waist, and when he rushed up, he said to Argo who took out his weapon next to him, pay attention to yourself, if the situation goes wrong, run away immediately, I can handle it. Argo did not refute, it was not the right time to argue, but when she saw that the kobold Lord Ilfang had not changed, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fei's movements were very fast, even a little faster than the kobold Lord Ilfang. When everyone was just fighting with the kobold guards, Lin Fei, who arrived first, instantly struck with a straight thrust. He rushed in front of the kobold Lord Ilfang and caused considerable damage. Before he could attack, the hatred of the kobold Lord Ilfang was restrained by Lin Fei. The kobold Lord Ilfang raised the bone axe in his hand high and swung it down at Lin Fei, with a terrifying speed. If an ordinary player stood here, they could only fight hard, but Lin Fei just turned slightly sideways to avoid the attack of the kobold Lord Ilfang, and then quickly stabbed out 3 swords with the white rose star in his hand, and the kobold after the lord reacted, he stepped on his thigh and swept the bone axe in his hand. Lin Fei didn't expect that the kobold lord could be even faster. The speed of this attack made him feel a little unable to withstand it, so he could only use block. Then, under Taibayaru's unbelievable gaze, Lin Fei blocked the delicate and seemingly vulnerable white rose star in front of him, forcefully blocking the attack of the Kobold Lord Ilfang. Attack, even the health bar did not drop. Fight back. After withstanding the blow from the Kobold Lord Ilfang, Lin Fei quickly thrust out the white rose star in his hand, directly stabbing the Kobold Lord Ilfang's left eye. In an instant, the Kobold Lord's first health bar dropped. It dropped by more than half. Seeing that Lin Fei's DPS alone was as good as that of an elite team, Taibayaru's eyes were full of disbelief. This kind of gap was incredible in the early stage. If such a terrifying output ability appears in the middle and late stages of the game, Taibayaru will not be surprised, but now it is just the beginning of the game, and he has just started to conquer the boss on the first floor. It's shocking that Lin Fei actually possesses such great strength. That sword. Taibayaru looked at the white rose star in Lin Fei's hand and bit his lip tightly. Taibayaru was right. Although most of Lin Fei's strength comes from sword skills, now, in more than a month, Lin Fei's Vampire White Rose has reached LV5. Frequent use of Vampire White Rose has also the DPS of White Rose Star has risen to a level beyond the reach of all players today. It can be said that Lin Fei can become an army by himself. Advanced One-Handed Sword Skills. Lin Fei performed the starting move of the advanced skill Fire Flower, with splashing sparks. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, staring at the Kobold Lord Ilfang in front of him. Flower of Fire. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into a phantom and rushed towards the Kobold Lord Ilfang. The Kobold Lord Ilfang also seemed to feel something and quickly raised the shield in his hand. Cut horizontally. Straight thrust. Cut diagonally. Cut vertically. 13 consecutive sword skills seemed to form a blooming flower of fire. Finally, after Lin Fei finished with a powerful and heavy spinning chop, this series of attacks made all the players present wide-eyed. It was so fast that one could not even see how many swords Lin Fei had struck. Did you see clearly? How many strikes were made? A dumbfounded player murmured. No, no. Is this something that current players can do? Another player said bitterly. Hey, don't be dazed. At this moment, a player wearing a cloak flew over and opened the kobold guards in front of the two players who were about to hit them with a hammer. Ah, I'm sorry. Lin Fei felt very tired after cutting out the flower of fire, but the kobold lord in front of him was even more unbearable. Even though it took out its shield at the critical moment, the fire flower with the armor-piercing effect still caused a lot of damage to it, and even the shield originally held in its hand ran out of durability and broke. Chapter 19. At the same time, under everyone's horrified gaze, the boss's blood volume dropped sharply from the first situation where it almost reached the warning line. In just 1 second, the Kobold Lord Ifron's health volume had already reached the limit. It reached the penultimate blood volume and reached the warning line. The Kobold Lord Ifron was hit hard and roared, the red light in his eyes getting even brighter, and the bone axe in his hand swung towards Lin Fei with unstoppable force. Lin Fei quickly raised the white rose star in his hand. Block. With a bang, Lin Fei firmly blocked the attack of the Kobold Lord Ilfang, but no one saw it, and a trace of pain flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. A month of exploration has also allowed him to discover the drawbacks of blocking, that is, whenever blocking is used to block an attack, the durability of the equipment will decrease, and this value is not fixed. The stronger the blocked attack, the more the durability drops. The attack by Kobold Lord Ilfang caused Lin Fei's White Rose Star to lose almost a quarter of its durability. Although it would not cost many coils to repair it, Lin Fei was worried about Kobold Lord Ilfang being like this. If there are a few more attacks, will my White Rose Star still be able to withstand it? It must be resolved quickly. Lin Fei has already demonstrated the Fire Flower, an advanced one-handed sword skill, in front of everyone, so naturally he does not intend to show off the more powerful nine-headed dragon flash. After blocking the blow, Lin Fei rolled on the spot and avoided the next attack from the Kobold Lord Ilfang. One-handed sword low-level sword skills. Lin Fei quickly stood up and took the posture skillfully. Don't look here, everyone. Baptism of the Holy Sword. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the white rose star glowed with fluorescence, and then expanded instantly, bursting out with an extremely violent light. Players who had not yet figured out what Lin Fei's words meant, their eyes turned white, and then I can't see any other colors either. The low-level sword skills of the one-handed sword that first gave blindness and slashed the fatal sword have been strengthened after reaching LV5. The blinding effect is more lasting than before. Even the Kobold Lord Ifran has also fallen into this trap. Blinding state. Laugh. The rapid blade passed through the neck of the Kobold Lord Ilfang. The Kobold Lord Ilfang's health dropped again, and he instantly fell out of the warning line and came to the yellow safety zone with the last health. At this time, the Kobold Lord Ifran is still in a blinded state. However, even after strengthening, the blinding effect could not affect the Kobold Lord Ilfang for too long. Lin Fei had no time to use other sword skills, and the white rose sword in his hand stabbed out quickly. Swish, brush, brush. In an instant, Lin Fei made 3 wounds on the chest of the Kobold Lord Ilfang. At this time, the Kobold Lord Ilfang also recovered from the blinding state, roared, and the bone axe in his hand continued to swung towards Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei had already calculated the time and kept retreating. Just when the Kobold Lord Ifran was exhausted, he raised the white rose star in his hand. Sword skills, straight thrust. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into a white line, and the white rose star in his hand passed through the waist of the Kobold Lord Ilfang, causing another considerable damage. Lin Fei, who came to the blind spot behind the Kobold Lord Ilfang, suddenly turned around and quickly made 3 wounds on the back of the Kobold Lord Ilfang, and his health dropped to the warning line. Attention! Brother! Seeing that the Kobold Lord Ilfang had entered a violent state, Argo, who had been observing, reminded him quickly. After hearing Argo's words, Taibalu, who had been resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, gritted his teeth and stood there with an uncertain expression. Finally, he took a long breath, as if he had let go of something, and looked with relief at the Kobold Lord Ilfang, who put his hands behind his back. However, the Kobold Lord Ifran did not pull out the pirate scimitar as expected, but instead pulled out a Nota key. What? Argo's pupil shrank. Sure enough, even the boss's attack method has been modified. Be careful. Argo quickly reminded, the boss's current attack method is different from what is reported in the intelligence. Lin Fei was not careless. The Kobold Lord Ilfang, who had drawn the Nota key, increased his speed again. He jumped to the pillar on the side, and then jumped again, reaching a height that almost reached the room. Holding the Nota key, slashed towards Lin Fei fiercely. Taibaru stood there in surprise. He did not expect that the final attack method of the boss was different from that during the closed beta period. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If he had gone up rashly just now, he would have been killed without any precautions. Lin Fei was not surprised, because he knew from the beginning that the Kobold Lord Ifran's final attack method had been modified. It was no longer a pirate scimitar with a very small attack range, but a Nota key with a very large attack range. Therefore, after the Kobold Lord Ilfang's health entered the cordon, he retreated and stood next to a pillar. When the Kobold Lord jumped up and slashed at him, Lin Fei stepped on it and hid behind the pillar. Boom! Even so, the powerful attack instantly split the pillar into 2, revealing Lin Fei behind the pillar. However, a smile appeared on Lin Fei's face at this time. Then, let's give it another try. Advanced one-handed sword skills. Flower of Fire. Launch. Under the brilliant sword skills, there is a fatal crisis hidden. Naturally, the Kobold Lord Ilfang didn't know that Lin Fei was waiting for this moment. In an instant, he slashed out with the sword skills he had already prepared. The Flower of Fire blooms just like before. Bang! After the sword skill was over, Lin Fei felt as tired as if he had run thousands of kilometers and almost lost his footing. Chapter 20. Lin Fei staggered and almost fell down. Fortunately, Argo rushed up and supported him at the critical moment. Really, it would be too bad if you fall down. Thanks, Argo. Lin Fei put half of his body weight on Argo. Fortunately, Argo's own attributes are pretty good, otherwise he would have been killed by Lin Fei. I was so overwhelmed that I couldn't speak. Why are you inferior? You conquered the boss alone. Argo shook her head. She really didn't expect that Lin Fei could bring such a big surprise to herself. Haha. Lin Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at the reward box in front of him and sighed. Victory! Everyone! Tybalo raised his hands high. Although he couldn't get the rare item as a reward for the final blow, since a strong man like Lin Fei got it, he had nothing to say. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Fei's heroic performance in defeating the boss alone. Only after hearing Tybalo's words did they react, raising their hands in the air and cheering continuously. Maybe I don't know what will happen in the future. But in this death game, they are the players who have taken the first step, and this is something they should be proud of. Cheers for our hero! Tybalo pointed to Lin Fei, who was leaning against Argo. Hero! Hero! Swordsman of Hope! Swordsman of Hope! The players' faces were filled with excited smiles, looking at Lin Fei enthusiastically. Yes, they are more proud than the players who have conquered the first level, which makes them more worthy of bragging. But he witnessed Lin Fei's feat of challenging the boss with his own eyes. Well, Argo, let's leave quickly. Lin Fei shook his head, and the fanatical attitude of those players suddenly made him feel a little panicked. You are a hero in their eyes, what? Why don't you enjoy the treatment from a hero? Argo said teasingly. No, let's leave things like lifting high to others. Lin Fei shook his head. Lift it high. Argo blinked, not quite understanding what this meant. Hey! At this moment, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly looked towards the corner, where two cloaked players were watching from a distance. One of them was Asuna. As for the other one, although Lin Fei I don't know who it is, but maybe the intelligence dealer next to me has some information. Argo. Lin Fei's voice was a little soft. What's wrong? Argo asked doubtfully. Do you know the player in the black cloak behind everyone at 1 o'clock in front? Lin Fei asked in a low voice. When Argo heard this, he looked over and twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you an idiot? How could I possibly recognize him wearing such a prop? Really? Lin Fei took a deep look at the man. He always felt that the man looked familiar. However, I paid attention to his battle just now. Argo said, he is a very powerful player. Every time he releases his sword skills, he is stuck very well, and his teammate, although he looks like a novice it looks like, but what can I say? I learn very quickly and I will definitely become a master in the future. Understood. Lin Fei nodded. Everyone, since we have conquered the first floor, let's go up to the second floor together and see the scenery on the second floor. Lin Fei said with a smile. Great! On December 16, 2022, after spending 1 month and 16 days, the players trapped in Krad finally conquered the first level boss. Once this news was released, those players in the starting town who originally felt that there was no hope of completing the level and gave up on themselves took a shot in the arm. Just 1 month into the game, more than 2,000 of the 10,000 players have died. This news is unlikely to cheer anyone up. And now, news of the success of the strategy has come, which has excited the hearts of all players. Now that the first step has been taken, can the next step be far behind? What's more, the news deliberately released by Tybalo and the players who participated in the strategy, all players knew that the boss was conquered alone by the Swordsman of Hope, who was very well known among ordinary players, which was even more exciting. The Wild West area of Beginning Town. A black-haired girl waved the one-handed sword in her hand and barely managed to kill the scarred wild boar in front of her. Ahoo, we finally succeeded. The girl wiped away the non-existent sweat. Just when she was about to ask her companion how she was doing, she found that she was looking at something in a trance. "Hey, Black Cat-chan, what are you looking at?" The girl put away her one-handed sword, ran to her companion who was completely covered in a cloak, and asked curiously. "I just got the news that the boss on the first floor has been conquered." The girl known as the Black Cat said in a rather complicated tone. "Really? Stupid mortals actually dare to steal the prey of the evil king's true eye." The girl touched her chin, covered her right eye with one palm, and spoke in a rather deep tone. "Oh haha." Black Cat suddenly let out a strange laugh. "Evil king's true eye, your strength alone is not enough to reach that person. He is the fallen saint Black Cat. Target. Just watch, the true eye of the evil king, I will defeat him and get back my own honor." "Humph, even if you are my best friend, I will not compromise on this matter." The black-haired girl pulled out her one-handed sword. "Really? So, it seems that it's time for our friendship to come to an end, the true eye of the evil king." Black Cat pulled out his dagger from under his cloak. Not far away, a player who had just walked out of the starting town and was about to level up looked at the two nervous players on the hillside and swallowed. "Did I come at the wrong time?" Chapter 21. Second floor Urbas. Several days have passed since Lin Fei and others climbed to the second floor. In a Western-style restaurant, Lin Fei and Argo sat face to face. "So, Argo, you still don't have any information about that person?" Lin Fei asked while eating. In the past few days, he had entrusted Argo to investigate the black-cloaked player, but he was helpless and there were no clues. "Yes. He seems to be a solo player. Maybe he is just interested in participating in the guide." Argo nodded. "Okay, then please continue to pay attention." Lin Fei nodded. Although Kirito, who was supposed to team up with Asuna, disappeared, an unknown but powerful player suddenly appeared, and he always gave him a familiar feeling, which made him very concerned. But then again, why are you paying so much attention to that player? Argo felt a little confused about Lin Fei's persistence. "Well, I always think that guy looks familiar." Lin Fei fiddled with the knife and fork in his hand, looked at the time for a while, found that it was almost time, stood up to pay. "Argo, if you have any news next time, contact me immediately, I'll go first leveling up." "Well, I understand." Argo nodded, with a helpless but happy smile on his lips. He is obviously so strong, but he is still so desperate. "Do you want to leave this world as soon as possible?" The second floor is a floor composed of grasslands and rocks. The diameter is about the same as the first floor. However, because it is a tropical area and players will be affected by the climate, most of the players who come to the second floor are dressed coolly. And some female players are even more generous. Lin Fei walked on the street and put his cloak on his body. Although the White Rose Star has been collected by him in places like towns, Lin Fei's appearance is still known to many players. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, Lin Fei had no choice but to endure the hot weather and put an airtight cloak on himself. But fortunately, once you leave the town, it will be better. Lin Fei chose the location in the west area. This direction is the dangerous area on the second level, and the danger also symbolizes the high strength of the monster, which is just suitable for Lin Fei to level up. After crossing the plain area where most players are now, Lin Fei came to the wasteland area. The level of monsters here is much higher. Most players currently will not come here because they will die if they are not careful. However, Lin Fei is obviously not among them. At this place, it was hard to see the player anymore, so Lin Fei simply took off his cloak. In an instant, the unbearable heat disappeared. Lin Fei cheered happily, took the ordinary quality one-handed sword at his waist back into the inventory, and replaced it with his own sword, the White Rose Star. Following the trail, Lin Fei looked at the desolate area around him. Based on his experience over the past few days and the information he obtained from Argo, Lin Fei walked deeper. Although it has risen one level, the level of the monsters on the second level is only slightly higher than the monsters on the first level. Lin Fei can easily kill them with just one blow from his sword. Lin Fei has never been to the deeper areas, so he plans to give it a try today. Following the map given by Argo, Lin Fei came to a canyon. However, Lin Fei discovered that someone seemed to have already arrived at this excellent leveling location first. Closed beta player? Lin Fei frowned slightly, but didn't care and walked directly into the canyon. I don't know if it is due to the special climate of this layer, but the temperature in the canyon is actually hotter than outside. This is simply impossible in the real world. But Lin Fei knew why, because the extremely hot-tempered monster Raging Bison lived here, because this monster would drop a very high-temperature material, which caused the canyon to be unusually hot. Fortunately, Lin Fei was prepared and put on the cool suit purchased at the town prop store. Putting on the short sleeves and shorts that had almost no defense, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fei slowly advanced along the canyon. Sure enough, no trace of those monsters was found around him. When he reached a certain depth, Lin Fei heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. In front? Lin Fei put his hand on the hilt of White Rose Star's sword and walked carefully. Kindness? Wait a minute. Lin Fei suddenly reacted, covering his face and showing an awkward smile. It's not like I'm doing anything shameful, so why do I have to be so secretive? After correcting his mentality, Lin Fei continued to walk forward. Sure enough, dozens of meters away, a black figure was killing the Raging Bison, which was currently extremely powerful. Female? Looking at the waist-length hair, Lin Fei murmured that he did not expect that this player who killed monsters in an extremely dangerous area would actually be a female player. He didn't come forward to interrupt. In fact, he still remembered the trouble he caused with one sentence the last time he was on the first floor. This female player's fighting style is very clean and neat. She can always easily find the trajectory of the Raging Bison's attack. After avoiding it, she can use basic sword skills to kill it with one blow. This fighting method is either because she is very familiar with the Raging Bison, or they already know their attack methods. Closed beta player? Lin Fei frowned and moved slightly. Who? The player who had just killed the Raging Bison turned around. What the hell? Lin Fei's eyes widened the moment he saw that face. Chapter 22. That face had a heroic spirit that most women did not have, and the long black hair was casually hanging around. Although he was only wearing thin clothes, Lin Fei was definitely not mistaken. The other party was created by Kirito and Gigio. The appearance of the game character. Just, why? In this game where Kayaba Akihiko forcibly changed all the players back to their real appearance, why? Why did Kirito become Kiriko? The corners of Lin Fei's mouth couldn't help twitching, and he didn't know how to answer the other party. The news really had a big impact on him, so he had to slow down. Who is it? Come out. However, Tongzi found that the person hiding behind the rock still did not come out, and walked over cautiously holding a one-handed sword. Hello. Although Lin Fei still couldn't believe it, he was discovered. There was no point in hiding anymore, so he simply stood up, but the smile on his face looked strange. There was no way, Lin Fei now they are all in a strange state, so it is normal for them to smile strangely. It's you. However, Tongzi seemed to know Lin Fei and was quite surprised. Why are you using such a surprised tone? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Obviously I don't need to show too much surprise. Ahem, no, Hope Swordsman is very famous, so remember it. Tongzi coughed and knew that she seemed to be a little too excited, so she quickly found an excuse. Lin Fei frowned. If Kirito becomes Kiriko, then when he participated in the guide, he was the one who teamed up with Asuna. No, it was her. No wonder. I didn't find it myself. Lin Fei was relieved. We have met before, I remember. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi and smiled. During the strategy game, Miss, you were also on the strategy team, right? Ah, that's right. Tongzi blinked. But there was some doubt in my heart. I was wearing a cloak at the time, and I didn't take it off on my own initiative. How could I be discovered? Lin Fei feels that he needs to be quiet now. This change is really too big for him to turn around. Well, if you want to level up, I recommend you keep going forward. If monsters are refreshed here, you have to wait for a while. Tongzi kindly pointed out the way to Lin Fei. Ah, thank you. Lin Fei also wanted to leave. He had to calm down. Looking at Lin Fei's back as he left quickly, Tongzi touched his chin and frowned slightly. Why, do you always feel like he knows me? Along the canyon, Lin Fei's pace seemed a little faster. After arriving at a place where no monsters spawned, Lin Fei leaned against the stone, with a wry smile on his lips. Okay, the swordsman in black has seen it, but why is it Tongzi? This damn world! Lin Fei raised his middle finger to the sky. Originally, he wanted to compete with Kirito, who would get the second sword style in the future, but now it seems. It's just that Kirito has become Kiriko. Think about it, it's inexplicably exciting. Lin Fei spent a few minutes calming down his restless heart, and then he raised the white rose star in his hand and headed towards the group of wild monsters not far away. On the other side, after Tongzi cleaned up the monsters that had just spawned, she was planning to leave, but she accidentally remembered Lin Fei who was walking deeper. Or? Go and have a look? Tongzi touched her chin. Although she felt a little bad, she was really curious. She always had a feeling that Lin Fei did not show her true strength that day. Her intuition was always accurate. Thinking of this, Tongzi took steps involuntarily. When she reacted, she found that she had arrived at the place where Lin Fei was leveling up, but it was still far away, and Lin Fei was busy dealing with the people in front of him. The bison, who was only much taller than the other raging bison, did not notice her. The leader of the violent buffalo. Tongzi looked at the name on the head of the buffalo and frowned slightly. Is it a boss-level monster? Although it is not as strong as the Kobold Lord Ilfang, most players now, including closed beta players, find it difficult to win when facing it alone. So, Hope Swordsman, will you reveal what you are hiding? Tongzi hid behind the stone and stared at Lin Fei closely. Lin Fei also didn't expect that he just killed more than a dozen wild bison and actually attracted a boss-level monster. He couldn't help but smile. It seems that you are lucky, but I don't know what good things you will reveal. Lin Fei easily dodged the attack of the violent buffalo leader, and the white rose star in his hand quickly stabbed the violent buffalo leader's belly. The 3 bloodlines of the violent buffalo leader were instantly reduced. There is no one here, why not try that trick? Lin Fei put some distance away from the leader of the violent bison, put the white rose star back into the scabbard, took a deep breath, bent down slightly, and placed his hand on the hollow hilt of the white rose star. This light. Sword skills. Tongzi, who was hiding in the distance, saw Lin Fei's white rose star sheathing her sword suddenly emit light belonging to sword skills, and immediately opened her eyes wide. I had never seen it before, and Tongzi didn't know about this sword skill during the closed beta period. Moreover, when facing a boss-level monster, I deliberately kept a distance. No matter how I looked at it, it was not just an ordinary sword skill. Lin Fei was also a little excited at this time. After all, it was his first time to use 9-headed dragon flash. Advanced one-handed sword skills. 9-headed dragon flashes. Lin Fei's eyes were fixed on the violent buffalo leader who was charging towards him. His hands did not move, but his feet moved. Launch. So fast. I could see clearly during the battle before, but now I can't see it at all. Tongzi's eyes widened when she saw Lin Fei suddenly turned into a gust of wind and faced the leader of the violent buffalo. At this speed, even a dog-headed the human Lord Ifran couldn't react at all. Then, in Tongzi's eyes, sword lights suddenly erupted around the leader of the violent buffalo. When these sword lights were combined, they seemed to look like a giant dragon. She also seemed to hear a dragon roar vaguely. Chapter 23. Nine-Headed Dragon Flash, the strongest sword skill currently mastered by Lin Fei. As a super-speed sword skill, the Nine-Headed Dragon Flash is incredibly fast, and its ability to strike first from behind is one of its characteristics. Following the system's judgment, Lin Fei didn't know what he had done. He only knew that in just a blink of an eye, he came behind the leader of the violent buffalo. The moment he appeared, a dragon composed of 9 sword lights appeared. The sword-shaped light exploded instantly. "It's a lie!" Tongzi exclaimed. Where she saw, there were 9 wounds on the body of the violent buffalo leader with inconsistent slashes in different directions. In an instant, he slashed out 9 consecutive sword skills. This Lin Fei's sword skills were even stronger than when he killed the Kobold Lord before. How could such an extremely powerful sword skill be obtained in the early stage? This person is as strong as cheating. Lin Fei gasped for breath. Although the Nine-Headed Dragon Flash was strong, it also consumed a lot of energy. It was more tiring than when he used the Flower of Fire twice, but it was okay. Lin Fei put the white rose star into the scabbard of his sword, turned around and looked at the violent buffalo leader whose health was instantly emptied, and slightly curled his lips. It can kill with one move, so the power is pretty good. The Nine-Headed Dragon Flash is successfully performed and the proficiency level is 100. The proficiency of Nine-Headed Dragon Flash has reached the full value. Do you want to upgrade? The system prompt came belatedly. Upgrade. Lin Fei naturally would not fail to upgrade, and then he looked at the reward box in front of him. Wild leather shoes. Rare equipment. Increase movement speed. Increase agility by 5 points. Add a certain amount of kicking DPS. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he was quite lucky and got a rare piece of equipment. After clicking on the equipment, Lin Fei tried running. Sure enough, the speed was much faster than before. However, the appearance of these leather shoes is not very beautiful, and they have a rough-made feel. However, it is quite comfortable to wear. Lin Fei decided to resell the shoes she was wearing before back to town and sell them to stores. Anyway, the properties were not as good as her current pair of shoes. Just when Lin Fei picked up the white rose star and continued to slaughter the monsters, Tongzi from a distance took a deep look at Lin Fei, clenched his fists and left silently. In her heart, a desire to surpass Lin Fei gradually arose. At midnight, Lin Fei easily killed the raging bison in front of him, looked at the moon hanging high in the sky, and after seeing that he had been upgraded to level 20, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it should be about the same, then go back. Leveling all day long is really boring. Why not buy some mission information from Argo? It would be good to do some missions and relax. Lin Fei murmured as he walked. However, when Lin Fei returned to the place where he met Tongzi before, he found that the black-haired girl was still struggling to kill the monster. So hard? Lin Fei looked at Tongzi in surprise. If the other party was a male, he would not be surprised. But now that it was not Kirito but Tongzi who was a woman, Lin Fei was a little surprised. Well, it's getting late, do you want to go back together? Lin Fei suddenly said this out of some unknown mood, but after saying it, he seemed very embarrassed, saying this to a girl he was not familiar with. Isn't that too abrupt? Tongzi naturally knew that Lin Fei had not gone back. After all, this was the only way back to Urbaz in this canyon, so she was not surprised when she saw Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei's words made her slightly stunned. Well, I'm just asking politely, you don't have to worry about it. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi who suddenly fell into deep thought and said quickly. A polite inquiry? The corner of Tongzi's mouth twitched, but she raised her head and looked at the moon hanging high in the sky. It seemed that it was indeed getting late. Okay, it's indeed getting late. Tongzi took back the one-handed sword and nodded. Hey! Lin Fei looked at Tongzi in surprise, not expecting that she would agree. What's wrong? Aren't you leaving yet? I hope you will, Sir Swordsman. It was no longer hot at this time, so Tongzi put on her black cloak, only to find Lin Fei standing motionless, saying helplessly. Ahem. Lin Fei coughed and hurriedly stepped forward. You don't have to call me Swordsman of Hope. I always feel ashamed. Shame. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei confused. Obtaining a title was a recognition of strength. Sure enough, I can't understand Neon's Chuyuni soul. Seeing the blank expression on Tongzi's face, Lin Fei sighed inwardly, but with a smile on his face he said, just call me Lin Fei. I know. Tongzi nodded. During the strategy meeting, Lin Fei once said his name. With such a name, Lin Fei is from Daxia. Tongzi asked curiously. Yet. Lin Fei nodded. Then why did you choose this game? Well, I thought I wanted it, so I chose this game. How did Lin Fei know this? As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in this strange game. Really? In some ways, he's the same as me. Tongzi nodded, then smiled and said, then, in exchange, Lin Fei-san can call me Tongzi. Tongzi. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi and suddenly laughed. What's wrong? What's so funny? Tongzi frowned slightly when she saw Lin Fei laughing for no apparent reason. No, don't get me wrong, I just thought of some past events. Lin Fei waved his hands repeatedly. He could see that if he didn't explain, the heroic girl in front of him would definitely be angry. Past. Ah, something trivial, but joyful. Chapter 24. Is Lin Fei-san someone very important in reality? Tongzi said with a hint of yearning in her tone. Lin Fei was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this problem. In the original world, no one cared about his life or death, but in this world, Lin Fei didn't find any memory about this world. Seeing Lin Fei was stunned and didn't speak, Tongzi thought he had said something wrong, and quickly explained, Lin Fei-san is already so strong, but he still doesn't slack off, but works very hard. There must be someone very important in reality. I'll wait for you to go back. That's what I think, but it's rude to ask about this kind of thing, so don't take it to heart. Lin Fei scratched his head, who knows? I have forgotten what happened before. Lin Fei closed his eyes slightly, he could only use the excuse of amnesia. The moment I opened my eyes, all I could see was the fact that Kayaba Akihiko announced that Sao had become a game of death. And I can't remember anything that happened before that. Lin Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Tongzi didn't expect that it would be like this, so she could only comfort her with words, don't worry, Lin Fei-san, as long as you pass the game, you will know when the time comes. Maybe. Seeing that Tongzi was obviously fooled by him, Lin Fei felt a flash of apology in his heart, but he had no choice. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Then, just pretend to have amnesia. Don't talk about me, Tongzi, do you have someone you want to meet in reality? Compared to me, as a female player, you work harder. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi beside him. Really? Tongzi shook her head helplessly, but still responded to Lin Fei's question, well, there is my dear sister and beloved mother. They are waiting for me to go back, so I have a reason to work hard. I want to see them again soon, and then, say sorry to my sister. Lin Fei naturally knew Tongzi's life experience, so he wasn't surprised, and he didn't ask for more information. He just stopped there. This would make his relationship with Tongzi closer without appearing abrupt. The two of them walked through the grassland area together and returned to Urbaz. After bidding farewell to Tongzi, Lin Fei returned to the hotel where he lived. He originally planned to sleep, but he lay on the bed tossing and turning, not feeling sleepy at all. Because Tongzi's question just now made him suddenly feel a little at a loss in his heart. After appearing in Sao, he had been subconsciously avoiding this question. Maybe he didn't even notice it, but today after Tongzi asked him this question, he suddenly panicked. Outside the game, what is waiting for me? Lin Fei didn't know, but the thoughts in his mind did not decrease, but became more complicated, until finally, he was staring at the ceiling in a daze, motionless. Oh, you really gave me a problem, Tongzi. Lin Fei sighed suddenly, with a wry smile on his face. The next day, in a restaurant in Urbaz, Lin Fei kept yawning and looked tiredly at Argo in front of him. Didn't you sleep well last night? Argo asked curiously when he saw Lin Fei's state. After all, sleep is extremely important in this game. That's right. Lin Fei nodded. Why did you go? Don't tell me that you spent the whole night practicing leveling. Argo looked at Lin Fei with a strange tone. How is that possible? Lin Fei shook his head. He was a person with a very regular schedule. At night, if he said he didn't want to level up, he wouldn't level up. It's just a night of idleness. Lin Fei yawned and took a sip of the refreshing drink next to him. Ha! Argo was surprised. He looked at Lin Fei in front of him and was stunned all night. How was such a difficult operation accomplished? Under Argo's strange eyes, Lin Fei's mouth twitched. I don't have a fever. My brain is not sick either. Hey, hey. Argo nodded perfunctorily. Forget it, I came to you today for a serious reason. Lin Fei was not going to argue with the extremely shady intelligence agent in front of him. After all, he was a little overwhelmed by such a vicious and shady person. Serious business. Hearing what Lin Fei said, Argo, who has excellent professional ethics, immediately stopped the teasing expression on his face and looked at Lin Fei upright. What information do you want? Or the news about the player in the black cloak? Sorry, I don't have any clues yet. Lin Fei shook his head. That's not it. Moreover, there is no need to continue to inquire about this news. Then Lin Fei called out the system menu and kept stroking it with his fingers. This is a reward for you. After all, it wasted a lot of your time. Lin Fei crossed 10,000 coels. Hey! Brother, are you doubting my business credit? Argo reacted greatly and stood up directly, staring at Lin Fei with piercing eyes. Lin Fei felt guilty when she saw her, and smiled awkwardly. After all, I have troubled you a lot of time, how about treating it as a courtesy? How could I accept this money without giving you useful information? Argo's attitude was very firm, looking uncompromising. Then, what if I sponsor you with the funds to print and distribute the strategy manual? No. These are two different things. Argo still shook his head. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, shook his head, and waved his hand. Okay, okay. But next I want to buy information from you, so don't refuse the coal deal. Purchasing information. Argo didn't refuse as harshly as before, and looked at Lin Fei doubtfully. Yes, I want to buy some mission information from you. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. Argo looked at Lin Fei clearly. Chapter 25. Why did you suddenly think of doing a mission? Argo asked curiously. After all, after meeting Lin Fei on the first floor, Argo found that Lin Fei only seemed to be interested in spawning monsters and upgrading, and had never done any missions. Just relax for a while. I always feel that something is not right with my recent state. Lin Fei had a wry smile on his face. In terms of preparation, it was Tongzi's words last night that made him instantly have an interest in the world outside the game. The psychology of resistance. Besides, I have been doing high-intensity monster spawning for more than a month, so I want to take a good rest. Lin Fei said the words he had prepared. That's it. Argo nodded clearly. The craziness of Lin Fei's previous leveling scared her. Of course, she didn't know that Lin Fei was just improving his proficiency. Now hearing what Lin Fei said, Argo subconsciously thought that Lin Fei had turned his fear of the world into a force to move forward. After adapting, the fear gradually disappeared, so he began to let go of the tense nerves in his heart. After all, most players are in this state, either dying in silence or breaking out in silence. What type do you need? Although Argo is an information merchant, as a closed beta player, her name is mostly known only among closed beta players at this time. Not many ordinary players know about Argo. This intelligence merchant, and most of the closed beta players have their own goals, so during this period, Argo still has quite a lot of mission intelligence on hand. Well, let's just say that the task cycle is a little longer, but it is not tiring, and you can also enjoy some leisure time. Lin Fei stated his standards. Really, other players obviously don't have so many requirements for the information they buy from me. A mission is enough. But little brother, you are still picky. Argo complained. Well, please forgive me for being an insomniac. Lin Fei pointed to the non-existent dark circles around his eyes. There is a task with a 3-day mission cycle. It is not troublesome. Protect the NPC blacksmith sage from the wasteland area on the west side to obtain crystal ore, and then go to the depths of the wasteland alone to kill the giant tauren and obtain its sharp horn. The last step is to go to the mountain on the north side, enter the cave, find the underground pool, and get the pool water. Hey? That sounds pretty good. Lin Fei nodded. Then let's take this. Lin Fei didn't think much about it. Argo wouldn't cheat him anyway. After all, the two of them still have a relationship as friends. Besides, they value their reputation so much, how could Argo ruin his own brand? What should I do if I accept the mission? Lin Fei asked the key question. Well, find NPC Sage at Sage's blacksmith shop in Urbaz and give him the ale purchased at the restaurant, and then the task will appear. Argo told the process he knew. Okay, thank you. Lin Fei nodded, stood up and left the restaurant. Hey! This mission doesn't require so many kells. Argo looked at Lin Fei who had walked away, and shouted while chasing him. It's okay. If there are more, I'll keep them for now. I'll come back to you next time. Lin Fei shook his hand without looking back. Really? Argo looked at the more than 10,000 coals in the transaction box and shook his head helplessly. Although he knew the mission, Lin Fei didn't plan to go in immediately. Anyway, he decided to relax himself. Lin Fei planned to go to sleep first and wait until he woke up to talk about everything. On the second day, after eating and drinking, Lin Fei bought a barrel of ale, and then walked leisurely towards the Sage blacksmith shop where he received the mission. When Lin Fei came here, it seemed very lively because there were many players buying weapons here. It could be seen that the business of this blacksmith shop was good. Lin Fei didn't want to disturb him at this time, so he simply stood aside and watched quietly. People were coming and going, and Lin Fei saw that the blacksmith with Sige's name on his head had been entertaining guests, so he leaned against the door and quietly looked at the scenery outside. Hey, Black Cat Chan, why are you here? Just as Lin Fei was quietly watching the ever-changing clouds in the sky, a familiar voice came to her ears. My weapon damage has begun to fail to keep up. I happened to save a lot of coils on the first floor. I heard that the weapons sold here even have excellent grades, so I just bought one. After all, now is it's a death game, and it's really outrageous to challenge it with the lowest level weapons, if you can't survive. Kindness? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and looked towards the place where the sound came from. 3 or 4 meters away from him, 2 cloaked players were walking towards the blacksmith shop. The voice of one of them seemed quite familiar to Lin Fei, and he felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Hey? Really? Since you, Black Cat Chan, want to change your weapons, then I also want to change them. Stop making trouble, you are so poor that you can't even afford to stay in a hotel. And don't put sauce after my name. The two were noisy, but seemed very happy. Please give way. When the two came to the blacksmith shop, they found someone standing at the door. The girl known as Black Cat said in a cold voice. Lin Fei said nothing, looking at the unusually familiar cloak of the man in front of him, and silently stepped aside. Is it her? Lin Fei looked at the two people who walked in, and his mind went back to the incident more than a month ago. The same cloak and the same voice must be right. But, as for the name, is it Black Cat? Lin Fei touched his chin and thought in his heart. Chapter 26. Lin Fei remembered the other party, but unfortunately, the other party didn't seem to remember him. But that's right. Lin Fei was also wearing a cloak at this time and did not make a sound. Naturally, the other party would not know about the cloaked man standing in front of him. He was the culprit who almost got himself injured or even killed by a monster with just one sentence. Not long after, the two walked out. Really, why is it a little more expensive than expected? Black Cat whispered, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. He originally thought that it would be good to replace coal, who had saved up for more than a month, with one. Weapons, but I didn't expect that to get the weapon I wanted, I would need some coal. Although I borrowed some from my companions, this useless companion didn't have much coal at the moment. After all, the other party earned all the guests spent their time on food. The two of them drifted away, and Lin Fei didn't speak, just watched them leave quietly. After a while, after there was no more players in the blacksmith shop, Lin Fei pushed open the curtain and walked into the bustling blacksmith shop. Lin Fei didn't say much, he just took out the barrel of ale he bought in the tavern and stood in front of blacksmith Sige. Have you heard that there is a mission here? After seeing the barrel of ale, Sige turned his attention to Lin Fei. Adventurer, it is not easy to complete my mission, although delicious ale is also my favorite. Well, there's no one anyway, why don't you let me try? Lin Fei didn't expect that this NPC didn't take the initiative to accept his bribe, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Blacksmith Sige touched his stubble-covered chin and thought for a moment, then nodded, for the sake of you sending me ale, I will leave this task to you. Then, a prompt box appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes, and the task content inside was exactly the same as what Argo said. The first ring of the mission, escort the mission NPC Blacksmith Sige to the West Wasteland area to obtain crystal ore. This mission is divided into 3 rings. It is currently the first ring. Subsequent missions will be opened after the completion of this mission. Although you have accepted this task, boy, I still want to see if your strength is up to the mark. Blacksmith Sige calmly accepted the ale presented by Lin Fei, but asked whether Argo was there. Content mentioned. Lin Fei frowned slightly when he heard this. It couldn't be that Argo didn't remind him. The settings during the closed beta period should have been modified. After all, it is a death game now. Although Kayaba Akihiko doesn't care about the modification of some traps, this kind of mission, in order to protect the life safety of early players, it is not impossible to set up this prerequisite task of testing strength. Lin Fei didn't struggle too much. After all, he could almost walk sideways in the wasteland area now. With this as a task, the standard for testing strength should be the standard for barely entering the wasteland area. So, there is no problem at all for Lin Fei. So, adventurer, do you still want to take on this mission? Sige looked at Lin Fei and asked, his tone sounding serious. Yes. Lin Fei did not hesitate. Well, my nephew is a good player in the city guard. He usually escorts me to collect ore, but recently he is not free. The crystal mine on hand has bottomed out. You go and challenge me. Nephew Adu, if I win, you can escort me to collect crystal ore, Sige said. Understood. Lin Fei nodded, and after Sige gave the location of Ado's current location, Lin Fei left Sige's blacksmith shop. In the northern city district of Urbaz, Lin Fei found the city guard Captain Adu who was leading a patrol. City guard Captain Adu, LV-15. Lin Fei looked at the information above the opponent's head and took out the spare one-handed sword from the inventory. Captain Adu, please wait a moment. Lin Fei stepped forward and stopped Adu, who was patrolling. "Adventurer, what's the matter with you?" Adu, wearing a suit of armor, looked extremely tall, and his voice sounded loud and angry. "Your uncle, the blacksmith Sige, wants to entrust me to escort him to collect crystal ore, but he is worried that I am not strong enough, so he asked me to compete with you," Lin Fei said. "Uncle? I understand." Adu pulled out the sword hanging from his waist. "Hurry up, I don't have time now." Lin Fei didn't say much. In his field of vision, the neutral cursor above Ado's head turned into a dual cursor. He took out his spare one-handed sword and assumed a stabbing posture. Lin Fei's interaction with the NPC was naturally seen by other players around him. They looked at it curiously. They originally thought that Lin Fei was recklessly attacking the NPC, but to their surprise, Lin Fei waved at the city guard captain Adu. Behind the sword, the surrounding city guard NPCs did not step forward to help the city guard captain Adu. A white light flashed. Although there was no DPS as powerful as White Rose Star, the damage correction of the sword skill level also made Lin Fei's output much higher than most players. So fast! The surrounding players were shocked. Lin Fei just stabbed so fast. At this speed, it was impossible to avoid it. Lin Fei didn't want to be watched by these players anymore, so he simply fully displayed his mastery of sword skills up to LV5. In an instant, he felt as if the one-handed sword in his hand had become part of his body, as flexible as his arms. Swish, brush, brush. The phantom-like one-handed sword made it impossible for Adu to react. When he came to his senses, his health bar had been cleared and the dual mode was cancelled. "What an outstanding adventurer! You can go find my uncle next." After finishing speaking, Adu left with the city guards. Lin Fei also left quickly after confirming that the trial mission was completed. Chapter 27. After returning to Sige's blacksmith shop, before Lin Fei had time to speak, Sige, the blacksmith who originally seemed a bit aloof, came up to him. "Ah, isn't this the powerful adventurer? You are finally back." Listening to these huge changes, Lin Fei rolled his eyes. "This NPC is still a snobbery. I've been waiting for a long time. I wonder when you are going to escort me to the wasteland area to collect crystal ore." Blacksmith Sige familiarly approached Lin Fei. "Then let's do it today," Lin Fei replied. "The sun is just right, it's time to gather early, then let's go." Blacksmith Sige nodded. Following the blacksmith Sige, Lin Fei embarked on the road to the wasteland area. However, I don't know whether it was because of the taunting attribute of blacksmithsage or the special nature of the task. Monsters often blocked the two of them along the way. Although they were all killed by Lin Fei, they still took the trouble. After all, their journey was much slower, but fortunately, Lin Fei was able to calm down the restlessness in his heart, and looked at the surrounding scenery from time to time, which seemed to be content. After several hours, Lin Fei took blacksmith Sige and entered the wasteland area. According to blacksmith Sige, the crystal veins in the wasteland area are in the northwest direction, and there is a natural open pit mine there. However, because there are crystal giant crabs there that like to eat crystal ores, most people dare not approach it. The levels of monsters in the wasteland area are much higher than those in the grassland area, and not many players have come to this area to hunt for the time being. Therefore, not long after Lin Fei and blacksmith Sige entered the wasteland area, groups of monsters appeared in front of them. Black Bison. Although the black-haired bison are not as powerful as the violent bison in the canyon, if the number increases, even Lin Fei will feel a little troublesome. The black bison was so fast that Lin Fei didn't have time to say anything. He pushed blacksmithsage behind a tree aside, then climbed up the tree, and then picked up blacksmithsage. Boom! There was a movement like an earthquake, and dozens of black bison surrounded the tree where Lin Fei was. Is it really because of this mission? Escort, if a player who is not strong enough takes on this task, it is simply murder. Lin Fei looked at the black-haired bison's copper bell-sized eyes staring at the frightened blacksmith Sige, and shook his head helplessly. Stay still. Lin Fei placed blacksmith Sige on the branch of the tree, then opened the inventory and replaced it with the rare prop that he received as a final blow reward when he killed the Kobold Lord Ifran, Midnight. The Windbreaker, although it is just a windbreaker, can still increase some defense, and it also increases some agility, making him less vulnerable to attacks. With a bottle of blood medicine in his mouth, Lin Fei took out the white rose star, jumped down from the tree, and landed on the back of a black-haired bison. In an instant, the originally quiet herd erupted, and all the black-haired bison kept making strange roars. And Lin Fei stabbed the white rose star in his hand on the head of the black bison at his feet, causing great damage in an instant, emptying the life of the black bison and turning it into pieces. Lin Fei, who lost his fulcrum, instantly fell to the ground. Seeing Lin Fei fall, the surrounding black bison kicked their hooves, pointed their sharp horns at Lin Fei, and bumped into her together. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. He put his foot down and jumped up to a height that the black bison could not reach. The black bison around him couldn't stop the speed and all collided with each other. Caused quite a lot of damage. Lin Fei, who was landing, made a skillful move and pointed the white rose star in his hand at the cattle. One-handed sword, low-level sword skills. Vampire White Rose. The moment Lin Fei landed, the sword of White Rose Star lit up with a special light unique to sword skills. Launch. Lin Fei used his left foot as a fulcrum to spin his whole body. From a height, his dancing figure looked like a blooming white rose. However, although sword skills are beautiful, they are also deadly. The sharp white rose star continuously cuts the black buffalo around it that are stunned by the collision. On average, one black buffalo can be taken away with each cut. In just a few seconds, the area of several meters with Lin Fei as the center became a vacuum zone. Lin Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw that the DPS of the White Rose Star had increased insignificantly again. Now even if the charming blood-sucking White Rose effect of the White Rose Star is triggered, the increased DPS has become extremely limited. It seems that there is also a limit to the growth of this weapon. But that's right, how could such a heaven-defying weapon be obtained on the first level? Although Lin Fei was facing dozens of black bison at this time, he seemed distracted and was thinking about other things. However, although there was a vacuum area around Lin Fei for a while, the other black-haired bison behind him immediately rushed up again. Sure enough, things with procedures are always very rigid. Lin Fei raised the white rose star in her hand again, and the coquettish and beautiful white rose bloomed again. Chapter 28. The fearless black bison obviously do not have such emotions as fear and fear. Under the blooming of the white rose in Lin Fei's hand, the herd of black bison gradually decreased until Lin Fei killed the last black bison. After the hairy bison was killed by the sword, only a few minutes passed. Although this herd of black bison caused a lot of trouble, at least Lin Fei felt somewhat comforted as he saw that his proficiency had increased. After bringing down the blacksmith Sige who was staying in the tree and did not dare to come down, the two continued towards the crystal mine. However, this wave of monsters was estimated to be the last obstacle on the road. Lin Fei and blacksmith Sige did not encounter any other monsters on the rest of the journey. After spending more than an hour, Lin Fei finally led blacksmith Sige to the crystal mine. Looking at the crystal ore that can be seen everywhere in the mine, Lin Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If he collected all of them, how many coils would he get in exchange? However, if you don't have mining and smelting skills at present, it won't be of much use. This is it, adventurer. Next, all you need to do is collect enough crystal ore. What you need to do is help me get rid of those annoying crystal crabs when I collect crystal ore. Blacksmith Sige said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded, but at this time he seemed to have found no trace of the so-called crystal cancer. Those guys are usually disguised as crystal ores, so adventurers, please be careful and don't let them get close to me. Camouflage? Lin Fei nodded clearly. After getting ready, one person and one NPC walked down the crystal mine together. The moment he stepped in, Lin Fei suddenly noticed that a field of cursors lit up in his field of vision, and then the crystal ores started to move one by one. If he looked carefully, it was clearly a giant crab with crystal ores growing on its back. They waved the crystal clear pliers in their hands and walked sideways towards Lin Fei. "These are the guys, adventurers, get rid of them quickly," Blacksmith Sage said nervously. Lin Fei didn't say anything. He pulled out the white rose star from his waist, shouted softly, and knocked away all the crystal crabs surrounding him with a sweep. "Mr. Sage, feel free to collect them. Leave these guys to me." Lin Fei took the time to look at the blacksmith Sige and found that he was already collecting crystal ore. The white rose star in his hand once again swept away the crystal crabs surrounding him. A minute later, the voice of blacksmith Sige came from behind Lin Fei. "Adventurer, the crystal ore here has been collected. Let's go to the next place quickly." Lin Fei looked at the progress of the task after hearing this. It was 20%, so it would be collected 4 times, which was not a waste of time. Half an hour later, Lin Fei left the crystal mine with Blacksmith Sage. After all, although there were quite a lot of crystal giant crabs living here, their level was not very high. They were only on the same level as the black bison. The reason why it was more troublesome was that because their defense was much higher than that of the black-haired bison, even the raging bison, which was 2 levels higher than him, was far inferior to them in terms of defense. Lin Fei couldn't kill with one hit, so it took a little longer. It was already night after Lin Fei returned to Urbaz with the blacksmith Sige. As soon as he returned to the blacksmith shop, Blacksmith Sige gave up the next task. "Adventurer, although I got the crystal ore, I still need 2 more things to make weapons. In the depths of the wasteland area, there is a giant tauren. Its pair of sharp horns are sharp and hard, which is a good material. If you can kill it and obtain the precious pair of sharp horns, then you can prove that you can indeed complete my next mission." Blacksmith Sig's commission. The second ring mission: hunt the giant tauren wandering deep in the wasteland area and obtain the proud sharp horns of the giant tauren. Looking at the task box in front of him, Lin Fei silently accepted the task and then left Sage blacksmith shop. "I originally thought this mission would be quite leisurely, but at the end of the day, when I was either on the road or on the way to complete the mission, it actually felt more tiring than when I was leveling up. He just wants to eat something well and then have a good sleep. He will talk about other things tomorrow." When I came to the previous restaurant, because most of the players had returned to the city, there were still a lot of people at this time and it seemed a bit lively. Lin Fei found an empty seat and walked towards it. However, just when Lin Fei was about to sit down, 2 girls suddenly appeared in front of him and sat down. Lin Fei's movements froze. His original intention to sit down was frozen there for a moment, neither moving forward nor retreating, which seemed a little awkward. Excuse me, is there anyone sitting here?" Lin Fei praised his wit, pointed to other places and said, "After all, there seems to be no empty seats elsewhere." "No, forgive us for refusing." Lin Fei didn't expect that he would be rejected without hesitation. Although this was just an excuse he came up with when he was in a hurry, couldn't he be more tactful? "Can you give me some face?" When Lin Fei heard this, he raised his head and looked at the 2 girls opposite. At first glance, he was stunned. The girl who spoke had long black hair flowing down, delicate cheeks with some baby fat, a tear mole at the corner of her eye, and fair skin. Although she is still a little young, she will definitely be a gentle beauty when she grows up, and she next to her was a girl about the same age as her, with short black shoulder-length hair, and a bunch of hair on the left tied into a ponytail with a thin rope. She was petite. It is impossible for Lin Fei not to know these 2 people. The Black Cat and the Evil King's True Eye. Bah, no, Wu Guo Liulai and the little bird swim in Liuhua? What's wrong with this world? Chapter 29. Lin Fei's stunned gaze made Black Cat frown in displeasure, but he still said patiently, I said, we are very concerned about it, so can you leave? There is another seat over there. Lin Fei rubbed his nose and took a deep breath. He didn't understand why the characters in My Sister and Chiyunabiu Are Going to Fall in Love would come to the world of sword art online, but this shock made him someone Lin accepted it. Moreover, Black Cat. Although I didn't think that way when I heard the name today, but now that I think about it carefully, Black Cat's voice is indeed very similar to that in the anime. Lin Fei came back to his senses and found that the Black Cat was looking at him coldly and defensively, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Can this be considered the beginning of a negative favorability score? Sorry. Lin Fei rubbed the center of his eyebrows, feeling like F-ed up in his heart. It's fine if Kirito becomes Kiriko, but why? Will other anime characters appear in this world? This FG feeling is so uncomfortable and exciting. It can be seen that Lin Fei found that the Black Cat seemed to be wary of him because he was so surprised at this time, so he did not bother too much and just silently came to the other side where there was only one seat left. Sit down, but luckily, Lin Fei just came over, and all the players who were sitting here also left. After Lin Fei ordered something for herself, she also ordered some delicious desserts for the NPC to give to Black Cat and the others, as a way of expressing her apology. At this time, Kotori Yurika and Black Cat were thinking quietly. Black Cat-chan, why did you suddenly become so fierce just now? Xiaodiao Yuliwa looked at Black Cat curiously. Although he could refuse, he should be more tactful. Don't add such a suffix to my name without authorization, you are really stupid, the true eye of the evil king. The Black Cat snorted, and then said, men who cover themselves under a cloak are generally not trustworthy people, let alone what's more, he keeps staring at us. Although it may be just alarmism, in this death game now, every point is worthy of our attention. Do you understand? So, the evil king's true eye, this is why you can't break through the mortal body, the reason for the bondage. Is that so? Xiaodiao Yuliwa touched her chin and nodded thoughtfully. At this time, the NPC brought up what Black Cat and the others ordered. Hey? This isn't what we ordered, is it? Black Cat looked at the 2 extra desserts and frowned. This is given to you by the adventurer over there. The NPC pointed at Lin Fei not far away. Hey! Black Cat naturally saw Lin Fei, who was still wearing a cloak during the meal. Sorry, we don't want it, please go back. Hey! The NPC hadn't spoken yet, but the little bird Yurika reacted very excitedly. She immediately hugged the 2 sweets and looked at the Black Cat with tears in her eyes. No, Black Cat-chan, in order to give you buy equipment, but I contributed all my dessert money, and now someone finally comes forward, why should I refuse? Black Cat did not expect that there would be a traitor among his own people. I know what you are worried about. But, this is something sold by the system, there will definitely be no problem. Then under the astonished gaze of the Black Cat, Xiaodiao Yuliaka instantly scooped up a large spoonful with the provided spoon. The dessert was put into the mouth. Ho! Ho! Kotori Yurika said vaguely while eating, squinting her eyes with enjoyment on her face. Black Cat shook his head helplessly. Although what Xiaodiao Yurika said made sense, how could this kind of thing be so simple? She knew the price of this dessert, several thousand kells, and it was the most expensive dessert in the store. Her heart ached when she thought that if she had this money, her headache would be solved instantly. Moreover, what on earth was that person thinking about giving such an expensive thing? After all, in a sense, I had offended him. Why did you turn around and be so kind as to give yourself 2 of these expensive desserts from the store? Could it be that there is too much COR and there is no place to spend it, and the brain is crazy? Black Cat felt that it was not impossible. Lin Fei naturally doesn't know what Black Cat is speculating on his motives now. If he knew, he would definitely cry. He just gave them a gift for the sake of both being his favorite anime characters. He would definitely regret being misunderstood in this way and even being treated as a bad guy and mentally retarded. Gotta hit a wall. Black Cat aside, at this time, Kotori Yurika was eating dessert with a happy face. She felt that she had never eaten such delicious food. The feeling of being wrapped in happiness made her squint eyes. Hey, can you please stop being so exaggerated? Black Cat said, covering his face when he saw the little bird Yurika moaning in comfort. It's really delicious, Black Cat-chan. Kotori Yurika nodded fiercely, besides, you can't return the things you bought. It would be a pity not to eat them. Seeing that Kotori Yurika had already eaten most of the dessert, Black Cat looked at the dessert in front of him and fell into a state of struggle for a while. To eat or not to eat? This is a problem. Black Cat-chan, if you're worried, let me do it. Xiaodiao Yurika said with expectation as she watched Black Cat struggling. You guy. Black Cat pushed back the head that Kotori Yurika stretched out. She couldn't bear to eat such an expensive dessert. Moreover, you get what you pay for in Crad. Since it sells so expensively, it must taste very delicious, as you can tell by looking at the spineless true eye of the evil king next to you. When Xiaodiao Yuliwa saw the Black Cat rejecting her, he looked at the untouched dessert in front of the Black Cat with reluctance, and silently ate his own dessert again. Chapter 30. The Black Cat simply didn't hesitate for too long. It was nothing if he didn't eat it anyway. The Black Cat criticized the heinous behavior of these wealthy people and took the first bite with tears in his eyes. Lin Fei, who was not far away, was also secretly observing the movements of the two women. After seeing that the Black Cat who had been struggling had also begun to eat the sweets he had given him, he felt relieved. Although it is very abrupt, at least I accept it. Then, at least my image in the eyes of the other party can be slightly improved. Of course, Lin Fei didn't know that Black Cat had transformed him into various bad guy characters in his heart. After eating, Lin Fei did not disturb the two of them and left the restaurant alone. The Black Cat seemed to have been eating, but he kept staring at Lin Fei from the corner of his eye. After seeing him leaving alone, he relaxed, take a breath. At least, for now, there seems to be no trouble. The incident in the restaurant was just an interlude. Lin Fei had already accepted the fact that Tongzi was here, so wasn't it just a matter of inserting a few characters from other anime? Don't panic about this. However, with complicated feelings for the Black Cat and the little bird Yuliwa, Lin Fei contacted Argo. Hey. You have gone too far. Seeing Argo's reply to his message, Lin Fei scratched his face. Is it really too much? Didn't he just ask her to help him pay attention to the news about the player named Black Cat among the players? Just when Lin Fei was thinking this, Argo sent another message. I am an information dealer. Not a stalker. Not a pervert. I can't even find the mental energy to pay attention to other players. Cold sweat dripped from Lin Fei's forehead. Is this what makes him angry? Now that Argo had said so, Lin Fei was too embarrassed to ask her for help. After saying sorry, Lin Fei returned to the hotel. After a night of silence, Lin Fei got up early the next day. In the early morning, it was a rare cool time in Urba. Lin Fei had breakfast refreshed and then walked out of Urba. Sri Lanka. Deep in the wasteland area, it is reasonable to say that the distance is much further than yesterday when he escorted Blacksmith Sage to the crystal mine to collect crystal ore. However, when Lin Fei was alone, the time was even less than what was consumed yesterday. In just an hour, Lin Fei had already set foot on the land deep in the wasteland area. This place is more desolate than the wasteland area. Even to enhance the atmosphere, there are some monster bones not far away. Lin Fei looked at it for a while, then randomly chose a direction and walked towards the depths of the wasteland area. It was mentioned in the mission that the giant Tauren were elusive, but they would only appear in the depths of the wasteland area, so Lin Fei planned to meet him. Luck, if he is not lucky, he may spend more time here. Fortunately, the intelligence said that the giant Tauren likes to eat a kind of bone grass that grows on corpses, so it usually spends most of its time wandering in areas where monster corpses are concentrated. And deep in the wasteland area, there are such places, but they are far away from each other. If Lin Fei is unlucky, it will probably take 3 or 4 hours. And Lin Fei was going to the area closest to him where the monster bones were concentrated. After spending about 20 minutes, Lin Fei finally arrived at the first area where monster bones were concentrated. However, he did not find any trace of the giant tauren. Instead, he was targeted by the wolves at the noon of the corpses. After spending a lot of effort to kill the wolves, Lin Fei started to move towards the next area where monster bones were concentrated. However, half an hour later, Lin Fei, who arrived at the second concentration point of monster bones, still did not see the shadow of the giant tauren. Could it be that my luck has changed? Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly, but for the sake of the mission, he could only run to the next concentration point of monster bones again. However, what makes Lin Fei doubtful is that there is still no trace of the giant tauren. Is it possible that the information Argo gave me is false? Lin Fei began to question a certain professional information dealer, and at this time, the girl in a cloak who was exploring somewhere suddenly sneezed. What the hell? People don't get sick in Sao, right? Argo rubbed his nose, quite surprised. However, Lin Fei finally chose to believe Argo's intelligence, so there were only 2 situations left: either the giant tauren was killed, or the giant tauren happened to be not hungry and was not among the 3. There is a concentration of monster bones in one of them, and they are walking in other places deep in the wasteland area. Ah, Argo, you tricked me. Why does this mission feel more tiring than when I killed monsters for 3 days? Lin Fei looked up to the sky and sighed. He obviously wanted to do a mission to relax and unwind, but why did he feel more tired than when he killed monsters? It's also tiring and troublesome. But Lin Fei, who has mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, will not let himself give up. No matter how troublesome the task he takes is, he will continue to do it even if he is crying. He is just that unscrupulous intelligence dealer, just wait for me. Lin Fei clenched his fists and thought to himself. And still somewhere, the intelligence dealer sneezed again. Ah! There's something wrong. Argo squinted her eyes and sneezed twice inexplicably, which made her feel the deep malice coming from somewhere. Since there was no trace of the giant tauren in the 3 places where the giant tauren's monster bones were supposed to be, Lin Fei was a little confused for a while. As a boss-level monster, the giant tauren should not be defeated so easily. After all, no players have come to this area yet, so it is very likely that the giant tauren went out for a walk after eating and drinking. Lin Fei took a deep breath, closed his eyes, turned around, and pointed in a random direction. When he opened his eyes, Lin Fei was stunned when he looked in the direction he pointed. In his field of vision, a giant tauren with a height of 3 stories was walking in his direction, and behind him was the 3rd concentration point of monster bones, with a large number of bone grass growing on it. Chapter 31. Behind Lin Fei, the large amount of bone grass was the target of the giant tauren. Obviously, this giant tauren had just entered the stage of hunger and was about to eat. At this time, when it was heading to the restaurant, a man stopped it. Needless to say, Lin Fei immediately became the target of the giant tauren attack. Lin Fei smiled. There is no way out of the mountains and rivers, but there is another village with dark flowers and bright flowers. Looking at the pair of abnormally large horns on the giant tauren's head and the luster reflected in the sun, Lin Fei had no doubt how ferocious its attack was. The giant tauren kicked its hooves wildly and rushed towards Lin Fei with its huge horn. Its speed is frighteningly fast. Obviously, its huge body does not limit its speed, but instead brings it a speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. The earth seemed to be shaking. Lin Fei took a deep breath, pulled out the white rose star from her waist, shouted softly, gathered her strength, and moved aside abruptly, avoiding the impact of the giant tauren. If the sword light was like a shadow, while the giant tauren was still in a stiff state, the white rose star in Lin Fei's hand quickly left several scars on the giant Torren's ankle joints. The blood is quite thick. Lin Fei glanced at the health bar next to the giant Torren and thought to himself. Roar! Lin Fei moved flexibly, hiding himself in the blind spot of the giant Torren's field of vision. The giant Torren, whose health was slowly and gradually worn away by Lin Fei, roared furiously to the sky, and even punched it hit the ground, and then under Lin Fei's surprised gaze, he pulled out a stone axe as tall as a giant Torren from the soil. I want to report this guy for cheating. Really hammered. Nothing wrong. Lin Fei did not expect that this giant Torren had a good habit of walking and a bad habit of hiding weapons. Lin Fei sniffed when he looked at the huge stone axe, which was as tall as the axe itself. After pulling out his own weapon, the giant Torren's thick palm with 3 fingers tightly grasped the huge stone axe and suddenly swung it towards Lin Fei. Hoo ho ho! The air seemed to have been cut by the stone axe, and it let out a shrill wail. The attack area of the stone axe was too large, and the giant Torren suddenly burst out with extraordinary strength and speed. Lin Fei could not dodge in a short time, so he had to choose to fight hard. Block! The moment the huge stone axe fell, Lin Fei raised the white rose star in his hand to block it in front of him. Immediately afterwards, an extremely disharmonious picture appeared. Lin Fei didn't move at all and caught the powerful blow from the giant Torren. The one-handed sword, which clearly looked more like a decoration than a weapon, actually withstood the attack of the huge stone axe. Fight back! Lin Fei shouted softly in his heart, and the white rose star in his hand turned from defense to offense, and stabbed the giant Torren's lower body with a sword. Gudong! Lin Fei swallowed. The position of the counterattack was beyond his control, so when he saw this scene, even the attacker Lin Fei felt a chill in his crotch. The damage caused by weak point attacks and armor-piercing attacks is second only to the 2 high-level one-handed sword skills that Lin Fei currently masters. Even the giant Torren with extremely thick blood volume lost nearly half of its health volume in this blow. After the stiffness passed, the giant Torren roared angrily and raised the huge stone axe in his hand. Lin Fei suddenly felt something was wrong and jumped back quickly. Hoo ho ho! The giant Torren suddenly spun, and the outer circle formed by its huge stone axe was almost a dead zone. Lin Fei didn't dare to be too bold and temporarily avoided the angry blow of the giant Torren. The power of the giant Torren is so powerful that it can forcefully roll up a small tornado. If you get closer, your body will even be involuntarily drawn into the tornado, and it will be instantly smashed into pieces by the huge stone axe that rotates at a high speed. Upon discovering this, Lin Fei took a few steps back again. He believed that this giant Torren would not last long. Sure enough, just as he thought, after just a few seconds, the giant Torren stopped, and its body kept shaking, and a dizziness symbol appeared under its health bar. Good chance. Lin Fei didn't expect that the giant Torren would actually trap him. In an instant, he put the white rose star back into the scabbard, his body slightly arched, and he looked at the giant Torren with extremely sharp eyes. Astonishingly, it was the same move that made a sudden appearance last time, killing the leader of the violent buffalo, the 9-headed dragon, with one strike. One-handed sword, advanced sword skills. 9-headed dragon flashes. Launch. In an instant, Lin Fei, who turned into a shadow, rushed towards the giant Torren, so fast that a gust of wind blew up behind him. In just a moment, 9 sword lights erupted around the giant Torren, and these sword lights seemed to form a giant dragon. Then, the sword light suddenly converged, and Lin Fei seemed to hear a dragon roar in his ears. The 9 slashes that ignored defense instantly took away half of the giant Torren's remaining health, taking away its life while it was still in a dazed state. Sorry, I don't want to continue playing. Lin Fei said silently in his heart that he had never had the chance to use the 9-headed dragon flash before because he was too close to the giant Torren, and the giant Torren's huge stone axe was too long. From 1 second to 2 seconds the charging time is enough to kill Lin Fei. Although it is possible to kill the giant Tauren without using nine-headed dragon flash, it will waste a lot of time. Speaking of which, this task is so troublesome, so I must be rewarded accordingly. Lin Fei murmured to himself. When the reward prompt box appeared, Lin Fei was satisfied when he saw the giant Tauren's horns listed inside. The nodded. Chapter 32. After getting the props needed for the mission, Lin Fei walked leisurely. Anyway, he was not in a hurry now. He would definitely be able to return to Urbaz before nightfall. In this case, he might as well take a good look at the scenery here. Although the scenery here is actually nothing to enjoy. However, for Lin Fei, the scenery is not important, what is important is to relax. However, when Lin Fei thinks so, some people don't intend to think so. Relying on his charisma and leadership, as well as commanding the first-level strategy battle, Tybalo quickly pulled together a team of players to form a guild. Although the floor where the guild is currently established has not yet reached the level, it does not hinder his ideas, and similarly, under his slogan of trying his best to conquer the game, many players have joined the guild formed by Tybalo. At this time, 10 days had passed since he defeated the boss on the first floor. Tybalo led the members of his guild and began to move towards the maze area, preparing to find the boss room, and then move to the second floor as quickly as possible. After all, he was also an elite player during the closed beta, and he also knew that the current boss gap is not big. Judging from the fact that they easily defeated the first-level boss Kobold Lord Ifran, as long as they are more cautious, then it is definitely able to conquer successfully. However, this time, that person must not interfere again. Tybalo stood at the back of the team, thinking deeply. Lin Fei's image of how he defeated the Kobold Lord Ilfang with one sword and one man, and beheaded him without losing any blood, has always been deeply embedded in his mind. Whenever he has free time, I will always remember that dreamlike figure. President. At this moment, a player next to Tybalo suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Tybalo shook his head, threw away the thoughts in his mind, and asked warmly. Team A discovered the boss room while exploring. The player next to him was a swordsman with a very tall figure. Really? That's great. Tybalo clapped his hands excitedly. They have been here for a day, and they didn't realize that the entire army was dispatched until now. This time, I must get the reward for the final blow. Tybe took a deep breath, followed the reporting members, and led the surrounding members towards Team A who discovered the boss room. The position of Team A is more in-depth. After all, the members of Team A are all elite members of the Earth Knights of the current guild founded by Tybalo. Each of them is a player with the current level of equipment at the forefront. When Tybalo arrived with a large group of people, the monsters around the boss room were cleared away, leaving only a gate standing there, and the members of Team A were also waiting for Tybalo's arrival. Waiting for his next instructions. President, the boss room is here, but we are worried that it will trigger some unexpected situation, so we have not opened the door for the time being. The captain in charge of Team A is the elite of the team when Tybalo was on the first floor. He is very powerful. No player has any objection to him becoming the captain of Team A, the most powerful one. After all, he became the captain of Team A through many challenges. Well, very good. Tybalo nodded and looked at the door, his eyes blank. After a while, Tybalo said, "Don't spread the news about the discovery of the boss room for now. We will start the strategy meeting tonight. After a night's rest, we will officially start the strategy tomorrow. Learn." At this time, Lin Fei, who was still deep in the wasteland area, naturally did not know that Tybalo was organizing manpower and holding a strategy meeting to prepare for the successful strategy of the second floor boss in one go. It took half an hour for Lin Fei to walk out from the depths of the wasteland area. The journey was uneventful, and nothing happened like when escorting Blacksmith Sige, until Lin Fei came to the grassland area. The true eye of the evil king, get out of the way and let me give this ugly monster its death. Not far away, two petite figures, although their cooperation was a bit awkward, managed to control several bison. The familiar figure held the dagger in his hand and killed all 3 bison with a half-moon slash. Yet! Success! Xiaodiao Yurika clapped her hands excitedly and asked impatiently, Black Cat-chan, how many kells are we short of now? I told you not to add sauce without permission, it's really disgusting. Black Cat said with a look of disgust, but his eyes were looking at coal in his inventory. There are still 1500 kells left. Work harder and we can solve it today. Black Cat took a deep breath and encouraged him. Ah, that's it. Zionio Yuliwa pouted. Okay, I'll rely on my fallen heaven saint Black Cat to protect you then. The Black Cat patted the little bird Eureka on the shoulder and said with a smile. No, it's just a black cat. Let my evil king's true eyes penetrate your flashy lies. Zionio Yuliwa obviously didn't appreciate it. She covered her eyes and smiled nervously. These 2 people are a perfect match. Lin Fei, who was not far away, had no choice but to hold his forehead. One secondary disease would be fine, but if these 2 secondary illnesses were together, the power would be self-evident. Humph, hey, the evil king's real eye. Even if it takes 10,000 years, you still can't beat me. So, just keep working hard with this hatred. Then, you will find that you are always unable to defeat me. Maybe you can defeat me. Black Cat sneered disdainfully. The 2 of them bickering every day have become a habit, and it has also become a way for them to release the pressure in their hearts. They encourage each other to live. Chapter 33. Lin Fei was once a member of the 2nd grade, so she understands their behavior very well. Sometimes, in a strange environment, they can only use this method to hide their uneasiness. For a certain period of time, he used this to get through the biggest difficulty in his life. Because he knew it, he cherished it even more. Although he wanted to help them, Lin Fei had seen the Black Cat's vigilance last night. Under the current situation, if he rashly went up, he might be misunderstood. Lin Fei rubbed his eyebrows, but suddenly laughed. Really, his own problems have not been solved, but he is thinking about how to help others. I really have enough time. Lin Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Watching the 2 women bickering with each other, he smiled casually and prepared to leave. However, a sudden change occurred. In Lin Fei's eyes, a boss-level monster appeared in the grassland area that was supposed to be a low-level leveling place. And this boss-level monster happened to appear between the Black Cat and the little bird Eureka. The Black Cat reacted quickly. He realized something was wrong almost as soon as the monster spawned. He pushed away the little bird Eureka next to him, and then quickly raised the dagger in his hand to stab the newly spawned monster in front of him. Naur Bison Monster. She wanted to hold back this boss-level monster so that Eureka, a lower-level bird than herself, could escape. Go! I'll stop it! Black Cat's expression was unusually calm. His beautiful eyes were fixed on the newly spawned boss-level monster in front of him. The dagger in his hand flashed like a thunderbolt, and the boss-level monster instantly appeared in front of him. The Naur left a scar on his body. The damage caused by the Black Cat to the newly spawned boss-level monster Naur instantly attracted hatred. The scarlet eyes looked at the Black Cat. The mouth full of fangs made people think that this could not be regarded as a bison at all. Such a herbivore! Roar! The Naur roared angrily, and pointed the sharp horn on its head at the Black Cat. The strong hind hooves gave it powerful power, and the speed of the instant burst was faster than even the Black Cat. There was no way to avoid it. What? Black Cat's eyes widened, and he was instantly thrown to the side by the pair of sharp horns. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Black Cat blocked the dagger in front of his chest, and was not killed with one blow, but his HP it has also dropped to an extremely low level. Black Cat-chan. Kodori Eureka didn't expect that in just a short moment, things would turn out like this. Damn it! Don't come here! Xiaodiao Yaliwa gritted his teeth and stood in front of the black cat with a one-handed sword. You idiot, what are you doing? Run quickly, he can't catch up with me at my speed. Black cat didn't expect that instead of leaving, the little bird Yurika stood in front of him. It's impossible. Kotori Yurika's voice was unusually firm. From the beginning when we were in the beginning town, you have been taking care of me, Black Cat-chan. Now, it's my turn to protect Black Cat-chan. You idiot. Black Cat doesn't know how powerful Kotori Yurika is. Without her, she can barely deal with ordinary monsters. But now facing such a boss-level monster, how could she possibly can be blocked? Hey! Go quickly! Black Cat said through gritted teeth. No. Kotori Yurika's eyes were unusually firm. Although she might be scared at ordinary times, her best friend is right behind her. How could she shrink back? Without her, she might have died here long ago. Which corner of the world is it? Spear of Eternity. Xiaodiao Yuliwa suddenly pointed at the gnawer that was rushing towards him. You idiot! Maybe this is the unique way of forgetting fear in middle school, but how could Black Cat let his friend stand in front of him? Just as he stood up and was about to push her away, Black Cat, who had blocked the damage by himself, suddenly saw an astonishing sight. Scene. The running gnawer suddenly flew out upside down. On its body, a spear was stuck on the top of its head, causing considerable damage to it. What? You, when did you become so powerful? The corner of Black Cat's mouth twitched slightly, not quite understanding what this eternal gun was. Hey! Hey, come again! Eternal Spear! Xiaodiao Yuliaka was also extremely surprised. He never expected that his trick would actually be released successfully. However, when released again, no spear appeared. Instead, the gnawer rushed in another direction. The two women looked in that direction. Not far away, a man stood there, still holding a throwing posture in his hand. Then a stream of light hit the gnawer hard and nailed it to the ground. It was a big sword, bright and dazzling in the sun. Although I don't really want to interrupt your sensational scene, I think it's better to deal with this guy first. Seeing the two women's eyes moving here, Lin Fei scratched his face and laughed. Be careful. The Black Cat's pupils shrank, because the gnawer had broken free and ran towards Lin Fei again. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. He naturally knew that this would not be able to trap the gnawer, so from the beginning, he had already prepared the next move. Advanced one-handed sword skills. Flower of Fire. Launch. In the eyes of the Black Cat and the little bird Yuliahua, the gorgeous flame flower bloomed and instantly swallowed up the gnawers who rushed in front of Lin Fei. Chapter 34. Although the gnawer is too powerful for the current Black Cat and bird Yurika, when facing Lin Fei, it is like a weak child, letting Lin Fei need it. Lin Fei's amazing sword skills, which killed the gnawer with one blow, made the Black Cat and the bird Yuliahua stay on the spot, their mouths slightly open, obviously stunned. Hey, long time no see. Lin Fei turned his head, looked at the Black Cat, and said hello with a smile. Long time no see. Black Cat came back to his senses and thought carefully about the meaning of Lin Fei's words. Could it be that the other party knew him? That's not right, we just met last night. Lin Fei took off his cloak as he spoke, revealing a young and handsome face. Last night? He was the player who gave us dessert. Xiaodiao Yuliaka was the first to react. After all, although Lin Fei's cloak was very featureless, with this cloak and Lin Fei's prompts, Xiaodiao Yuliaka reacted instantly. Come over. When the Black Cat saw that face, she was shocked. She remembered that more than a month ago, she almost died under the claws of a mantis just because of the words of the man in front of her. It's you! Black Cat shouted in surprise. She thought that at the beginning, the other party was killing low-level monsters like mantis just like her, but now, the other party could easily kill a boss-level boss. The difference was unacceptable to Black Cat, who was a game expert. It seems you still remember me. Lin Fei smiled and traded the equipment obtained from killing the gnawer to the Black Cat in front of him. What are you doing? Seeing the equipment Lin Fei traded, Black Cat frowned in confusion. Well, you guys discovered this, so I'll give it to you naturally. Besides, this is a women's equipment and I can't use it. The only purpose is to sell it. Lin Fei spread his hands. He really didn't like this piece of equipment. But if it is given to Black Cats, their survivability will be greatly improved. Besides, let's just think of it as an apology gift for the last time I was rude. Lin Fei was still smiling, as if the equipment in front of him that could make many players jealous was just a piece of trash that could be thrown away. You guy! Black Cat bit her lip. She could hear the persistence in Lin Fei's tone, but it was hard for her to accept being favored for no reason. Even if it was an apology, saving them should be offset. No, it should be said that Black Cat and the others still owed Lin Fei a life. As the eldest daughter of the Wu Gang family, she knew it very well since she was a child. Hey? What's your relationship? Black Cat Chan. Seeing that the two seemed to have known each other for a long time, Kodori Yurika touched his chin and laughed strangely. Wordy. You are the real eye of the evil king who is full of dirty thoughts. Black Cat has always shown strength in front of Kodori Yurika. After all, they are both about the same age, and Black Cat, as the eldest sister's aura, which she has cultivated since she was a child, instantly suppressed the little bird Yuliahua until she was completely naked. The Black Cat was embarrassed by Kodori Yurika's words, and punched Kodori Yurika on the head. Haha, you guys have such a good relationship. Lin Fei looked at the two people fighting and smiled. Who has a good relationship with such an idiot? Who has a good relationship with such a self-righteous guy? Lin Fei was stunned for a moment by their unanimous answers, and then suddenly laughed. It's good to be young. You, a guy who is not much older than me, don't say such things as an adult, the two women retorted. Yes, it was set on fire. However, at Lin Fei's insistence, Black Cat acquired this rare bracelet equipment called Fragrance of Flowers. I will pay you back the money, as if I borrowed it from you. Black Cat said forcefully. Lin Fei raised the corners of his eyes. This may not matter to him, but for the Black Cat who has been frugal since childhood, it is crucial, so he did not continue, but nodded slightly. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Here. I have 30,000 kells here. I'll give it to you first. Black Cat gave all the integer kells in his bag to Lin Fei. Ah, where are so many coels? It's obviously more than the price of this piece of equipment, but I don't like giving the money back to others. Let's do this. I also have a dagger here, which should be enough to make up for the extra money. Part of kell. Lin Fei said to himself, and then took out one of the results of his monster spawning from the inventory, a dagger with fairly good attributes, and handed it to Black Cat. Please be sure to accept it, otherwise I will have to return the money to you. Lin Fei said, pretending to be reluctant. So fake. Black Cat rolled her eyes helplessly. Although she felt that Lin Fei took such good care of her, although she felt that there might be some elements of the original incident, she always felt that it was not that simple. I accepted it for Black Cat Chan. When Black Cat was hindered from thinking of an excuse, Xiaodiao Yuliwa took the lead and took the dagger over. Seeing this, Lin Fei secretly gave her a thumbs up. Lin Fei knew that Black Cat originally planned to save this money to buy new weapons, but if he gave this money to himself, he would not be able to buy equipment. He simply helped others to the end and sent Buddha to the west. Lin Fei gave the Black Cat the dagger that he didn't need at all. The evil king's true eye. Black Cat frowned slightly. Ugh. Black Cat's eldest sister's aura was too strong, and Xiaodiao Yurika was defeated. Well, it's just a piece of junk equipment. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Lin Fei waved his hand, his nonchalant look made Black Cat feel even worse. Why are you helping us like this? Black Cat asked the doubt in her heart. This question could not be answered. Even if she accepted the things, she would feel uneasy. This. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, does it please you? Hey! Black Cat was stunned. She had thought of all kinds of answers, but she never expected that Lin Fei would say this. This made her feel that her intelligence had been insulted. Chapter 35. You guy! Black Cat was so angry at Lin Fei's words that he clenched his fists and really wanted to punch Lin Fei in the face. Well, just a joke, just a joke. Lin Fei waved his hands repeatedly, I'm just doing something that I can do. Besides, cute and beautiful girls always have some privileges. Black Cat looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression. Obviously, these words were less convincing than the previous words. By the way, after making such a large sum of money, I can't help but want to go out for a meal. How about it? Do you want to go together? Lin Fei suggested, although it was with Black Cat's money. Okay. Xiaodiao Yuliwa responded quickly. What's good? Black Cat glared at the little bird Eureka. Well, just think it's me who invited you, let's go together. Lin Fei said with a smile. Black Cat thought for a while and agreed. After all, Lin Fei had given the two of them such great help, so it was just a meal. Seeing the Black Cat agreeing, Lin Fei smiled. Erbaz. It was already dusk when Lin Fei came back with Black Cat and Zionio Liuhua. In Erbaz, the most beautiful time every day is at sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun shines in every corner of Erbaz. The heat gradually dissipates, and there is an occasional drunken breeze, which is very comfortable and comfortable. In the most expensive and best restaurant in Erbaz, Lin Fei sat across from the Black Cat and the little bird Eureka. I finally made a fortune, please order whatever you want. Lin Fei waved his hand with great pride. The corners of Black Cat's mouth twitched slightly, and she did not comment on Lin Fei's poor acting skills. Although he wanted to save for Lin Fei, but seeing that Lin Fei didn't care, and thinking that he was actually spending his own money, the Black Cat gritted his teeth and ordered the food he seemed to like the most, and the little bird Yu Liuhua said, when she came to this game, she was absolutely satisfied with eating, so in her opinion, she would not let go of any food that looked delicious. Otherwise, with the financial resources of Kodori Eureka, how could he not even be able to afford basic weapons and spend all his money on food? During the meal, Lin Fei specifically asked why the two of them went alone to a dangerous place like the grassland near the wasteland area. Black Cat fell silent and stopped moving his hands. She knew that if there was no Lin Fei today, maybe she and Xiaodiao Yuliwa would disappear from this world and the real world forever, so thinking about it now, she felt a little scared. It was obviously just a little coal, and in order to eagerly take it when he got that weapon, he didn't care about his friend's safety. Thinking of this, Black Cat lowered his head slightly, bit his cherry lips, and his body trembled slightly. Lin Fei is a thoughtful and observant person, which he learned from childhood experiences in his previous life. From saving the Black Cat and the two to inviting the two to dinner, Lin Fei could actually see that the Black Cat was facing Zionio Liuhua in an apologetic way, so although her words were still the same as before, but in her heart, she longed for Kodori Eureka's forgiveness. After all, because of her selfishness, Kodori Eureka, who was not suitable to go to that kind of place, was almost killed by a nibbler due to her carelessness. Black Cat-chan. Xiaodiao Yuliwa saw the Black Cat suddenly fell silent and just lowered his head. I'm fine. Black Cat shook his head, but his voice seemed a little wrong. It's okay, Black Cat-chan, didn't you say that? There is no difficulty that can stop the two of us, so. Kodori Eureka held Black Cat's hand. The two depended on each other and depended on each other. Holding together for warmth naturally brings each other irreplaceable friendship with others. Don't worry about what happened today. If it weren't for you, Black Cat-chan, maybe I would have been killed by that monster. Kotori Yurika said with a smile, in order not to be killed by Black Cat-chan next time protection, so I decided to become stronger. So, this time, I will temporarily admit that you, the fallen saint Black Cat, are slightly better than me, but I will catch up. Don't cry when the time comes. Xiaodiao Yaliaka finished. He looked at Lin Fei, right, master? Hey! Lin Fei blinked, didn't the two of them enlighten each other? Why did it get involved with me? Moreover, what the hell is a master? Master, right? Xiaodiao Yuliwa blinked. Lin Fei laughed, well, although your qualifications are not very good, you have to practice hard, stupid apprentice, otherwise, you will never catch up with your old enemy. Of course. Xiaodiao Yuliwa clenched his fists, his face looked very serious. What a different way of caring. Lin Fei watched the little bird swim among the 6 flowers and smiled in his heart. This kind of friendship, young and innocent, is really desirable. You. Black Cat, who was still in a state of self-blame, heard the conversation between Xiaodiao Yuliwa and Lin Fei, raised his head, and stared blankly at the two people next to him. Well, didn't I say that before? I will help you solve some troubles, although this trouble is not a trouble. So, how about this excuse now? Lin Fei looked at the Black Cat with a smile. It's really clumsy. Black Cat criticized mercilessly, and then the expression on his face softened, but thank you anyway. Chapter 36. Lin Fei smiled, the Black Cat looks so cute. Although it may be a little early now, I think it is best for the two of you to find some trustworthy people and then form a union or join a union. In this case, the safety margin can be greatly improved. Lin Fei took a sip of the drink in front of him and started talking. Black Cat pursed her lips when she heard this. In fact, she was very resistant to this approach in her heart. Moreover, with her temperament, it was probably difficult to get along with those players, and she might have a big quarrel. However, Black Cat glanced at the little bird Eureka next to him, and realized that his own power could not protect her now. By the way, Black Cat looked at the topic initiator. What? Lin Fei always had an ominous premonition. Anyway, we can't find anyone we can trust. Instead of that, how about you, the person who saved us twice, do me a favor. Black Cat looked at Lin Fei with a smile on his lips. What's the deal? If it's too much trouble, I might not agree. Lin Fei's eyelids jumped quickly, feeling like something big was about to happen. If you can, help me take care of this stupid evil King Truai for a while. After I have the power to protect her, I will come back. Black Cat's little face looked very serious. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He never expected that it would turn out like this. This was not going according to the rules. And why do I feel like I'm being fed a mouthful of dog food? An illusion, it must be an illusion. Hey? Black Cat-chan? What are you going to do? Kotori Eureka blinked repeatedly. Get the power that can protect you, and then come back. The expression on the Black Cat's face was very handsome, but these words were contrary to Lin Fei's face. No, why do I always feel that these two people our relationships are far from simple? Are you stupid? Lin Fei took a deep breath and looked at the Black Cat speechlessly. Don't you understand what I mean? Lin Fei really didn't know what the Black Cat's brain circuit was like, that he would want to go to that kind of place. How can you, a stupid mortal, know what I think? Black Cat looked at Lin Fei disdainfully. Lin Fei suppressed the desperate thoughts in his heart and said patiently, I just asked you to find some trustworthy partners. Why did you create a sensational scene of separation and death? Really? You saw it. It seems that you still have something worthy of praise as a mortal. The Black Cat blinked and lied with his face not red and out of breath. How is it? You were beaten by me, the fallen saint. You must be amazed by Black Cat's acting skills. So, after a long time, did you perform this? Lin Fei resisted the urge to hit someone. But, what you said. By the way, I still don't know your name. Black Cat coughed. Lin Fei. Lin Fei said expressionlessly. Lin Fei, such a familiar name. Black Cat frowned, as if he had heard this name somewhere. By the way, you are the Hope Swordsman who single-handedly killed the first floor boss. Black Cat clapped his hands, remembering that he accidentally heard Lin Fei's name mentioned by other players. Ahem, false reputation, false reputation. Lin Fei said this with an expression on his face that he was ready to praise me. Wow, Master, are you so powerful? When Black Cat looked coldly at Lin Fei's narcissistic expression, the little bird Yu Liahua on the side said. Ahem, just so. Lin Fei waved his hands repeatedly, showing an embarrassed expression. Black Cat continued to look at Lin Fei coldly. It could be seen that Lin Fei's acting skills were no worse than hers. If the master is so powerful, then Black Cat-chan, let's form a team with the master. Kotori Yurika suggested. No, they both said in unison. Why? Xiaodiao Yuliwa blinked, looking confused. I always feel that this guy is not very reliable. Black Cat said directly, well, very directly. Lin Fei touched his nose, I don't plan to form a team for the time being. I have something to do. If I don't figure it out. Lin Fei's words seemed a bit heavy at this time, and the Black Cat and the little bird Yu Liahua also restrained the expressions on their faces. They had all felt that real feeling, and it was those who had been staying in the town of the beginning. The confusion can only be felt among players. However, if that kind of state appears among the players in the starting town, Black Cat will not be surprised. However, it is incredible that this kind of state appears in Lin Fei, the Hope Swordsman who is now known as the #1 player. He had conquered the boss alone, but now he was confused. Who would believe such a thing? So, I may not form a team until I figure it out. Lin Fei smiled. What Tongzi said unintentionally that day hit his heart. Now it is said that he is trying to solve a problem. If no one enlightens him, then he may be able to struggle with this problem indefinitely until one day he suddenly figures it out. But if you want to enlighten me, although Lin Fei looks very easygoing on the surface, it is difficult for Lin Fei to truly express what is in his heart to others. Therefore, Lin Fei's current state is very delicate. If he can think about talking, he may recover in an instant. If he can't figure it out, no one knows how long he will be entangled. Chapter 37. The Black Cat looked deeply at Lin Fei. She didn't know what she was thinking in the other person's heart that led to such confusion. But thinking of Lin Fei's help to herself and Zionio Liahua, the Black Cat showed a smile. A helpless expression. Even though you said that, since you raised this issue, you should take responsibility for me. Black Cat winked at the little bird Eureka. Xiaodiao Yuliwa immediately understood and quickly echoed Black Cat's words, that's right, Master. Is there anyone more trustworthy besides Master? Lin Fei's mouth twitched, what's going on? Why does something feel wrong? However, even though he had such an apprentice inexplicably, it was still quite touching. It's just me saying that I don't plan to continue leveling for the time being. If you want to become stronger, it's useless to follow me. Lin Fei shook his head. From the Black Cat, he saw those who were eager to leave this death game. Although you are working hard to conquer, if you follow yourself, it will be difficult to be able to stand on the front line and have the strength to match the members of the conquering team. Black Cat breathed a sigh of relief. Well, since the evil king's true eye has become your apprentice, she will definitely follow you. Yes. Kotori Yurika nodded. Although she doesn't understand what Black Cat-chan wants to do, she must have her own reasons. Therefore, as a close friend, I will definitely support her. And in order to prevent her from being bullied by you, I have to keep an eye on you. Black Cat looked straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and was silent for a long time before saying, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Black Cat nodded without hesitation. Lin Fei tried to see a different look of rejection in Black Cat's eyes, but unfortunately, there was only clear sincerity in Black Cat's eyes. "This is troublesome." Lin Fei sighed in his heart. He just gave the two girls a suggestion at the beginning. After all, joining the trade union and having a trustworthy partner is not only as simple as safety, but more importantly, peace of mind. Having a worthy partner. If you have many trusted partners together, then your soul will always maintain vitality and hope. In this depressing world, where you will die if you are not careful, collapse is just a normal thing. After all, many players are just ordinary people and do not have such a strong will. If you stay in this game for a long time, who knows what will happen to your soul? What a change! Since Black Cat is serious, Lin Fei can't refuse. "Okay, if that's the case, let's form a team temporarily. If you find a trustworthy partner, then join them," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Humph, of course." Black Cat saw Lin Fei agreeing, folded his hands on his chest, and nodded slightly. "Then, let's add friends first." Lin Fei called out the menu bar, selected Black Cat and Birds in Rika, and clicked the OK button to add friends. However, when he saw the names of the two people's games, Lin Fei wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Because their names are clearly the nicknames they gave themselves, the Fallen Holy Black Cat and the Evil King's True Eye. Well, it really fits their character. "Hey, Master's name is really ordinary." Xiaonio Yaliahua shook her head after seeing Lin Fei's name, although she already knew Lin Fei's name. Well, after all, he is just a stupid mortal, and his temper is only limited to this. The Black Cat also made a disdainful sound. "I'm really sorry for choosing such an ordinary name." Lin Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. "But, in this case, I have a mission to leave tomorrow. You can stay in Urbaz or the town of Beginning first." Lin Fei said helplessly, obviously just wanting to calm down and think about what is troubling him. "It's just a question, why is there always no peace?" Speaking of this, Lin Fei thought again of the leisurely mission that the rodent intelligence dealer had promised. Why is it so troublesome? Mission. Xiaonio Yaliahua looked at Lin Fei curiously. "Well, a mission from a black-hearted businessman." Lin Fei's tone was full of resentment. "Ha!" Xiaodiao Yaliahua and Black Cat were startled by the resentment in Lin Fei's words. "So tomorrow, you guys should stay in the town, just think of it as a holiday and have fun," Lin Fei said and suddenly made a deal of Kel to Xiaonio Yaliahua. "Well, this can be considered a gift to my apprentice," Lin Fei said with a smile. Black Cat glanced at it, and his heart was shocked by the rich man again. The amount on it was 50,000 kel. "You can spend whatever you want tomorrow. If you don't have enough, come to me," Lin Fei said proudly, "as if I am a rich man and have no shortage of money." "That." Black Cat looked at Lin Fei and sniffed. "What's wrong?" Lin Fei looked at the Black Cat curiously. "Does anyone who becomes your disciple receive this kind of treatment?" Black Cat asked, enduring the pain in his heart. "This? Well, of course, he is my apprentice after all." Lin Fei nodded guiltily as he thought about his 4-digit coal. "It's really... I'm so envious." Black Cat didn't say the last 4 words, but this didn't stop her heart from twitching. She always felt that countless kells were flying in front of her eyes, and she said to herself, "Come here." Chapter 38. The next day, Lin Fei hurried towards the third mission location. Now, although he wanted to stop and think about something slowly, whenever he wanted to have such an idea, hey, the images of cats and birds swimming in Rika would appear in his mind, and then he would have to take another step to stop. Perhaps it was because the two of them had now joined his world, so Lin Fei thought about the frequency of that incident. It also started to decrease. While Lin Fei was concentrating on the third ring mission, in the maze area, outside the boss room on the second floor, the Earth Knight players had already assembled. When Tibalu stood outside the gate holding a sword and shield, all the players silenced themselves and looked at their president quietly. I won't continue talking about anything else, but one thing is that we must win. Tibaru looked around at the members of his union and raised the one-handed sword in his hand, then, the strategy. Start. Learn. The mighty troops rushed into the boss room, and the intelligence they obtained in advance allowed them to face the boss and the guards protecting the boss with ease. At this time, Lin Fei, who knew nothing about it, arrived at his destination. The mountains on the north side were full of strange and rugged rocks. Even if he was the first player to climb the second floor, it was the first time for Lin Fei. When I came to this place, I couldn't help but be curious for a while. If you insist on speaking, this place is a typical karst landform in the real world, with caves everywhere, and the pool water required for Lin Fei's last mission is hidden in these caves, but what Lin Fei wants to go to is the last one. That dangerous cave. Based on the map, Lin Fei spent most of the day and finally found the cave. Looking at the dark cave entrance, Lin Fei rarely swallowed because he had encountered an accident when he was exploring such a place in his previous life. And it has left a psychological shadow in my heart since then. Every time I face this kind of place, my legs will always tremble unconsciously. Maybe I shouldn't have taken this mission in the first place. Lin Fei laughed dryly, took out the torch he prepared in advance, and boldly walked into the cave. Perhaps in the real world, it would be difficult for him to overcome the difficulty of walking into such a place alone, but in the game, with such strength, he is not as helpless as he is in the real world. Facing the dangers that may arise inside, he was completely sure to solve it, so even though he was still afraid in his heart, his reason allowed him to go in. It's not very dark inside. It's a game after all. Kayaba Akihiko won't really make the cave invisible. Coupled with the lighting effect of the torch, Lin Fei can still clearly see objects within a radius of 5 meters. Only. Lin Fei looked at the soles of his feet with a confused expression on his face. The floor of this cave is full of mud. Lin Fei can feel the soft touch of the mud when he steps on it. Even the rancid smell, Lin Fei can clearly understand. Lin Fei stepped on the ankle-deep mud helplessly and walked step by step towards the depths of the cave. After walking more than 10 meters, Lin Fei pulled out the white rose star from his waist and slashed forward. Bump! Just as Lin Fei's white rose star was swung out, a monster like an eel rushed out of the mud and hit the blade. Lin Fei's movement was just a split second, and it looked like. It was as if the monster had hit Lin Fei's blade. Bang! Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the monster's health bar was instantly emptied and turned into fragments. At least it didn't look like the monster's health was very thick. This cave extends in all directions with many forks in the road. Lin Fei didn't have a map here. He was afraid of getting lost. He prepared a long rope in advance, put one end at the fork in the road, and then chose a fork in the road and walked in. There was no map here, so he had no choice but to choose this simple and practical method. This time, Lin Fei was lucky. When the path he chose came to the end, he saw the pool of water needed for his mission. Except for the nausea before entering the cave, the scenery here is quite good. Lin Fei looked at the pool of water not far in front of him and sighed. I don't know where a soft white light appeared here, illuminating the pond water very beautifully. From a distance, the reflection of the water surface echoed the stalactites on the roof of the cave. The tiny horizontal line seemed to be the dividing line between the two worlds. Can't tell where is the reflection and where is the reality. Although the scenery was beautiful, the mission was important. After watching it for a while, Lin Fei stepped forward and took out a large bucket. Filling this bucket was the key to his mission, and this bucket was also the work of blacksmith Si Gajiao. It was given to him. At that time, when he saw this big bucket that could almost accommodate one person for bathing, he almost lost his temper and put the bucket on the face of blacksmith Sich with a mean smile. Fortunately, he didn't need to take it, otherwise he would really will do so. Just when Lin Fei was about to fetch water, he suddenly found a snake-like monster more than 3 meters long swimming on the water. Lin Fei's expression changed, and he quickly pulled out the white rose star, and when the snake-like monster came in front of him, he stabbed it with his sword. However, the water surface rippled and the snake-like monster disappeared. What? Lin Fei was shocked. After the water calmed down, the snake-like monster appeared again, and this time, it opened its big mouth and bit Lin Fei. Wrong. Lin Fei keenly felt something was wrong and quickly raised his head. In an instant, the snake-like monster's mouth was only 1 centimeter away from his face. Chapter 39. It turns out that this monster is a monster with the ability to fly. The reason is that the spring water is too clear and the reflection is so lifelike that it is difficult to distinguish up and down for a while. That's why Lin Fei didn't realize that this monster actually launched from the sky. Attacking. In an instant, Lin Fei subconsciously turned his head. Even so, he was bitten on the side of the face by the snake-like monster. Toxic. Lin Fei watched as his blood volume dropped rapidly, and he quickly took out the antidote and drank it. After seeing that the poisoning gradually disappeared, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Hiss! The snake-like monster made a strange sound. After twisting its body to a strange angle in mid-air, it came towards Lin Fei again to bite him. Lin Fei snorted coldly, raised the white rose star in his hand, and as a swordsman, he accurately pointed at the 7 inches of the snake-shaped monster. In an instant, huge damage burst out, and the snake-like monster bent its body in pain, and finally turned into fragments. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Although this kind of monster's attack power, defense power, and speed are not very good, the poison it carries is really scary. In just that moment, Lin Fei lost a quarter of his body. Blood volume. After the obstacle was removed and Lin Fei made sure there were no other monsters, he relaxed and fetched water. There were no twists and turns. After filling up the water, Lin Fei hurriedly left the cave and rushed in the direction of Erbas. After returning to Erbas, Lin Fei did not contact Black Cat and Xionio Yuliwa immediately. They were in the starting town at this time. Even if they contacted, they would have to wait for a long time, so Lin Fei went directly go to the blacksmith shop to hand over the task. Oh, dear adventurer, you are so capable. This much pool water is enough for me to use for a long time. After Lin Fei took out the bucket of pool water, Blacksmith Sige's face was filled with emotion. He was so excited that even his words seemed disgusting enough. Mr. Sige, can you give me the reward? Lin Fei calmly put aside the hand extended by Blacksmith Sige and said lightly. Of course, of course. Blacksmith Sige was such a big and strong man, but he looked very shy at this time. He almost made Lin Fei spit out everything he had eaten. Of course, if he could do so. This is your reward, dear adventurer. Blacksmith Sige squinted his eyes and smiled happily. Lin Fei left without even looking at the reward. If he really stayed here any longer, he didn't know what he would do. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Fei began to check the rewards brought to him by this mission. Forging skills? Lin Fei looked at the skill in the reward table and raised his eyebrows slightly. Blacksmith? It seems pretty good too. But the rewards don't stop there. Coal, 50,000. Well, it solved Lin Fei's urgent need. Precise silver ring. An accessory with fairly good attributes, Lin Fei put it on without hesitation. The host acquires skills, professional skill, forging. Current proficiency, 0/100, LV1. Lin Fei clicked on the forging skill, and the cold voice of the system machine came from his mind. Maybe, I should try the effect of this skill first. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at the introduction of forging skills. Professional skill, forging, current proficiency 0/100, LV1. You can create equipment of ordinary quality, a 10% chance of creating excellent quality equipment, a 1% chance of creating fine quality equipment, and a 0.0% chance of creating rare quality equipment. Lin Fei is quite surprised. The forging skill currently only at level 1 has a 10% chance of creating excellent quality equipment, a 1% chance of creating excellent quality equipment, and even a 0.0% chance. 1 chance to create rare equipment. The most famous White Rose star among players currently in Lin Fei's hands also happens to be rare quality equipment. Although the chance of 0.01% seems very low, Lin Fei survived so many face-based games in his previous life, so this is just a small problem. Besides, as the level increases, who knows whether this probability can be improved. Thinking of this, Lin Fei's desire to try this forging skill began to agitate, as if a seductive voice had been whispering in his ear. Lin Fei, who was tickled by that voice, couldn't bear it anymore and returned to Sige blacksmith shop. "Dear adventurer, what are you doing here? All weapons and equipment in our store are 20% off. Blacksmith Sige said with a smile on his face when he saw Lin Fei leaving and returning. The expression of the player who was about to buy weapons changed and he looked at Lin Fei who walked in surprise. Why is there such a big gap when they are both players? Mr. Sige, can I borrow your forging bench? Lin Fei asked. The prerequisite for using forging skills is to have a forging bench. Lin Fei did not have this condition, so he had to temporarily return to Sige's blacksmith shop. Of course, no problem. Blacksmith Sige nodded without hesitation. Under the surprised gazes of the players on the side, Lin Fei came to the blacksmith Sige's forging bench and took out the ore in the inventory that was occasionally collected or dropped by killing monsters. In order not to waste it, Lin Fei was going to try his hand at the trashiest ore first. Forge skills. Launch. Lin Fei raised the forging hammer and looked at the iron ore placed on the forging table. He took a deep breath and hit it with a hammer. He looked at the ore in front of him and saw that the forging progress had reached 30%. Lin Fei knocked it hard again. Bump. 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 After smashing it 3 times, the iron ore under Lin Fei's hammer suddenly glowed, and then slowly turned into a shield. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating an ordinary quality piece of equipment, Iron Shield. Successfully crafted to gain 50 proficiency points. Current proficiency is 50/100, LV1. Chapter 40. Lin Fei took a look at the properties of the shield, curled his lips and threw it aside. Will the proficiency level be increased by 50 points once the crafting is successful? Lin Fei licked his lips, took out a piece of iron ore again, picked up the forging hammer placed aside and struck it 3 times again. The brilliance dissipated, and what appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes was still a shield of ordinary quality. Is it possible that the shield and I have an indissoluble bond? Lin Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but this was because he didn't specify the object he wanted to build, he just built it randomly. Next, he plans to try custom-made ones. Because the blacksmithing skill has been upgraded to LV2. Professional skill, forging, current proficiency 0/1000, LV2. There is a 50% chance of forging ordinary quality equipment, a 20% chance of forging excellent quality equipment, a 5% chance of forging excellent quality equipment, and a 0.1% chance of forging rare equipment can be produced, and there is a 0.01% chance of forging magic weapon level equipment, etc. Lin Fei, who was looking at the skill introduction, focused on the last newly added affix. If he remembered correctly, there was no such attribute before. So, is this because of the increase in skill level? Lin Fei thought to himself, and if I remember correctly, Kirito's interpreter is a weapon of the magic weapon level. Not to mention other increased success rates, this newly added affix alone made Lin Fei ecstatic. Although the current success rate is only 0.01%, the forging skill can be upgraded, so what if you upgrade to LV5? What will be the result then? Lin Fei knew it clearly, so his enthusiasm for creating it became even stronger. This time, Lin Fei tried to take out the rarer refined iron ore. Specially crafted, one-handed sword. This time Lin Fei did not choose to build it randomly, but chose to build a one-handed sword. Putting the refined iron ore on the forging table, Lin Fei picked up the forging hammer again and struck it 3 times. However, seeing that the completion rate had only reached 60%, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. It seemed that different ores had different forging times. Lin Fei knocked down 2 hammers again. Under the brighter light, an ordinary one-handed sword appeared in front of Lin Fei. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating an excellent quality one-handed sword, light. Successfully crafted to gain 200 proficiency points. Current proficiency is 200/1000, LV2. However, the voice in his head surprised Lin Fei. Why is there so much more proficiency? Lin Fei frowned and did not continue to build it. He originally thought that the proficiency obtained would be fixed for now, but who knew that he could obtain such a large amount of proficiency? After thinking for a while, Lin Fei took out an ordinary piece of iron ore. Bang bang bang! After 3 hammer blows, the iron ore turned into a high-quality one-handed sword. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating. Lin Fei directly filtered out the previous words. When the second prompt sounded, Lin Fei understood instantly. Successfully crafted to gain proficiency of 100. Current proficiency is 300/1000. Lin Fei understood that the proficiency of crafting equipment of different qualities was different, and the ores used were different, and the proficiency obtained was also different. If he thought correctly, the extra 100 proficiency points came from that blocks of refined iron ore. Thinking of this, Lin Fei's eyes lit up and he took out the treasured ore in his inventory. However, beyond Lin Fei's expectation, an error prompt box suddenly popped up in front of Lin Fei. The target requires a forging skill of level 3 before it can be crafted. Is there any proficiency level limit? Lin Fei's mouth twitched, feeling helpless. Fortunately, there are some refined iron ores and a large amount of iron ore in the package, which is more than enough to improve proficiency. Next, Lin Fei was immersed in the world he created, unable to extricate himself, completely forgetting the passage of time. At this time, in the restaurant in the town of Beginning, Black Cat and Xiaodiao Yulika were sitting face to face, both of them twirling the straws in their cups absent-mindedly. Ah, why hasn't Master sent us a message? Xiaodiao Yulika could no longer maintain this cold posture, lying on the table and said weakly. He obviously promised to contact himself and Black Cat-chan after completing the task today, but why is there still no news yet? Maybe the mission hasn't been completed yet. Black Cat is not very sure, but she has seen the friend list and Lin Fei's name is still shining. She is just worried that Lin Fei will be disturbed by sending a message at the critical moment of the mission. It would be bad if something unexpected happened to him. However, will the task of being able to stump Lin Fei, the master among players, the master among masters, exist at present? The Black Cat is unknown. After a while, the little bird Yu Liuhua raised his head and looked at the Black Cat with bright eyes. Black Cat-chan, shall we send a message to the master? But... Black Cat frowned slightly, hesitating slightly. Just for a while, maybe the master was too busy and forgot. Zionio Yuliahua touched his chin and said matter-of-factly. And often, inadvertent speculation is the fact closest to the truth. Chapter 41. Lin Fei, who was in Urbaz, had just taken out a piece of crystal ore purchased from the blacksmith Sige, but found that someone had sent him a message. Lin Fei raised his eyes and then opened the message interface. In an instant, Lin Fei broke into cold sweat. That was the message sent to him by Zionio Yuliwa. This message instantly reminded Lin Fei of the things he had forgotten. He quickly stopped building it, packed up the equipment he had thrown aside, and hurried to the starting town on the first level. Half an hour later, when there were only a few people in the restaurant, the door suddenly opened, and the dusty Lin Fei walked in. Master! Xiaonio Yaliahua happened to be facing the door, so he saw Lin Fei the moment Lin Fei entered the door, stood up and waved to Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt guilty and stopped for a moment, blinked his eyes, coughed, and after adjusting his mentality, he walked towards Xiaonio Yuliaka and the others. At this time, neither Kodori Rika nor Kuroniko was wearing a cloak, so when Kodori Rika made a sound, all the players turned their attention to the direction of the restaurant door, and saw that they were still wearing cloaks. Lin Fei. Who is this person? A question mark floated in the minds of all the players. Although they didn't want to admit it, most of them stayed in the restaurant precisely because the black cat and the bird traveled to Rika. But now they saw that the other party was obviously waiting for someone, so they came. This person is wearing a cloak, so who is this mysterious player? It suddenly aroused the curiosity of the players present. Sorry, I was delayed on the road. Lin Fei said sheepishly. Speaking of acting, he is not bad either. Although winning an Oscar is not a sure thing, he is still confident. Therefore, Lin Fei was able to pretend that he had just come back. After all, he had done this many times in his previous life. However, it was okay for Lin Fei to remain silent. Once he spoke, most of the players looked at Lin Fei and their eyes suddenly became wrong. The ratio of men to women in this game is inherently imbalanced, and high-quality beautiful girls like Kuroniko and Kodori Yurika are even rarer. However, the goddess in their hearts actually had contact with a man at the same time. No matter what it was, their psychology was now unbalanced. Feeling the almost substantial resentment, Lin Fei coughed dryly and hurriedly came to sit next to the black cat. Sure enough, wearing the cloak yourself was the right choice. Is the mission troublesome? You didn't come back until now. Black Cat asked curiously. Lin Fei scratched his head. Facing the Black Cat, who was also an actor, he did not choose exaggerated acting skills and said with a helpless tone, well, in a sense, it is really troublesome. Really? Black Cat took a sip of the drink placed in front of him. By the way, have you eaten anything? Black Cat asked. That's not true. Lin Fei shook his head. This was true. After he came back, he had been forging and completely forgot about eating. Then ask your apprentice to give you some. Black Cat pointed to the little bird Yuliahua sitting opposite without hesitation. I don't have coal on me now. Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Girl, why do you always don't play according to the routine? Give me back my emotion. Ah, by the way, master, you won't want to take back the pocket money you gave me today, will you? Xiaonio Yaliahua made a move to protect her wallet and looked at Lin Fei reluctantly. Lin Fei's face was dark. Could it be that I am the kind of person who goes back on my word? No. Lin Fei shook his head. Master, you are so kind. Xiaodiao Yuliwa cheered. The conversation between Lin Fei, Black Cat, and Xiaodiao Yurika was not very quiet, so most of the surrounding players heard it and looked at Lin Fei with contempt and jealousy. It's so abominable that you use gold coins to stun the mind of a beautiful girl. Lin Fei twisted his body uncomfortably under these gazes. In fact, his high-level sword mastery also gave him extremely high intuition, so he could feel anything malicious. That's right. While waiting for dinner, Lin Fei suddenly remembered the large number of equipment of varying quality in his inventory. Thinking of this, he opened the inventory, selected a few pieces of equipment suitable for Black Cat and Kodori Yurika, and traded them to them. You guy! Did you rob the boss? Black Cat gasped when he saw the items in the transaction box. In addition to a rare quality one-handed sword, there was even a rare quality sword inside. The outerwear and other equipment were of the lowest quality, which made Black Cat think about it with horror. Wow! Master, you are so kind! Xiaodiao Yuliwa exclaimed when she saw the equipment in her trading box. Ahem, keep your voice down. Lin Fei quickly suppressed his voice and said, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. These things, how should I put them? They can be regarded as rewards for the mission. Lin Fei looked at his forging skills, which were now up to LV4, and said calmly. Mission reward. Black Cat's expression was very subtle. Which mission has such a generous reward? Please tell me. Seeing the disdain on Black Cat's face, Lin Fei scratched his head. In the end, he didn't explain, but just looked at his forging skill. Professional skills, blacksmithing, current proficiency is 320/100000, LV4. There is a 30% chance to create ordinary quality equipment, a 40% chance to create excellent quality equipment, a 15% chance to create excellent quality equipment, and a 5% chance to create for rare quality equipment. There is a 0.1% chance of creating magic quality equipment, and a 0.01% chance of creating artifact quality equipment. After reaching LV4, not only the probability of crafting various equipment has been greatly improved, but also a new affix has been added, and this affix makes Lin Fei jealous. Chapter 42. However, the two black cats did not struggle with this issue. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If you delve too deeply into them, it will be annoying. Just when Lin Fei and Black Cat were chatting, another message was sent to Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and knew who it was without having to guess. After all, Lin Fei only has 3 friends in his friend list, namely Argo, Black Cat, and Little Bird Eureka. At this time, it was only Argo who could send a message to Lin Fei. Lin Fei stopped discussing with the 2 women where to level up tomorrow and opened the message sent by Argo. What? Lin Fei's pupils narrowed. The message Argo sent to Lin Fei was very short as only one sentence. This morning, the second level boss was successfully conquered by the Earth Knights of the Union formed by Taibalu. Now many players who have received the news have climbed to the 3rd level one after another. Lin Fei did not expect that the guy from Taibalu could not hold back his anger. Within just 10 days after defeating the 1st level boss, he organized manpower to attack the 2nd level boss. However, this should have been exciting news, but Lin Fei couldn't be happier. Not only did he not get out of the corner this time, he liked to get into the thick of things, but he got deeper and deeper. What's wrong? Black Cat couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Fei frowning after checking the message. Lin Fei woke up with a start, and then said, "The boss on the 2nd floor has been successfully conquered." What? Black Cat looked at Lin Fei in surprise, and even Xiao Diao Yuliwa became very excited. The boss on the 2nd floor was successfully conquered, so they were one step closer to escaping this death game. Yes, this morning. Lin Fei nodded and rubbed his eyebrows. Then why do you look so sad? The Black Cat looked at Lin Fei strangely. This should be a happy thing, but why does Lin Fei seem not happy at all, even a little bored? Black Cat was full of doubts at this time, but she thought that the incident that troubled Lin Fei might be related to this. Really? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, but didn't want to continue the topic. A friend will be coming over later, so you might as well get to know him. Friend? Zionio Yaliwa looked at Lin Fei curiously, male or female? Female. Lin Fei's mind was not on this at this time, so he answered subconsciously. Female. Xiao Diao Yuliwa said in surprise. What's wrong? Lin Fei reacted and looked at Zionio Liuhua in confusion. He didn't know why she reacted so suddenly. Is she Master's girlfriend? Xiao Diao Yuliwa looked very gossipy. No. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, the restaurant door was pushed open again, and Argo, wearing an earth-colored hooded cloak, hurried in. Argo. Lin Fei, who had been looking in the direction of the door, waved to Argo. It's so leisurely. Argo unceremoniously sat next to the bird Eureka, looked at the Black Cat and the bird Eureka next to Lin Fei, and snorted softly. What are you doing? Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He hadn't even said that this profiteer was cheating him. No. Argo shook his head. I'm just curious why you, who have always been single, suddenly have two girls around you. Oh, this. Lin Fei subconsciously ignored Argo's meaningful look and introduced, she is the fallen saint Black Cat. We once fought monsters together on the first floor. Her words are mine. Disciple, my name is the True Eye of the Evil King. Hey! Argo's expression suddenly became subtle. This strange name reminded her of a certain unknown past event of hers, but only for a moment. That past event was withdrawn from the deepest part of her memory with a slap. Ahem. Lin Fei blinked at Argo, and then said to the two girls, this is Argo, a sinister, honest and trustworthy intelligence businessman. Lin Fei was so quick that he almost the thoughts in my heart were expressed. However, Argo is Argo after all. Originally, there was nothing wrong with him, but what he said later made Argo stand up with a dark face. What do you want to do? Lin Fei laughed dryly. What you wanted to say just now, say it to me again. Argo clenched his fists. This soulless man actually slandered the reputation of an intelligence businessman. Unforgivable. What did you say? You heard it wrong. Lin Fei said with a dry smile. Then explain it to me. What does black heart mean? Argo put his hands on the table, and his chest was almost touching Lin Fei's face. Well, can you step back a little bit? Lin Fei swallowed. Argo had always been wearing a cloak, so his figure couldn't be seen, but now he felt quite predictable. Lin Fei commented in his heart. Argo suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly retracted his body and glanced at Lin Fei, pervert. Can you blame me? Lin Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at the black cat and the bird Yu Liahua, ready to ask them to explain for him. After all, he didn't do anything just now. Argo did it himself. That's all. However, these two guys are now watching the interaction between Argo and Lin Fei with great interest. Lin Fei twitched the corner of his mouth and looked back. Hey! Argo turned his head to the side. Explain to me quickly, what does it mean to be dark? This? Do you really want to say it? Lin Fei blinked. Argo looked at Lin Fei sideways and snorted. Chapter 43. Since the other party said so, Lin Fei couldn't bear it anymore. You evil profiteer, I originally said I wanted a task that would allow me to relax, but what happened? The task you gave me was more tiring than killing monsters for 3 days. Seeing Argo's sudden change of expression, Lin Fei coughed again. You said you weren't angry. Lin Fei emphasized. Really? The smile on Argo's face looked scary, and Lin Fei felt that this smile seemed familiar. No. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. No, hope Swordsman. Argo still smiled and shook his head. Then, I take back what I said before. In a certain respect, Argo, you are really a kind-hearted, honest, and trustworthy businessman. You have a lot of information merchants. Lin Fei's dog-legged look made Argo's eyes twitch slightly. Should we say that this kind of soullessness is going further and further on the road of funny? Forget it, forget it. Argo shook his head helplessly, but if you said that the mission was troublesome, where exactly was it? Well, on the first day, I escorted Blacksmith Sage to the crystal mine. Monsters kept blocking me on the way there. The biggest one was even dozens of black-haired bison. Lin Fei also knew what Argo was doing now. He did not continue to play tricks while collecting intelligence, and said in a serious tone. How could it be? Argo frowned slightly. There was no such setting during the beta testing period. As for the second ring, it was okay. It just wasted a few hours of my time. If the monster hadn't appeared in front of me in the end, I guess I wouldn't have been able to complete the second ring even after that day. Mission. Lin Fei said distressedly. Really? Argo's brows furrowed even more. In the third ring, there were no surprises. It's just that there is a highly venomous snake monster there. It is very poisonous and can fly. Lin Fei told Argo one by one about the 3 missions. The faces of Black Cat and Xiao Diao Yalawa, who had been listening in, changed. Just the record of killing dozens of black-haired bison without any injuries was beyond their reach. I understand. Argo's face looked unusually solemn. It seems that this mission has been modified. Moreover, 2 days ago, some closed beta players told him that this mission could no longer be accepted. It seems that has it become a unique mission? While Argo was thinking about this problem, Lin Fei said to her, Argo, how many people know that the 2nd floor has been captured? There are not many words for the time being, but tomorrow, the Earth Knights will definitely publicize this matter. In addition, the first attack battle and the second attack battle are both commanded by Taibayaru. By then, maybe the Earth Knights Union will become a popular union among players. Argo didn't have much reaction. As an intelligence merchant, she was destined to be insulated from unions and other things, so she just reported what might happen. Tell Lin Fei what happened. What? Do you want to join the union? That guy Tibalo has asked me about you several times, Argo said. No, and if nothing else happens, I might form a union with these 2. Lin Fei looked at the black cat and the little bird Eureka next to him. Really? Argo looked at Lin Fei in surprise. He didn't expect that he just asked casually that the other party really had plans to form a union. How about it? Do you want to join us? Then we will make you the most powerful intelligence dealer in our union. Lin Fei said in a seductive tone. You are an idiot. Argo rolled his eyes at Lin Fei. But if a union is established, let alone the large amount of cal, just the subsequent purchase of the union's real estate. If there are only 3 of you, can you afford it? Argo said, although I know that you have nothing more than food. There is no other place to spend the cal, but with 3 people, it would still be a bit difficult. Lin Fei nodded, you're right. If it's just us, it would be a little difficult. Lin Fei did not deny it, but confirmed Argo's statement, but who is he now? He is the man who became the great blacksmith. If the dozens of high-quality equipment in the inventory are sold, wouldn't it be a waste to form a small union? However, selling these items also requires trustworthy players. Lin Fei's eyes accidentally caught sight of Argo drinking a drink, and his eyes lit up. With all the connections, who can compare to Argo, an intelligence businessman? Argo, I have a favor to ask of you. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Hearing Lin Fei's words with a strange voice, Argo's eyes turned cold and he thought of the last message Lin Fei sent to him. Aren't you knowledgeable? Please advertise for me and ask if anyone needs sophisticated equipment or rare equipment. Lin Fei said. Argo's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he really wanted to slap Lin Fei on the face. UBD. I'm not a mastermind here. Argo gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Fei. I'm obviously just an information dealer, why do I still have to do advertising? Moreover, last time you asked me to help you spy on the black. Argo was suddenly startled, blinked, looked at the black cat next to Lin Fei, and then looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was frightened when Argo saw her, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. You guy! You are indeed a pervert. Chapter 44. Be careful what you say. Lin Fei kept blinking. If the black cat heard it, he would definitely be considered a pervert. Argo looked at Lin Fei, then looked at the black cat without any trace, and finally folded his arms and did not continue talking. Black Cat frowned. Why did he stop when he seemed to have reached the most important part? Curiosity killed the cat. Black Cat wanted to know what Argo wanted to say. She seemed to have heard the word black. After seeing Argo calm down, Lin Fei began to say slowly, Argo, think about it, your connections are so wide, it would be a waste if you don't use them. Moreover, selling the equipment I have can also increase the number of players. Their strength can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. Argo muttered, but I'm an information dealer, UBD. As an intelligence merchant, you can also work part-time in other professions, such as weapons merchants. Lin Fei chuckled, besides, it's not like I'm asking you to help with advertising for free. I'll get a commission. Seeing Lin Fei's despicable look, Argo felt that he was really humiliating himself by not doing sales. Well, okay. Argo waved his hand helplessly, I owe you. Hearing what Argo said, Lin Fei knew that this party had agreed, and then took out several pieces of high-quality equipment that he had made himself from the inventory, including weapons, armor, and shoes. Seeing Lin Fei take out so much equipment at once, Argo was shocked. This is almost comparable to the equipment used by the top masters of the Earth Knights formed by Taibalu. It can almost be said that as long as it is if a player who has passed the level of consciousness owns this set of equipment, he can become one of the best in the Earth Knights Guild. You guy, where did you get so much equipment? Argo looked at the pieces of high-quality equipment and almost drooled. How much is such a lot of equipment worth? Well, don't worry about it. Lin Fei shook his head, just take these few pieces to test the water first, and you can decide on the price yourself. If the market response is good, then I have some more here. Wait, are you still planning to do this kind of business for a long time? Argo was even more surprised when he noticed the keywords in Lin Fei's words. Well, that's right. Lin Fei nodded slightly. I understand, have you obtained the forging skill? Argo thought of the fastest way to mass-produce equipment. Yes, this is one of the rewards of the mission. Now that Argo had asked, Lin Fei did not hide it and told her directly. How is that possible? Logically speaking, forging skills will not appear on the current floor for the time being. Moreover, how much proficiency is required to forge high-quality equipment? Argo touched his chin. Lin Fei's eyes were full of horror. Why did something that would not appear on this floor appear on Lin Fei's body, and why was he able to create high-quality equipment in such a short time? Argo fell into deep disbelief. Well, who knows? Lin Fei spread his hands. By the way, I have a gift for you. Lin Fei suddenly knocked on his forehead, and then a rare quality hook was added to the equipment sent. You. If he was horrified just now, Argo is horrified now. Rare quality equipment. The white rose star in Lin Fei's hand, which is currently the number 1 DPS in Sao, is also rare quality equipment. Of course, perhaps it should be regarded as the highest level of rare quality, and the hook Lin Fei gave himself may only be regarded as mid to low level in rare quality, but this does not prevent Argo from paying attention to the price of equipment of this quality. Cognition. At present, in the entire game, except for the rare rewards obtained by defeating the second floor boss this morning, 2 of the 3 rare pieces of equipment in the hands of players are all in Lin Fei's hands. Inside. And from here we can also see the value of rare equipment. That's why Argo was so surprised, even to the point of panic. For now, if you want to get rare equipment, apart from the boss's final blow reward, you can only get it through some super difficult tasks. However, Lin Fei is able to create it. No matter how high the success rate is, it is still enough. People were horrified. Can't you be Kayaba Akihiko's illegitimate son? Argo's mouth twitched slightly. She thought Lin Fei had surprised her enough, but now it seems that poverty has limited her imagination. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Fei's face turned dark. He wanted to beat up that guy Kayaba Akihiko. I'm afraid he was not an illegitimate child. No way, you guy has shown strength and luck that are completely inconsistent with other players. Even the top players among the closed beta players are completely inferior to you. Argo smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he also knew that the words that Kayaba Akihiko had an illegitimate son were just words. Ahem, is there any? It seems that I am so outstanding. Lin Fei's narcissistic attitude made Argo's face darken. Well, just a joke, just a joke. Lin Fei said with a smile. However, I leave it to you for the time being. Please, all intelligence merchants are weapons merchants, Argo-sama. Lin Fei clasped his hands together. It was impossible for him to do this job of buying things. It would be impossible for him in this life. Don't add weird suffixes to me. Argo rolled his eyes at Lin Fei. What about my commission? How much is it? Looking at Argo's internationally accepted gesture, Lin Fei raised his palm and stretched out 3 fingers. 30%. Argo said in surprise. That's right, and Argo, if you want to build any equipment in the future, you can come to me without any charge. Lin Fei waved his hand proudly. Chapter 45. In that case, deal. Argo nodded. By the way, Argo, do you have information about the 3rd level? Lin Fei asked Argo. Now that the boss on the 2nd floor has been breached, Lin Fei doesn't plan to continue to struggle. It's better to take the black cat and the bird Eureka to the 3rd floor tomorrow to take a look. But in this case, it must be she has some information, and the most famous information dealer is here. It would be perfect to find her. Yes. Argo nodded. Then, give me a detailed intelligence. Lin Fei nodded. He was not too excited. As an intelligence merchant that existed during the beta test period, Argo's intelligence was definitely the most credible. Although it seems that there are always mistakes in the information given to Lin Fei, but it is force majeure. Lin Fei naturally understands it. He was just complaining just now. Lin Fei is very satisfied with the forging skills obtained with this task. 3,000 kel. Argo opened his hand with a money-mad smile on his face. Lin Fei smiled helplessly and traded 3,000 kels to Argo. The main street on the 3rd level is called Zimford. The theme of the entire 3rd level is mainly forest, so there are towering trees everywhere. The forest in the south is called the Misty Forest. There is dense fog in it. Players can easily lose their way. The map display will also be very unclear. The monsters inside are also very powerful, so if you are not absolutely sure, do not enter the Misty Forest. In other places, the danger is lower than in the Misty Forest. Argo told the information he knew one by one. Understood. Lin Fei nodded. Then, I'll leave first. If you need anything else, contact me at any time. As long as you get kel, hey. Argo didn't delay and left as soon as he said it. However, Lin Fei was a little helpless because of his money-obsessed look. What made a good young girl become such a money addict? Puzzled. However, it is really strange to say that he is a money fan, but he provides strategy manuals to players on the 1st level regardless of the cost in order for more players to survive. Master, are we going to the 3rd floor? Xiaodiao Yulawa said in surprise. Yes. Lin Fei nodded. Kuroniko-chan, what's wrong with you? Kotori Yurika was in a good mood. The environment on the 2nd floor was really unaccustomed to her. It was too hot. As for the 3rd floor, I heard it was all a forest. It must be very beautiful. Thinking about it, when she was about to talk to the black cat, she saw the black cat in a daze and asked strangely. No, it's okay. Black cat shook his head, don't add weird suffixes to my name. This makes Kuroniko-chan look cute. It seems that with Lin Fei as her backer, Kotori Yurika's voice became much tougher when she spoke. You guy. Black cat's mouth twitched. From the corner of her eye, she looked at Lin Fei who was smiling. Although she also knew that Lin Fei's equipment was very precious, but when she saw the expression on the intelligence dealer's face when he saw the equipment, she knew that she still far underestimated the preciousness of this equipment. She obviously wanted to help him get out of his own troubles, but she didn't realize that she seemed to owe more. Black Cat sighed inwardly. Well, since we are going to the 3rd floor tomorrow, let's go to the hotel to rest first. Lin Fei interrupted the two people's bickering with a smile. It is necessary to recuperate before going to the new floor tomorrow. Well, Do you need to prepare anything? Black Cat asked. After all, we are going to an unknown new area full of death, so it is reasonable that we should prepare some more things. This. Lin Fei scratched his head. Prepare some potions. If you want antidote, prepare more. Lin Fei said to the two women. There should be a lot of monsters like poisonous insects in the forest, so antidote is also a must. Well, he doesn't quite understand other things. After all, he has always been alone, and with monsters whose strength far exceeds his current level, he generally doesn't think about other things. Really? Black Cat nodded. It's okay. As for these things, we can prepare them tomorrow. Lin Fei said with a smile, the only thing we have to consider now is to go to the hotel and have a good sleep to refresh ourselves. Kindness. Lin Fei is relatively familiar with the hotel in the starting town. Although he is crazy when leveling up, he never forgets to take a rest. After all, Tasia said that the body is the capital of revolution. The three of them got 2 rooms, Lin Fei had a separate room, and Black Cat and Xionio Yaliaka had a separate room. Lin Fei originally wanted to open 3 rooms, but both Black Cat and Xionio Yuliwa said they were used to it. Now that they couldn't sleep without each other, Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. In the room, Lin Fei was not asleep yet. He was checking the items in his inventory. Just when Lin Fei took out a rare quality one-handed sword and meditated, there was a knock on the door, followed by the sound of a black cat. This late? What does the black cat want from me? Lin Fei frowned slightly, stood up, and opened the door. What's wrong? Black cat. Lin Fei looked at the black cat outside the door and asked curiously. Well, can we go in and talk? Black cat looked at the room next to her. It was the room where she and Kotori Yurika were. She lied to Kotori Yurika that she needed to buy something before she came out. If she sees it, it will be bad if you think too much. Ah! Lin Fei's eyes twitched. What do you want to do? It's so late and you still want to enter my room. Lin Fei had wild fantasies in his mind, but the black cat directly broke his fantasy. Well, I think it's necessary to tell you in person. Black Cat walked into the room and said to Lin Fei. What? Lin Fei looked at the Black Cat and asked in confusion. Thank you very much for giving us such precious equipment. Black Cat bowed to Lin Fei. Etc. This is not the arrogant and poisonous lowly that I know at all. Lin Fei looked at the Black Cat in surprise. Chapter 46. Thank you, we are in a labor union now, so we should help each other. Lin Fei said with a smile. Even so, it's still too expensive. Black Cat shook his head. As an intelligence merchant, Argo must be well informed, but even so, he seemed so embarrassed after seeing the equipment given by Lin Fei. Gaff, the meaning of which is self-evident. Although this was a free gift from Lin Fei, it was Lin Fei's business, and as the recipient, Black Cat felt that he had to thank him and couldn't take it for granted. In that case, you should use it well. If it can become famous among players, then I, the creator, will be satisfied. Lin Fei said with a smile. I will make good use of the Bite of the Void. Black Cat nodded. The Bite of the Void is exactly the name Lin Fei gave Black Cat's rare quality dagger. In terms of the bonus of shooting speed and armor-piercing attack, it is one of the best among the current equipment, and it is much better than the excellent quality dagger that Black Cat liked in such blacksmith shop. Then it's up to you, Black Cat. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. Master. At this moment, the voice of a little bird flying around Liuhua sounded outside the door. Hey! Lin Fei's mouth twitched, and he was about to stand up and open the door, but Black Cat suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute, that idiot of the evil king's true eye must be here to find me. Black Cat's expression was quite serious. Although she came to Lin Fei's room for a short time, the time for her to leave the room had actually passed. It's been about half an hour. Well, before knocking on the door of Lin Fei's room, the black cat had been wandering outside the door for nearly half an hour. What are you going to do? Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and looked at the black cat blankly. Let me hide for a while. Black Cat knew very well that if Xiaonio Yuliwa saw him sharing a room with Lin Fei in Lin Fei's room late at night, that idiot would not know what he would think, so he might as well hide for a while. Actually, you. Lin Fei was about to say that you don't need to hide, but saw the black cat guy jump onto the bed very quickly, put the cup on his body and covered it with his whole body. People huddled together. If you're like this, it's easier to misunderstand if you're discovered. Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly, but the noise outside the door became louder and louder. In desperation, he had no choice but to open the door first. What's wrong? Lin Fei looked at the anxious little bird Yuliahua outside the door, and his voice sounded very gentle. Well, Black Cat Chan said half an hour ago that he was going out to buy something and would be back soon, but he hasn't come back until now. I'm a little worried. Kodori Yurika's face was full of worry. Lin Fei smiled, well, if you are in a town, there will usually be no problems. Besides, can't you send her a message? Hearing Lin Fei's words, Xiaodiao Yaliaka slapped his forehead with a look of surprise and annoyance on his face. Yes, why did I forget? I'll send a message to Black Cat Chan right now. Really? Lin Fei rolled his eyes, what a reckless apprentice. Just when Xiaoniao Yuliahua finished sending the message, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the bed and suddenly noticed something unusual there. The quilt, which seemed to be hiding something, was moving. Although the movement was very slight, it was indeed its moving. Lin Fei was startled, and quickly took a step forward, using his own body to block Xiaodiao Yuliwa's gaze. Ah, Black Cat Chan got back to me and said he would be back soon. Kodori Yurika suddenly laughed. Really? Then you should go back to the room and wait. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the black cat was replying to the little bird Yuliahua just now. However, Xiaodiao Yuliwa walked into the room beyond Lin Fei's expectation. Well, since Black Cat Chan hasn't come back yet, I'll just wait at Master's place. Kodori Yurika said, besides, I also have something to say to Master. Ahem, it's already very late. If you have any questions, let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Fei's mouth kept twitching, and he used his body to block Xiaonio Yuliahua's gaze while trying to persuade her to leave her room. No, it just so happens that Kuroneko-chan isn't around right now. Kodori Yurika shook her head. The expression on her face was different from her usual liveliness and looked a little serious. Well, Master, thank you very much for agreeing with my rude words, and thank you very much for understanding Black Cat Chan. If it were me, Black Cat Chan would definitely not let it go so easily. Lin Fei looked at the emotional little bird Yuliahua and stood there, not knowing what to say. And, in order to take care of us, he is actually willing to form a union with us. Although the name of the union has not been decided yet, hee. Lin Fei scratched his head while looking at the giggling little bird Yuliahua. What are you talking about? Stupid disciple, as a master, isn't it the right thing to help you solve your troubles? Lin Fei suddenly laughed and stretched out his hand to rub the little bird Yuliahua's head. No. Xiaodiao Yuliwa shook his head, I am very serious. Master and so on. In fact, you also know that it is just a joke. Why do you have to take it so seriously? Looking at Xiaonio Yuliwa's insistent eyes, Lin Fei was stunned for a moment. Yes, why? It was just a joke, and I knew it, but why did I have to accompany the little bird Yurika to continue performing? Lin Fei closed his eyes slightly and was thinking about why. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became very solemn. Xiaonio Yuliahua looked at Lin Fei intently, and the black cat curled up in the quilt also held her breath subconsciously. She also wanted to know why. She could only calculate Zhou is a stranger. Why does the other party have to pay so much? The two of him may be nothing more than a burden to him. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Lin Fei spoke. Chapter 47. Why? The smile on Lin Fei's face looked very warm, like a spring day in March, warm but not burning. Maybe some things are destined. When I see you, the feelings that sprout from my heart may be acquaintances in my previous life. Maybe I have seen you in my previous life, but you have not seen me, so this destiny in this life has arranged for us to meet. In that case, let's not leave any regrets and seize the regrets of the past life that slipped away before our eyes. The smile on Lin Fei's face was very warm, and with this extremely lethal word, the little bird Yu Liahua stayed there for a while. He stood still, his face turned red. Master, you, what are you talking about? I don't seem to understand. Zionio Yaliahua kept blinking and looking away, not daring to look at Lin Fei's eyes full of sadness. Ha 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 ha. However, just when Xiaodiao Yuliwa was so shy that she couldn't help herself, Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Hey! Zionio Yuliwa turned his head to look at Lin Fei in confusion, not knowing why he suddenly laughed. How is that possible? Lin Fei laughed so hard that she burst into tears. It's just that you two are so stupid, you are just counting money for others after being sold by others. Click. Lin Fei seemed to hear some broken sound. He looked at the suddenly expressionless bird Eureka in front of him and swallowed. Idiot! You scumbag! I'll never ignore you again. Xiaodiao Yaliwa was so angry that he stamped his feet. It was a shame that he was so moved that he was so dull. Watching the little bird Yu Liahua slamming the door away, Lin Fei's expression gradually calmed down, and in a heavy tone he said to the black cat who had already lifted the quilt on the bed, "It's settled, you can go back." Black cat's expression seemed a little complicated. She was not the person involved in Lin Fei's words, so she could see it more clearly than Zionio Yaliahua. Therefore, she didn't understand even more why Lin Fei suddenly said that. Based on his words, in the eyes of others, he would probably have been beaten up long ago. I will tell you where the evil king's true eye is. It's okay, that fool, he always forgets this kind of thing quickly. Black Cat got out of bed and comforted Lin Fei. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Lin Fei responded in an unclear tone, but when the Black Cat was about to leave, he said, can I ask you a question? Black Cat was stunned for a moment, then turned his head, what's the problem? Do you hope to leave this game world as soon as possible? Lin Fei pursed his lips and looked at the Black Cat with a serious look. This was the first time the Black Cat saw Lin Fei showing such a serious look, as if it's like making a difficult decision. However, Black Cat naturally has an affirmative answer to this kind of question. Of course I hope. Black Cat nodded and replied, this kind of useless game, I definitely want to leave as soon as possible. Lin Fei bit her lips and nodded, I understand, then go to bed early, good night, see you tomorrow. Good night, see you tomorrow. Black Cat seemed to feel that Lin Fei had put something down and felt relieved. Well, if what I just said is true, do you believe it? Lin Fei suddenly said again. That. Black Cat stopped and replied after a while, who knows about this kind of thing, but maybe it is true. Really? I'm really sorry for letting you listen to my nonsense. Don't take it to heart, just treat it as a joke. Well, it was a joke in the first place. Black Cat did not look back at Lin Fei's expression. She didn't know what Lin Fei's expression was now, so she didn't dare to look. Good night then. Black Cat nodded. Good night. After Black Cat closed the door and left the room, Lin Fei sat on the chair and let out a wry smile. Who would believe in such things as past lives? It's better to deny it yourself. Lin Fei looked at the ceiling, the smile on his face became increasingly bitter. I did know Black Cat and the others in my previous life, but they didn't know me. After all, how could they see me with the distance between two dimensions? But, do you want to leave as soon as possible? Lin Fei looked at the ceiling in confusion. Perhaps, I am the biggest heretic. Others want to leave as soon as possible, but I want to stay in this game. If I say it, no one will believe it. Lin Fei sighed and pulled out his weapon, the white rose star, from the scabbard on the table. Sooner or later the game will be cleared, maybe it's just a matter of sooner or later. Well, you have to face what you have to face. In this case, let me use the sword in my hand to split the obstacles in front of you. Lin Fei's eyes were reflected on the mirror white sword blade, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. This night is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 48. The next day, Lin Fei was woken up by the black cat outside the door. When he opened the door, he saw the black cat with a normal expression and the little bird Eureka who seemed a little awkward. Sorry. Lin Fei scratched his head and looked at the little bird Yuliahua beside the black cat. Well, I'm sorry, the joke last night went too far. Ah. Zionio Yuliahua didn't seem to expect that Lin Fei would tell her directly about this matter. He blinked and said quickly, "It's okay, master." "Oh, I understand." Lin Fei also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he didn't know how the black cat taught the bird to swim in Liahua last night, but now that he has been forgiven, there is no need to continue to dwell on this matter. Then, let's head to the third floor now. Lin Fei said with a smile. Good. Although Lin Fei's words last night seemed to have hurt Xiaodiao Eureka, she is still as energetic as ever today. It seems that Black Cat's persuasion is very effective. Lin Fei secretly cast a grateful look at Black Cat. The Black Cat naturally saw Lin Fei's eyes and snorted arrogantly. Nearly an hour later, Lin Fei, the Black Cat and the little bird Yuliahua boarded the third floor of the land together. Sure enough, as Argo said, everything in sight was towering giant trees. This was a forest shrouded in soil of. Lin Fei looked at the map for a while, and although he didn't find any useful information, the basic landmark locations were marked on it, such as the extremely dangerous Misty Senko and the main district Zimford that Argo had mentioned. Lin Fei thought for a while and decided to go to Zimford, the main street, to buy some supplies there. After all, they didn't prepare too many potions. Let's go to Zimford, the main street, and take a look first. Lin Fei said to the three of them. Well, no problem, I just went to buy some potions. Black Cat nodded slightly. Walking in this forest where only scattered sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, there is an indescribable sense of tranquility. Even the sense of smell feels extremely comfortable at this time. Not long after, the forest town appeared in the eyes of Lin Fei and the others. In the town, there were 3 huge yew trees, which were the symbols of Zimford. The NPCs living here have also turned into elves that only exist in myths and legends. Black Cat and Kodari Eureka became very excited to be able to come face to face with such legendary creatures. Seeing the two of them pointing at the forest elf guards guarding the city gate, their voices full of excitement for the unknown, Lin Fei helplessly raised his forehead, grabbed one of them, and dragged them away. After all, there were still people at this time. There were many players outside, and Lin Fei couldn't bear the kind smiles from so many players. Hey, Black Cat-chan, he's a living elf, and he's just like the legend, he's very handsome. Xiaodiao Yuliaka still looked very excited even though he was being dragged away by Lin Fei. Sorry, it is based on legend after all, so it must be done perfectly. Lin Fei complained in his heart with an expressionless face. Yes, and those pointed and long ears are nice to touch and see. Black Cat nodded in agreement. It's said that if you touch that thing, you'll get pregnant. Lin Fei interjected inappropriately. Pregnant? The Black Cat and the bird Yuliahua looked at Lin Fei who spoke in surprise, not knowing why he said that. Where did you hear that? Black Cat asked curiously. Lin Fei's expression froze. Of course he saw it from reading some unscrupulous novels in his previous life. Ahem, it's nothing, I just said it casually. Lin Fei coughed awkwardly. Is it really possible to be pregnant? Xiaodiao Yuliwa asked. I said it all, I just said it casually. Lin Fei rolled his eyes helplessly. Wow, I really want to touch and see if she is really pregnant, hehe. Zionio Yuliwa didn't seem to listen to Lin Fei's words at all. Idiot apprentice. Lin Fei complained speechlessly. Fortunately, after a period of digestion, the two of them stopped pointing fingers at the elves in this town. They went to the prop shop and Lin Fei bought some blood-enhancing and detoxifying potions. Master, where should we go to level up next? After loading a lot of medicines in the inventory, Zionio Yaliahua asked Lin Fei. Well, we're not familiar with this place yet, so why not go to a safer place and have a look? Lin Fei said to the little bird Eureka and the black cat. Now that he is alone, it is necessary to consider the issue of safety. After all, when he is alone, even if he encounters danger, he can escape safely with his speed or force his way out of danger with his own strength. But now the black cats and Kodari Eureka do not have that kind of strength. If they encounter a trap, it will be like the black cat group on a moonlit night in the original work. Even if Kirito has the strength to kill all the monsters inside, there is still no guarantee. Safety of others. After all, I can also let you adjust the fit of the weapon. Lin Fei said with a smile, shaking his head and throwing away the heavy heart. Really? Black Cat touched the bite of the void on her waist and nodded silently. With such a powerful weapon, she also wanted to see how different she was from before. Chapter 49. The most dangerous misty forest area is located at the south end. Although Lin Fei is somewhat interested in it, for the sake of safety, Lin Fei has chosen a dense forest on the east side. Although the level of monsters there is also quite high, Lin Fei we are still confident in ensuring the safety of everyone. After seeking advice from the two women, Lin Fei led the two women toward the dense forest on the east side. Deep in the jungle, because it is a floor that has just been breached, there are currently very few players setting foot here. Except for some powerful solo players, almost all teams are in groups of 3 or 2 to kill a monster together. Although the efficiency is its low, but it's safer because it's not life-threatening unless something unexpected happens. Therefore, when Lin Fei and the three of them walked into the dense forest together, they did not pay attention even if they met the player team. On the contrary, some enthusiastic player teams came forward to invite the three of them to join the team, but Lin Fei declined them one by one. According to the map, Lin Fei and the others have been traveling in a straight line towards the deepest part of the jungle. The monsters they occasionally encountered on the road were easily kicked to death by Lin Fei, which once again refreshed the story of the two black cats. They knew Lin Fei's strength because on the way here, they had seen many monsters that were randomly kicked to death by Lin Fei and how the small team of 3 had difficulty surrounding them. The players who are here now can be regarded as the elite among thousands of players. However, compared to Lin Fei, the gap is almost as big as heaven and earth. This dense forest seems to be full of insect monsters. I don't know if there are other monsters. Lin Fei bit his fingers. This was his habit when thinking about problems. He always bit his fingers subconsciously, as if this could make him angry. The brain works faster. Do you have any questions? Lin Fei turned to look at the two girls. After all, most girls seem to have a natural fear of insects, not to mention that the insect monsters in this game are all enlarged versions of. Are you kidding? Black Cat rolled his eyes. Ah, I'm sorry. Lin Fei scratched his head. The first time he met her, she was killing a mantis. No problem, Master. Xiaodiao Yuliwa patted her underdeveloped chest with confidence. Okay then. Lin Fei nodded. After half an hour, Lin Fei finally took the two girls to the deepest part of the jungle. Compared with the outside, it seemed very quiet here because there were very few players. It's just that fate is wonderful beyond words. Lin Fei looked at the girl with long black hair who was struggling to kill a caterpillar monster not far away with a sword. The expression on her face was a little subtle. It was the other person's unintentional words that made her tangled for a long time. Now that she saw the other person, she felt it feels complicated. Oh, master, that girl is so powerful. The little bird Yuliahua who was following Lin Fei said with admiration when she saw Tongzi kill the caterpillar monster effortlessly. Who is it? Tongzi's reaction speed has always been very sensitive. Hey? Lin Fei-san. Tongzi didn't expect that it would be Lin Fei who came here. She was surprised, especially when she saw the black cat and the little bird Yuliahua beside Lin Fei. The expression on her face was even more surprise. Long time no see, Tongzi. Lin Fei scratched his head. Long time no see. When Tongzi saw that he was an acquaintance, he put the one-handed sword in his hand back into the scabbard and walked towards Lin Fei. Hey? Do you know master? Xiaodiao Yuliwa looked very surprised. Yes. Lin Fei nodded, she is a very powerful player. In terms of reaction speed and insight, she is almost the best in this game. Hey? Really? Xiaodiao Yuliwa looked at Tongzi and looked even more surprised. Yes. You can see it. The opponent's grasp and observation of the rhythm of the battle are very good. Black Cat agreed with Lin Fei's point of view. After all, she is also a fighting game expert. In terms of reaction speed and insight, she not much weaker than Tongzi. The voices of the three of them were slightly softer, so Tongzi didn't hear their conversation. Tongzi, did you come to the third floor today too? Lin Fei asked curiously. No, I've been here for a day. Tongzi shook her head. Although she did not participate in this strategy battle, after learning the news that the second floor boss had been breached, she rushed to it as soon as possible. On the third floor, I went straight here to start leveling without even taking a break. That's amazing. Kodori Yurika looked at Kiriko with admiration. Hey, who are these two? Tongzi said when she saw the little bird Yurika making a sound. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is my disciple. As for the name, well. Lin Fei felt a little ashamed and was not too embarrassed to say it. Oh, master, you idiot, is my name so hard to remember? Zionio Yaliahua saw that Lin Fei had not said his name after holding it in for a long time, and the expression on his face looked very unhappy. It's not that I can't remember, but I'm totally embarrassed to speak. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. My name is the True Eye of the Evil King. Mortals, please remember this name that will shock the world in the future. Kodori Yurika covered her right eye and kept laughing weirdly. The corner of Tongzi's mouth twitched slightly, and the smile on her face looked a little strange. She glanced at Lin Fei, who also had a strange expression, and uttered a compliment. Lin Fei-sang's disciple is really, very unique, really cute. Chapter 50. Ha ha ha, just so. Lin Fei scratched his head and covered up his embarrassment with laughter. The black cat of the fallen saint, the eternal enemy of the evil king's true eye. Of course, that fool can't catch up with me even if he tries for 10,000 years. The black cat also made a shocking introduction. Tongzi swallowed, wondering where Lin Fei found these two strange teammates. She gave Lin Fei a sharp look. Lin Fei didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. He was about to say a few words to Tongzi, but he didn't expect that Xiaodiao Yuliaka would speak first. Tell me your name, mortal. Xiaodiao Yuliwa said to Tongzi. She was still very curious about this female player who could be praised by Lin Fei. However, touch. Lin Fei punched Zionio Yuliwa on the head. Master. Zionio Yuliwa subconsciously held his head and squatted in defense, looking at Lin Fei with tearful eyes. Ignore what this idiot said. Lin Fei said to Tongzi with an apologetic look. No, it's okay. He has a lot of personality. Tongzi shook her head. You. Zionio Yuliwa saw Lin Fei and Tongzi talking again. Just as he was about to interrupt, Lin Fei gave him an iron fist of love. Tongzi wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Fei-san, your relationship is really good. After all, he is a stupid apprentice. He needs to be taught more. Lin Fei said with shame. By the way, Tongzi, are you going back? Lin Fei asked. No, I plan to continue killing monsters. After all, if you want to catch up with the elite players who form a team, you have to put in more effort. Tongzi shook his head. Is that so? Lin Fei nodded and continued, then why don't you join our team, Tongzi? We also plan to practice leveling here. Ah. The expression on Tongzi's face seemed a little hesitant. Although her rationality told her that temporarily teaming up with Lin Fei was a very good choice, she didn't know why she wanted to resist subconsciously. It's still very troublesome if you are alone. After joining the team, Tongzi, you will level up much faster. Lin Fei suggested. And if a rare item is reached, whoever gets it will get it. How about it? Lin Fei's invitation seemed sincere. This. Tongzi pursed her lips. Seeing that Lin Fei had already mentioned this, she, who was not good at rejecting other people's kindness, could only nod. She was not worried that her identity as a beta tester might be exposed. After all, he heard everything Lin Fei said at the first level boss strategy meeting. Okay, please, Lin Fei sang. Well, okay, then I'll send you an invitation. After Lin Fei saw that Tongzi agreed, he sent her a team invitation. After successfully forming a team, the expression on Tongzi's face relaxed. After that, the four of them found a place where monsters were spawned frequently and started spawning monsters. This time, Lin Fei did not take out his white rose star, but just took an ordinary quality one-handed sword. Lin Fei-san, where is your white rose? The name of Lin Fei's weapon is no longer a secret, so Tongzi naturally knows the name of the pure white one-handed sword. I want to practice my stupid apprentice's fighting skills, so I have to do something wrong for myself. Lin Fei spread his hands, looking a little helpless. I see, Lin Fei-san is really a qualified master. Tongzi was relieved, looking at Lin Fei with eyes full of admiration. She admired the other person's personality charm. What Lin Fei has done has always been what she wanted to do, but in order to have more strength, she couldn't stop doing it because she was afraid of death. On the day when the death game was announced, she made the decision after seeing the sad expressions of her adoptive mother and sister. You must survive in this game at all costs, and then go out and make up for the harm you have caused to your sister. Therefore, this determination has been urging her and she cannot stop. Qualified master? You really think highly of me? Lin Fei smiled and scratched his head. I just don't want to take care of this clumsy apprentice all the time. Haha. Tongzi smiled, she knew it even if she saw through it. After all, if you say it, both of you will be embarrassed. The spawn points of these monsters are all ladybug monsters. They are monsters with low attack, high defense, and slow speed. They are just perfect for Black Cat and Little Bird Eureka to practice. Tongzi also took out his own weapons and faced several monsters alone, and seemed to be able to deal with them with ease under the siege of the monsters. Black Cat saw Tongzi taking action and killed the monster in front of her neatly. She wanted to see what Tongzi's strength was. After all, it was just a glimpse just now. Although the strength looked strong, she didn't know the real strength after all. Strength, at times like this, it would be great to be able to watch from close range. In the eyes of the Black Cat, Tongzi seemed to have a pair of eyes behind her back. Faced with an attack from behind, she could always know and react immediately. And the weapon in his hand can block the attack of the ladybug monster at the most appropriate time every time. Black Cat stared at Tongzi's superb skills and bit his lip. Although she can do it now, it is inevitably a bit difficult. However, she believes that with time, she will be able to master these skills. After all, it is only her first time to be exposed to full stealth. Ah! Suddenly, the little bird Eureka screamed next to the Black Cat. Chapter 51. This scream woke up the black cat who was watching Tongzi's battle. He quickly turned around, only to find Lin Fei smashing away a ladybug monster with a one-handed sword in his hand with a look of helplessness. Idiot apprentice, don't panic. This kind of monster is very slow. As long as you look at it correctly, you can easily avoid it. Lin Fei said helplessly. Just now, he suddenly refreshed behind the little bird Yu Liu Hua. It was a ladybug monster, but the little bird Yu Rika screamed in fear and forgot to defend. It seems that the combat quality training still needs to be strengthened. It's so easy to say. Xiao Diao Yuliwa pouted. Look. Lin Fei pointed at Tongzi, who was also startled just now. At this time, she hurriedly killed several ladybug monsters surrounding her. Lin Fei's expression froze. Lin Fei-san, what happened? After killing the monster, Tongzi trotted over and asked. It's okay, it's just that this stupid apprentice was too scared to move. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. No way. I was just frightened by the monster that suddenly appeared behind me. Xiao Diao Yulia said unyieldingly. Isn't that scary? Lin Fei didn't know what the structure of his apprentice's brain circuit was. He was so arrogant. Sure enough, it was right not to reason with women. That's it. Tongzi breathed a sigh of relief. Although she seemed to be fighting easily just now, she was actually fully involved. Hearing the screams of the little bird Yurika even disrupted her fighting rhythm. Then he directly killed those monsters. But thank you anyway. Lin Fei said to Tongzi. He knew that the reason why Tongzi didn't directly kill the few ladybug monsters surrounding him just now was to teach Black Cat some fighting skills. It's nothing. Tongzi shook his head, just think of it as an apology gift for being rude last time. If you say that, do I also want to give you an apology gift? A wry smile appeared on Lin Fei's face. Hey! Tongzi blinked in surprise, blushing and waving her hands repeatedly. No, that's not the case. Lin Fei-san, don't think too much. Well, you're just kidding. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Tongzi was still very cute when she was shy. Black Cat, you and the stupid disciple still have a tacit understanding when they fight together. How about this, you two work together as a team? Lin Fei suggested. No problem. Black Cat nodded. She also wanted to try the fighting skills she stolenly learned from Tongzi. I'm not stupid. Xiao Diao Yuliwa shouted unyieldingly again. Hey, idiot! It's starting. The Black Cat started to attack directly. She uses a dagger, and her reaction speed is not slow, so her attacks are very frequent. When Tongzi saw the two of them starting to practice teamwork, she stopped practicing and stepped aside, coming to Lin Fei's side. Where did Lin Fei-san find his teammates? Tongzi came to Lin Fei's side, looked at the Black Cat that pulled the monster, and then killed the Black Cat with the cooperation of the bird Yurika, and asked in a low voice. Well, it's fate. Lin Fei said with a smile. Is it fate? Tongzi's eyelids drooped. She could see that Lin Fei cared about these two girls. Moreover, she had purchased Lin Fei-related information from Argo before, but the other party's answer surprised her. She didn't want to sell it. Tongzi originally thought Lin Fei had lied, but when she asked Argo if Lin Fei was a closed beta player, the other party only answered 2 words, no. Tongzi had been in contact with Argo many times during the closed beta period, so she didn't doubt Argo's answer. So she was still very curious about Lin Fei. Although he seemed approachable at first, he stood up and angrily scolded the player named Kayaba during the strategy meeting because he didn't like what he said. From then on, I thought the other person was difficult to get along with, but after spending a few hours together by chance, the other person turned out to be unexpectedly approachable. He was always alone. He originally thought he was a solo player like himself, but when he appeared in front of him again, he unexpectedly brought 2 teammates with him. Lin Fei is like a mist that Tongzi can't help but explore. Maybe it's fate from the past life. Lin Fei said with a smile. Previous life? So Lin Fei was still a Buddhist. Tongzi was quite surprised. Pfft. Lin Fei laughed. Hey? Why are you laughing? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei in confusion. Could it be that his words seemed funny? No, it's just strange. Why do you think I'm a Buddhist, Tongzi? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Lin Fei worked so hard to save the players, and also talked about the theory of reincarnation proposed by Buddhism, so I think this is the case. Tongzi expressed his thoughts. Is that so? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm just doing what I can. After all, I don't know when I will be in a dilemma of life and death. At that time, someone will come to save me like a savior. I think so. Is that so? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei in surprise, but how could someone as strong as Lin Fei-san be in such danger? Who knows? Lin Fei shook his head. What about you, Tongzi? Have you ever thought about what might happen if you die in this game? Impossible. Tongzi's reaction seemed fierce. She clenched her fist tightly and gritted her teeth. I will definitely survive to conquer this game. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi and laughed for a while. You are all the same people, so you will definitely leave alive. Sorry. Lin Fei's voice was barely audible. Chapter 52. Tongzi did not hear the last two words Lin Fei said. Tongzi, what would you choose if you were the unknown person about the future? Lin Fei asked. Tongzi pursed her lips when she heard this and looked at Lin Fei. Is Lin Fei-san confused about the future because he has lost his memory? Yes. Very confused. Lin Fei nodded and smiled suddenly. I have been subconsciously avoiding this question, but after you said it last time, Tongzi, I can no longer escape. Ah, I'm sorry. Tongzi didn't expect that her unintentional words would cause so much trouble to Lin Fei. It's okay. I've just been deceiving myself all this time. Lin Fei shook his head nonchalantly. You have to face it all the time. If you face this problem earlier, you will be more prepared. So, Tongzi, what will you do? Lin Fei looked at Tongzi, his eyes full of sincerity. Hearing this, Tongzi couldn't help but think of the time when she accidentally discovered that her current parents were not her real parents. At that time, no, she has been running away from this fact until now. It wasn't until she fell into this death game that she truly understood the real answer in her heart. Tongzi spoke, her voice seemed very low. If it is me now, as long as it is worth paying and worth seeing, then I will keep going, even if it is the price of death. An unexpected but reasonable answer. Lin Fei smiled. After hearing what Tongzi said, he finally felt relieved. Perhaps, Lin Fei-san, you may have found a goal worth fighting for. Tongzi looked at the black cat and the bird Eureka who were cooperating to kill the ladybug monster. Well, who knows? Lin Fei smiled casually as he let go of his heavy burden. But speaking of it, the two of them cooperate very well, although the girl with long hair has been slowing down her speed to cooperate. Tongzi glanced at the other two names in the team, and was really ashamed to say it. Ah! The two of them have a very deep relationship. They have been supporting each other from the beginning. The smile on the corner of Lin Fei's mouth looked very warm. Tongzi noticed the smile on Lin Fei's lips and was slightly stunned. It was the first time she saw a man smile so beautifully. Seeing this smile was inexplicably reassuring. However, I'm still not as strong as Tongzi. After all, you have always been so strong alone. Lin Fei said with a smile. There was a saying in the past life that only those who can endure true loneliness can become strong. And Tongzi is obviously able to endure real loneliness. Tongzi didn't expect that Lin Fei would suddenly turn around and praise herself, and she seemed a little surprised. Tongzi, how about adding a friend? Lin Fei said suddenly. Ah! Tongzi said in surprise. Well, you're so good, maybe you can help me sometime. Lin Fei said with a smile. Tongzi was silent for a while. Sorry, I made an unreasonable request. Lin Fei could see that Tongzi seemed a little hard to accept, so he stopped forcing it. Thank you. Tongzi nodded, feeling relieved. Well, I can understand. Lin Fei shook his head and patted Tongzi on the shoulder habitually. This was his habitual action when comforting people in his previous life. Tongzi felt the hand falling on her shoulder, and her whole body froze. Sorry, I'm used to it. Lin Fei saw that Tongzi didn't respond for a long time, and then he realized that his hand was hooked on Tongzi's beautiful neck. No, it's okay. The corners of Tongzi's mouth twitched. Her body seemed to have been electrocuted just now, and she felt very nervous. She had never experienced this feeling before. Lin Fei thought for a while and took out a rare quality one-handed sword that was originally reserved in his inventory. Consider this as apology for my rude behavior. Lin Fei handed the rare quality one-handed sword in front of Tongzi. Tongzi took the one-handed sword hesitantly, but the moment she took it, Tongzi almost threw the one-handed sword away. Lin Fei-san, this is too valuable, I can't have it. Tongzi shook her head vigorously. Even now she cannot own a rare quality one-handed sword. For her, if this is an apology gift, if so, it's really too valuable. Tongzi, it's just a piece of equipment. Lin Fei shook his head. But, this is rare quality equipment, and there are only a few in the entire game. Tongzi bit her lip. Although she liked the one-handed sword very much, this gift was too expensive. It's okay, just accept it with peace of mind. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. Lin Fei shook his head. Seeing Lin Fei's resolute attitude, Tongzi hesitated for a while and then nodded and accepted the rare quality one-handed sword. Thank you. Tongzi bowed to Lin Fei seriously. Hey, don't be like this. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly, it will make me uneasy if you do this. Ah. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei confused. That's how you should be. Lin Fei coughed and looked sternly. Hey, since it's an apology, I will accept it with great mercy. In this case. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi and said. Tongzi blinked and suddenly laughed. Lin Fei-sang is really an interesting person. Chapter 53. Interesting. No wonder, Lin Fei-san has a good relationship with his teammates. Tongzi put his hands behind his back, looked at Lin Fei and said with a smile, only those who understand each other and are truly trustworthy think so. Hey! Cold sweat broke out on Lin Fei's forehead. When he said this, it seemed that what he had just done seemed to be a fool's errand. Lin Fei covered her face in shame. Really, she graduated early tomorrow, why are she still messing around? Could it be that she stayed with Black Cat and the others and got infected? Lin Fei suddenly felt the urge to regret. Well, you don't have to do this. Tongzi smiled, coughed, with a hint of blush on her face, since it is an apology, I will accept it with great mercy. After finishing speaking, Tongzi winked playfully, hey, how is it? Are you qualified? Lin Fei was stunned by Tongzi's move and could only nod his head blankly, passed. Ha ha ha. Tongzi laughed. After Black Cat used the void bite in his hand to kill the ladybug monster in front of him, he suddenly heard Tongzi's laughter. She turned her head in confusion and found out what the other party was actually saying to Lin Fei. She seemed very happy. Look like. Hey, Black Cat-chan, if you don't take action, the master will be snatched away by other girls. At this moment, Xiaodiao Yurika came to Black Cat's side and winked at Lin Fei. What are you talking about, you idiot? Black Cat blushed, quickly pushed away the head of Kodari Yurika, and tapped her gently on the forehead. Wow! Xiaodiao Yuliwa whined, covering her head, what I said is the truth. Master is such a good person, handsome and has a good personality, and there seems to be a marriage system in this game. Why, if you don't, Master will be snatched away by other girls. Are you very free? You still have time to think about these things. The black cat raised his eyebrows. It seems that the amount of training is not enough, so let's get a few more. Ah! Xiaodiao Yuliwa looked at the black cat's movements and quickly stopped him. Time passed very quickly. A morning passed. Under the careful care of the black cat, the little bird Yuliwa got a very good exercise. The moment Lin Fei asked them to have lunch, the little bird Yuliwa flowed out. Tears of salvation. However, despair followed. Black cat, your cooperation is good this morning, but the stupid apprentice needs to be strengthened. Black cat cannot be allowed to slow down his speed to match you. It should be you, stupid apprentice, who increases your speed to match the black cat, so that you can win in the battle. Don't hold back. Lin Fei commented on the morning's battle and showed a kind smile to Yu Liahua, a salty fish-like bird sitting on the ground. So, increase the intensity of your training, black cat. The smile on Lin Fei's face was sincere. You must know that we are also doing it for her own good. No problem at all. Black cat nodded without hesitation. No. Seeing that the two people had forcibly reached a consensus without asking for their opinions, Kotori Yurika cried out in despair. Haha. Tongzi smiled slightly. This kind of atmosphere is really rare in this game. Okay, let's have lunch. Lin Fei shrugged and took out the food he bought in the town from the inventory. Although it's not a big meal, please accept it. Lin Fei handed one to Tongzi. Ah, thank you. Tongzi was stunned for a moment. She really hadn't eaten anything. After all, she had been practicing and had forgotten about it. Well, it's delicious. After Tongzi took the first bite of food, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Well, it's just steak and bread that are available in restaurants, so there's no need to show such an expression. You're so generous to me. Lin Fei was ashamed. Compared to the desserts he ordered for Black Cat and Little Bird Yurika before, the steak and bread were simply meager. Well, I really want dessert. Xiaodiao Yuliwa took a bite of the bread and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Lin Fei smiled helplessly, this idiot apprentice. As for dessert, I have some here. Tongzi suddenly seemed to remember something, called out the menu bar, and clicked a few times. On that picnic cloth, there were 3 more cakes. This is the reward I got for doing the mission before, but I kept forgetting to take it out. Tongzi said with a smile. Wow, thank you. Zionio Yaliahua nodded his head, obviously very happy. I don't need it, you 3 can eat. Lin Fei refused the piece of cake that Tongzi brought over. He never liked desserts very much. After lunchtime, Lin Fei and the 4 of them took a break. When starting to level up, Lin Fei planned to head to the other end of the dense forest with Tongzi. It was said that there were more advanced monsters there, which were just right for the current levels of Lin Fei and Tongzi. As for Black Cat and Xiaodiao Yurika, they will stay here temporarily. With the equipment given to them by Lin Fei, it is difficult for the ladybug monster here to threaten the 2 of them. Black Cat didn't object, while Kotori Yurika looked at the sky in despair. Without Master and Kiriko, Black Cat-chan would abuse herself even more inhumanely. Wow! I should have known better not to talk nonsense. Kotori Yurika's heart was filled with tears. Chapter 54. At the other end of the dense forest, Lin Fei and Tongzi walked side by side. Although some monsters were occasionally found along the way, they were no match for the 2 of them. After all, the monsters in the bottom area currently, except for the boss, do not know how to use skills. Facing the wall-hanging players like Lin Fei and the high-level players like Tongzi, they were completely defeated. It's not enough to watch. On the other side of the dense forest is a vast fir forest. It has to be said that it is very magical that plants from different climates exist in such a strange place. Tongzi said that she had purchased information about the Guanyu fir forest from an intelligence dealer. There were mostly wolf monsters in it, and they were in groups. It was not recommended for solo players to enter rashly. As for whether this information was really purchased from an intelligence dealer, Lin Fei didn't care much. After walking for almost half an hour, the two finally walked out of the dense forest. What appeared in front of them was a fir forest that was different from the various and complicated plants in the dense forest. There was only one plant, fir. It's inside, Tongzi said to Lin Fei. The main reason why she came here was because the forest wolves here sometimes dropped rare strengthening materials. On the way here, Lin Fei specifically told Tongzi that the weapon was actually made by herself and asked her not to think too much about it. After all, although the other party accepted it, he would always have thoughts when holding such a precious thing in his hands, so Lin Fei directly dispelled her doubts. However, this news was obviously more surprising than Lin Fei giving her the weapon. After all, this game has just begun, but someone has already created rare quality equipment, which is really incredible. No, it should be before the floor where players can create this function independently has mastered this skill, and in the extreme the fact that a rare quality weapon was created in a short period of time is even more surprising. However, although Tongzi was very moved that Lin Fei told her this secret, she still reminded Lin Fei that with such a skill that can seriously unbalance the system, players will be jealous. Even Lin Fei with a high reputation will be jealous. They will also be plotted. After all, human desires are often infinitely magnified in the virtual world. After all, in their view, this is not the real world, so the law will naturally have no control over them. Tongzi, a closed beta player, feels the same way about this. Although Lin Fei told Tongzi that it was just luck, he did not intend to publicize it because of Tongzi's advice to consider himself. Well, although he did not intend to publicize it in the first place, even the matter of selling weapons has been left to Argo, who was an intelligence dealer and weapons dealer, went to do it. For those players who want to delve into such matters, Argo, the intelligence merchant, must be able to do so with ease. Back to business. Before entering the fir forest, Tongzi told Lin Fei that the forest wolves inside were of the same level as them, plus they were monsters that appeared in the group, and they had the characteristics of ferocious attacks and extremely fast speed. So before entering the fir forest, Lin Fei and Tongzi both took out their weapons. Because they were acquaintances, Lin Fei did not choose other weapons and directly took out his white rose star. As for Tongzi, she took out the rare one-handed sword that Lin Fei had just given to her, the Chidori blade. Although I have seen it several times, Lin Fei-san's white rose is really beautiful. Tongzi seemed to have a hint of envy in her tone when she saw the white rose star in Lin Fei's hand. Is it beautiful? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he had observed the white rose star carefully when he first got it, but he had never observed it carefully. After all, the appearance of the white rose star was too delicate. For a picky young boy like him, he always felt that it was detrimental to his image to hold it, so he always subconsciously ignored the appearance of the white rose star. Now that Tongzi mentioned it, he subconsciously glanced at the white rose star in his hand. Well, actually I'm also very troubled, Lin Fei said with a smile. Troubled? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei in confusion, not knowing what the other person was worried about. Yet, Lin Fei shrugged, after all, the white rose is too delicate. It doesn't feel right for me to hold it as a man. What's wrong? Tongzi still didn't quite understand what Lin Fei meant. Think about it, if a beautiful girl is holding this sword, will she be more powerful than me? Lin Fei said, as a man, I always feel like holding this kind of sword, how should I put it, mother. Hey! Hey hey hey! Tongzi didn't expect that Lin Fei was thinking this, and kept uttering in surprise. What's wrong? Lin Fei saw Tongzi's reaction so big. Ahaha, I just feel that Lin Fei-sang is too pushy. Tongzi covered her mouth and chuckled. You know, right? A good player once drew a picture of you holding a sword and made it into a strategy manual. Tongzi said with a smile. Ah, I know. Lin Fei scratched his head depressedly. This was Argo's idea, and it was also one of the main reasons why Lin Fei did not dare to show up easily and had to wear a cloak when traveling. There are many female players who worship you as their idol. They also said that the way you held the white rose looked like a noble knight coming out of the Middle Ages, noble and charming. However, the more Tongzi talked, the more Lin Fei felt embarrassed. Chapter 55. Stop talking. Lin Fei touched his nose. His family knew about his family affairs. Moreover, even if others seemed proud of this kind of thing, when he saw or heard it, it felt like a shameful play. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Ah! Lin Fei-san, what's wrong with you? Tongzi couldn't help but blink when she saw Lin Fei's reaction. In her opinion, being admired by so many girls should be a very honorable thing, right? Nothing, this is the topic, stop it, okay. Lin Fei covered his face, so ashamed. Argo had specifically asked him to pose a pose, yes, nothing else is important, the most important thing is that it was a pose that made Lin Fei extremely embarrassed, so when Tongzi mentioned this, Lin Fei could think of the pose that he had originally presented. Ah, I really want to die. Lin Fei didn't know what was wrong with him when he wanted to agree to Argo. Sure enough, he was confused by Argo's sweet words. I was so proud at first, but now I want to die. Lin Fei's troubles. Tongzi thought about it carefully and probably understood that posture may not be uncommon in movies or animations, but in reality, generally only Chiyunibiu can do it. Pfft! Tongzi laughed. Stop laughing. Lin Fei covered his face, not daring to look at the expression on Tongzi's face. Okay, okay. Tongzi nodded, how should I put it? Lin Fei-san has sacrificed his life, so Lin Fei-san, you don't have to be, depressed. Lin Fei coughed. He felt that if he continued this topic, he would really use the white rose star to dig a hole in the ground and get out. Sure enough, he was young and ignorant, and he was in the 2nd grade. What happened in the past Black history? Let's go in. Standing on the clear dividing line between Jing and Wei, Lin Fei straightened his face and said to Tongzi. Well, no problem. Tongzi nodded. It is finally over. Lin Fei, who felt like he had been executed all the time, breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his spirits, and walked into the fir forest with Tongzi. Compared with the tropical dense forest area, the fir forest looks very empty. The distance between the trees is neither wide nor narrow. If fighting, it can just accommodate about 2 people. If you exceed it, you will be constrained by this space. Not only will it doesn't help, but it makes it difficult to move due to lack of space. The terrain is really conducive to wolf monsters. Lin Fei understood the secret just by looking at it. This kind of place may only be able to accommodate 2 players, but if it is a forest wolf, this kind of place on the contrary, the terrain is more conducive to their attack. However, it would be difficult for 2 players to face the forest wolves attacking from all directions. So, what is the significance of this design? Lin Fei touched his chin. Kayaba Akihiko didn't know how to make useless things. It looked like he had gone to great lengths to make something here. So, since it exists, it must have a meaning. Just when Lin Fei was thinking about it, a wolf howl came from the distance. Tongzi pushed Lin Fei and said solemnly, it seems that we are lucky. We encountered forest wolves one after another. Forest wolf. Lin Fei suddenly frowned, and just as the wolves were flying towards him, he slapped his forehead fiercely. Lin Fei-san, what's wrong? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei in surprise, not knowing why he suddenly seemed to understand. Ah, I thought of some questions. But let's kill all these monsters before we talk. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. If it is what he thought, then the harvest of this trip is really good. Ah! Tongzi blinked. Since Lin Fei said so, she had no choice but to suppress the doubts in her heart, raised the Chidori blade in her hand, and stabbed a forest wolf that was charging towards her. Tongzi's insight was extraordinary. At the moment of stabbing, she had already discovered the flaw of the monster in front of her. Not only did she avoid the forest wolf's attack, the Chidori blade in her hand also stabbed the forest wolf's waist. The wolf has always been known as a tofu waist with a copper head and an iron bone. The waist that Kiriko stabbed happened to be the forest wolf's weak point. In this case, with the increased damage of the Chidori blade and the weak point attack, even without using sword skills, it also took away more than half of the timber wolf's health. It's really amazing. Although Tongza had known for a long time that if she changed to the Chidori blade, the damage output would definitely increase to a higher level, but she never expected that it would increase to such an extent. According to her previous attacks, even if she created a weakness, the damage will not be so high, and it may only take away a quarter of the timber wolf's health. But now, it seemed that she could directly kill a forest wolf with just 2 sword blows. Moreover, this is not counting weakness damage, it is just a normal attack. But the current situation did not allow her to think too much. As a social monster, forest wolves are not just 1 or 2, but usually 5 or 6 together. Just when Tongza neatly killed the remaining forest wolf, and was about to continue killing other forest wolves, she found that the other forest wolves were already lying on the ground. As the health bar was cleared, they all melted at the same time. Made into pieces. What? Killed them all in an instant? Tongza looked at Lin Fei, who sheathed her sword in surprise. Although she had long known that the opponent was very powerful and had multiple advanced sword skills with one-handed swords, now Lin Fei did not use sword skills, but only relied on ordinary sword skills. The slash killed him in an instant, which Tongza had to pay attention to. This shows that the opponent's output damage is at least twice as much as his own, and they are all at the same level and with weapons of the same quality. Okay, let's talk while walking. Lin Fei turned to Tongza beside him and said. Ah, okay. Tongza then remembered that Lin Fei seemed to have thought of something important, but was interrupted by the group of forest wolves. Chapter 56. Kayaba Akihiko is a genius and will not do useless things. However, the terrain here is not suitable for a large number of players to enter, but there are gregarious monsters. Lin Fei said to Tongza beside him as he walked on the road. Kayaba Akihiko's purpose is to let players continue to conquer the game and bring pleasure to him as the creator. So, he will definitely not cause absolute death in the early stages of the game. Hearing the name Kayaba Akihiko, the expression on Kiriko's face looked very complicated. At first, she admired Kayaba Akihiko for being able to create a completely virtual stealth game like SAO. But after being trapped in this death game, her admiration for Kayaba Akihiko turned into hatred. The feeling that someone she once admired was treating human life as a game made her uncomfortable. But what Lin Fei said is indeed correct. Since Kayaba Akihiko designed such a place, it would not just be a death realm that players cannot easily enter. Since it exists, there must be a reason for its existence. Maybe there are some hidden tasks or rare props inside. Lin Fei looked at Tongza with an eager expression on his face. After all, the previous monsters didn't have the habit of taking the initiative like the forest wolf. How about it? Do you want to try it? Lin Fei said with a smile. Tongza's throat moved. She was indeed very moved. After all, what Lin Fei said was not unreasonable. Then let's continue to go deeper. Tongza nodded. If it were before, she might not be very sure. But it's different now. She owns the rare quality weapon Chidori blade. Although she can't say there's no danger, she still dares to try it out. What's more, she has Lin Fei, a powerful swordsman, by her side. It's just that the monsters in front may be denser, so Lin Fei-san, please pay more attention. Tongza came here during the closed beta period, and she didn't care about these problems at the time. Now that she thinks about it, Lin Fei is indeed right. It makes sense, but if you go deeper, the wolves will have more refresh points. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary merpage, but this is a death game, and the consequence of not being careful is death. Of course. Lin Fei nodded. As the two of them continued to go deeper, just as Tongzi said, the wolves attacked more and more frequently. Tongzi remembered that the explanation given at the time was that the wolves had a wide range of AI trigger settings. After walking less than 1,000 meters, they were attacked by 3 waves of wolves. Although they were easily killed by Lin Fei and her together, the number seemed to be increasing. Here we come. Tongzi had just drank a bottle of recovery potion, and the number of wolves increased. The number of wolves in the wave just now had risen to 10. Because the forest wolves were very fast, Tongzi was not aware of it and was scratched. One time. However, it was a near miss and only caused slight damage to Tongzi. However, one wave of wolves has just been eliminated, but the next wave is coming, which is obviously trying to kill people. Tongzi, take a rest first and leave it to me. Lin Fei could tell that Tongzi seemed a little tired, so he said to her. Is it okay? Tongzi couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Lin Fei didn't care and shook his head. Although the armor on his body looked thin, it was top-quality equipment. Even if he was attacked, there would be no problem at all. As soon as he finished speaking, 12 forest wolves appeared around Lin Fei and Tongzi. The number has increased again. Tongzi looked at the forest wolves surrounding the two of them, her pupils narrowed slightly. She couldn't help but look at Lin Fei worriedly, could she handle it? Thinking of this, while she was resting to regain her strength, she kept keeping her eyes on Lin Fei's back to prevent surprise attacks. Ouch! A howl came out, as if they had received an order. The forest wolves quickly rushed around Lin Fei and Tongzi. Lin Fei shouted softly, and hit each other with the white rose star in his hand, opening up the 2 forest wolves that were charging forward. Then his eyes narrowed, and the white rose in his hand stabbed straight into the open bloody mouth of a forest wolf. Whoosh! Lin Fei drew his sword and turned around, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Before Tongzi had time to remind him, he stabbed the sword with his backhand into the eye socket of the forest wolf that was attacking from behind without even looking. Then the sword hilt twisted. Bump! The forest wolf died instantly and was reduced to pieces. After solving the hidden danger behind him, Lin Fei kicked away the timber wolf who had rushed in front of him. Seeing the amount of blood lost by the kicked forest wolf, Tongzi twitched the corner of her mouth. What happened to this kind of damage? It's too high. Lin Fei didn't pause. After kicking away the forest wolf that had jumped in front of him, Lin Fei stroked the blade of the white rose star. Tongzi, close your eyes. Lin Fei said to Tongzi at the moment when he was preparing for the baptism of the holy sword. Hearing this, Tongzi closed her eyes subconsciously. One-handed sword low-level sword skills, holy sword baptism. Launch! In an instant, the shimmering sword blade burst out with a dazzling light. All the forest wolves surrounding Lin Fei and Tongzi were blinded. Swish! Brush! Brush! Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast, with bursts of sound piercing the air, and the white rose star in his hand continued to harvest the lives of the forest wolf. Chapter 57. When Tongzi heard Lin Fei say that she could open her eyes, she found that all the forest wolves had disappeared. Okay, it's solved, let's continue. Lin Fei said to Tongzi, but these forest wolves are attacking more and more frequently. Let's prepare the blood replenishing potion first. Yes. Tongzi nodded. After checking the medicines she carried with her, Tongzi frowned. She was in too much of a hurry when she went up to the 3rd floor, and forgot to go to the town to replenish supplies. There were not many medicines left in her inventory now. What's wrong? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask when he saw Tongzi frowning. It's okay, we just don't have enough potion. Tongzi said helplessly. Well, I thought it was a big deal. Lin Fei shrugged and scratched his fingers a few times in front of his face. Then a ray of light appeared behind Lin Fei and disappeared in an instant, but what remained in his hand was a few bottles of blood replenishing medicine. It's my first time to team up with others to slay monsters. I bought a lot of blood replenishing potions. Take them. Lin Fei said with a smile. It was indeed his first time to team up with others to slay monsters, so when buying potions, subconsciously bought some more, but Black Cat and the others also bought it, so Lin Fei couldn't use so much. Ah, thank you. I will pay you back. Tongzi nodded and took the blood replenishing potion. By the way, do you still have other potions, such as potions to relieve abnormal conditions? Since you are prepared, you must be fully prepared. Lin Fei looked at the large number of antidote potions and other potions in the inventory, and looked at them. Kiriko asked. Well, I still have quite a few here. Tongzi said to Lin Fei. Okay, let's go. Lin Fei nodded. The area of the fir forest area is larger than that of the dense forest area, and whether it is an illusion or not, as the two of them go deeper, the temperature seems to be gradually decreasing. It's just that as the level increases, the player's physical data and various resistances are improving. After all, this is the absolute rule of Merpage. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. So just a drop in temperature will not have much impact on Lin Fei and Tongzi. However, the problems on the ground made Lin Fei and Tongzi feel bad. The deeper they went, the more humid the ground became. After they killed a wave of 14 forest wolves again, water already appeared in the area they entered. There are even muddy areas. In a place like this, the speed of both of them is restricted to a certain extent. There was only enough space between the fir trees for the two of them to exert their fighting power. The forest wolves were constantly attacking, and the puddles and mud were now limiting the speed. Lin Fei is almost convinced that there are very precious tasks or props hidden deep in the fir forest. Only. Lin Fei glanced at Tongzi beside her. She didn't seem to know what existed deep down. Was this place not fully explored during the closed beta period, or was this not the case at that time? After all, the confusion on Tongzi's face didn't seem to be fake. After walking forward for tens of meters, the depth of the puddle was already knee-deep. This level of environment has greatly restricted the speed of Lin Fei and Tongzi. It can be said that it is very dangerous at this time, and in under this puddle, there is still mud in some area, which can bring them a foot-binding state for 1 to 2 seconds. During this period, if they are attacked by a forest wolf, it will undoubtedly become extremely dangerous. Ouch! A loud howl sounded, and with the sound of trampling, 20 forest wolves appeared around Lin Fei and Tongzi. Trouble! Lin Fei scratched his head. Lin Fei sang, "Look at that!" Tongzi suddenly pointed to a high ground not far away, which was the only place not soaked by puddles. Lin Fei looked in the direction Tongzi pointed with a smile on his face. There was a giant pure white wolf, with its name revealed on the top of its head, Forest Wolf King. It seems that as long as I kill it, it will not be attacked by the forest wolf again. Lin Fei said to Tongzi. It should be right, but how to rush over? Tongzi nodded, but the problem now is that he is surrounded by these forest wolves, and the Forest Wolf King is far away. Besides, it is a boss-level monster, so why not? It's so easy to kill. Pull a distance of 10 meters. Lin Fei said in a confused manner. Ah! Tongzi looked at Lin Fei in confusion. Just pull me 10 meters away. I can kill it. Lin Fei's voice sounded serious, not joking. Is that so? I understand. Tongzi couldn't help but think of Lin Fei's sword skill that killed the violent buffalo leader with one blow in the second-level canyon. With that kind of speed and damage, he can indeed kill the Timber Wolf King in front of him. Compared to the raging buffalo leader who is known for his defense, the Timber Wolf King is squishy, but Lin Fei Sang's sword skills can kill even the raging buffalo leader with one strike. Drink. Lin Fei moved. Tongzi moved too. The forest wolves surrounding them also rushed towards the two of them under the instructions of the Forest Wolf King. Being trapped in such a place, it would be very dangerous to fight with the forest wolf. Lin Fei and Tongzi both understood this deeply, so Lin Fei planned to carry out a beheading operation from the beginning. Even if these forest wolves do not retreat after killing the forest wolf king, there is no big problem. After all, if a boss-level boss has been waiting for an opportunity, Lin Fei and Tongzi will be even more passive. Chapter 58. However, it is obvious that this wave of forest wolves are not ordinary forest wolves. Their names are Wolf King Guards. They are elite monsters. Even Lin Fei cannot be killed easily, and Tongzi is even more so. In addition, the speed is limited. Tongzi's situation has become a lot more dangerous. While Lin Fei was blocking the advancing Wolf King Guards, he was also keeping an eye on the situation on Tongzi's side. Basic sword skills with one-handed sword. Straight thrust. The sword skill is extremely fast and is not affected by speed. In an instant, Lin Fei rushed out and stabbed the neck of a Wolf King guard on Tongzi's side who had no time to defend. Bang! There is a completely difference between using sword skills and attacking without using sword skills. The Wolf King guard, whose normal attacks cannot kill with one hit, was instantly killed by Lin Fei's direct attack. Tongzi cast a grateful look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that a Wolf King guard had come to his side. He quickly moved the white rose star in his hand across the mouth of the Wolf King guard, and then made a sharp stroke. After mitigating the attack, Lin Fei kicked the wolf guard away. Tongzi, please pay attention, give me 3 seconds. Lin Fei said to Tongzi. Understood. Tongzi leaned against the trunk of a fir tree. The huge tree body was enough to protect her from attacks from the back. She knew that Lin Fei was going to rush up to kill the Timber Wolf King alone. One-handed sword, low-level sword skills. Vampire White Rose. Lin Fei looked at the Wolf King guards who were surrounding him again, and suddenly activated the exclusive sword skill matching the White Rose star. In an instant, Lin Fei spun around like a beautiful white rose in full bloom. The pure white blade was the beautiful petals of the white rose. The deadly flowers instantly took away the lives of these Wolf King guards who dared to touch the petals. 4 Wolf King guards died at once, and Tongzi's pressure was greatly reduced. I'm on it. Lin Fei only had time to say this to Tongzi. Basic sword skills with one-handed sword. Straight thrust. Like a stream of light, Lin Fei suddenly rushed out. The impact distance of the direct thrust was 5 meters, which brought Lin Fei just within 10 meters of the Timber Wolf King. Ouch! However, the Timber Wolf King unexpectedly rushed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei's eyes looked very calm, he bowed slightly, and the white rose star in his hand had been put back into the scabbard on his waist at some point. The Timber Wolf King is very fast, at least twice as fast as other timber wolves. Even a distance of 10 meters is only a blink of an eye for it. Within a second of Lin Fei's 9-headed dragon flash launching, the Timber Wolf King had already rushed in front of Lin Fei, and even his teeth were about to bite Lin Fei's head. Get out of the way! Tongzi had been paying attention to the situation here. She had just repelled a Wolf King guard and saw Lin Fei standing motionless, while the Forest Wolf King was already close at hand. She couldn't help shouted. However, Lin Fei seemed to be deaf and did not hear Tongzi's cry at all. Just at the critical moment, Lin Fei's scabbard lit up with a light unique to sword skills. Advanced one-handed sword skills. 9-headed dragon flashes. Launch. The sub-ultimate 9-headed dragon flash of the super-fast sword drawing style Phaeton sword style roared out of Lin Fei's scabbard in an instant. First hit. Tang Zhu. The extreme speed that came first broke the Timber Wolf King's attack in an instant, and cut it off with a sword on the head. The Timber Wolf King couldn't help but howl in pain. However, the second blow follows. Second strike. Kayaba beheads. A slash from right to left left a huge scar on the Timber Wolf King's chest. The third strike. Cut against the cassock. Lin Fei's sword force changed instantly, and the diagonal slash from left to right left across wound on the Timber Wolf King's chest. The fourth strike. Left crosscut. The horizontal slash that followed the trend once again left a wound in front of the Timber Wolf King's chest. The fifth strike. Right crosscut. Lin Fei flipped his wrist, and the sword force changed again, and the horizontal slash that was originally from left to right was slashed back fiercely. The sixth strike. Cut on the left. The seventh strike. Cut right. The eighth strike. Against the wind. Lin Fei followed the Timber Wolf King's abdomen and slashed from bottom to top with his sword. The ninth strike. Thrust. Lin Fei shouted loudly, and the white rose star in his hand seemed to cut through the space, piercing the Timber Wolf King's throat. Hold head high. The dragon head composed of 9 extremely pure sword lights seemed to roar. After the sword skill ended, Lin Fei stood behind the Timber Wolf King. The howl that the Timber Wolf King started to make stopped at this time. However, this was not a continuous howling, but the howling that started when Lin Fei's sword skill ended. Bang! The Timber Wolf King fell to the ground, and his body turned into pieces as the blood volume was emptied. 9-headed dragon flashes. So powerful! Chapter 59. So strong. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei's back in astonishment as he slowly put away his sword and stood up. It was obviously a latecomer sword skill, but it was able to instantly counter the extremely fast Timber Wolf King and kill him with one blow. This kind of sword skill is simply sensational. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Every time the 9-headed dragon flash was activated, he would subconsciously hold his breath. It seems that this way he can use his sword skills more smoothly. Seeing that the Forest Wolf King was killed, the Wolf King's guards who should have retreated as Lin Fei thought did not retreat. Instead, the attack became more ferocious. Tongzi was not aware of it and was bitten on his left hand. Ah! Tongzi quickly slashed away the Wolf King guard with his sword. Lin Fei-san, if you don't come again, I won't be able to see me. Tongzi helplessly asked Lin Fei for help. Ah, sorry. Lin Fei's original pose suddenly changed, and his stylish style immediately collapsed. Swish, brush. Without the threat of the Forest Wolf King, no matter how ferocious these Wolf King guards were, they were no match for Lin Fei and Tongzi. After Lin Fei joined the battle group and performed several sword skills in succession, the Wolf King guards were declared to be completely wiped out. Tisk! I didn't expect that there is such a hidden attribute. Lin Fei and Tongzi came to the high ground where the Timber Wolf King was before. After sitting down, they took out a bottle of potion from the inventory and said helplessly. Because of the death of the Forest Wolf King, the attributes of these Wolf King guards increased by 50%. Lin Fei didn't notice and was bitten, and he didn't know if it was because Lin Fei killed the Forest Wolf King. When Fei first joined the battle group, all the surviving Wolf King guards rushed towards Lin Fei. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Lin Fei's complaining expression, Tongzi blinked and laughed. However, it's not a loss. Lin Fei looked at the prompt box in front of him and smiled. The equipment enhancement items that could only be dropped by killing 100 forest wolves can be dropped by almost every Wolf King guard. Yes. Tongzi nodded in agreement, and based on her experience, this Forest Wolf King is likely to be the last obstacle. Now that the obstacle has been removed, then it is time to hunt for treasure. Lin Fei-san, this boss should be the final test. Tongzi said and pointed to the side, and a road sign slowly rose in the puddle. Take a rest, I'm exhausted. Lin Fei nodded. 5 minutes later, Lin Fei and Tongzi set off again, following the road signs and walking together in the direction pointed by the road signs. Along the way, Lin Fei and Tongzi never encountered monster attacks again. After walking for about 10 minutes, the puddles began to disappear, replaced by a village. Monica. Lin Fei looked at the name of the village and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this name sound like a personal name? Well, it seems this is a hidden mission. There were no precious props as imagined, so Tongzi naturally thought of another possibility. Moreover, Tongzi never heard other players mention this village during the closed beta period. Let's go. Lin Fei called Tongzi. The village is completely built on a towering giant tree. It is very spacious, and the stairs up are a rattan wrapped around the giant tree. This iconic building made Lin Fei and Tongzi instantly understand what kind of creatures lived here. But they didn't expect that besides the town area, there were elves in other places on the third level. Sure enough, when Lin Fei first stepped onto the vine stairs, many elves appeared. Different from the forest elves and dark elves in Zimford, the skin color of the elves here was different from the two, but they were between the two. As if they were fused together. Outside adventurers, please stop here. 2 elf guards, wearing exquisite armors, placed their weapons in front of Lin Fei and Tongzi, preventing them from moving forward. 0, please give me flowers. 0. Let go of your guard. A tall female elf came out. Among the elves present, she was wearing the most luxurious clothes. It was obvious that her status in the village was not low. After hearing what the tall female elf said, the 2 guards withdrew their weapons and did not continue to block Lin Fei and Tongzi. Outside adventurers, I can see that your hands are stained with the blood of forest wolves. Thank you very much for eliminating the monsters that threatened the village. The tall female elf said and bowed to Lin Fei and Tongzi. And under the leadership of the tall female elf, the other elves also bowed to Lin Fei and Tongzi. Even the 2 Wei Kong were no exception. I am Monica's village chief, Lilith. The tall female elf introduced. We have been worrying about those monsters for a long time, but we didn't expect that they were eliminated by you adventurers. As benefactors, we will treat you well. Please follow me. Lilith led the way. The confused Lin Fei and Tongzi looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and had no choice but to follow. There might be some reward. Following Lilith, the 3 of them arrived at the top of the village. This is an exquisite palace. All the decorations are made entirely of plants. It is hard to imagine that a small village in a place like this has such a beautiful palace. However, Lin Fei was relieved after thinking that this was a game. Lilith sat back in her exclusive seat, with a very enthusiastic expression on her face. Adventurers, in order to thank you, in addition to Monica will always regard you as a friend, you can choose any treasure from the village's treasure house. Lilith's voice was very gentle and pleasant. After all, this is a reminder from the reward. Lin Fei and Tongzi looked at each other, and it seemed that their work was not in vain. Chapter 60. With a wave of Lilith's hand, a prompt box appeared in front of Lin Fei and Tongzi, with more than a dozen pieces of equipment, more than a dozen props, and even several sword skills and skills marked in it. Adventurers, please choose the reward you need. Lilith said to Lin Fei and Tongzi. Lin Fei didn't look at the equipment column. After all, he was now a LV4 blacksmithing master. Even artifacts could be forged with a certain probability. He didn't care about these equipment rewards at all. Lin Fei glanced at the props column and passed. There were no props he needed at all. As for sword skills, Lin Fei feels that what he has mastered now is enough for the time being, so there are only a few skills left that can catch Lin Fei's eye. He looked at those skills carefully. The first skill of 663 is cooking. Lin Fei pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the next one. The second skill is strengthening. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Just in time, he had a lot of equipment strengthening materials on hand. He originally wanted to go back to the town and spend some kel to ask a blacksmith with equipment strengthening skills to strengthen his white rose star. But now it seems that there is no need. Lin Fei didn't even look at other skills and directly chose to strengthen. On the other side, Tongzi is caught in a dilemma. She really doesn't have much need for equipment for the time being. After all, equipment always needs to be replaced, not to mention that she now owns the rare quality Chidori blade, so the first column she also passed the reward directly. Tongzi took a few more glances at the props in the second column, but she passed them immediately. But now, Tongzi was stumped by the third column, sword skill rewards. Every sword skill looked good, so she still didn't know what to choose. Seeing that Lin Fei had already made his choice, Tongzi gritted his teeth and chose the heavier sword skill in his heart. Since you have made your choice, the reward will be given to you, Lilith said to Lin Fei and Lin Fei when they saw that they had made their choice. Later, Lin Fei discovered that he had the skill of strengthening in his skill bar. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the professional skill, strengthening. The current proficiency is 0/100, LV1. The moment the reward arrived, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Just when Lin Fei was checking the introduction to strengthening the skill, Lilith's voice sounded again. Adventurers, you have such powerful power. I have a commission here. I wonder if you are unwilling to accept it, Lilith said to the two of them. Lin Fei and Tongzi cheered up instantly, and they actually still had a mission. Lilith, the head of Monica Village, has issued a commission to you. Do you accept it? Looking at the prompt box in front of them, Lin Fei and Tongzi looked at each other. This task was issued to both of them, indicating that this was still a multi-person task. Village Chief Lilith, can we bring more adventurers to take on this mission? Lin Fei didn't know what the player limit was for this mission, and asked quickly. If the number of people could be increased, he was going to bring Black Cats and the others come here. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Lilith shook her head. I'm very sorry, Song, you killed the adventurers of the Forest Wolf to have the Power Emperor to take on this mission. Really? Lin Fei nodded. It seemed that this mission could only be accepted by players who killed the Timber Wolf King. Tongzi was in the same team as him at the time, so he was naturally within the scope of the mission. As for Black Cat and the others, Lin Fei and Tongzi had already quit the team when they left. After all, if the distance is too far, the team will automatically disband. Where are you, Tongzi? Lin Fei looked at Tongzi beside him. He didn't know how difficult this task was. He had to ask for Tongzi's opinion. Well, how could you give up on a mission that you finally encountered? Tongzi's answer was as expected by Lin Fei. Village Chief Lilith, we accept this commission, Lin Fei and Tongzi said to Lilith in unison. Thank you so much, adventurers. Lilith stood up and said. Then, the prompt box in front of him changed. Another worry for Monica. Although the powerful adventurers have killed the forest wolves that threatened the lives of the villagers in Monica Village, they are far from eliminating another threat that Monica Village now faces. To the south of Monica Village, there lives a camouflaged tree spirit that attracts Monica villagers with its exquisite disguise. When the Monica villagers climb the tree trunks, it will prey on the Monica villagers. As a descendant of Monica's elf who was nurtured by nature, Monica swore not to cause harm to trees, so she has been indulging in the behavior of pretending to be a tree spirit. However, after the previous village chief was preyed on, the new village chief Lilith was unwilling to see other tribesmen being preyed on again. Therefore, for the safety of the villagers of Monica, the village chief Lilith has issued a task commission to you. After reading the mission introduction, Lin Fei knew clearly that this disguised tree spirit should also be a boss-level monster, but it should not have a younger brother to protect him, which should be considered good news. However, if you are disguised and even the elves can't find them, then the dangerous place is here. In this kind of forest, the most abundant things are trees. As long as they don't take the initiative, it will be difficult for Lin Fei and Tongzi to find the target. With their thoughts in mind, Lin Fei and Tongzi said goodbye to Lilith. Under the leadership of other elves, they came to the room prepared by Monica for the guests, and the two began to discuss countermeasures. By the way, we have to talk to Black Cat and the others. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. This task is expected to take some time. Lin Fei and Tongzi won't be able to go back for the time being. Black Cat and the others will be worried, so they have to give it to them. Send them a message. After talking to Black Cat and asking them to return to town early, Lin Fei cancelled the contact. Tongzi, do you have any detection skills? Lin Fei asked. If you have detection skills, you can detect the disguised tree spirit in time. How is it possible? Tongzi shrugged. If she had detective skills, she would have told Lin Fei long ago, and she wouldn't be sitting here with a gloomy face. That's right. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, then pay more attention tomorrow. We are busy enough today, so let's rest here for the night. No problem. Tongzi said in agreement. Chapter 61. At night, after eating the dinner Lilith asked the elves to deliver, Lin Fei returned to his room. He was not in a hurry to sleep, he wanted to try out the enhanced skills he had just obtained. Fortunately, the conditions for strengthening skills are not as complicated as forging. Lin Fei put the white rose star on the table and took out the strengthening materials obtained by killing the forest wolf, the wolf king guard and the forest wolf king during the day. As the level and floor increased, Lin Fei gradually felt the insufficiency of Bai Qiang Gui's attack. If it was strengthened, the damage could be increased by another level. If Lin Fei's thoughts were known to other players, they would definitely be cast aside. At the beginning, you had the third-tier weapon in the game, and it was the best among them, but you still thought it didn't do enough damage? Those monsters that you kill with one hit will be angry. Of course, they certainly didn't know, so Lin Fei prepared to strengthen the weapons with peace of mind. Professional skills, strengthening, 0/10300, V1. Using corresponding strengthening materials can improve the attributes of equipment, weapons can increase damage, armor can improve defense, shoes can improve agility, gloves can increase shooting speed, jewelry can increase HP and other attributes. There is a certain chance of failure, and the higher the enhancement level, the greater the chance of failure. There is a certain chance that the equipment will be damaged when it fails. Increasing skill level can increase success rate. Well, that's right, it's full of the style of a certain disconnected city and the Lost Warriors. Lin Fei touched his chin. It is currently a level 1 enhanced skill, and White Rose Star has never been enhanced once, so the success rate is 90%. Lin Fei doesn't believe that his luck is so bad. There is a 10% chance that he will be hit by it, and the chance of damage is only 10%. If the idea is really like this, Lin Fei will not have to mess around. Taking a forest wolf tooth over, Lin Fei began to use the strengthening skills. The forest wolf tooth can effectively increase the damage of the weapon, so it was just used for experiments. In addition, most of today's forest wolves and wolf king guards were killed by Lin Fei, and the materials are still sufficient, at least enough for Lin Fei to strengthen. Lin Fei placed the teeth of the forest wolf on the sword of White Rose Star, and then activated the strengthening skills. Brush. The teeth of the forest wolf slowly integrated into the sword body of the White Rose Star, and then a prompt box appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Strengthen success. Lin Fei laughed. The notification sound in my mind also sounded. The strengthening skill is used successfully and 100 points of proficiency are obtained. The enhanced skill proficiency has reached the full value. Does the host want to increase its level? Lin Fei naturally would not disagree. Upgrade. Congratulations on successfully improving your enhanced skills. Current proficiency level, 0/1000, LV2. Lin Fei took a look and saw that yes, the initial success rate reached 100%, and the success rate of the secondary enhancement also reached 90%. Continue. Lin Fei nodded with satisfaction. The materials required for strengthening are doubled each time. The first time is 1 forest wolf tooth, and the second time it is strengthened, it is 2 forest wolf teeth. Lin Fei did not hesitate, took 2 of the teeth of the forest wolf that had been put aside and placed them on the sword of White Rose Star. Just like before, Lin Fei activated his strengthening skills. After the 2 forest wolf teeth were integrated into the sword body of White Rose Star, the familiar prompt box appeared again, followed by the system prompt sound in his mind. The success rate of the third enhancement with LV2 enhancement skills is 80%, which is also not low. Lin Fei's creed is that the probability is not less than 50%, and he will give it a try. Brush. 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 None of the 6 enhancements failed, all were successful. Lin Fei could only say that this was not the kind of garbage game that he could encounter even with a 1% chance of failure. However, after reaching a 50% success rate, Lin Fei stopped strengthening the weapon. Not only was it unsafe, but also because at this time, there was a 50% chance that the weapon would be damaged if the strengthening failed. It's more because now he doesn't have enough timber wolf teeth on his hands. Lin Fei took the remaining 637 timber wolf teeth back to the inventory and picked up the completed white rose star. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the blade of the white rose star seemed to be brighter, and there were more white roses on the sword and it was more delicate. But these are not important. Lin Fei looked at the current attributes of the white rose star. Did it actually increase the damage by 60%? Lin Fei made a note of the existing damage of the white rose star before strengthening it. After strengthening it, he suddenly discovered that on the original basis, the damage of the white rose star was even higher. That's a 60% increase. In other words, one enhancement can increase the damage by 10%. Well, this wave is not a loss. Lin Fei smiled happily. By the way, it seems like a good idea to help people strengthen themselves. Lin Fei touched his chin, thinking of the eldest sister in a certain disconnected city and Zhu Lianqi who relied entirely on players for support. Set up a table in the town. Whenever a player passes by, he will say, "Hey, the guy/girl passing by is quite handsome/beautiful. Do you want to strengthen it? Just thinking about it makes me think the picture is so beautiful." Chapter 62. The next day, after Lin Fei and Tongzi got up, Lilith happened to find them and gave them the map information. In Sao, detailed wild maps are usually made by the players themselves. Lin Fei and Tongzi were already prepared to wander around the southern forest first, but since Lilith sent the map to Lin Fei and Tongzi, which just saves them a lot of effort. The map even marks the areas where the disguised tree spirits often move, which is a big help to Lin Fei and Tongzi. I wish you good luck in martial arts. When Lin Fei and Tongzi were about to set off, Lilith summoned all the tribesmen and saluted Lin Fei and Tongzi. Come on, what the heck is this kind of déjà vu with a bento? Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. This is how bento workers are treated in movies and TV shows. If possible, Lin Fei really wants to refuse. Lin Fei-san, what's wrong? You look sad. Under the watch of the villagers of Monica village, Lin Fei and Tongzi embarked on the road to defeat the disguised tree spirit. Song Shitongzi saw something seemed wrong with Lin Fei's expression. It's nothing, I just hope it's not force majeure. Lin Fei felt the eyes coming from behind and felt that his heart was so tired. Force majeure. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei confused, not knowing what the force majeure in his mouth was referring to. No, it's nothing. Lin Fei shook his head. He didn't want to continue to say such depressing words in front of a girl. He would always look inferior. Although Tongzi was confused, she saw that Lin Fei didn't want to say anything, so she could only shrug helplessly and follow Lin Fei on the road to defeat the disguised tree spirit. The area where the disguised tree spirits live is actually not that far from Monica village. If everything goes well, it will take about half an hour to reach it based on Lin Fei and Tongzi's footsteps. I don't know if it was because of the existence of the disguised tree spirits. After entering the area where the disguised tree spirits were active, Lin Fei and Tongzi hardly encountered a monster. The surroundings seemed very quiet, but it was this silence that gave Lin Fei brought about deep uneasiness. Ah! Just when Lin Fei was on guard, Tongzi beside him suddenly let out a scream. What's wrong? Lin Fei hurriedly turned his head to look at Tongzi. Tongzi looked at her feet. She felt something tripped her just now. She originally thought it was the disguised tree spirit attacking, but she was startled. When she looked closely, she found that it was a giant tree next to her that was exposed. Ground roots. It's nothing, it's just an exposed tree root. I'm sorry. Tongzi breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of tree roots are not uncommon in this lush forest. Moreover, if the tree spirit disguises itself as an attack, Tongzi can immediately tell it, but obviously this tree root is just an ordinary tree root. That's right. Lin Fei shrugged, pay more attention to your steps. Understood. Tongzi lowered her head slightly, feeling ashamed of her surprise. The two people gradually went deep into the area where the disguised tree spirit was active, but they didn't know whether it was good or bad luck along the way. The disguised tree spirit never appeared, which made the two people who had been on guard feel tired. Ah, I'm so stupid. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead and said in annoyance. What's wrong? Lin Fei-san. Tongzi didn't know why Lin Fei reacted so suddenly. According to Lilith, the size of the disguised tree spirit must be very huge. After all, if the spirit can stay and rest on it, it would have to be at least the diameter of two people embracing it. Therefore, we only need to beware of those particularly large trees. Yes. Lin Fei said helplessly. That. Tongzi suddenly pointed behind Lin Fei, and had already pulled out the Chidori blade with his right hand. I think we don't need to look for it anymore. After Tongzi said that, the Chidori blade in his hand suddenly lit up with a light unique to the sword skill. Under the guidance of the sword skill system, she quickly stabbed Lin Fei in the back. Lin Fei already understood after seeing Tongzi's actions. He pulled out the white rose star from his waist and turned around suddenly. Roar! A huge roar shook the sky. Behind Lin Fei, a terrifying human face appeared on the trunk of a 10-meter-tall giant tree, and several branches were waving towards Lin Fei, but when they were about to touch Lin Fei he was blocked by Tongzi with his sword skills, and Tongzi was also knocked away by the huge force smashed against a tree. Tongzi, are you okay? Lin Fei asked hurriedly, and at the same time, he stepped down and avoided the whipping of the giant tree branches. Ahem, it's okay. Tongzi looked ugly as she saw that she had lost nearly half of her blood volume. You need to recover first and leave it to me. Lin Fei said to Tongzi, and at the same time raised the white rose star in his hand to block another blow from the giant tree. Damn, it's so powerful. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and looked at the giant tree with a terrifying human face. Akihiko Kayaba, it's true, if a monster looks like a monster in a horror story, aren't you afraid that children will not be able to sleep after seeing it? However, there is more than one branch of the giant tree. Looking at the other branches raised by the giant tree, the king's, Lin Fei's pupil shrank. Block. Swish, brush, brush. The rest of the branches fell suddenly, but Lin Fei took the lead in launching the blocking skill. Fit. The attack that was supposed to be more powerful landed on Lin Fei's white rose star, but it did not repel Lin Fei even a step, and even his health did not move at all. Is this a skill from that time? When Tongzi saw this scene, she couldn't help but think of Lin Fei's use of this skill when he conquered the first floor boss, the Kobold Lord Il Fang. It was also this skill that allowed Lin Fei to face the Kobold. Human Lord Ifran was completely unharmed when he attacked. What a powerful skill! Tongzi sighed, but her movements were not slow. After her blood volume was fully restored, she joined the battlefield again. Chapter 63. Switch. Tongzi said to Lin Fei. Understood. Lin Fei nodded. Fight back. The irresistible weak point attack instantly caused good damage to the tree monster, and its branches retreated uncontrollably. When Tongzi, who had just rushed over, saw this opportunity, she let out a sweet shout and used the sword skills she acquired yesterday fiercely. One-handed sword, low-level sword skills. Wild bite. The Chidori blade in Tongzi's hand burst out with white light, quickly leaving several wounds on the tree monster's body. Only then did Lin Fei have time to look at the name of the tree monster. Arkl the Devourer. If he remembered correctly, the target of the mission was indeed called this name, but shouldn't the prefix be disguised tree spirit? How did he become a devourer? Could it be that he evolved? Lin Fei didn't know why. However, he has already seen that Arkl the Devourer is not a boss-level monster at all, but a real boss-level monster. With this kind of power and level, it is more than enough to be the first-level gatekeeper BOSS 513. Seeing that Tongzi had been forced into a state of embarrassment by Arkl the Devourer, Lin Fei didn't have time to think too much and rushed forward with his sword. In fact, if it were just an ordinary boss, it wouldn't look so ugly with Kiriko's current level and strength, but Arkl the Devourer is different. It has multiple branches, just like having multiple arms. When fighting it, it was like fighting several monsters together, and these monsters were all boss-level monsters. It was inevitable that Kiriko couldn't hold on. Lin Fei quickly came to Tongzi's side, and swung out the white rose star in his hand, targeting the weak point of the Devourer Arkl's branches, and used the momentum to swing away the attacking branches. Hey, this monster is really powerful. Only then did Tongzi have a chance to breathe. The fierce attack just now made her breathless. We may be a step too late. This monster seems to have evolved. Lin Fei once again opened the branch from the attack and said to Tongzi while he was free. Evolution. Tongzi opened her eyes wide. That's right. Originally, the name of this monster should be called the Disguise Tree Spirit. But now look. Lin Fei looked at the top of the Devourer Arkl's head, where its name was displayed. Arkl the Devourer. Tongzi had never seen the name of Arkl the Devourer before. She just saw that it wanted to attack Lin Fei and rushed forward. According to my visual inspection, this monster, is as strong as the first-level gatekeeper boss, the Kobold Lord Il Fang, no, even stronger. Lin Fei said with a smile. That's it, then, it is likely to drop a rare item. Tongzi's eyes lit up, and she knew another layer of Lin Fei's meaning. It should be right. So, this is where we are unlucky and where we are lucky. Lin Fei said something extremely contradictory, but it was obvious that Tongzi understood what he meant. In that case, you're welcome. Tongzi and Lin Fei looked at each other, nodded, stepped on their feet, and ran to both sides quickly. The Devourer Arkl's attack and defense are extremely powerful, but its speed is its biggest constraint. It is true that within its attack range, its attack speed is very fast, but as long as it speeds up, the two of them will be separated. If you run away, it will be unable to take care of it and cannot attack Lin Fei and Tongzi at all. The two people quickly, rushed to the back of Arkl the Devourer. After each other bounced off the branches that were chasing them, they attacked the back of Arkl the Devourer together. Here is Arkl the Devourer. With the monster's AI in the blind spot of vision, it is impossible to react and attack them in a short time, and this period of time is the time for Lin Fei and Tongzi's crazy output. Advanced one-handed sword skills. Flower of Fire. Launch. Lin Fei shouted loudly, and the white rose star in his hand kept thrusting out. The chaotic sword shadow seemed to spark sparks from friction, and together they formed a beautiful and enchanting flower of fire. The skin of Arkl the Devourer is very thick, which also shows that its defense is very strong, so it is just right for Lin Fei to use the high-level sword skill Fire Flower, which has an armor-breaking effect. Sure enough, under the 13 consecutive hits with the armor-piercing effect, 3 of Devourer Arkl's bloodlines disappeared instantly. Tongzi also used her most powerful sword skill, causing her blood volume to drop again, reaching below the warning line. Quickly retreat. The boss in Sao will trigger various powerful passive skills such as Berserk after the blood volume drops below the warning line, just like the first-level boss Kobold Lord Il Fang, who not only switches attacks, even the speed and strength of the wide-range Notaki have been greatly improved. As a closed beta player, Tongzi naturally understood this truth. When Lin Fei shouted these words, she quickly pulled away from the back of Arkl the Devourer. Sure enough, in the next second, something shocking happened. Arkl the Devourer actually stood up from the ground, and that terrifying human face kept moving on the tree trunk. After seeing Lin Fei when I was with Tongzi, the roots actually stretched several times. Tongzi, come behind me. Lin Fei had already been prepared and blocked the white rose star in front of him. Wait a minute. Lin Fei looked at his feet. At some point, his feet were bound by two thick and knotted tree roots. Lin Fei couldn't help but look at the standing devourer Arkl. Sure enough, under the more than 10 tree roots supporting it, 4 of them were buried deep in the ground. Tongzi. Lin Fei quickly used block to block the attack from above, and at the same time said to Tongzi behind him. There's no way, it's too tight and it's difficult to cut it open. Tongzi's tone was a little helpless. Chapter 64. Lin Fei kicked hard, but it felt like his feet were poured with cement and steel, and he couldn't move at all. However, if they can't break away, Lin Fei and Tongzi will have no choice but to be beaten passively. If this continues, the situation will be very dangerous. However, since this may be a skill, there must be a time limit. However, will the restraints be released first due to time constraints, or will he and Tongzi be killed first if they cannot block the attack of the devourer Arkl? Lin Fei thought a lot, as if the two villains were constantly fighting. Lin Fei analyzing the situation in front of me in my mind. Bump bump. Lin Fei kept waving the white rose star to open up the devourer Arkl's attack, but this also put a huge load on his physical strength. If he persisted for a period of time, Lin Fei would probably be able to hold on first. Exhausted. However, if I block and counterattack, I may be able to break the current predicament. Now that I have reached LV5 with sword mastery, I can reluctantly choose the weakness of the counterattack on my own, but I don't know if the tree roots are the weakness of this tree monster. However, time could not give him too much consideration. Fight. Lin Fei gritted his teeth, saw the opportunity for the branch to fall again, and raised the white rose star in a blocking gesture. Bump. A dull voice sounded, and Lin Fei shouted loudly. Fight back! Lin Fei looked at the tree roots wrapped around his calf, with a look of surprise on his face. These roots turned out to be the weakness of Arkl the Devourer. Then, I'm not polite. This time, the white rose star in Lin Fei's hand did not fight back against the branches, but instead chopped towards the roots on the ground. Brush. The root of the tree is the weakness of Arkl the Devourer, and the trunk part of the tree is not as defensive as Arkl. Lin Fei cut off the shackles of the tree roots with just one blow. Wait a moment. Lin Fei did not immediately untie Tongzi after he escaped. After all, time was tight, so he could only prioritize killing Arkl the Devourer as his first priority. After all, the current Devourer Arkl is in a violent state, and his attack power is much stronger than before. If Lin Fei cannot cut through the roots of the tree immediately, the situation will become worse. Tongzi naturally understood and didn't say anything more. Lin Fei held the sword in both hands and struck each other from left to right. After knocking away the branches drawn from both sides, he bowed slightly, then stepped hard on his feet. His whole body was like an arrow leaving the string, and with a whoosh, he rushed towards Arkl the Devourer. Basic sword skills with one-handed sword. Straight thrust. When he was about to land on the ground, Lin Fei used a straight thrust. Although this sword skill is not very powerful, it is very fast and can be easily triggered even in mid-air. Therefore, Lin Fei often uses a straight thrust to avoid monster attacks or quickly enter the battlefield. Lin Fei, which had lost its forward momentum, rushed towards Arkl the Devourer again, and the speed was faster, because at this time all the hatred value of Arkl the Devourer was on Lin Fei, so it did not care about it. All the branches of Tongzi, who was restrained by herself, were moving towards Lin Fei, trying to stop Lin Fei. But obviously the speed of the straight thrust was faster than the speed of the branches. When the distance of the straight thrust ended, Lin Fei happened to fall in front of the Devourer Arkl. It's over. Lin Fei looked at the terrifying face of the Devourer Arkl with cold eyes. Before it fell, the white rose star that hit it stabbed out instantly. One-handed sword, advanced sword skills. Flower of Fire. Launch. The extremely gorgeous flower of fire bloomed instantly, and the terrifying human face showed a painful expression before being completely annihilated by the flower of fire. 0, please give me flowers 0. Bang! Lin Fei fell to the ground, let out a long sigh of relief, looked at his blood volume that had lost more than half, and rolled his eyes. Oh, 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 I almost capsized in the gutter. Kiriko's restraint was instantly released with the death of Arkl the Devourer. Tongzi put the Chidori blade back into the scabbard on her back, walked over to Lin Fei and sat down. It's really dangerous, Tongzi said tiredly as she looked at the sky that was barely exposed after the Devourer Arkl disappeared. Ah! Lin Fei nodded in agreement. To be honest, if the tree roots were not the weakness of the Devourer Arkl, Lin Fei probably would not be able to break through the iron-hard shackles, so what greeted Lin Fei and Tongzi? There is only death. Oh! After Lin Fei finished speaking, he called out the system menu and made a few strokes in front of him. Tongzi glanced at Lin Fei in confusion, and then found a friend request in front of her. After all, we have lived and died together. Well, living together may not be appropriate, but dying together is almost the same. So, how about adding a friend to give me face? Lin Fei blinked, although his face still tired, but still smiling. Tongzi scratched her cheek. If you take into account the fact that the Hope Swordsman added me as a friend many times, I guess a large number of people would envy me. Tongzi said while pressing the confirmation button. Haha, it turns out you are still kidding, Tongzi. Lin Fei laughed. What are you talking about? Could it be that I'm rigid? Tongzi glanced at Lin Fei displeased. No, no. Please don't care. Lin Fei waved his hands repeatedly. I'm scaring you, hee hee. Tongzi suddenly laughed. Well, it's really not cute. Lin Fei also laughed. Chapter 65. Lin Fei can feel that through this team mission, her relationship with Tongzi has improved slightly. At least for her, she can accept her friend request and joke with herself. Maybe it is finally we can be friends now. By the way, I haven't looked at the boss's drop rewards yet. Lin Fei suddenly remembered that he had not checked the boss drop reward. Lin Fei quickly drew out the previous prompt box. Bright Elf Ring. Rare equipment. Increase agility by 10 points. Increase skill damage by 10%. When attacking, there is a certain chance to trigger the blessing of the Elf Elder and obtain the effect of rapid recovery of physical strength. Equipment 080 restrictions, women. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. Such a powerful attribute would be limited to women. However, Lin Fei glanced at Tongzi beside him. Catch it! Lin Fei said suddenly. Ah! Tongzi was enjoying the breeze, but was startled by Lin Fei's shout. Then she subconsciously looked in the air, and saw a small black dot flying towards her, and she quickly caught it. This is... Tongzi discovered that it was a ring made of rattan, with a fragrant flower blooming on it. Well, I can't use the equipment only for female players, so you can take it. Lin Fei shrugged. But, this is rare equipment. And, aren't there your teammates and your apprentices? Tongzi said. Them. Lin Fei shrugged, well, it's okay. Besides, this is a monster that you and I killed together, so you will naturally have a share of the spoils. But, you have already given me a very valuable weapon. I can't have this thing. Tongzi gritted her teeth. It is true that the shape of this ring is very beautiful and exquisite, and its properties are also very powerful, but she is not a greedy person. She has her own yardstick for making choices. Don't worry, take it. Lin Fei shook his head, if you don't want it, just throw it here. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei helplessly, why are you like this? This is a testimony of friendship that we are in the same trench, but it has a different meaning than the weapon I gave you, so please hold it. Lin Fei said seriously. Really, it's a shame you can come up with so many excuses. Tongzi muttered. In this case, she had to accept it. After all, Lin Fei must be able to return it by herself and he would just throw it away. After all, the other party can create rare quality equipment, and will not care about a mere rare quality ring. That's right. Lin Fei nodded with satisfaction when he saw Tongzi taking off her gloves and putting the ring on her finger. Well, it seems like I owe you a lot of favors all of a sudden. Tongzi said with a wry smile. This is a friendship between friends. Lin Fei emphasized. He didn't want the other party to have some bad thoughts in his heart. If the recognition he finally gained was misunderstood, he would be so angry that he would grab his head. Ground. Yes, yes. You are right. Tongzi nodded. Your tone sounds so perfunctory. Lin Fei opened his eyes wide. Is there? Tongzi tilted her head and looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei stopped talking. He had understood a long time ago that it was extremely unreasonable to reason with women. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Fei finally said, "It's almost done. Let's go back and hand in the task." Yes. Tongzi nodded, not knowing whether the reward of the mission was generous. But logically speaking, since we are defeating such a powerful monster, the reward should be very generous. The problem is that this monster has evolved, and I don't know if the reward has been corrected. It went smoothly when I arrived, and it was no problem when I returned. Soon, Lin Fei and Tongzi returned to Monica village. At this time, all the Monica villagers stood under the giant tree and paid attention to the two returning people. Dear adventurers, thank you very much for helping us get rid of Arkl. When Lin Fei came to the leader Lilith, who had not reacted much at first, grabbed the hands of Lin Fei and Tongzi, crying with joy. Your reaction is a bit scary. Lin Fei's mouth twitched, Lilith's action almost startled him. Since we have made a promise, we will naturally fulfill our promise. Lilith said and clapped her hands. The task has been completed, would you like to submit it? Looking at the task prompt box in front of them, Lin Fei and Tongzi pressed the confirm button together. The task submission was successful, and due to the unexpected evolution of the target, an additional reward was obtained, 50,000 experience points. Dear warriors, this is the royal cat raised by our clan. From now on, I will hand it over to you. I hope it can become your forever partner. Lilith nodded to the waiter next to 1.7, in the waiter's arms, there was a small black kitten. Although he couldn't see it completely, he could tell that it was a very cute kitten. It's just that Lin Fei and Tongzi's expressions were a little weird, so they gave them a pet in a long time. Lin Fei-san, just take this. I can't deal with such a clingy little animal. Tongzi waved her hand and gave this reward to Lin Fei. After all, Lin Fei had already killed Arkl the Devourer. She gave up your reward to herself. No matter how cute the kitten was, she couldn't take it. Lin Fei shrugged and took the sleeping kitten from the waiter's arms. Chapter 66. Only then did Lin Fei see the whole kitten clearly. The kitten is not completely black, its four little feet are white, and there is a V-shaped piece of white hair under its neck, just like a scarf. Because she was held by the waiter just now, Lin Fei didn't see clearly and thought it was a completely black kitten. However, if you give this to Black Cat as a gift, she will probably be very happy. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. From now on, distinguished adventurers, you will be the forever friends of Monica village. Lilith said and bowed deeply to Lin Fei and Tongzi. The villagers behind her did the same. It must be said that this scene still shocked Lin Fei, who had never seen anything big in the real world. Well, generally speaking, he is the one who bows to others. Obtained the title, Guest in the Deep Forest. Effect, when in the forest environment, gain affinity bonus and increase ability value. Lin Fei did not expect that when everything was supposed to be over, a reward prompt box would pop up again. This wave is not a loss. Lin Fei looked at the effect of the title with a smile on his face. After declining Lilith's invitation to stay in Monica village for a while, Lin Fei and Tongzi set out on their way home together. Entering the fir forest again, Lin Fei was surprised to find that even though the forest wolves were refreshed, they did not actively attack them anymore. This was a huge difference from before. Is it the role of the title? Lin Fei frowned, probably not. If the title has a role, then the forest wolf in the fir forest will not become a threat to Monica village. So, is it the only hidden mission? Lin Fei thought about it, and originally wanted to bring Black Cat and the others to try, but it seemed impossible. But that's right, let's not talk about the series of rewards. The effect of this title alone is enough to make people jealous. It can improve one's own attributes when fighting in the forest, and it is also a permanent passive effect. This is equivalent to having a permanent effect on the body. The existing buffs are too luxurious as ordinary rewards. Meow. Just when Lin Fei was thinking about something, the kitten lying in Lin Fei's arms woke up and meowed softly. So beautiful! Tongzi said suddenly. Lin Fei lowered his head in confusion and saw that the kitten opened its eyes. They were a pair of eyes as pure as the blue sky. One look at them seemed to make people feel cleansed and calm their restlessness. Meow. The kitten rubbed its head in Lin Fei's arms and called out again. The soft sound made people feel loving. Hey, Lin Fei-san, do you think it's hungry? Tongzi stretched out her fingers and teased the kitten with a knowing smile on her face. Are you hungry? Let me take a look. Lin Fei remembered that he still had some dry food prepared. But when Lin Fei took out a piece of dried meat and put it near its mouth, the kitten meowed again, raised its head, and looked at Lin Fei with tearful eyes, almost making Lin Fei think that he had done something wrong. An unforgivable thing. Doesn't it like eating dried meat? Tongzi couldn't help but said when she saw the kitten's state. Really? But, I don't have anything else to eat here. If I want to drink, I do have a bottle of fruit wine. Lin Fei put the dried meat in his hand helplessly into his mouth and asked Tongzi at the same time, is there anything else I can eat here? There are some, do you want them? No need. Tongzi's head was full of black lines. She had never seen such an irresponsible shit shoveler. She had eaten it before her master, but, Lin Fei-san, you must be underage, right? Is it really okay if I just drink? Seeing Tongzi's doubtful expression, Lin Fei shrugged, I don't know how old I am now. Besides, this is fruit wine. Also, this is in a game, and there is no age limit in the game that prohibits drinking. Above. Lin Fei suddenly blocked everything Tongzi had to say. Tongzi suppressed what she wanted to say and rolled her eyes helplessly. Meow. The kitten took off Lin Fei's clothes and still looked at Lin Fei pitifully. What a headache. Lin Fei scratched his head in distress and decided to hand it over to the black cat directly if he went back. It was too much trouble. Meow. However, as a cat star, he will not give up until the shit shovel is satisfied. Listening to the pitiful whine in his ears, Lin Fei's face darkened slightly. How about we go faster? If we return to Zimford early, we can also buy other food. Akihiko suggested. This is the only way. 633 Lin Fei nodded helplessly. As a result, Lin Fei and Tongzi speeded up a lot, and soon walked out of the fir forest and entered the dense forest. Half an hour later, after speeding up, Lin Fei and Tongzi finally returned to Zimford. Black Cat and the others happened to be at the restaurant, let's go there together. Lin Fei had already told Black Cat that they were on their way back, while Black Cat and Xionio Yuliaka, who happened to be still in Zimford, said that they were in town. A restaurant inside was waiting for them. Tongzi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. According to the information provided by the Black Cat, Lin Fei and Tongzi came to a quiet street in Zimford. At the end of this place was the restaurant where the Black Cat and the little bird Yurika were. I don't know how they found this remote place. Local. Because the little ancestor in her arms screamed more frequently, Lin Fei, who had a headache, quickened his pace again. Seeing this, Tongzi also smiled silently. Along the way, whenever she saw Lin Fei being tortured by the kitten, she couldn't get angry. She felt very happy then. After all, there are not many opportunities to see Lin Fei helpless. Chapter 67. Following Lin Fei, Tongzi walked into the restaurant under a giant tree. The third level is not just the kingdom of trees. As a clan of elves, whether it is forest elves or dark elves, the use of trees is extremely harmonious and appropriate. Even the flaws in the trees themselves can be turned into part of art. This is the way of survival of the elves. The restaurant seemed very quiet, and there were not many players. The restaurant is very spacious, with stairs following the tree trunks, and dining tables hanging in mid-air. Everything looks very exquisite and elegant. If you eat in this environment, not to mention the style, your appetite will increase. Several levels, and of course the more troublesome thing is that the restaurant does not sell meat. Lin Fei saw the black cat and the little bird Yuliahua on the second floor at a glance, nodded to Tongzi beside him, and walked in front to lead the way. Are you okay? Has a mission been delayed for so long? Black Cat asked curiously after seeing Lin Fei and Tongzi. Yes, Master, you were away yesterday, and Black Cat-chan has been bullying me. Xiao Diao Yaliwa saw a savior, like Lin Fei, and appealed to Black Cat's evil deeds yesterday. Bump! Black Cat punched Kodori Yurika mercilessly on the head. Just as Kodori Yurika was about to speak, she happened to bite her tongue, which made her so painful that she couldn't even speak. Stupid apprentice, learn more from the Black Cat. Lin Fei turned a blind eye to the Black Cat's atrocities, and instead praised the Black Cat to the little bird Liahua. Xiao Diao Yuliwa couldn't help but show a look of despair. Why? I'm so pitiful. Meow. Just when Lin Fei was about to continue teaching his cheap apprentice, the kitten in Lin Fei's arms made a protest sound again. Hey? What is that? The Black Cat then discovered that a kitten's head came out from under Lin Fei's cloak. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Fei quickly took the kitten out from under the cloak and placed it on the table. This is the reward of the mission. Lin Fei said to the Black Cat. So cute. Stars appeared in the Black Cat's eyes, but his face suddenly turned serious, very weak. Lin Fei rolled his eyes when he looked at the Black Cat, who said no but was very honest. It's cute, isn't it? Lin Fei said to the Black Cat, his tone full of temptation, which made Tongzi, who was sitting next to Lin Fei, goosebumps all over the floor. No, no. Black Cat suppressed the throbbing in his heart, always feeling that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's tone. Well, since you are a Black Cat, it is also a Black Cat, and you happen to be of the same race. From now on, the title of Poop Shoveler will be given to you. Lin Fei hurriedly put the kitten that was meowing again in front of the Black Cat. Pfft! When Tongzi heard Lin Fei say this, she couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. What does it mean that your name is a Black Cat, this cat is a Black Cat, and you happen to be of the same race? The more Tongzi thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh. She was professionally trained and generally wouldn't laugh unless she couldn't help it. Ahem, be serious, this is the handover ceremony for the shit-shoveling officer. Lin Fei said to Tongzi awkwardly. Sorry, I really can't help it. I will try my best to restrain myself. Tongzi covered her stomach with one hand and said to Lin Fei while trying hard to suppress a smile. No need to work too hard, feel free to laugh if you want. Lin Fei touched her nose and saw that Tongzi's face was almost turning green from holding it in. She really couldn't bear it. Pfft! Tongzi, who had another leak of air, showed an apologetic expression to Lin Fei. Well, since it is a gift from you, I will reluctantly accept it. The Black Cat snorted, trying hard to pretend to be disdainful. Lin Fei had a headache and rubbed the center of his eyebrows. Would he die if he said something nice? After the Black Cat finished speaking, he stopped looking at Lin Fei's expression. The little bird Yuliahua, who was lying on the table like a salted fish, cheered up after seeing the kitten again, and teased it with the black cat. Master, why does it keep screaming? Zionio Yuliwa said curiously. Well, it's hungry. As the current poop shoveler, Black Cat, I leave it to you. Lin Fei took a sip of the fruit wine in front of him and said calmly. Hungry? What does it eat? The black cat stopped teasing the kitten and raised its head to look at Lin Fei with confusion on his face. I'm really sorry, I didn't know. Lin Fei spread his hands helplessly. Hey! Black Cat looked at Lin Fei in surprise. I really don't know. Lin Fei saw the black cat looking at him with doubtful intelligence, and defended again. After all, the NPC who gave it to me as a reward didn't tell me. Well, it's true. Black Cat shook her head helplessly. As a cat, she should like to eat fish. Just when she was about to order a fish, she remembered that this is an elf restaurant and does not sell meat. However, I think the food it eats should be similar to that of elves. After all, it is the elves who raise it. Lin Fei made a suggestion. That's it. Black Cat looked at the menu and chose some fruits that the elves like to eat. Hi! Lin Fei drank the good glass of fruit wine and took out his own bottle of fruit wine from his inventory. Fortunately, you are allowed to bring your own wine here. So Lin Fei was not kicked out. However, what is surprising is that when Lin Fei just opened the lid and was about to pour the wine, the kitten, which was lying weakly on the table, seemed to have smelled something it liked and moved instantly. Under Lin Fei's surprised gaze, and instantly snatched the wine bottle from Lin Fei's hand. Hey, give it back to me. Lin Fei said quickly as he saw the kitten standing upright like a human being with its front paws still holding the wine bottle snatched from his hand. However, unexpectedly, the kitten cast a look of contempt at Lin Fei, and then, under everyone's stunned gaze, picked up the bottle and held it between them. Chapter 68. Holding a big straw, does this cat drink alcohol? Lin Fei's eyes widened. Even the three black cat girls looked at this scene in surprise. The kitten just held the wine bottle that was as tall as itself and drank without panting. Under Lin Fei's distressed eyes, the unopened fruit wine shrank in an orderly manner. When he was buying props, he saw that it was written as a specialty of the elves and bought it specially. This bottle of fruit wine alone was worth the money. It cost him 3,000 kells, but he was not willing to take a sip himself. He didn't expect that this cat would beat him to it. Moreover, Lin Fei was surprised by the speed of the kitten's explosion just now. He didn't even react, although there is an element of carelessness. However, this can also be explained. Lin Fei pointed at the kitten and shouted, "Monster, look at the treasure. This is not a simple cat." In order to prevent it from harming his fruit wine, Lin Fei took action boldly. What are you doing? The black cat looked at Lin Fei in surprise as he threw himself on the table. However, surprisingly, the kitten was not caught. Instead, he hid aside and continued to drink happily while holding the bottle. So fast! Lin Fei did not move any further and returned to his seat. His unexpected move was also 913 to test how fast the cat's reaction speed was. After such a test, he could be sure that this little guy the speed is definitely not lower than some elite monsters, at least ordinary forest wolves are not that fast. What kind of cat did you bring back? The black cat's eyes looked a little weird. Instead of eating, he drank instead. No matter how you look at this cat, it feels weird. How do I know? When I submitted the task, I could only accept it. Lin Fei said helplessly, is it possible that I can despise the task reward and ask the NPC to exchange it for me with other rewards? No, that's not what I meant. Black Cat shook his head, with a mysterious smile on his lips. Because I'm so excited. Sure enough, only this kind of maverick, 1 in a million cat can become the pet of the great fallen saint Black Cat. Ha 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 ha. The black cat covered his red lips with the back of his hand and kept saying, uttered a typical queen's three-part smile. Lin Fei, hurriedly covered her face. Tongzi also coughed and looked away. Wow, Black Cat-chan actually got a new familiar. No, I have to work hard. Kotori Yurika clenched her fists and looked at Lin Fei. This look was so charming, it gave Lin Fei a bad feeling. Master! Go and help me catch a powerful monster tomorrow. I will tame it into a familiar, and then defeat Black Cat-chan's familiar. Xiao Torai Yurika's expression was quite serious. Lin Fei didn't know how to answer her, so he could only hold his forehead and not look at her. Master, how are you? Zionio Yaliahua kept saying. I don't think so. Lin Fei shook his head repeatedly. But I think it's okay. Kotori Yurika couldn't tolerate the humiliation of her old enemy having a powerful, cute, familiar, but she couldn't even see the familiar's hand. I still think it's not possible after thinking about it. Lin Fei felt that her heart was very tired. Okay. Xiao Diao Yuliwa blinked his big eyes. Oh, hee, you are just a real eye of the evil king, you are trying to catch up with me. Although your courage is worthy of praise, but give up, blind courage is useless. The black cat mercilessly mocked the little bird Yuliahua. After all, I am the most noble being, so my charm is unmatched by anyone. Just when the black cat finished saying this, the kitten seemed to know who its new owner was. He put down the finished bottle of wine, jumped on the black cat's shoulder, and fell asleep lying there. This was a fatal blow to Xiao Diao Yuliwa. She lay on the table in despair, not daring to say any more. The black cat did not expect that the kitten would jump on his shoulder to sleep, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This little heartless one eats my food and drinks my food. When I came back, my cloak was used as a nest for it, but in the blink of an eye, it fell into her arms. Lin Fei looked at the heavy bird sadly. The sleeping kitten, especially the wine bottle that had reached the limit of durability and was broken, had its heart broken into 2 pieces. Casting a look of disdain on Lin Fei's playful black cat, she carefully took the kitten off her shoulder and put it in her arms. What's its name? The black cat raised his head and looked at Lin Fei and Tongzi. Alcoholic. This is Lin Fei. It doesn't have a name, probably, but when it was handed over to us, it seemed that it was called Yumao or something. Kiriko was very honest. I understand. Black cat nodded. Then let me give it a name. The black cat began to look for a name that he thought was handsome. Wine thief. Lin Fei was still worried about his untouched drop of fruit wine. The black cat rolled his eyes at Lin Fei, stingy guy. When I think of it, I call it, Fallen Holy Monster Cat X. A mysterious light burst out from the black cat's eyes. Pfft. Tongzi, who had just taken a drink of water, immediately spit it out. Please be sure to change it. Lin Fei immediately broke out of his hatred state when he heard this handsome name. After all, he was still the cub he brought back. Although he stole his own wine, he couldn't let it bear such a handsome name. The name lasts a lifetime. After all, the name is too handsome and the pressure will be great. What if you can't think of committing suicide? I think it's great. Black Cat muttered dissatisfiedly. She looked at the corpse of the little bird Yuliahua, rolled her eyes, and wanted this idiot to support her. Do you really want to change? Black Cat seemed a little reluctant. Please change it. Lin Fei always feels creepy when she thinks about the black cat calling the kitten's name in the future. Second. Tongzi strongly agreed with Lin Fei's idea. Such a cute kitten really cannot bear such an unbearable weight in life. Chapter 69. Black Cat pouted, expressing serious dissatisfaction with Lin Fei and Tongzi's protests. Super X Cat. Black Cat looked at Lin Fei, and she expressed satisfaction with the powerful and domineering name she had come up with again. Why don't you call me Powerful Blue Cat? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. He thought that his naming ability was enough to make people despair, but he didn't expect that there was something even more despairing. Super powerful blue cat. The black cat blinked, and after thinking about it carefully, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems not bad. Okay, let's call it the super powerful blue cat. The black cat nodded with satisfaction and gave Lin Fei a promising look. Wait. Lin Fei hurriedly stopped him, but the black cat was one step ahead of him, and as soon as Lin Fei made a sound, he named the kitten this name at lightning speed. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei strangely. You really didn't mean it, did you? Not bad, not bad. Although he is a humble mortal, he may be of some use, haha. Black Cat was very satisfied with Lin Fei's suggestion. This name is more domineering than the one she chose. The well-fed kitten did not know that its unscrupulous owner was choosing a name for itself, and had even decided on the name Super Powerful Blue Cat. Why are you so fast? I haven't even finished speaking yet. Lin Fei looked at the black cat helplessly, holding his head and hitting the table repeatedly. However, the Zhou group is an indestructible object, so even if Lin Fei hits a nothing will happen in the next year, so you don't have to worry about claims. A mere mortal, you want to be compared with this cat, the black cat said disdainfully. True, 2 months later. Main Street on the 8th floor, Philippine. Lin Fei was sitting in an outdoor restaurant on the street. In 2 months, under the leadership of Taibalu and the strategies of some emerging unions and powerful players, 2 days ago, the 9th floor's defensive boss was successfully defeated, and at the same time, he was trapped in Sao. The players here are still 9/10 away from leaving the game. Although this is a good thing, Lin Fei doesn't think so. After all, the speed of the strategy is too fast, and the player's level gradually cannot keep up with the level of the monsters on the floor. Moreover, under such a frenzied attack rhythm, the player's losses it is also very large. Although it is a bit insignificant compared to the more than 2,000 people who died at the beginning of the game, it is still a human life. Lin Fei believes that if more time is left for leveling and the progress of the strategy does not have to be so urgent, it should be loss is not out of the question. However, it is obvious that the players at the forefront of the strategy have now fallen into a state of fanaticism. They want to be everyone's heroes, and they also want to leave as soon as possible. However, Lin Fei is too lazy to care about this. Apart from appearing when he defeated the first floor boss, he has never appeared at the forefront of the strategy. Most players have forgotten this hope of defeating the boss by himself. Swordsman, thanks to this, Lin Fei has gradually faded out of everyone's sight, and no longer has to wear a cloak on the streets. Really, what's wrong with this world? It's so beautiful. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at the cloudless blue sky. This kind of pure sky is hard to see in the real world. Lin Fei's sigh was heard by a player sitting next door. She did not turn around, but her tone seemed calm. I really didn't expect that you, who is respected as the Sword King of Hope among ordinary players, would actually say such a thing. Lin Fei turned around in surprise when he heard the voice, "Do you know me?" The man was wearing a cloak. Although Lin Fei wanted to see her clearly, he couldn't see her at all. Didn't I say it? You are a famous person. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The girl's voice sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't remember whose voice it was. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. I originally thought you had died on the way to conquering the enemy, but I didn't expect that you were reluctant to leave this world and stayed where you were. The girl's voice began to become a little depressed and angry. Do you know that those players sacrificed their lives to fight in order to leave this game as soon as possible? You have such great strength, yet you stay where you are. The girl's voice slowly became louder, and Lin Fei frowned slightly. Although what she said made sense, Lin Fei did not agree. It's a shame that I took you as my goal before. The girl clenched her fists tightly and said every word. Oh. Could it be that she is still the little fangirl I once was? Lin Fei raised her eyebrows. Are you done? Lin Fei saw that the other party stopped talking. The girl hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. So, can I say a few words? Lin Fei also knew that the other person said this because he was kind-hearted. He had the strength but did not bear the responsibility, while those who were not strong enough were shouldering the responsibility with their lives. That's probably what she meant. I understand what you want to say, but everyone has their own different way of life. Some people work hard for their ideals, and some people are willing to be ordinary and stop. I'm sorry, I am the latter kind of person. Lin Fei shrugged and didn't care. Why? The girl raised her head and looked at Lin Fei, with some tears in her eyes. Lin Fei was very surprised. The girl in front of him turned out to be Asuna. No wonder her voice sounded so familiar to him just now. What should I do? I just said such sad words to someone, how can I recover from it? Your own image. Waiting online, very urgent, very urgent. Ahem. Lin Fei coughed, and his expression became very embarrassed for a moment. Lin Fei-san. At this time, Tongzi's voice came from behind Lin Fei. Chapter 70. Wow, Tongzi, you came at the right time. Lin Fei burst into tears in his heart. He quickly turned his head and looked at Tongzi who was trotting over, his eyes full of gratitude. Sorry, I'm late. Tongzi walked to Lin Fei's side awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's nothing. Black Cat and stupid apprentice took Blue Cat to the third floor to buy fruit wine. I have nothing to do. Why not come here early and have a rest? Lin Fei shrugged and said nonchalantly, although I had unintentionally complained that the kitten had a name that was extremely inconsistent with me, now that it has been decided, it can only be called like this. However, Lin Fei did not forget the girl beside him. He could only continue chatting with Tongzi to relieve the embarrassment deep in his heart. 7 or 80. Tongzi, hasn't the person you introduced to me come yet? Lin Fei asked to Tongzi. The main purpose of his coming here today was because not long ago, due to a serious shortage of people in the Union, he was unable to go deep into the maze area to practice. Level, under Black Cat's complaint, Tongzi, who had not joined the Union, said that she wanted to recommend a player to her Union, and said that he was very powerful and almost as good as her. By the way, because there is no consensus on the name of the Union, Lin Fei's labor union exists in name only. And today is the day that Tongzi introduces the player to herself. Ah! Tongzi looked at Lin Fei with confusion, don't you seem to be having a great time chatting? Looking at Tongzi's innocent expression, Lin Fei seemed to have an electric current running through his mind. He turned around cautiously and looked at Asuna behind him, who had returned to her normal state. Good dong! Lin Fei swallowed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If I could do it all over again, I would choose Li. Bah, if I could do it over again, I would definitely not say that. In that case, let me introduce it to you. Tongzi still had a happy smile on her face, obviously not aware of what was happening. Hearing Tongzi say this, Lin Fei was desperate. Lin Fei-san, this is the player I told you about. He is a rapier user and very powerful. His name is Asuna. He happened to be my teammate during the first floor boss strategy battle. Tongzi pointed at Asuna who was standing next to her, and said to Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei stiffly showed an ugly smile. Hello, Asuna. Lin Fei-san, what's wrong with you? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei in confusion, always feeling that he looked strange today. No, it's okay. I'm so excited. Lin Fei felt like he was inserting a knife into himself. Although it hurt, he had to keep inserting it. Hey? Excited. Tongzi's expression looked even weirder. When a boy sees a strange girl for the first time, this situation seems to be the legendary love at first sight. Tongzi understood instantly, no wonder Lin Fei-san felt strange today. After figuring it out, Tongzi gave Lin Fei a reassuring look. Why, I always feel that Tongzi has misunderstood something. Lin Fei's face became even more ugly. Ahem, Asuna, I don't need to introduce this one. In the first month or so of the game, Lin Fei-san, who was named the Swordsman of Hope because he saved many players, was you can see from the strategy for the first floor boss, right? He defeated the boss alone. He is a very powerful player, and, have you noticed that he is very handsome? Tongzi went to all lengths for her friend. Lin Fei said good things. However, Asuna's expression was very slight throughout the whole process. Lin Fei couldn't help but cover her face, feeling ashamed to see others. At this time, the more you raise me up, Tongzi, the harder it will be for me to come to Taiwan later. Moreover, why does your last sentence feel so far-fetched? Although it is true that I am handsome, but I always feel that after adding this sentence, the whole introduction becomes strange. This is the first time we meet, please give me some advice. I hope the swordsman, Lin Fei-san. Asuna extended her hand to Lin Fei with a half-smile. Ahem, this is the first time we meet, please give me some advice. Lin Fei reluctantly shook hands with Asuna. Hey? Lin Fei-san, are you embarrassed because you saw Asuna is very cute? Tongzi asked the two of them to sit together, and looked at Lin Fei who was stiff and seemed very uncomfortable. Tongzi said teasingly. Tongzi, please, don't do this, I'm going to die. Lin Fei really wanted Tongzi to let him go, but the other party didn't seem to see his eyes begging for mercy at all, which made Lin Fei feel that he had offended her in the first place. Tongzi, don't talk nonsense. Asuna and Tongzi seemed to be very familiar with each other. She heard what Tongzi said and said quickly. No way. Asuna, you are so beautiful, gentle, and powerful. If I were a boy, I would definitely fall in love with you. Kiriko said seriously. Hey! Asuna made a sound of disgust. Well, let's not talk about it. Tongzi shook his head. Asuna, didn't you tell me before that you had the idea of joining a union? Lin Fei-san's union just wants to recruit some players. Although the number of people is currently very small, and the names. Tongzi said and looked at Lin Fei. The name has not yet been decided. Lin Fei replied awkwardly. Well, that's it, but Lin Fei-san's union is still very warm. Apart from Lin Fei-san, there are only Lin Fei-san's apprentices and her close friends. Kiriko told Asuna about the situation of the union in 1.4. The name has not yet been decided. In other words, the union has not been officially established yet. Asuna never mentioned the matter just now, but discussed it with Kiriko seriously. It's hard to reach a consensus with Black Cat and my stupid apprentice, so it's undecided. Lin Fei said truthfully, and he was relieved when Asuna didn't mention what happened just now. However, I am the initiator and have the privilege of 2 votes. As long as you join, Asuna, I can forcibly reach a consensus with the stupid apprentices. Lin Fei also looked very serious. After all, the union that should have been established long ago has always been because of the name issue. But shelving it made him embarrassed to open the door when he wanted to recruit people. Force a consensus. Asuna looked at Lin Fei confused. Chapter 71. Ahem, the situation here is a bit complicated. Lin Fei coughed. It's his credit that the name of the union didn't change weirdly. Well, even though it wasn't established yet. But, Asuna, what do you think? Do you want to join? Although Lin Fei felt that there might be no chance, he still wanted to politely invite him. Originally, I would have agreed. Asuna looked at Lin Fei and said lightly. I knew it. Lin Fei lowered his head in frustration. Asuna, don't be impulsive. You also know that as the floors continue to rise, the difficulty is getting higher and higher. It will always be inconvenient to be alone. Tongzi quickly advised. She thought she was giving Lin Fei's assist was too superficial and was seen through, causing him to change his mind and naturally wanted to make up for his mistakes. Then Kiriko, haven't you never joined the union? Asuna looked at Kiriko and retorted confidently. Tongzi opened her mouth, finally showed a wry smile, and cast an apologetic look at Lin Fei. Faced with such a strong rebuttal from Asuna, she was speechless. Lin Fei couldn't laugh or cry. It's not your fault, it's entirely my fault. Ahem, I'm sorry, I made your trip in vain. Now that Asuna has said so, Lin Fei will not continue to shamelessly pester her. After all, it seems that his previous high-ranking image in her heart has collapsed. But there is still hope for reconstruction, and Lin Fei doesn't want even the hope of reconstruction to be ruined by his own hands. Well. Asuna waved her hand, then looked at Lin Fei with a serious expression. Well, today's official business is over, I think we can talk about our private matters. Your private affairs? Have you developed so fast? Tongzi's horrified eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two people. She felt that her previous behavior seemed like a fool. Seeing that Tongzi's attitude towards him seemed to have become very bad, Lin Fei quickly said, Tongzi, it's not what you think. Hey? What is that? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei, waiting for his explanation. Asuna crossed her arms over her chest. Well, before you came, you said something that made Asuna misunderstood. This must be the personal matter she was talking about. Lin Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. It's not a misunderstanding. Asuna emphasized, you are completely acting like a loser. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Asuna was right. Some people sacrificed their lives to fight, but some people had enough power but did nothing. For Asuna, who is one of the few female players and the leader among them, this behavior made her very uncomfortable and she felt ashamed for those who sacrificed their lives to fight, although it was Lin Fei who should be ashamed. It almost feels like a parasite that lives on other people and grows by sucking their blood. Asuna's tone sounded harsher than at first. She had also been active in the front and had seen those things with her own eyes. The way the players who died at the hands of the boss looked like when they died, that's why she was so excited. Lin Fei understood these things. He understood what kind of girl Asuna was, so he was not angry. However, he did not feel guilty in his heart. After all, he did not know those people. Hey, Asuna, isn't that too much? Kiriko frowned and pulled down Asuna's clothes. If I can't even accept the facts, how could I join his union? How could an irresponsible person let the members of the union trust him and leave their back to him? Asuna stared at Lin Fei, thinking. See how he answers his own question. Asuna, since you participated in the first level boss strategy meeting, you should still remember what I said. Lin Fei's tone was very calm, without any disturbance. This world is inherently unfair. Some people are born to be kings, and some people are born to be slaves. This is fate. No one can refuse the initial arrangement, so those in higher positions can still sit on the Diaoyute even if they have the strength, while those in lower positions want to. If you work hard to climb up, you can only give everything you have, and even your life. However, sometimes the level that they cannot reach in their lifetime may be just a matter of a word from the superior. Lin Fei's eyes were very calm, terrifyingly calm. Asuna, who had been looking at Lin Fei, couldn't help but shudder. And I have seen far more unfair things than you two have ever seen. Lin Fei pursed her thin lips, so, I always do things based on my own will, at least, in this game. Asuna looked at Lin Fei in disbelief, not expecting the other party to say such words. After Lin Fei finished speaking, he turned around and walked away slowly. He doesn't want to be bound by anything anymore, at least, in this game. In the future, he may go to the front line of the conquest, but he will not be forced to go up with moral suppression. Instead, he will follow his own heart and follow his own heart. If he wants to go up, then he will go up. After all, he lived too tiredly in his previous life. Asuna, are you okay? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei's retreating back, and then looked at Asuna beside her, who had been looking at Lin Fei's back, not knowing what to do. 303 It's okay. Asuna shook her head. She looked at the direction Lin Fei was leaving, and her heart was full of doubts, but, why did he want to save so many players in the first place when he said this? Asuna, you misunderstood him. Tongzi shook her head. Although she did not join Lin Fei's union, the relationship between the two is not inferior to that of Black Cat and others, and there are many things that Black Cat and the others don't know. Tongzi, she but no. For example, Lin Fei has actually been secretly building high-quality equipment to provide to frontline members. For some cash-strapped players, he will even give it away for free, even without paying for it. Misunderstanding. Asuna turned her head in confusion and looked at Tongzi. She didn't know why Tongzi said that. She wanted to know what she had misunderstood. Tongzi scratched her cheek, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Sorry, I promised him not to tell anyone about this. Tongzi shook his head, but please believe that he must be a good person. Although Asuna was a little dissatisfied that Kiriko didn't tell her, since it was agreed upon, there was nothing she could do about it. A good man, he must be a good man, of course I know that. A smile appeared on Asuna's face. Chapter 72. Lin Fei, who had already left, naturally didn't know that Kiriko and Asuna had sent him a good person card. He sent a message to the Black Cats and the two, and when he learned that the two were still staying on the 3rd floor, he informed the two of him. They have to go to the 10th floor for a while and let them rest for a few days. Really, that was actually said. Lin Fei touched his nose. How could he not have any emotions in his heart when he was hated by his former goddess? But Asuna's words just now reminded him of how he had to endure oppression in his original world, when trying to live. Therefore, he couldn't help but retorted. He was also a human being, not without emotions. Asuna's words really touched the taboo deep in his soul. It seems that he still lacks practice. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in response to his impulsiveness. Judging from Asuna's last words, if Lin Fei showed determination, the other party would eventually join his union. It's a pity that Lin Fei was so excited that everything came to nothing. In fact, Lin Fei calmed down after saying those words, but after saying such words, he was really embarrassed to stay there and had no choice but to leave. At this time, Lin Fei, who was feeling depressed, decided to go to the front line and let monster spawning calm his inner irritability. I walked very gracefully, well, I just don't know if it will be difficult for Tongzi to do it. I'm really sorry. Lin Fei scratched his head, with a helpless expression on his face. Forget it, let's send a message to ask. After all, it was someone's good intention, but I made a big fuss and walked away. I feel really bad. Lin Fei thought about calling out the system menu, drawing out the friend interface, finding Tongzi, editing the message and sending it. At this time, Tongzi, who was still sitting at the table of the outdoor restaurant with Asuna, also received a message from Lin Fei. What's wrong? Asuna thought something had happened and asked quickly. No, Lin Fei-san sent it. Tongzi said to Asuna. After glancing at the content of the message, she quickly replied to Lin Fei, and then immediately closed the menu. What's wrong with you? Asuna looked at Kiriko's rapid operation in surprise. Ahem, it's okay. Tongzi shook his head. There were some things that were difficult to talk about in front of the person involved. Now that Lin Fei has left, Tongzi hurriedly asked him if he liked Asuna. Lin Fei didn't expect that the message he just sent would be replied to in an instant. While walking on the road, he opened the message replied by Tongzi. After seeing Tongzi's question, Lin Fei's mouth twitched. Sure enough, you didn't understand what I meant at all. TJ. Lin Fei quickly edited the message and replied to Tongzi, with a naughty smile on his face. After Tongzi saw Lin Fei's reply to her message, she first had such an expression, and then her cheeks turned red as if on fire. Lin Fei replied with 2 words that he liked, but there was other information behind these 2 words. Lin Fei added I like you too at the end. Well, Pai is very happy now. Lin Fei saw that most of the day had passed and Tongzi still hadn't replied to his message, so he shrugged and continued walking towards the 10th floor. An hour later, with all his strength, Lin Fei finally made it from the 8th floor to the 10th floor. This made him sigh. It would be great if there was a return crystal. Thanks for the correction from my favorite Gensokyo children's shoes in my life. Crystals can only be used after the 10th level. There is no need to travel so much. After arriving on the 10th floor, Lin Fei did not choose to go to the main street, but went straight to the maze area. After all, the level of the monsters in the maze area was relatively high compared to the monsters outside, and they were more able to withstand his current terror. Damage, and if you kill monsters there, you will gain more proficiency. The location of the maze area is the most obvious on each floor. At a glance, you can see the black appearance of the maze area that is connected to the upper floor. However, although Lin Fei was rushing forward with all his strength, the case of running to death at Wangshan made Lin Fei understand that even if he looked close at hand, he was exhausted and had not hit the bottom of the mountain. Along the way, Lin Fei met a lot of players, but compared to before, solo players are rarer now. At least Lin Fei almost always teamed up with players to kill monsters and level up together. Therefore, it is Lin Fei who attracts more attention. Lin Fei, who was watched by countless eyes along the way, had to put on his cloak again. When it was almost dusk, Lin Fei finally arrived at the maze area. Thinking back to the hardships of his legs walking along the way, Lin Fei really wanted to hire a mount to travel instead, but he almost died from exhaustion. Hey, I can't do it anymore. I think I need to take a rest. Lin Fei took a long breath and just leaned against the wall of the maze area, sitting there to recover his strength. After having dinner in advance, and with his physical strength almost restored, Lin Fei got up and walked into the maze area. Although the strategy was important, after all, it was a floor that had only been conquered 2 days ago. Lin Fei met almost no one when he entered the maze, Zhao Hao, area. When you are in the maze area, the map is completely dark. You can only remember the way out of the maze area by slowly lighting up the map. He still remembers that a player forgot to record the map after entering the maze area. The result was an embarrassment that almost made it impossible to escape. Well, he didn't want to be one of the people being discussed again. The roads in the maze area extend in all directions, and often after passing one fork in the road, there will be another fork in the road, so if you don't keep a record, it will be really difficult to leave. Although Lin Fei doesn't go to the front line very much, he still knows the basic precautions. Along the way, Lin Fei has been recording the map, except for the occasional kill that suddenly refreshed, or the monster that has been refreshed and is still wandering. Chapter 73. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had been in the maze area for 2 hours. However, facing this intricate maze, Lin Fei's exploration was less than 1% of it. After all, it took the players who had conquered the front line together many days to find the boss room. Well, although luck was also the main factor, it also showed the size of the maze area. After Lin Fei killed a wave of monsters, he stood in front of a fork in the road again. If he remembered correctly, this was the 13th fork in the road he had encountered. As a Buddhist player, Lin Fei has always been very casual about the options he has to choose. Randomly choosing the fork in the road on the left that felt pretty good, Lin Fei took the step without hesitation. After all, men are on the left and women are on the right. Tap tap tap. In the deserted maze area, Lin Fei's footsteps alone seemed very loud and could be heard at least 50 meters away. Hey? New monster. Lin Fei looked at the 2 wandering pig-headed men on the road. Lin Fei pulled out the white rose sword from his waist that he had already strengthened to plus 13. Although there are more and more rare weapons as the floors go up, Lin Fei can be sure that before the first 20 floors, the white rose star was always the one-handed sword in the first 723 echelon of rare weapons. What's more, when Lin Fei upgraded his skills to LV4, he obtained a new skill enchantment. This skill should not have appeared in this sword-only world, but it is precisely because of this that Lin Fei's White Rose Star once again it has been improved, but the enchanting materials are more demanding than the materials used for strengthening. Lin Fei has only barely reached LV3. However, as a higher level skill, the intensity of enchantment is several levels higher than enhancement. At least, now that Lin Fei's White Rose Star enchantment stage has reached the 3rd level, the improved attributes are almost equivalent to strengthening it to plus 13. Moreover, there is a certain chance that new weapon attribute entries will appear in enchantment. By coincidence, Lin Fei happened to enchant a new attribute entry. Today's White Rose Star is also a little different from before. Although it is still pure white, it is more refined. There is even a tough white rose branch extending from the hilt, and the shape is more gorgeous. 2 months later, Lin Fei was still the top player. When he saw a new monster appearing in the maze area, he showed excitement on his face and rushed forward with the White Rose Star. One-handed sword low position sword skills. Light speed puncture. The moment the sword skill was activated, Lin Fei seemed to turn into a bright stream of light, and in the blink of an eye he came to the pig-headed man 5 meters away. Brush! The White Rose Star in Lin Fei's hand pierced the head of one of the pig-headed men, instantly taking away all its health. Light speed piercing is a one-handed thrust sword skill that automatically evolves after Lin Fei reaches full proficiency of LV5 in direct thrust. Not only is the power several times stronger than the direct thrust, but the speed and distance alone are far beyond the direct thrust. After killing one of the pig-headed men with one blow, Lin Fei turned back and stabbed the pig-headed man in the eye socket with his sword. Seeing that the pig-headed man in front of him turned into pieces again, Lin Fei trembled habitually. Shake the sword body, do some tricks with the sword and put the White Rose Star back into the scabbard. Since new monsters have been refreshed here, there may be, more powerful monsters ahead. Lin Fei smiled and took steps again. 2 minutes later, Lin Fei looked at the 2 pig-headed men not far away, raised his eyebrows, repeated his old trick, and continued walking after easily solving them. Next, after walking for about half an hour, the monsters Lin Fei encountered were always pig-headed men. Although it was nothing at first, such a handsome creature would get tired after a long time. Lin Fei stopped in a wide place and sat on the ground, rubbing his eyebrows. He looked at the map he had recorded and couldn't help but scratch his head. On the map recorded in his labyrinth area, it looked like a long, winding snake, which looked extremely awkward. But Lin Fei is also very helpless. After all, he is only a person and his exploration ability is limited. However, give this to Argo and let her announce it when you go back. It will save some time in finding the boss room. Lin Fei looked at the map he recorded and murmured to himself. Although some players would buy it if it were sold, Lin Fei was not prepared to do so. Defeating the floor boss had already exhausted the players who had defeated it, so Lin Fei could not bear to burden them with such a small amount of money. After resting for a while, Lin Fei moved on. In the maze area, he couldn't tell whether it was day or night. Lin Fei only knew that he had been there for a long time, because he had notified Black Cat and the others before, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry and continued to grind monsters and level up. Deep in the maze area, after killing an unknown number of pig-headed men again, Lin Fei sighed, found a fairly spacious place, got drunk, and took out food from the inventory. After such a long time, Lin Fei felt very hungry. If he didn't eat anything, even fighting would become difficult. Looking at the empty and silent maze area, Lin Fei sighed suddenly. Maybe he was used to the life of leveling alone at first, but since he started to form a team with Black Cat and the others, Lin Fei felt, it seemed, being alone, it feels weird. Humans are indeed social animals that are used to living in groups. After getting used to being with others, Lin Fei seemed to be a little bit unable to bear the depressing loneliness. It was only half a day, but Lin Fei felt as if he had been separated from Black Cat and the others for a long time. Forget it, forget about this, let's continue exploring. I don't know if we can find the boss room. Lin Fei patted his face, threw away the lonely thoughts in his mind, and stood up. Continue to explore deeper. Chapter 74. Walking alone in an empty and lonely maze area really makes people feel lonely and a little bit scared. Although Lin Fei doesn't care much, things like feelings are often not something that humans can fully control. And every time he saw a monster appear, Lin Fei actually felt a little bit happy. After all, he is finally no longer alone. Lin Fei once again neatly killed the two pig-headed men standing in front of him. He raised his head with an unknown smile on his face. In front of Lin Fei is a huge door, and there is only one place where such a door can appear in the maze area, and that is the boss room. Lin Fei could only sigh that he was really lucky. He could find the Baudollars room directly by choosing any random route. After Lin Fei finished recording the map, he stood quietly in front of the gate, shaking his head in distress. Although I don't really care, but... Lin Fei muttered, as soon as words still linger in his mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Lin Fei scratched his head, the only thing I don't want is to be looked down upon by you. Lin Fei was muttering to himself as he called out the system menu and changed all the equipment on his body. If someone has identification skills, they will find that all the equipment on Lin Fei, who has changed into a new set of equipment, is of rare grade. On Lin Fei's ring finger, a silver grey ring is a magic weapon level magic ring. This set of luxurious equipment is the result of Lin Fei's 2 months. After Lin Fei finished changing the equipment, he glanced at the white rose star on his waist, scratched his head, and finally chose to replace it, and took out a one-handed sword from the inventory. This sword is more majestic than the white rose star. The blade is also a little longer. It is crimson all over. The sword pattern is that of a sheep-headed demon. In the eyes, there seems to be an eternal flame burning. The sword body in the middle is a groove, which brings a bleeding effect to the equipment. The name of this one-handed sword is Crimson Demon. It is the highest level magic sword that Lin Fei finally built. Its damage is very good. Even if it is not strengthened to +5 or more, the damage is higher than that of Baijianwei star. A big chunk. However, he has not taken it out and used it a few times. After all, the white rose star is the top weapon at this stage. If people know that he still has a magic sword, life in the future will probably be difficult. Then, let's go and have a look. Now that he had discovered the boss room, Lin Fei always felt a little regretful if he didn't go and take a look, and as soon as words made him feel a little more competitive. Lin Fei is not worried about the possibility that the boss will kill him. The rare quality equipment of his body alone gives him defense and health comparable to the 2 most powerful human shields, not to mention there is also a block and counterattack that has been upgraded to LV4. Although the level of this skill increased a bit slowly, it did not disappoint Lin Fei. After being upgraded to LV4, blocking and counterattacking gained new effects. Physical consumption is halved, and equipment durability loss is reduced. This alone makes Lin Fei very satisfied. The physical strength consumed by blocking and counterattacking is only slightly lower than using the high-level sword skill of using a one-handed sword. If Lin Fei uses it too much, the physical strength will not be allowed at all, and he may even fall into the tired state. If the physical strength is now halved, it means that Lin Fei can block and counterattack a few more times. Coupled with a series of powerful sword skills and sword mastery that has been upgraded to LV6, Lin Fei has no fear of this. With this thought, Lin Fei walked into the boss room. The room was dark, but after Lin Fei walked in a little further, the fire altars that had been set up around the boss room instantly burst into flames. At the same time, a huge black shadow covered Lin Fei, and at the same time let out an ear-splitting roar. The embodiment of greed and laziness pidge. Lin Fei took a few steps back, distanced himself from the boss, and looked up at the name displayed above the boss's head. Roar. The deafening roar came again. The pig-headed boss raised the long axe in his hand and struck at Lin Fei mercilessly. 0, asking for flowers 0. Lin Fei shook his head because he was too slow. Lin Fei, who originally had high expectations for the boss, shook his head helplessly. This level of speed is much slower than the speed boosted by my current equipment. Lin Fei was completely confident that before removing 3 of the 4 health bars, he would be able to prevent it from touching him. As he said that, Pidge once again waved the long axe in his hand and struck Lin Fei. It's disrespectful to come back without reciprocating. Lin Fei stepped on her foot, dodged another attack from the general, then used her foot hard, and rushed out with a whoosh. Brush. 0. Lin Fei quickly pulled out the Crimson Demon, and stabbed every weak point on Pidge's body one after another. This is the mastery of the sword system at LV6. You can see the enemy's weaknesses at any time and attack them. And after being hit by Lin Fei, Pidge furiously waved the long axe in his hand and kept hitting Lin Fei. In the face of LV6 mastery of the sword system, Lin Fei has been able to cut everything with his sword. As long as the opponent's equipment is of a lower level than Lin Fei, then everything can be cut. This is how Lin Fei upgraded his sword mastery to LV6. Fixed skills. Laugh. A flash of sword light flashed. Lin Fei kept raising his sword to slash, and the long axe blade in the boss's hand turned into 2 halves and fell with a crash. Bang! The weapon is damaged, the durability returns to 0, and the boss-qualified weapon instantly turns into pieces. Behind the fragments were Lin Fei's cold eyes. Wow, it's really too cheesy. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since the first floor boss Kobold Lord Ifran was defeated by himself alone, Lin Fei has never conducted a strategy battle again. He originally thought it would be a fierce battle, but now it seems that he may have just overestimated it. Player strength. Roar. The weapon was destroyed, and Boss Pidge roared angrily. Suddenly, under Lin Fei's surprised eyes, Pidge turned into 2-2. Chapter 75. Under Lin Fei's surprised gaze, Boss Pidge turned into 2, and the name also changed. The name on the head of the stronger and wilder-looking Pidge on the left is Pidge, the incarnation of greed. The right side became fat, the body became bloated, and the short legs were almost invisible, and Pidge became the embodiment of laziness. Pidge. I see. Lin Fei looked at the 2 clones, whose originally declining blood volume was gradually replenished, with an interested smile on his face. Lin Fei didn't hesitate and rushed forward with the Crimson Devil in his hand. One-handed sword, low-level sword skills. Light speed puncture. Lin Fei aimed at Pidge 983 on the left. After all, it seemed that the defense of the other Pidge, who was rough and fleshy, must be very strong. Roar. Seeing Lin Fei rushing towards him, greedy Pidge roared. Then, a surprising scene appeared. Just when the Crimson Demon in Lin Fei's hand was about to stab Greedy Pidge was standing aside. The ever-moving lazy Pidge unexpectedly appeared directly in front of Lin Fei, blocking the way between the 2. Laugh. The moment the Crimson Demon in his hand stabbed lazy Pidge, Lin Fei became alert and stepped on lazy Pidge's belly repeatedly. With the help of this force, the whole person flew into the air and landed a few meters away. Boom! Just when Lin Fei just fell, lazy Pidge disappeared again and returned to his original place. Instead, greedy Pidge held the battle axe in his heart and slashed down at Lin Fei's original location. How interesting! Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Does he actually have the skill of teleportation? That kind of invisible speed. Lin Fei's confidence does not exist at all now. His insight is improving with the level of sword mastery, so he can easily found the monster's weakness, but Lin Fei didn't notice lazy Pidge's actions just now. He could only explain that lazy Pidge had the ability to teleport. And Lin Fei looked at lazy Pidge, who had only lost a small amount of health, and his face darkened. It is also a human shield with excellent defense. So, Lord Greedy Pig attacked, right? Lin Fei scratched his fingers and watched Greedy Pig charging towards him with a brand new battle axe. The expression on his face looked very serious. One-handed sword, low position sword skills. Baptism of the Holy Sword. Launch! Lin Fei gently stroked the crimson sword of the crimson demon. Then, a faint light appeared on the sword, but in an instant it exploded into a bright light that could hurt the eyes. In an instant, the greedy pitch who had originally rushed forward paused, and a blinding mark appeared on his head. Lin Fei moved his steps and rushed towards the greedy grid as if rowing. Just when the crimson demon in Lin Fei's hand was about to hit greedy pitch, who had no defense at all, Lazy Pitch's huge body once again blocked Lin Fei's way. Ah! Lin Fei stepped his foot to the left, and quickly circled to the other side of Lazy Pitch. The crimson demon in his hand aimed at the weakness of greedy pitch that Lin Fei had already discovered and slashed at it. One-handed sword. Superior sword skills. Flower of fire. Launch. Lin Fei found that Lazy Pitch did not seem to continue to block him, and without hesitation, he instantly used his 13-hit combo one-handed sword advanced sword skill. It seems that compared to the white rose star, the beauty of the flame flower when it suddenly blooms is more suitable for the crimson devil. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Fei's body hit 13 combos without hesitation. Each blow caused great damage to the unsuspecting greedy pitch. When Lin Fei's sword skills ended, greedy pitch, who recovered from the blinded state, only had time to let out a cry. As his blood volume was emptied, his body instantly turned into fragments. So fragile? Although Lin Fei was surprised by greedy pitch's health level, there is another monster now. Suddenly, the whistling wind came from behind Lin Fei, and Lin Fei quickly blocked it with his sword. When? The sound of gold and iron echoing throughout the small world of the boss room. Fight back! After confirming that he had successfully blocked it, Lin Fei launched a counterattack without hesitation. Then, Lin Fei suddenly turned around, turned his wrist slightly, held the crimson demon in his backhand, jumped up from the ground, and slashed his throat with a sword. Although greedy pitch has thick blood and strong defense, he also suffered huge damage in the face of Lin Fei. After Lin Fei cut his throat with a sword, he stood on greedy pitch's shoulders and quickly slashed out several swords with the crimson devil in his hand. Realizing that Lin Fei was still standing on his shoulders, Lazy Pitch was no longer as motionless as before. He became furious and grabbed Lin Fei, who was standing on his shoulders, with a pair of big hands like cattail leaf fans. Lin Fei snorted coldly and kicked greedy pitch hard on the back of the head. Then, he put the crimson demon in his hand back into the scabbard, half-bowed his body, and placed his hand on the hilt of the crimson demon's sword. On the top, his eyes were fixed on the weakness exposed by the kick of greedy pitch's head. One-handed sword special skills. Draw your sword and chop. Lin Fei had been preparing his sword skills for a long time, and when greedy pitch's hand as big as a cattail leaf was about to touch him, he suddenly unsheathed it. Chapter 76. I saw a flash of extremely white light as thin as a fingertip, and the crimson demon in Lin Fei's hand had already struck the back of Lazy Pitch's neck. Drawing the sword, Lin Fei realized the powerful slashing when he flashed the 9-headed dragon to LV5. He immersed all his mind in it and completed the attack in one battle. Although drawing the sword is a common swordsmanship, it is difficult to practice deep down. There is power that surpasses many peerless swordsmanship. Just like Fu Hongxiu, the protagonist in Lin Fei's previous life Gulong Tianxiang Minjiu knife novel. Although he can only draw his sword in one move, there are few people in the world who can withstand Fu Hongxiu's sword. It can also be seen from here that drawing his sword and slashing how scary it is when you practice to the depths. This was a blow in which Lin Fei put all his strength into it. The power of this blow was not terrible, so the system rating in Lin Fei's mind did not rate it as a specific level of sword skill, but as a sword skill. For special sword skills, Lin Fei is confident that even if Lazy Pitch's defense is superb, he will still be beheaded when faced with his decisive attack. What's more, this attack is aimed at his weak point. The facts were as Lin Fei expected. The moment Lazy Pitch's giant palm was about to grasp Lin Fei, its movement suddenly stopped. Then the relatively abundant blood volume suddenly dropped, and only 3 of them were left. Half of the health bar was cleared instantly. Bang! The lazy grid instantly shattered into fragments and became original data returned to the system program. Lin Fei, who was standing on its shoulders, also fell from the air because he had no point of strength. Lin Fei didn't get up, just lying on the ground, panting constantly. Drawing the sword is powerful, but because it is a sword skill that combines all the mind and strength to cut, it consumes less than Lin Fei. Any sword skill must be powerful. Of course, Lin Fei can also choose not to devote so much attention and strength, but the power will naturally be reduced. The only sound left in the boss room was Lin Fei's breathing. He saw a message above his head to congratulate him on his success, but he was wondering whether he should spread the news that the 10th floor had been conquered by him. However, this idea soon had an answer. Lin Fei did not intend to spread the news. If the speed of the strategy was too fast, it would give the players blind confidence. In addition, the strategy was already fast, and the players had gradually become aware of it during the strategy. There is more than enough but not enough, and the number of casualties is increasing on each floor. Although she is not a holy lady, Lin Fei doesn't mind if it's easy to do. Speaking of which, if those in the strategy team finally found the boss room but found that it had already been captured, I don't know how they would feel. Lin Fei laughed silently. After his physical strength had almost recovered, Lin Fei stood up. After the boss was killed, the stairs leading to the 11th floor had appeared. Lin Fei looked at the stairs with twinkling eyes. To be honest, he wanted to go to the 11th floor. Besides, the 11th floor buying precious crystals will make it much easier to travel between floors. Well, just go up and have a look. Lin Fei scratched his head and walked towards the stairs. As for the rewards from the boss, to be honest, Lin Fei doesn't like the rewards dropped by the boss at all. After all, the equipment he built himself is much better than the ones dropped, but the rare props are very important to Linear Fei is still somewhat useful. Not long after Lin Fei climbed to the 11th floor, a message from Tongzi suddenly came. Although Lin Fei was confused about what Tongzi wanted to do with him, he still hurriedly opened it as soon as possible. Lin Fei sang, "What happened to you? Why can't I contact you just now?" Tongzi's news seems to be very worrying. Lin Fei scratched his head. He had forgotten that in the boss room, communication was a blocked area, which meant that if Tongzi sent a message to him, it would not be sent at all. Lin Fei felt very comfortable when she saw Tongzi being so worried, and quickly replied to her, telling her that she was in a special area just now, so the communication was temporarily unavailable. On the other side, Tongzi seemed a little anxious because she could not send communications to Lin Fei. She was relieved until she suddenly found that the communications could be sent. After Lin Fei's reply was sent, Tongzi frowned slightly. It seemed that she had never heard of the current floor in the communication invalidation area, but it was good that Lin Fei was fine, and her hanging head fell to the ground. Only then did she send what she wanted to tell Lin Fei. She and Asuna talked a lot yesterday. Fortunately, after she revealed some information intentionally or unintentionally, Asuna's attitude towards Lin Fei finally changed, although it was no longer the same as before. Fei works hard as a role model, but at least the grudge in her heart has disappeared. Lin Fei smiled helplessly after seeing the message from Tongzi. Tongzi told him that Asuna seemed to want to talk to him again, but she didn't know if Lin Fei had time. Since Tongzi had already helped with this, Lin Fei couldn't refuse. After telling Tongzi that he had time tomorrow, he hung up the communication with Tongzi. "I hope I won't be so impulsive tomorrow, right?" 703 Lin Fei scratched his hair and continued walking towards Taiyichuo, the main street of Kong 10th. The next day, without Lin Fei revealing any information, all the players did not know that the 10th floor was conquered by Lin Fei alone 2 days after the 9th floor was conquered, so the guide was just completed at this time. Players form teams and start heading towards the maze area. But this has nothing to do with Lin Fei. It is still the place where he and Asuna met for the first time. Lin Fei came here early in the morning. After ordering a glass of fruit wine, he drank and looked at the sky. Blue sky and white clouds. However, the fruit wine here is indeed not as good as the specialty of the third-level elves. Lin Fei was thinking about it while drinking fruit wine. No wonder the blue-haired guy always drinks the third-level fruit wine. He is such a luxurious cat. Just when Lin Fei was having messy thoughts, Tong's voice came from behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly turned her head, and beside her was Asuna who came with her. Chapter 77. You are here, what do you want to drink? Lin Fei's eyes only stayed on Asuna for a moment, then moved away, smiling at the two of them. Well, a glass of ice water will be fine. Tongzi nodded. A glass of juice, thank you. Lin Fei couldn't tell from Asuna's expression how excited she was yesterday. Even when she saw Lin Fei, she was almost as calm as when Lin Fei looked at her. Soon, after the NPC gave them what they wanted, Lin Fei said, well, I'm sorry, I was too excited about what I said yesterday. Since Asuna has already greatly improved with Tong's efforts, he no longer cares about his words, but Lin Fei feels that his posture should be more correct. It's okay. Asuna drank the juice and shook her head slightly. Lin Fei-san, aren't Black Cat and the others here? Tongzi always felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit strange, and she felt uncomfortable being caught in the middle. This was not a light bulb or something, but pure discomfort, so Tongzi tried to ease it. Feeling this uncomfortable, he quickly asked. The two of them, I gave them a holiday and let them have a good rest for a few days. Lin Fei explained. Have a holiday? Then they must be very happy. Tongzi knew that in order to train the two black cats, no, it should be said that the fighting skills of the two black cats are better, Lin Fei is training strictly, and a few days of relaxing rest is indeed rare for the two of them. Well, I guess you are talking bad things about me somewhere at this time while enjoying your vacation. Lin Fei smiled helplessly. As soon as the conversation started, the atmosphere at the scene began to warm up. At least, it was not as awkward as before. Tongzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin Fei. Asuna said. Well, just call me Lin Fei. After all, I also call you by your name. It's still rude to say it. As a native of Daxia, Lin Fei doesn't understand much about neon etiquette, at best. I only know a few things about anime, and I don't know if this is really the case, but in neon, it is rude to call someone by their first name when you first meet them, although in Daxia this kind of thing is very common, and this is something Lin Fei just remembered today. Really? Well, I'll call you Mr. Lin Fei. Asuna seemed to feel a little happy about Lin Fei's transformation, at least Lin Fei could see it from the smile on her face. Well, what happened yesterday was because I was too arbitrary. Asuna stood up and bowed solemnly to Lin Fei. Well, there's no need for this. We just need to understand each other. Seeing Asuna being so serious, Lin Fei felt restless. To be fair, Asuna was indeed a little rash about what happened yesterday, but that was because she was about to join Lin Fei. On the basis of Fei's union, it is understandable to reprimand Lin Fei. Just like what she said, if the president or even members of a union do not take any responsibility, then how can they rest assured to have their backs handed to them during the battle? Other side? Please listen to me first. After Asuna was interrupted by Lin Fei, her tone was quite dissatisfied. Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly and he could only nod. I probably learned something from Tongzi. Asuna said to Lin Fei, so, denying Lin Fei-kun's efforts before clarifying the facts is really the biggest mistake. Lin Fei looked at Tongzi after hearing this. Could it be that she told Asuna what she had done? When Tongzi saw Lin Fei looking at her, she understood what Lin Fei was thinking, and she quickly shook her head. After seeing Tongzi shaking his head in denial, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He still trusted Tongzi. Since the other party didn't say anything, what exactly did Asuna say? I know from Kiriko that the original strategy manual was always the result of Lin Fei-kun's efforts. Asuna said, taking out the Incrad strategy manual that Argo had made. This manual is still being distributed. I don't know why Argo still hasn't put it down, but Lin Fei heard that there seemed to be closed beta players providing funds, so she kept it. Therefore, Lin Fei, who had visited almost every floor, naturally it was also the biggest help for Argo in making the strategy manual. As for this matter, it doesn't matter. After all, there is a strategy manual with Lin Fei as the cover, so it doesn't matter if the information that the strategy manual has something to do with Lin Fei is leaked. As long as the information that he provides high-quality weapons and equipment is not leaked. After all, if selfish players know this news, Lin Fei can foresee how sad his future life will be. Therefore, after hearing what Asuna said, Lin Fei suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why Lin Fei-kun has not participated in the guide is actually because he is working hard for detailed information on each floor. Asuna said, lowering her head slightly and clenching her fists, I don't know this. I don't know how hard Lin Fei has worked. I'm so sarcastic that I'm really bad at it. Lin Fei's face was shocked when he saw how serious Asuna said it. It's no big deal, Asuna, you don't have to blame yourself so much. In fact, he had some selfish motives for not wanting to go to the front line, and it was easy to provide Argo with information about dangerous areas on the floor. Asuna said this, which really made him feel guilty. So, Mr. Lin Fei, are you willing to forgive my mistake? Asuna, Wang Nyazeo, looked at Lin Fei and said. Well, everyone is just standing in their own position. As long as we put ourselves in your shoes, we can easily understand you. So, it's not a big deal, Asuna. Lin Fei said with a smile. When Asuna heard this, an excited smile appeared on her face, and then she quickly said, I'm sorry for being rude. However, what I want to ask this time is your guild still short of people? President Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled, of course, you are very welcome to join our guild. However, the name of the guild has not been decided yet, so it may take a while. Lin Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay, I know. I also want to meet the other two members of the guild. Asuna covered her mouth and chuckled. She really wanted to meet the two black cats who could make Lin Fei miserable. Chapter 78. Ahem, there is a chance. Lin Fei nodded, and then said, since you have joined our guild, I will tell you about the welfare issues so that you don't know. Asuna nodded, as if she was all ears. Our guild, first of all, does not have 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Lin Fei said calmly. The corner of Asuna's mouth twitched. How come this kind of thing has such a dissuading effect as soon as it is said? But, during the guild period, if the weapons and equipment are damaged, you can report it to the guild leader. Well, that is, I will report it, and then the weapons and equipment prepared by the guild will be distributed to you. Regarding the issue of quality, you will definitely be the best among the players. Lin Fei said. It sounds very good. Asuna said thoughtfully. Regarding this, Tongzi agreed very much. With Lin Fei's master-level forging skills, it is not difficult to create rare quality equipment. At least Tongzi knew that Lin Fei had a set of rare quality equipment. Damn it, I was moved when I heard it. Tongzi bit her lip. Furthermore, every month, you can receive an amount of coal at the guild warehouse to use as pocket money. Well, although the guild has not been established yet, you can also receive it from me. Let me tell you in advance, you can get it every month. Advance your pocket money for the next month. Lin Fei continued. Excuse me, how much is your pocket money? Asuna raised her hand like a good student who asked questions. Ahem, about this issue. Lin Fei thought of the black cat and the little bird Yuliahua blackmailing coal from him, and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000 kel. So much. Asuna looked at Lin Fei in surprise. So many kells were actually pocket money. It was really enviable. But fortunately, she was now a member of the union. Well, Asuna had a satisfied smile on her face. 50,000 kells. Tongzi swallowed. What should I do with 50,000 kells of pocket money? She really wants to join. Besides, there are 5 days of vacation every month. Lin Fei-san. Suddenly, Tongzi stood up. What's wrong? Lin Fei, who was explaining, looked at Tongzi, with a hint of a successful smile deep in his eyes. Please let me join. Tongzi said, who was completely overwhelmed by Lin Fei's excellent benefits. Tongzi, didn't you refuse? Lin Fei chuckled. Who told you not to tell me anything at that time? Moreover, there were almost no normal people in your guild at that time. Of course, Tongzi did not say these words, otherwise it would hurt Lin Fei's self-esteem too much. Hey? Is there any? Lin Fei blinked. No? You didn't say anything and you just wanted to get me to join the gang, right? Tongzi said indignantly. Well, I'm just kidding, Tongzi, I wish you could join. Lin Fei quickly ended his joke and said solemnly. Hey? Yes, really. Tongzi turned her head to the side, and a slight blush suddenly appeared on her face. Of course. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, now I can force Black Cat and the two guys to reach a consensus. Lin Fei said eagerly. Why does it sound so scary? Asuna had a fishy smile on her face. Although I definitely support you, but have you really thought about the name? Tongzi looked at Lin Fei suspiciously. Although the other person is half a normal person compared to Black Cat, in fact I'm a little worried, after all, the super powerful Blue Cat has a precedent. Of course. Lin Fei nodded suddenly, let's call him Inzoul Gown. Negative. Although I don't know why, I always feel that this name is full of deep malice. Tongzi didn't know why, but her skin crawled. Although I don't quite understand it, this name does feel inappropriate. Asuna agreed with Kiriko's suggestion. Lin Fei scratched his head, then let's call them the Round Table Gaze, the Knights. 0, please give me flowers. Did you say something suspicious just now? Tongzi pointed at Lin Fei and said. Really? Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He was so excited that he almost said the name, but luckily he stopped in time. No, just based on your suspicious statement just now, this name must have other meanings. Tongzi denied again. You guys have such a good relationship. Asuna, who was standing aside, suddenly laughed when she saw the interaction between the two. Ahem, why don't you come, Asuna? Lin Fei coughed awkwardly and said to Asuna. Me? Asuna pointed at herself in surprise with a surprised look on her face. She quickly shook her head and refused, not to mention that I am not good at names. I just joined. This kind of thing is left to me. It's up to you, President. Well, at least give me a more reliable name, and at least don't say anything suspicious. Tongzi said helplessly, holding her hands. Well, let me think about it again. Lin Fei scratched his head. What about the FFF group? Lin Fei said tentatively. You idiot, please be more serious. Tongzi rubbed her eyebrows with a headache. Well, I'm just kidding. Lin Fei smiled, actually, I've thought about it a long time ago. Really? Let's talk about it. It's out of tune, you know. Tongzi looked at Lin Fei distressedly. Don't worry, this time it's absolutely no problem. Lin Fei said with a smile, the confidence on his face made Tongzi almost believe him. Let's call it Undefeated Crazy Bone. Lin Fei said. You are indeed infected by Black Cat and the others. Tongzi knew that Lin Fei would definitely not be able to think of a normal name. Then, let's call it starting from scratch. Lin Fei laughed. Hey! Tongzi blinked, well, it's up to you. It's pretty good, that's it. Asuna didn't object, but she found it interesting to see Lin Fei and Tongzi bickering. Chapter 79. No matter what, the name was finally decided. Anyway, with Kiriko and Asuna supporting him, when voting for the guild name, he had the right to name it with a crushing advantage. In this case, let's formally establish the trade union today. Lin Fei said with a smile. The sun is just right today, so it would be good for everyone to get to know each other. There's no problem with me. Kiriko nodded, and Asuna agreed. They happen to be on the third floor now, let's go there together. Lin Fei saw that neither of them objected and said to them. I seem to remember seeing that the condition for establishing a union is to reach the third floor, but I can't find it now. If I'm wrong, please forgive me. The distance from the 8th floor to the 3rd floor is very long. If Lin Fei and the three of them went there in a hurry, it would probably take a lot of 360 time, but fortunately Lin Fei climbed to the 11th floor. After that, I bought a lot of teleportation crystals. Facing Kiriko and Asuna, Lin Fei had nothing to hide. Therefore, after Lin Fei took out the return crystal, Asuna's reaction was nothing, but Kiriko's expression was very exciting. During the closed beta period, there was information about the crystal. This is a talent with more than 10 levels. The precious props you have are very effective. However, if she remembered correctly, there was no such thing as crystal for sale on the 10th floor. And thinking that Lin Fei suddenly couldn't be contacted for a while yesterday, Tongzi suddenly understood. Were you attacking the boss on the 10th floor yesterday? Tongzi asked with a frown, holding the teleportation crystal given to her by Lin Fei in her hand. Lin Fei smiled brightly. When he was about to take out the teleportation crystal, he knew that Tongzi would ask questions. After all, if Asuna didn't know, she knew this game very well. To Kiriko, who had learned about the game content from various channels during the closed beta period, it was simply a familiar item that couldn't be more familiar. Ah, Kiriko, what are you talking about? Asuna was shocked. She knew very well what Kiriko said. This is a teleportation crystal that can teleport players to any floor that has been conquered. Tongzi explained, but her eyes kept staring at Lin Fei, who felt uncomfortable being looked at. But this kind of precious prop can only be purchased on the 10th floor and above. Kiriko pursed her lips and continued, last night, in Asuna, you told me that you wanted to talk to Lin Fei-san again. When I contacted him, I couldn't contact him for a while, and I didn't contact him until 10 minutes later. At that time, he told me that it was in a special area, so communication was impossible. But considering the current floor, such an area should not appear, but I didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it carefully, it is the only one with this kind of area. The only special area is the boss room. And Lin Fei-san took out the precious props that can only be purchased on the 10th floor or above. You should understand the meaning of it, Xena. Tongzi held it tightly. Send crystals. So, Lin Fei-kun, did you conquer the boss alone? Asuna covered her mouth lightly, her eyes full of shock. Is it because of what I said yesterday that Lin Fei did what you did? I'm so sorry. Asuna didn't expect that Lin Fei would directly set an example because of what she said. Attack the boss alone. You must know that the current boss is no better than the Kobold Lord Ilfang on the first floor. If something unexpected happens, wouldn't Lin Fei? Thinking of this, Asuna fell into a deep self-blame. Really, what are you thinking about? Lin Fei suddenly laughed when he saw the atmosphere became tense. You can still laugh. Tongzi knew that Lin Fei often likes to fool around, but this time, it's not just fooling around, it's just seeking death. Attacking the boss alone is something that no one else would dare to think about, but Lin Fei, this madman, actually did it. Well, don't get excited, it's just a boss. Don't worry. Lin Fei said with a smile, his expression looking very relaxed. Also, Asuna, don't get me wrong. In fact, I planned to go to the maze area to level up and relax, but I didn't expect to find the boss room while walking, so I went in to take a look, and then the boss didn't want me to come out, so I had a fight with it. Lin Fei's expression was very relaxed, but Tongzi was helpless. Really? Asuna bit her lip. Of course it's true. Lin Fei nodded. But when you find it, you find it. Why did you go in? Wouldn't it be safer to make some preparations and then start the strategy? Tongzi really didn't expect that Lin Fei would be such a fool this time. Okay, I'm fine. Lin Fei shrugged, always looking relaxed. Besides, Asuna, don't think too much. Do you understand? Do you understand? Lin Fei looked at Asuna and said word by word. Asuna listened to Lin Fei's unquestionable tone and nodded hesitantly. But her eyes changed when she looked at Lin Fei. Being able to defeat the boss alone, how terrifying is this kind of strength? Okay, then, let's go to the third floor of Zimford. Lin Fei said, raising the teleportation crystal in his hand. Teleport, Zimford. Okay, Asuna, this guy is just like this, don't worry about it, let's go. Kiriko said to Asuna beside her with a headache expression on her face. I understand, but I didn't expect Mr. Lin Fei to directly make such a dangerous move. Although the strategy was successful, if something unexpected happens, I will be the murderer of 0.1 people. Although Lin Fei told Asuna shouldn't think too much, but how could Asuna not think too much? She had just spoken out to provoke Lin Fei because of his words. He turned around and ran to the maze area on the 10th floor to find the boss room to attack. How could she not think more about this? Since Lin Fei-san has told you not to think too much, you can rest easy. If you keep thinking about this matter, Lin Fei-san will be angry. Tongzi spread his hands, he said helplessly. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Tongzi said with a smile, making an action similar to Lin Fei's just now, teleport, Zimford. Asuna looked at the dining table where she was the only one left. After hesitating for a while, she also raised the teleportation crystal in her hand. Chapter 80. On the third floor of Zimford, Lin Fei appeared in the central area of Zimford after using the teleportation crystal. After waiting for a short while, Kiriko and Asuna also appeared. I have notified Black Cat and the others. Now, let's go directly to the area where the union is established. They happen to be nearby and should be able to arrive soon, Lin Fei said to the two of them. Well, let's go. Tongzi nodded. 10 minutes later, the two groups of people formally gathered. Because it was a day off, Black Cat and Kodori Yurika did not wear the same equipment as before, but changed into casual clothes. Moreover, this is obviously a game world with a medieval background, but it has modern clothing, which makes Lin Fei unable to complain. And the original kitten has grown up now. At least if it continues to stand on the Black Cat's shoulders, it is still quite difficult with the Black Cat's small body, so it is actually a black cat, named Choi Blue Cat. Following the Black Cat, he walked staggeringly, obviously drinking a lot of fruit wine. Here, let me introduce you to. Lin Fei said to the two Black Cats, and Tongzi and Black Cat were already familiar with each other. The three of them often spawned monsters together, so he introduced Tongzi. If so, basically no need. Black Devil, how did this idiot knight lure you into our guild? Since Lin Fei had explained it when he came, the Black Cat naturally knew that Tongzi was going to join the guild, so when he saw Tongzi, she asked curiously. As far as she knew, Tongzi once rejected Lin Fei's invitation. I want you to take care of it. And don't call me that name. Tongzi's mouth twitched, it was because of this that she didn't want to join. Be normal, okay. Lin Fei came to the middle of the Black Cat and the little bird Eureka, and said to them with a charming smile on his face. The little bird Eureka, who was about to speak, froze and nodded quickly. Okay, let's start the introduction now. Lin Fei said with a smile, as if the terrifying look just now was not made by him at all. This is Asuna, the player who joined our guild. We should all get along well in the future. Lin Fei pointed at Asuna and said to the black cat and the bird Eureka. Then, Asuna, this guy with long hair and a gloomy face is called Black Cat. Well, of course his real name is not that, but you don't need to know. Lin Fei said with a smile. Why is this so? Asuna pursed her lips. Well, although the stupid knight doesn't dare to call me by my name, since you are my future partner, I will tell you my name for the time being. Accept it with gratitude. The black cat doesn't care about Lin Fei's words. With a look that was about to kill someone, he put one hand on his chest with a look of pride on his face. Remember, my name is Fallen Saint Black Cat. Asuna blinked. She had lived the life of a young lady since she was a child, and she had learned aristocratic etiquette. She had basically never been exposed to things like being a middle school student. Looking at the black cat, she always felt amazing. The fallen holy black cat? I remember it. Asuna looked serious. Lin Fei and Tongzi couldn't bear to look at it. Why did it become like this? Not bad, not bad. Black Cat looked at Asuna with admiration. He was very satisfied with Asuna's cooperation with him. Sure enough, compared to the two guys Lin Fei and Tongzi, this name I think Asuna is a more friendly woman. There's me, there's me. Seeing that Asuna was not as resistant as Lin Fei and Tongzi, Xiaodiao Yulia Ka also stood up quickly. She covered her right eye with one hand, and her face with a handsome smile on his face. My name is the True Eye of the Evil King, and I am the enemy of the fallen Saint Black Cat. When the power that resides in my eyes is released, this world will eventually fall into annihilation. Although I don't understand it very well, it feels very powerful. Asuna's unexpected collaboration with the Black Cat and the bird Eureka was something Lin Fei and Tongzi did not expect. Did we push Asuna into the fire pit? Lin Fei silently looked at Tongzi beside him. Although he didn't speak, his eyes expressed everything. I'm not very clear about this, but it seems like things won't get any worse. Tongzi had an ugly smile on her face, and she was heartbroken as she forced herself to smile. But don't worry, although I am already very powerful, a snar in your body also has more powerful power. The expression on Xiaodiao Yuliwa's face looked very serious, and he did not listen to what she said. Just looking at her expression is very convincing. Hey, at least you pronounced her name correctly. Lin Fei raised his forehead and couldn't bear to stare. Well, I'm sorry, but my name is Asuna. Asuna corrected her with the same smile on her face. It doesn't matter, Asuna. Kodari Eureka nodded solemnly. I know that the god of death in your body is trying to invade your body, so please don't care about names. Hey! Asuna looked at the little bird Eureka in distress. In this regard, although 663 Evil King True Eye Envoy is a big fool, I still recognize the power of her eyes. Asuna, please don't give up hope in life. Even if you are the god of death, I will always be with you. If it dares to appear next to you, even if it is a god, I will kill it for you, the black cat echoed. Lin Fei scratched his hair and showed a helpless smile on his face. Don't use such words that are easy to misunderstand when new members join. At first, Lin Fei didn't understand it, but now he can see that this is the black cat and the bird Eureka using their own special way to encourage Asuna to survive in this world. Tongzi also had the same expression. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Forget it and let them go. Asuna also began to understand the meaning of Black Cat and Kodari Eureka's words. With a soft smile on her face, I understand, since you two said so, then I will definitely work hard to fight against death. Yes, you are worthy of being chosen by the idiot knight. With this mind, I will allow you to become my servant, oh haha. The way the black cat expressed his feelings was as uncomfortable as ever. As a servant, I'm a little troubled, but I'm pretty good at cooking. Asuna was not angry, and still had a smile on her face. Chapter 81. Although the way the black cats expressed their care and welcome was a bit special, fortunately the people present had good minds and could naturally understand the meaning. Okay, our union now has 5 people, so it's not deserted anymore. Let's prepare to create a union now. Lin Fei said. Hey, that's what I said, but as for the name of the union, it's better for me to name it. Black Cat said with confidence. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. He had already expected it, so he didn't panic at all. Our union advocates freedom and democracy, vote. Lin Fei said. Black Cat looked at Lin Fei suspiciously when he heard this. She was innocent. She had already understood Lin Fei's protest against naming the union, and it must be useful to use it so readily this time. Asuna, you are with us, right? Black Cat did not hesitate to prepare to rebel against Asuna, so even if the naming rights were not in his hands, Lin Fei would not be able to succeed. As for Tongzi, forget it, that cold guy has been on the same side as Lin Fei from the beginning. Ah, this. Asuna scratched her cheek awkwardly with her fingers, and subconsciously moved her gaze to Lin Fei. After all, she had already agreed to Lin Fei from the beginning, but she always felt that because of if Black Cat-chan comes to choose the name, he will be surprisingly handsome. Asuna was extremely confused at this time. Finally, she came up with a compromise plan, or she could abstain from voting. Anyway, wouldn't there be abstentions in meetings like this where voting is discussed? Thinking of this, Asuna cast an apologetic look at Lin Fei. Ahem, let's get started. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, feeling like something bad was about to happen. I'll do it first. Black Cat said without hesitation, and cast a provocative look at Lin Fei. Song of the Fallen. Black Cat said the name he had already prepared. Although it is the home of my old enemy, at this time, it is a battle between the fantasy side and the reality side. I choose to support Black Cat-chan. Kodori Yurika was the first to stand up and agree. Tongzi helplessly held her forehead. I knew it. I object. Ditto. Lin Fei and Tongzi looked at Asuna. Asuna's vote was crucial. If she betrays him and switches to Black Cat, she will fall into an infinite loop again. Well, I abstain. The gazes on both sides were extremely oppressive. Asuna raised her hand and said weakly. Hey. Although Lin Fei was surprised that Asuna abstained from voting, it didn't matter. He had the privilege of having 2 votes in his hand, and with Kiriko's vote, he was able to beat Black Cat and the others. Damn it! Black Cat clenched his fists. Then it's my turn. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it starting from scratch. Lin Fei said. Agree. Objection. Black Cat and Xiao Diao Yuliwa probably didn't even hear their names. I abstain. Asuna still forced a smile. Hey, we have 3 votes here and Black Cat and you too, so the naming rights are mine. Lin Fei said with a smile. Meow. At this time, the super blue cat suddenly called out. That's right. The black cat quickly picked up the lazy super blue cat lying on his feet. And the blue cat? It also objected, the black cat said quickly. Ha! It's just a cat. Lin Fei looked at the black cat in shock, never expecting that the black cat was so smart. But it is also a member of our guild, isn't it? Black Cat said confidently, so, Blue Cat-chan also has the right to vote. So, it's 3-3 now. Black Cat's shamelessness once again set Lin Fei's lower limit. You. Lin Fei quickly argued, but the Blue Cat can't speak, how do you know if it is objectionable? Hee. The Black Cat suddenly laughed, took out a bottle of fruit wine from the inventory, and kept shaking it in front of the super powerful Blue Cat. Blue Cat, if you object to the stupid knight getting the name, call him. Then, I'll give you this in my hand. Hey. This is a blatant bribery, you're too bold. Lin Fei looked at the drunk cat in a daze and almost collapsed. Even Tongzi on the side was sweating coldly. On the contrary, Asuna felt that the super blue cat was very cute after seeing it, so she came up and stroked its soft fur. No way, it's just that the blue cat is hungry, I just feed it something to eat. 17. Then, let's start again. Black Cat showed a proud smile on his face. The House of Fallen Heaven. Veto. Be opposed to. I'd better give up. Asuna smiled awkwardly. Humph, it's my turn again. Lin Fei's expression was serious. Call it dawn, dawn is the morning sun, sweeping away the last trace of darkness and bringing sunshine to the earth. This is hope and means new life. Tongzi glanced at Lin Fei in surprise. This name seemed surprisingly good. Dawn, does it bring light to this dead game? Does it bring hope to the lifeless players? Tongzi murmured in her heart. She glanced at Lin Fei. With him who can conquer alone, maybe everything will become really, not just words. Black Cat was also shocked by Lin Fei. He did not expect that Lin Fei could come up with such a powerful name with his limited knowledge. Mano Zhao, well, let me admit you for once, idiot knight. Black Cat turned his head to the side, his face slightly red. I didn't agree because I thought the name was cool, I just felt sorry for you, that's right, I just pity you. Seeing the Black Cat's textbook arrogance, Lin Fei laughed. Agree. Tongzi raised her hand again. Since Black Cat-chan agrees, I will agree. Kodori Yurika said, but, master, this time you are surprisingly handsome. No, your master will always be your master. Lin Fei said proudly. Since everyone agrees, I agree too. Asuna also thought the name was very good. Okay, then the name of the union will be Dawn. Meow. Chapter 82. Now that the name has been decided, the only thing left to do is to formally establish the union. After submitting a COL to the union NPC, Lin Fei entered the union name of Dawn. The union was successfully named. Congratulations on the new union you established. Please recruit more players to strengthen the guild next. The NPC lady smiled happily. After all, Lin Fei provided her with a considerable income. Lin Fei turned to the four girls and said, now that the union has been officially established, I'm going to treat you today and let's have a good time together. Well, it's good to take a rest once in a while. Tongzi smiled and stretched. You're right. Thinking about it this way, it seems like I haven't had a good rest for a long time. Asuna put her finger on her lips and recalled her life during this period. It seemed that she had been killing monsters all the time. So, let's indulge ourselves tonight. Meow. As if he understood Lin Fei's words, the super-powerful blue cat, who was still in a drunken state, suddenly screamed in harmony, struggling in the black cat's arms, especially the short legs. He kept kicking and trying to stand up, but he seemed to be quite drunk. He couldn't break free from the black cat's arms for a long time, so he had to call out again. Pfft! The people present laughed in unison when they saw the appearance of the super-powerful blue cat. In this way, 783, the future elite union of Sao, Dawn was officially established. At night, Zimford on the third floor is still the restaurant located among the giant trees. On the top floor with fewer players, the first banquet belonging to the Dawn Guild officially kicked off. The dining table is filled with various specialties of the elves. Relatively speaking, the taste of the elves should be more suitable for girls like Asuna. After all, the food is very light vegetables and fruits. But even so, although the banquet this time is not over yet, the kel currently spent has already made Lin Fei feel a little bit of pain, although it is nothing compared to the al he has now. However, just be happy. Seeing Asuna completely integrated into the small circle of Kuroniko and Kodori Yurika, Lin Fei and Tongzi both had friendly smiles on their faces. It's a nice day today, so don't drink any more drinks. Lin Fei replaced the drink in front of Tongzi with his favorite fruit wine. This stuff is not intoxicating, why don't you give it a try? You guy. Tongzi glanced at Lin Fei helplessly, but had no objection. She also wanted to try what the fruit wine that Lin Fei liked tasted like. How do you feel? Lin Fei asked quickly when he saw Tongzi taking a small sip. Tongzi smacked her lips, recalling the refreshing feeling in her mouth just now. It's a bit bitter, but after drinking it, you can feel the fragrance in your mouth, and the taste is very good. Actually, this elven fruit wine doesn't have a high degree of alcohol according to real-life standards. At best, it's just a special drink with a wine name. Lin Fei smiled and picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip, but, if you drink too much, you will also get drunk. Do you think I am you? Tongzi rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. She was obviously the person who liked drinking this kind of stuff the most, but she was still qualified to teach her a lesson. Who knows? Lin Fei shrugged. You really dare to say that? Tongzi rolled his eyes at Lin Fei. The banquet lasted until late at night and then ended. Everyone was very happy. After all, we will be partners who can fight together in the future. As soon as original worries disappeared, Black Cat and Kotori Yurika were very interested in her. I am very happy to arrive. A few days later, in the maze area on the 11th floor, Lin Fei led all members of Dawn to begin a formal exploration of the maze area. It can only be said that Lin Fei was lucky to be able to discover the boss room in the maze area on the 10th floor within a few hours. Great, they have been cleaning the maze area on the 11th floor for 2 days, but they still haven't found any trace of the boss room. Just after everyone worked together to kill the monsters on the maze road, Lin Fei suddenly received a communication. Everyone, let's take a rest first. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to check, but said to the 4 Tongzi people. They had been grinding monsters for 2 hours and it was time to take a break. Hey, Master is really stern. As the one with the least fighting skills among the 5, Kotori Yurika was under a lot of pressure, so he used force that he shouldn't have used randomly, which caused a huge loss of physical strength. The president is also doing it for your own good. Tongzi rolled his eyes. In the past few days, Asuna and Tongzi officially changed the title of Lin Fei to president. Hey, rest. Xiaodiao Yuliwa naturally understood, so he didn't refute, sat down on the spot, and took out the prepared food from the inventory. Do you want it? Kotori Yurika said to Tongzi and the others. No need. Tongzi shook his head. Well, I'm prepared too. Asuna said with a look of dissatisfaction on her face, besides, as I said, I'm really good at cooking. Then I'll leave it to Asuna to prepare the food for you next time. Kiriko said with a smile. Meow. The super blue cat holding a bottle of fruit wine also called out at the right time. It is now much like the weak and helpless kitten it was at the beginning, and now it can help the black cat fight, so the black cat basically takes it to fight with it. Trademark greedy cat. The black cat hated the iron and knocked the powerful blue cat on the head. Since Asuna joined the guild, she found that the powerful blue cat seemed to be switching to the other party's arms. Meow. The super powerful blue cat called out in frustration. Everyone laughed kindly when they saw this. On the other side, Lin Fei connected the communication, which was from Argo. Lin Fei, did you know? The boss on the 10th floor was defeated silently. Argo's information did not surprise Lin Fei. After all, so many days have passed. If the players on the front line can't find it again, then they will be really useless. But why did Argo tell himself? Lin Fei scratched his head. He sent a message that he knew. Such a cold reaction. You must be the one to conquer it, right? There seemed to be a trace of certainty in Argo's tone. Lin Fei's eyes jumped instantly. Chapter 83. Lin Fei had always stayed away from Argo's keen beast-like intuition. There was nothing he could do about it, but the other person's intuition was really too accurate. However, Lin Fei does not intend to make any announcement about this matter. How is that possible? You're probably living in a dream. Lin Fei was determined not to admit it. After all, this kind of thing was too unbelievable. The boss on the 10th floor cannot be compared to the boss on the 1st floor, so Argo contacted Lin Fei as soon as he got the news that the boss on the 10th floor had been captured. However, I always feel that you are very suspicious. Lin Fei said that you got the answer right, but there is no reward. However, under Lin Fei's firm refusal, Argo finally stopped asking any more, even though she had already guessed something in her heart. When will you be free? The batch of equipment you gave me not long ago has been completely sold. Now that the news has been conveyed, Argo began to talk about the two people's business. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, he had just sent more than a dozen pieces of rare, high-quality and varying quality equipment to Argo last week, and they were almost sold out so quickly? You must know that this is not a cheap commodity. Ahem, although it is true for Lin Fei, for those players, these equipment are very powerful equipment. It seems that he was right, because the speed of the strategy is getting faster and faster, and players who can't keep up with the level are starting to work hard on equipment. Otherwise, how could the equipment at Argo be sold out so quickly? Let's meet tomorrow at Taft, the main street on the 11th floor. Lin Fei replied. After hearing what you said, I feel even more suspicious. However, business is coming, let's talk tomorrow. Lin Fei rubbed his eyebrows after hanging up the call. The intelligence businessman's intuition was as accurate as ever. President, let's have dinner. Seeing that Lin Fei seemed to have ended the communication, Asuna said quickly. Coming, coming. Lin Fei trotted over quickly. He didn't prepare any food today. Then, the four girls sitting on the ground discovered a strange phenomenon while eating. Lin Fei seemed to have no desire to eat at all, and was staying by their side to accompany them. President, does it really not matter if you don't have lunch? Tongzi asked hesitantly. Lin Fei's face darkened. I came out in a hurry today and forgot to prepare. Ah, President, didn't you prepare lunch? Asuna looked at Lin Fei in surprise, then a perfect smile appeared on her face. Fortunately, I made an extra serving here, do you want to try it? Thank you very much. Lin Fei nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know how proficient Asuna's cooking skills were now, he thought it wouldn't be too unpalatable. Okay, here it is. Asuna smiled happily. She actually prepared lunch for 5 people, but it was difficult to take it out after seeing that everyone had prepared it themselves. Now Lin Fei didn't prepare it, so he just wanted to try your own cooking skills. The lunch Asuna made was a sandwich. There was no way. Given the current situation, sandwiches were the most time-saving and easiest way to find raw materials. Moreover, Asuna herself is also a good sandwich maker in the real world, so she naturally chose it. Had a sandwich. Although I don't eat this kind of food often, since Asuna made it and Lin Fei didn't prepare lunch, Lin Fei would naturally not be polite. Thank you very much, Asuna. Lin Fei took the sandwich and took a bite quickly. He didn't eat anything all morning and he felt very hungry. After taking the first bite, Lin Fei's expression changed. Hey, is it that exaggerated? Tongzi saw the intoxicated expression on Lin Fei's face and swallowed subconsciously. She has never had any resistance to delicious food. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Lin Fei gave Asuna a thumbs up. Asuna, you are indeed Asuna. Probably only those in restaurants can make such delicious things. Only high-priced food can compare. 0, please give me flowers 0. Hehe. Asuna was very satisfied with Lin Fei's appreciation, with a happy smile on her face. She also looked proudly at Tongzi, who looked at the food in her hand and then at the sandwich in Lin Fei's hand. Eyes. Asuna, do you have any extra sandwiches? Tongzi couldn't stand Lin Fei's intoxicated expression anymore and asked Asuna. Yes, but that's all. Asuna nodded with a smile on her face. Even Black Cat and Kodori Yurika looked at Asuna. We have them all. Asuna smiled and took out the remaining 3 sandwiches, one for each person. Everyone took it one after another. After all, Lin Fei's expression before was so tempting, making them all want to try how delicious the sandwich was. When they took the first bite, the expressions of the 3 of them also changed. It's delicious. Tongzi's eyes lit up. Compared with the simple lunch she bought, this thing is simply the difference between heaven and earth. Death Defiant, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. From now on, you will be the chef of my fallen saint Black Cat. Black Cat also didn't expect that the sandwich made by Asuna was so delicious, so he said quickly. Well, Black Cat-chan, the death protesters belong to everyone in the Union, how can you monopolize them? Kodori Yurika issued a critical opinion. Well, if that's the case, then let's do it. Black Cat nodded. As long as everyone likes it, then let me prepare the lunch for the Union in the future. Asuna was very satisfied with everyone's response and contracted Lin Fei's lunch for the 4 of them. Thank you very much. Lin Fei and the other 4 said in unison. I'm very happy to be able to do something for everyone, he. Asuna said, humming a tune in her mouth, her expression looking very happy. For a chef, there is nothing better than having the food you cook. It makes people happier to like compliments. Chapter 84. After resting for a while, everyone started exploring the maze area again. While chatting, Lin Fei had already told Tongzi and the others that the 10th floor boss had been conquered and was discovered by the not yet fully formed attack team. As for who conquered the 10th floor boss, the presidents of the unions and the main players in the battle must be very curious. Especially the Earth Knights, the largest union among players nowadays, whose president is Tibalu's union. He who has interacted with Lin Fei may think of Lin Fei who once conquered the first floor boss alone. At that time, it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if the news leaks, with the promotion of some thoughtful people, Lin Fei may become the next subject for weekly testing. Even Lin Fei 303 can already be called a hero. But as a species, let alone the game world, in the real world, heroes are often tragic. Even though he saved people, some people still thought that it was a matter of course, or that they should have paid for it, and this was often the source of tragedy. What's more, in today's game world, without the constraints of law and morality, it is unknown what some people blinded by desire can do. At least, the turmoil among beta testers from the very beginning has not stopped yet. The beta testers who have worked silently endure the abuse from most players without daring to refute. Therefore, driven by this situation, the 5 people's exploration speed accelerated a lot. Soon, 5 hours passed. If Lin Fei calculated correctly, it should be almost dark outside by now. Okay, you've worked hard today. Let's take a day off tomorrow and start exploring again the day after tomorrow. Lin Fei said to the 4 girls after killing a monster with one sword. At this point in time, some players may have already entered the maze area. I understand. The 4 girls nodded. After recording the current map, Lin Fei and the other 5 used the teleportation crystal to reach Zimford on the 3rd floor. Compared with other places at present, the environment here is pleasant and suitable for rest. At least in this world where people and nature live in harmony, it can make people feel relaxed. Well, President, why didn't you spread the news about the strategy at the beginning? It was still the same place, everyone was enjoying dinner, and Asuna asked in confusion. Lin Fei didn't tell Asuna about her worries about players' eagerness for quick success, so she seemed a little confused. However, not only Asuna, but also the black cat and the little bird Eureka looked confused. After all, Lin Fei had only told Akihiko about this matter, and only in a few words. In that case, let me tell you. Lin Fei put down the chopsticks in his hands and said in a deep voice, "You should know the losses incurred when conquering the first level." Lin Fei looked at Tongzi. Tongzi frowned, "The loss is 0. So, what about the second floor?" Lin Fei continued to ask. "Although I didn't participate, according to the news from the Earth Knight, it was also 0. Tongzi has always been very concerned about the strategy, so she also knows the news about the strategy." "What about the third floor?" Lin Fei still asked. "Because the boss's attack method was seriously changed, resulting in improper command, one person died." Tongzi's expression seemed a bit heavy. After all, the topic of dead people was still too heavy for her at only 14 years old. "Well, it's the fourth floor." Lin Fei nodded slightly. "I was present during this strategy." Asuna responded, "2 people died at that time." Asuna's expression also looked heavy. The 2 players who died were not far from her at that time, so she still remembers their attachment to life before they died. "Then let me do the talking." Lin Fei saw that Akihiko and Asuna were in a bad mood and said. In the subsequent strategy battles on the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th floors, 2, 4, 3, and 2 players died respectively. Lin Fei told everyone the information he got from Argo, looked around and then continued, "So, what caused it? Is it the commander's improper command? Or is it the boss's strength?" Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. "Neither. It's caused by the player's eagerness for quick success and quick gains, and it's caused by the so-called superiors in the Union trying to increase their own influence. You should have discovered it." Lin Fei paused. "The 7th and 8th floors where more players died are the strategy battles. Because the time to conquer the game was shortened, it was even shortened to going straight to the maze area as soon as I climbed the 7th floor, and I found the boss room to conquer in just 3 days. The high-intensity strategy battles and the increasing gap between the level and the monsters have made this casualty even more serious. So, President, are you trying to give those players a chance to rest?" Asuna instantly understood what Lin Fei meant. "That's probably true." Lin Fei shrugged, "I really can't stand the behavior of those so-called superiors who don't care about the life and death of players. Unfortunately, fishing boats are always in the hands of the majority of people and those who have rights and voices." Lin Fei's tone seemed helpless. "However, since they have reached the 11th floor, they will also start to attack." Asuna said the key to the problem. "Well, then it's none of my business." Lin Fei smiled, "The players who were supposed to die on the 10th floor might have escaped, then what I did will make sense. Of course 1.3, it is better not to have any casualties. As for the 11th floor, everyone should work harder, find the boss room as soon as possible, and take the initiative in our hands, then maybe the casualties during the attack can be reduced a lot." 1. Learn. "It's rare for you to have such a long talk." Tongzi shrugged. Chapter 85. A week later, the deepest part of the maze area. In front of a large door, Lin Fei and 5 people stood facing each other. "I didn't expect it took a week." Lin Fei sighed. This time, in order to find the boss room in the maze area, they explored the maze area day and night. It seems that it was luck that he was able to discover it in the first place, but Lin Fei did not expect that this time the players did not rush to explore the maze area, but only started to level up in the wild for nearly 5 days. It seems those so-called Union presidents also discovered something. Lin Fei agreed with this point. At least, it is necessary to have a level similar to that of the monsters in the dangerous area on this floor to start a strategy. This is the key to Merpage games. Therefore, in fact, the frontline players only started to enter the maze area one after another the day before yesterday. If Lin Fei guessed correctly, they are probably still exploring the first half of the maze area. 03 Okay, let's go back after recording the coordinates, and then publish the information about the boss room. Lin Fei said to the 4 girls. It has to be said that there is motivation when there is pressure. After Asuna and Kiriko joined, he seemed to realize that his position as a senior was no longer guaranteed by his idiot apprentice, so his attitude during training was usually correct. At least, in Lin Fei's opinion, in today's union, even without him, Tongzi and the four of them can carry out the boss strategy safely. Well, although their own equipment is also a crucial issue, equipment is also a part of their strength. Understood. Hearing Lin Fei say this, the girls' hearts were instantly relaxed. They were afraid that one of Lin Fei would not be able to figure it out and carry out a separate strategy. Although Lin Fei was not the only one now, as a person with a criminal record, Lin Fei touched her chin and looked at the door of the boss room and thought, they were really scared. What? Why do you have this okay expression? Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the expressions of the girls. It's nothing. Since it has been decided, President, let's go back first. Asuna said first. Yes, rest is also necessary. Tongzi nodded in agreement. They had already been exploring for a day. Agree. Batix. Lin Fei rolled his eyes helplessly, really? Don't make it sound like I'm going to rush in directly. Since I've said I want to go back, I will definitely go back. Lin Fei said. After all, President, you have a criminal record. Asuna said softly. You can't discriminate against people with criminal records. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. This sentence hurt his heart. No, President, let's go back first. Asuna waved her hands quickly. Seeing the four women around him using teleportation crystals to go back one by one, Lin Fei touched his chin again and focused on the door of the boss room. Hey, I'm so angry. Lin Fei scratched his head, and finally used the teleportation crystal to return to the current gathering place for everyone, the third level Zimford. During dinner, Lin Fei contacted Argo. After all, judging from the current situation, it was undoubtedly the most appropriate to hand over the task of distributing the news to Argo. After all, the other party still controls the distribution of the Incrad strategy manual. As long as he spreads the news that the boss room has been discovered, then he and others who discovered the boss room can take the initiative in the strategy battle. Right. This is very important for establishing the reputation of their Dawn Guild. After all, only in this way can they have the right to speak in front of those big people, and then they can be able to do what they want to do. At least, they can do some strategy matters themselves. Wait until someone can intervene to a certain extent. After Lin Fei conveyed the news to Argo, Argo readily agreed. After all, this matter was also good for her, so as a businessman, there was no reason not to agree. The next day, all players who received the Incrad strategy manual knew that the boss room on the 11th floor had been discovered, and that at noon today, Zimford's family on the 3rd floor would a strategy meeting was held in the tavern. Although most players who have no strength have no chance of this, it does not mean that they are indifferent to it. At least, this is one step closer to leaving this game. Based on the intelligence, the presidents of the unions and powerful solo players came to the tavern in Zimford on the 3rd floor. This tavern is naturally not the restaurant where Lin Fei and others usually gather. It is just a fairly spacious tavern, which is suitable for holding strategy meetings. As it approached noon, many players had already come to this tavern. By noon, all the powerful players had arrived, but it seemed that the real owner hadn't appeared yet. Everyone began to become impatient. It could be that this was false news, but with Incrad judging from the current credibility of the strategy manual, it seems that this is not possible. A few minutes later, when all kinds of discussions started to sound in the tavern, Lin Fei appeared in a long robe. I have kept everyone waiting for a long time. Some accidents occurred, so it was delayed a little. Lin Fei had a smile on his face and bowed to everyone to express his apology. As for the accident, it was not caused by Black Cat and Xiaodiao Yurika. Both of them wanted to use their handsome, Middle-earth, remarks to declare the purpose of this strategy meeting. After a long stalemate, Lin Fei was finally able to escape with the help of Tongzi and Asuna. It's him. As the president of the largest union of the Earth Knights, Tybalo recognized Lin Fei the moment he saw Lin Fei. His pupils shrank instantly. Lin Fei left him a message during the first floor strategy battle. The impression he made was too profound. At least, he was not completely sure that he could challenge the kobold leader Ilfang alone. Obviously, there are not a few people who recognized Lin Fei here. Instantly, the whole tavern became lively. It's the Swordsman of Hope. A person said in a slightly higher tone, with a hint of longing in his eyes. He was also one of the members of the first-level strategy battle. I haven't heard from him for a long time. I didn't expect that he would be the one who discovered the boss room this time. Tybalo frowned slightly as he listened to the discussions around him. He saw the Union logo Lin Fei wore on his chest. It was the first day of the sun, but half of the first day was obscured by clouds. As far as he knows, among the few medium and large trade unions currently, no one seems to have heard of the existence of this union. Well, this is interesting. Chapter 86. Lin Fei naturally heard everyone's discussion, with a slight smile on his face, but did not choose to speak out at this time. Everyone be quiet. At this time, Tybalo stood up. Naturally, few people can challenge the prestige of the president of the Grand Guild, so after Tybalo spoke up, all the discussions stopped. Everyone wanted to see what the leader of the Earth Knights Guild, who was ranked among the top players in terms of strength, wanted to say. Something to say. Long time no see, Mr. Lin Fei. Tybalo's etiquette was impeccable. It's been a long time, President Tybalo. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, not knowing what Tybalo wanted to say when he chose this time to stand up. Well, before the meeting starts, I want to ask you about the badge on your chest. Tybalo said with a smile. In fact, after he established the Earth Knight, he had been looking for traces of Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei to join his union, and even offered the position of vice president in exchange for it. However, he never found any trace of Lin Fei. Now Puyi appears, wearing a union badge. This makes he couldn't accept it in his heart. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find it. As soon as Tybalo 423 finished speaking, other players also discovered the union badge Lin Fei was wearing on his chest. Have I hoped that the swordsmen have joined the union? It's just that I haven't heard of any big guild with this badge. A player murmured. In their eyes, a player as powerful as Lin Fei should just join a strong union. Not just big guilds, even medium-sized guilds, even some famous small guilds don't have this badge. A player who is familiar with various guilds said, looking at Lin Fei with curiosity in his eyes, not knowing that Lin Fei how to answer. Lin Fei's expression when he looked at Tybalo seemed a little complicated at this time. This was a disguised attempt to help his union become famous. At first, he was worried about how to make his union's appearance more eye-catching, but nothing happened. Thinking of Tybalo giving him an assist directly. And this assist is not ordinary. You must know that this is the assist from the leader of the first guild among the players. Lin Fei could only thank Tybalo silently in his heart. This. Lin Fei said with a smile on his face, Adef, this is just a small guild created by me and a few like-minded friends. The name is called Dawn. It is very short, but the amount of information is very large. Although Lin Fei has not appeared in the player's field of vision for a long time, the strength displayed by the opponent when he was on the first level is also top among today's players, and it has passed. After so long, how strong should Lin Fei be? Therefore, some solo players present had some thoughts. You must know that this is the union founded by Lin Fei. Although it is still a small guild at present, will the strength of those who can be friends with Lin Fei be inferior? So in time, this union will definitely become famous in Sao. Then, they only need to if you join first, wouldn't you become a veteran? At least, as long as Lin Fei is willing, the union will definitely grow. As for their solo players, they either haven't found a suitable union, or they feel that they might be excluded if they join alone, so they are still in a wait-and-see state. Well, Mr. Lin Fei, how many players are there in your guild now? A lone player stood up and asked. This is also the question of most people present. Even Taibalu wants to know the current state of Lin Fei's guild. Well, there are currently 5 of us including me. Lin Fei said with a smile, making a scissors gesture with his left hand behind his back. The plan worked. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Taibaru. How about having a meal with him when I have time? Upon hearing Lin Fei's words, the eyes of the solo players who wanted to join all lit up. Some even couldn't help but stand up and asked, well, Mr. Lin Fei, are you still accepting people from your guild? Yes, yes. Most of the solo players looked at Lin Fei expectantly. Taibalu frowned slightly when he saw this. This was the issue that worried him the most. These solo players are also part of the group he wants to recruit into the guild. After all, being able to participate in the strategy as a solo player, there is no doubt about his own strength. But he didn't think about why most of the players here who had rejected him wanted to join the guild created by Lin Fei. It was obviously just a small union with only 5 people. Taibalu looked at Lin Fei, who was still smiling on the stage. Yes, he is a myth in himself, and he is approachable, plus he is a pioneer in the guild. Taibaru is indeed a player whose leadership and appeal are both at the top level, and the reason for this can be understood at a glance. Lin Fei did not expect that there would be players who expressed their desire to join, and even some members of the union were ready to join, making Gao Kong next to him look very happy. As for this issue, the joining of each member must be unanimously approved by us. Lin Fei smiled and declined the request of those present. The current situation of the guild is indeed not suitable for unfamiliar players to join. Besides, our current problem is the strategy meeting, isn't it? Lin Fei said with a smile. Hearing what Lin Fei said, the players present temporarily let go of their thoughts. After all, they could all hear Lin Fei's polite refusal. Taibalu also looked at Lin Fei in surprise. Although he missed a good opportunity to recruit members, Lin Fei's words made people know that this is a person who puts the overall situation first, and these players may not necessarily give up. After this incident, if Lin Fei finds them, although it is not 100%, it is at least 80% likely that they will join Lin Fei's union. While showing his righteous image of putting the overall situation first and bringing favor to most of the players present, he also contacted those players afterwards. What a good plan! It seems that I underestimated him. Taibaru watched Lin Fei deeply and subconsciously regarded Lin Fei as a competitor. Of course, if Lin Fei knew that Taibaru thought so, he would probably feel very complicated. He obviously just wanted to make a name for himself in the guild. For other players to join this, Lin Fei really didn't dare to make his own decision. After all, you have to consider the thoughts of other girls in the guild. Even when Asuna joined, Lin Fei specifically told Black Cat. However, at least I hope that the news that Swordsman Lin Fei founded a union called Dawn will be known to everyone, and that will be enough. Chapter 87. First of all, regarding the boss room, our union discovered it yesterday when we were exploring the maze area. Lin Fei said, moreover, I personally confirmed some information about the boss this morning. Lin Fei rushed to the maze area on the 11th floor as quickly as possible this morning before Tongzi and the others got up, and opened the door. Although there was no direct strategy, Lin Fei still had some possible information. The boss's name is Guardian Torres, and he is an ogre. As for its weapon, it should be a huge stick hanging on its back. Of course, I'm not sure if the opponent has other attack methods. Nonsense, Ghost. Do you know what the boss on the 11th floor is? Although the opponent is not wearing armor, he has a very thick cuticle, so his defense should be good, and just looking at the stick, his attack power must be very powerful. Lin Fei told the information he knew. Tight, he really didn't have much time to detect more information. Around the boss, there are 4 two-headed ogres named Crazy Eyes. Lin Fei said. So, is that all? Taibalu stood up and asked. In fact, Lin Fei's information was almost the same. After all, according to Lin Fei, his time was actually very tight, and one person was obviously too dangerous to get him. Such a little information is quite normal. For now, that's all. Lin Fei nodded. Then, for this strategy, let us, the Earth Knights, be the main force. Taibalu said without hesitation, but in this fact, among the unions present, the Earth Knights are undoubtedly the most powerful. If it were before, Lin Fei would naturally not care, but this time it was different. After all, Lin Fei's main purpose this time is to control the strategy. Sorry, President Taibalu. Lin Fei interrupted, this time, we, Don, plan to attack the boss alone as the main force, and the surrounding boss-level guards will be left to you. There are only 5 people in your guild, isn't it too reckless? Although Taibalu was very angry, he did not show it on the surface. The reason why he actively fought for the main position was naturally to defeat the boss. As a special reward for the final blow, although I received a lot of equipment from the intelligence merchant Argo, it was still not enough for the current union. Don't worry, although everyone is not as strong as me, everyone can compete with the best masters in the field. Lin Fei is very confident, not to mention Kiriko and Asuna, who are originally the protagonists. Their reaction ability alone, the Black Cat who is comparable to Tongzi, is extraordinary. With the addition of the super powerful Blue Cat, the Black Cat can be said to be the union's #1 DPS just behind Lin Fei. Even the weakest bird Eureka, it can't be said. It sounds good, just relying on the equipment can crush everyone present, not to mention that after feeling the pressure, Xiaodiao Eureka never slacked off in training, and his combat skills improved by more than 1 or 2 points. So, if our guild conducts the strategy alone, there will be no problem at all. Lin Fei smiled, his confidence palpable. Most players didn't have any special reaction when they heard Lin Fei's words. After all, in their opinion, if they could form a union with Lin Fei, their strength would naturally be good. However, some players' words made them look down upon. Hope Swordsman, although your strength is indeed obvious to all, but that is the boss on the 11th floor, and it is not comparable to the boss at the bottom. What if something unexpected happens? A player stood up and said, with a look on his face. His expression looked gloomy. Ha! Lin Fei suddenly laughed and turned his attention to Taibalu. If he saw correctly, the other person seemed to be a member of the Earth Knights. President Taibalu, what do you think? Lin Fei asked lightly. Although I have great faith in your strength, President Lin Fei, this is a lot of child's play after all. I think it's better to be more cautious. Taibalu still had a friendly smile on his face. Is that so? I probably understand what you mean. Then, it will be enough for the members of my union to show their corresponding strength. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his face made some players who had been favored by Lin Fei. He lowered his head in shame. So, who is the strongest player among you? Lin Fei asked. Everyone originally thought that the member of the Earth Knight who caused Lin Fei's dissatisfaction at the beginning was hateful, but when they heard that Lin Fei obviously wanted to find the strongest to show his strength, they felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Isn't this too much? Are you a genius? Do you think that you don't take other players seriously because of the results you have achieved? 0, please give me flowers 00. Then, let me do it. Taibalu stood up. With the support of a huge union and his own strength, it is not unreasonable to say that he is the strongest among the people present except Lin Fei. Pass. President. Let me give it a try. This little thing won't be enough for you. A player wearing thick armor and carrying a huge shield on his back stood up. When they saw this player, the pupils of the players present shrank. His name is Angel, and he is the toughest giant shield of the Earth Knight. It is said that when he conquered the second floor, due to insufficient preparation, when several players were almost killed by the boss, he resisted alone. He defeated the boss for more than a minute, giving the players who were caught off guard a chance to breathe. That time, there were no casualties in the group because of the opponent's presence. Therefore, when he stood up, his tower-like strong body made others instantly recognize him. Is it Angel, the shield of the earth? I heard that his defense is very strong. When we were conquering the 8th floor, he was the one who held off the boss at the critical moment. A player couldn't help but shout, even the boss. They didn't know how strong Angel's defense was, but they were very excited now because they didn't know how Lin Fei would let the union members fight. So, just defeat him and that's it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Defeat? Are you kidding? I heard that their union sometimes has duels to improve their combat skills, but it seems that no player has ever reduced Angel's blood volume below the warning line. Another person who knows a little about the inside of the Earth Knight, the player murmured. Ha ha ha, I haven't heard such an arrogant tone for a long time. Angel laughed boldly and looked at Lin Fei with an aggressive look. Instead of fighting the players who want the swordsman in your union, I would rather compete with you. Lin Fei burst out laughing. Do you look down on the members of my union so much? That's not true. It's just that I really want to see the style of top players who can conquer alone in the early stages without losing any blood. Angel shook his head and said neither arrogantly nor arrogantly. That won't work. The main purpose this time is to see if my union can serve as the main force. Lin Fei shook his head. Chapter 88. Lin Fei's words disappointed Angel's heart. In his plan, even if he could not defeat Lin Fei, as long as they were evenly matched, Lin Fei's myth would be broken by him, and his reputation would be certain by then. It can be compared with Lin Fei, and may even surpass Lin Fei. Then, the position of vice president of the trade union might also be his blessing. However, Lin Fei didn't have time to guess what Xiaojuju was in the other person's heart. He could see that the big guy in front of him did seem a bit tough. In this case, it may be a little troublesome to let your idiot apprentice come out. Since Mr. Hope Swordsman said so, as long as you can hold on for 3 minutes under my men, it will prove that your union members are strong enough to serve as the main force. Angel was secretly angry, but he did not show it on his face. But these words are not 967, how can it make people feel comfortable? Then, I can only ask Akihiko. Lin Fei nodded to the 4 women at a table below the stage, then the swordsman in black, I leave it to you. Although they didn't know who Lin Fei was calling, the girls understood it based on their usual attire and the direction of Lin Fei's eyes. Swordsman in black. The players present frowned slightly, as if they had never heard of this name. At this time, Akihiko and the others were all wearing cloaks, so the other players knew nothing except that the player who seemed to be sitting at only one table around them was a member of the Lin Fei Guild. President, are you calling me? Tongzi stood up and pointed at herself. What? Female. The moment Tongzi's voice came out, everyone present was shocked. They did not expect that the other party actually sent a female player to challenge. Even Angor's face showed anger. He felt that the other party was insulting him. Your Excellency Hope Swordsman, are you sending a female player to insult me? He even thought that Lin Fei was this. He knew that other players in the union could not beat him, and could not even stand in front of him for 3 minutes before he asked a female player to stand up. In this way, even if he failed, everyone would have nothing to say. Are you looking down on female players? Lin Fei's expression looked strange. He looked towards the table. Sure enough, everyone's fists were clenched tightly. Even though they were some distance apart, Lin Fei could the anger was detected in them, especially the person involved, Tongzi, whose fighting spirit and anger frightened Lin Fei. In response, Lin Fei had no choice but to cast a sad look at Angel. You're seeking your own death, don't blame me. Your name is Angel, right? Tongzi's tone seemed cold. From Angel's words, she felt a strong sense of discrimination, which made her very angry. Yes, I am Angel, who is known as the Shield of the Earth. Woman, are you sure you want to fight me? Angel nodded without hesitation, his tone also full of contempt. Woman? Haha, you are really conceited. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Tongzi's mouth. Angel's words once again stimulated her. Why do some people like to stay the same on the road to death? Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly, but the other party was also insulting the members of his union, so Lin Fei naturally didn't look good. Tongzi, I leave it to you. Lin Fei's face was serious, and a trace of anger arose in his heart. This actor named Angel, whose name was not even revealed in the original work, dared to be so arrogant and arrogant. When he taught me a lesson, he really thought he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sunday. Don't worry. Tongzi didn't say much, and took a deep breath to slowly calm down her emotions. Woman, are you really sure? Then, don't cry when you lose. Angor showed anger for the first time on his face, but because he was wearing a helmet, no one noticed it, but judging from the other person's tone it is not difficult to guess that the other party must be furious. One woman at a time, you really can say it out loud. Tongzi also laughed angrily, and without any hesitation, she directly applied for a duel to the other party. Angel originally wanted to say something more, but when he saw the duel application appearing in front of him, he snorted heavily and pressed the OK button. When the countdown appeared, Angel took out his one-handed sword. As for his shield, he thought that he would not have to use his trump card to deal with a woman. But when the countdown was about to end, Tongzi still did not take out her weapon, which made the players watching around her puzzled. What was she trying to do? Could it be that she was afraid? Naturally, only the four of them, Lin Fei, knew about it, but now they all couldn't stand Angel's sexist behavior, and they wished that Tongzi would teach him a lesson. Woman, are you looking down on me? Angel said angrily when he saw that Tongzi still hadn't taken out his weapon. Feeling that he had been humiliated again, his face turned red. Sorry, I really looked down on you. Tongzi's tone was very cold. If this was a normal merpage game, she would definitely kill the opponent in the wild, but now the game has changed. However, since the opponent values her reputation very much, if you show contempt like this, the other party will definitely go crazy. You really dare to say that? Angel roared angrily. At the second when the countdown ended, he burst out and rushed towards Tongzi at a speed that was inconsistent with the thick armor on his body. However, Tongzi still had no reaction to this. Even Angel felt that the opponent couldn't beat him at all, so he said a few words to make himself angry. Not only Angel, but also the players watching the battle. They all think so. However, Lin Fei and the other four who were familiar with Tongzi's strength didn't think so. Instead, Lin Fei yawned out of boredom. He could kick this kind of thing away with just one kick. Just when Angel was holding the one-handed sword in both hands and rushing towards Tongzi, just when the sword was about to be slashed out, just when the players watching the 1.0 game thought everything was over, Tongzi's actions made them jaw-dropping. Tongzi raised her right foot in the midst of lightning and kicked Angel in the stomach. Then, everyone saw Angel fly away faster than when he rushed over. What is this? A player opened his mouth. Tongzi's figure is petite compared to Angel, but even Tongzi with a petite figure easily kicked Angel away. Although this is a game, but things like weight can be real, so the attributes of Tongzi who can easily kick Angel away must be so abnormal, not to mention the opponent's eyesight, kicking out at the most critical moment. One kick was like an antelope hanging its horns, it was natural, so the fighting skills must also be very powerful. It is not an exaggeration to say that it completely tortured Angel. Chapter 89. Bump. Angel, who was kicked out by Tongzi, threw himself on the ground several times before getting up in embarrassment. Unforgivable. To embarrass him so much in front of so many people. He blushed and took the giant shield from behind him. Although he was angry, he was not stupid. Judging from the attack just now, it was obvious that Tongzishi is not weak in strength, and if she wants to win against her, she must go all out. At this time, Tongzi, who had retracted her feet, touched her chin and looked at Angel eagerly. When I was leveling up, I always saw Lin Fei kicking away the monsters that were in the way. Now I tried it, and it felt really good to kick away all the things that were in the way. Tongzi's voice was low, but just right, so that all players present can hear it. After hearing this, everyone looked at the girl in the cloak and Lin Fei with a wry smile in astonishment. Damn it! After hearing Tongzi's words, Angel's eyes turned red with anger, and he actually compared him with those monsters. It's so abominable! It's so abominable! Looking at Angel who was charging towards her again, Tongzi showed a sarcastic smile. Yes, she did it on purpose, but what can you do to me? Enough! Angel! At this moment, Taibalu, who had been watching the battle, stopped Angel. Obviously Taibaru is very dignified in the Union. Angor, who was furious, stopped subconsciously when he heard Taibalu's words, turned his head and looked at him. His tone seemed difficult and bitter. President? No. No problem, I can do it. Taibaru frowned even more when he heard this. Angel now represents the Earth Knight. If this incident discredits the Earth Knight, even if he is fired, he will not be relieved. Angel, you have lost, can't you see it? So, get out of here. Taibaru's tone sounded a little harsher. But President, I haven't shown my true strength yet. Angel said stubbornly, holding the one-handed sword and giant shield unusually tight. Angel, I said. Come back. Taibalu sounded a little impatient. Angel, you kid, listen carefully to the President, said the tall man who had been standing next to Taibaru. He is Taibaru's most confidant and was Taibaru's first teammate. Taibaru leads the A-team, the most elite among the Earth Knights. In the Union, his status is very high. Even Angel, who is known as the first defense tank, cannot hold his head high in front of him. Seeing that the two most powerful people in the Union were blocking him, Angel roared angrily and finally chose to admit defeat. Hey, it's really disappointing. Tongzi took a bite, turned around and walked towards Asuna's table. She just defeated an opponent whose equipment and mentality were weaker than hers by one level, which made her feel nothing at all. Happy? President Lin Fei, is this the strength of your Union members? Taibalu looked at Tongzi deeply, then looked at Lin Fei without sadness and asked. Yeah, I wonder if President Taibaru feels qualified. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, feeling that Taibalu was on guard against him. I want to ask a question first, Taibaru said. Please tell me. Lin Fei naturally had no reason to stop him from asking. Of course, it would be his own fault whether he answered or not. This lady? Taibaru said to Kiriko. Because it was what happened just now, Tongzi turned around as soon as Taibaru opened his mouth. I was lax just now, and I apologize to you here. Taibei's posture was very low, which also made the players present have a good impression of him. Although he is a member of his own union, he did something wrong. After the incident, he did not protect him. This kind of fairness and responsibility made them admire him with admiration. It's okay. If he's not convinced, just come back. Tongzi's words seemed very calm, but the players present became less calm after hearing it. What does it mean that he is not convinced and comes again? Is he treated as a guinea pig to be ravaged casually? Although the strength is indeed very different. Taibaru took a deep breath, barely calmed down his uncomfortable emotions, and then put a smile on his face again. Although it's a bit disrespectful, I still want to ask, where does Miss rank in terms of strength in your union? Diabello stared at Kiriko, as if he wanted to see through her. My strength? Tongzi blinked. Yes, although your strength is indeed very strong, if the other members of the Union cannot guarantee it, being the main force will seem a bit reluctant. Taibayaru nodded and said to Kiriko. That's right. Tongzi smiled, I'm the worst in the Union. What? Taibalu's eyes widened. He originally thought that Tongzi was the second master of Dawn, but he never expected that Kusuko's answer would be like this. That's right. Tongzi nodded seriously. This expression made her more convincing. So, does President Taibalu still have any doubts about us being the main force? No, I'm sorry. Tai 573 Bear nodded and took a deep look at Tongzi's table again. Then he moved his eyes to Lin Fei. Even the weakest female player can completely defeat the most powerful defensive warrior in his union. So how powerful is Lin Fei, the strongest player? Thinking of this, Taibalu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He originally thought that the gap with the opponent had gradually narrowed, but what he didn't expect was that the distance did not seem to narrow, but seemed to widen even further. And those solo players who saw Tongzi performing so well once again felt the desire to join the Lin Fei guild. So, we, Dawn, will be the main force in this strategic battle. Do you have any objections? Lin Fei looked around and asked in a deep voice. Leaving it to the Dawn Guild is the most correct choice. A lone player stood up and said. Yes, with such strength, there is no problem at all. Another player also said, obviously easily defeating Angel, known as the Shield of the Earth Tongzi, who is also the weakest in the Union, brought them too much surprise. As the voices of agreement sounded, more and more players agreed. It seems that this scene was not in vain. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. Chapter 90. On the 11th floor, the maze area, under the leadership of Lin Fei, the 5 players who belonged to the strategy team headed straight towards the boss room. They really want to see how strong the Union led by Lin Fei, who has once again established himself as the number 1 player, is. After all, Tongzi's stunning kick shocked them too much. To be fair, it would be good if they were not overpowered by Angel. After all, being able to withstand boss attacks alone for a period of time requires more than just equipment, combat awareness is equally important. However, Angel, who had excellent equipment and combat awareness, was easily kicked out by Kiriko. With the map, it naturally didn't take much time to travel through the maze area, and everyone finally understood that Lin Fei likes to kick away monsters that get in the way, as Tongzi said. Whenever a monster appears in front of the large army, Lin Fei always kicks it away calmly. Moreover, the monster is often destroyed by Lin Fei's kick. Of course, such things are not allowed in Sao. It is impossible to appear in this game. The reason why it behaves like this is because the monster's blood volume was cleared the moment Lin Fei kicked it, so it caused the visual effect of the monster being kicked by Lin Fei and exploded. However, the monsters in the maze area are not as good as the monsters in the wild. It can be said that the monsters in the maze area are higher than the monsters outside except for some special places in the wild. Sao is an merpage game. This kind of game the purpose is to suppress levels. Each level makes the gap between them very obvious. Therefore, Lin Fei's every move shocked the players who followed them. It would take them a long time to kill the monsters in the maze area with weapons, but Lin Fei didn't use a weapon, which meant that Lin Fei didn't get the weapon's attack power bonus. He killed the monster instantly with just one kick based on his own attributes. This is the reason why people will die when comparing with others, and goods will be thrown away when comparing goods. Everyone murmured in their hearts as they watched numbly as Lin Fei killed every monster that rushed towards the team with a kick. Okay, we're here. Just when everyone was numb, Lin Fei suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked around after hearing the words. Sure enough, not far in front, a giant door that seemed to have existed forever stood there. Just follow the previous strategy plan. Lin Fei turned around and looked at everyone with a serious expression. Although the crazy eyes are just guards, they are also boss-level monsters, and they will be in trouble for everyone. What the boss said, don't worry. Understood, the crowd shouted. Taibalul looked deeply at Lin Fei. He already knew that it was irreversible now, and everyone nodded. Okay, let's start the strategy. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, put his hands on the two doors, and then applied a little force. The huge door that seemed to take a lot of effort to open was easily pushed open by Lin Fei. Pushed away. Without hesitation, Lin Fei was the first to enter the boss room, followed closely by the 4 members of Dawn, and the others hurriedly followed. When they entered the boss room to a certain extent, the originally dark boss room was suddenly illuminated by pillars of torches. At the same time, there was a huge roar, and everyone only felt a vibration on the ground. Then, a Gundam the 5-meter giant appeared in front of Lin Fei. There was only 4 meters between them, which was a distance that the other party could reach. However, Lin Fei did not panic at all. His eyes were fixed on the 4 boss-level monsters named Crazy Eyes following the Guardian Torres. Everyone, I'll leave the rest to you. As he spoke, Lin Fei pulled out the white rose star from his waist and held it up high. Start the strategy. As the words fell, everyone discovered that Lin Fei had jumped in front of the head of the 5-meter-tall guard Torres, and then kneed him in the face. This was a trigger. After Lin Fei's attack, all the players moved towards the 4 Crazy Eyes. When the Guardian Torres hit Lin Fei's knee on his head, his huge palm slapped Lin Fei very quickly. But Lin Fei had already seen everything about the opponent, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hit by the opponent. He turned over with a kite and kicked the defender Torres hard on the nose. The whole person rushed upward quickly. Switch. Although Lin Fei has no pressure to challenge the opponent alone, this time he wants to show off the strength of his guild, and he also wants to see what happens after these days of training. How good is the tacit understanding between the 4 eldest ladies? Kiriko and Asuna rushed out together. Although both of them had swords, one was a rapier that focused on speed, and the other was a normal one-handed sword, so before Kiriko could hit the Guardian Torres by the time, the thin sword in Asuna's hand had already scratched across the thigh of defender Torres. But Tong's speed was not slow either. At least in the eyes of some players who had time to observe, the 2 of them hit the Guardian Torres almost at the same time. Guardian Torres was enraged, and he stretched his big palm behind his back, where there was a huge stick, which was his weapon. Switch. Tongzi said calmly without fear in the face of danger. Drink. Black Cat pulled out his dagger and rushed forward. Needless to say, the tacit understanding between Kotori Yurika and Black Cat was obvious. Almost as soon as Black Cat rushed out, Kotori Yurika followed closely. Superior. But everyone seemed to have discovered that a black light rushed out from under the Black Cat's cloak first. It was the Black Cat's pet super powerful blue cat. Just when, hello no, Guardian Torres took his weapon and prepared to attack Tongzi and the 2, the super powerful blue cat attacked first and jumped onto the shoulders of Guardian Torres. He bit the other person's ear. At the same time, the attacks of the Black Cat and the bird Yurika arrived at the same time, interrupting the attack of the Guardian Torres. Switch! Black Cat shouted softly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It's a woman again. Everyone turned their attention to the man who was standing behind everyone. It's not that they have never seen female players before, but they have never seen many such strong female players. Moreover, they are all unions founded in Lin Fei. What does this represent? Kiriko and Asuna, who had already adjusted their condition, once again attacked the Guardian Torres together, interrupting its prepared attack with just the slightest but perfect timing. Chapter 91. So strong. Although the 4 boss-level guards are very powerful, don't forget that this is the most elite team of players currently. They just stop or even kill these 4. There was no pressure on the guards at all, so some players who had their hands free couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Tongzi and the others cooperating with each other to defeat the boss without the ability to fight back. They were already considered masters, so they could tell at a glance that with the seamless offensive cooperation of the Dawn members, every attack the boss wanted to launch was defeated. This kind of cooperation not only requires tacit understanding between each other, but also requires complete trust in one's partners and completely entrusting one's descendants to their protection. This may appear in future games, but for now, it is really difficult. After all, most of the current players are still in a running-in period, and it is really impossible to achieve this level. Every time, the boss Guardian Torres' attack was broken by the 4 people, and his blood volume also dropped rapidly, and it fell below the warning line within a few minutes. Stand back. It is undoubtedly the most dangerous to approach the boss at this time. Tongzi, who was temporarily in charge, shouted loudly. Asuna and others did not hesitate and immediately left. Sure enough, in the instant 247, the Guardian Torres raised the huge stick in his hand high, and then his whole body rotated rapidly, as if it was a tornado. As he got a little closer, Tongzi felt as if he had been repeatedly hit. This huge suction force sucked it away. Moreover, what surprised Tongzi even more was that with such a high-speed choice, the Guardian Torres was still able to maintain high-speed movement, and the opponent seemed to be staring at her, and the tornado she turned into was chasing Tongzi. This made Tongzi miserable, and she almost wanted to curse. She discovered that the Guardian Torres was really following her, and he would chase her wherever she hid. If you were even a step slower, you would be in danger of being caught in a tornado. Naturally, Tongzi would not bring this thing to a crowded place, so the range of her activities was getting smaller and smaller. Hey! Lin Fei snorted when he saw this, stopped the 4 people who wanted to help Tongzi, and quickly came to a crazy eye. Sorry, let me borrow your blame. After Lin Fei finished speaking, before the players could say anything, under their stunned expressions, Lin Fei kicked the crazy bird hard after a short run-up. The eye's boss-level monster's belly, and then the body of the crazy eye flew uncontrollably towards Tongzi, who had his back turned to him. Tongzi, get away! Lin Fei shouted at Tongzi the moment he kicked out the crazy eyes. Tongzi did not doubt that he was there, so she stepped on her foot and hid to the side. Then she heard a burst of sound in her ears, and a huge black shadow slammed into the Guardian Torres, who turned into a tornado. On the tornado that formed. Boom! There was a sound like an earthquake. In everyone's eyes, the arrogant tornado was violently broken by Lin Fei. The crazy eyes that was kicked by Lin Fei was killed by his boss the moment he touched it. It is estimated that it never thought until it died that it did not die in the hands of the player, but in the hands of its own boss. Of course, if it had the ability to think independently. The Guardian Torres was also forced to stop attacking, and became dizzy and weak. Is this still possible? All the players looked at the man standing with his legs drawn up. His mouth was so big that he could almost stuff an egg into it. In the past, if they kicked monsters to pieces, they would become numb after seeing them too much, but it was different now. The one kicked away by Lin Fei was a crazy eye that was only slightly smaller than the 5-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide giant of Guardian Torres. In Sao, there is such a setting as arm strength. So, how powerful is Lin Fei's feat that can kick such a huge monster away with one kick? Everyone doesn't know. But they also knew the horror in it, so they all swallowed secretly. Is this kind of monster really a player? However, Lin Fei had no time to deal with them at this time. After the Guardian Torres fell into a dizzy and weak state, he quickly said to Tongzi, "Quick, take advantage of now." But how could Tongzi not know? So before Lin Fei could say a word, she had already set off and came to the Guardian Torres. After quickly slashing a few swords, she ended with a sword skill, while she was in a dazed state. With no defense to begin with, coupled with being in a weak state and receiving debuffs such as double the damage, the Guardian Torres was instantly taken away by Akihiko, and the last trace of his health bar was taken away. At the same time, a banner indicating the success of the strategy appeared above everyone's heads. Success! All the players cheered in unison. This was already the easiest strategy in history. No player was lost at all, not even injured. Almost everyone won in perfect condition. This time the strategy battle. Of course, they did not forget to whom the greatest credit belongs. Dawn! 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 Everyone cheered in unison, and only Taibalu, who was among them, looked a little ugly. He looked at the man standing in front of everyone quietly, and secretly clenched his fists. This time, you won, I hope the swordsman Lin Fei. Because the surrounding noise was too loud, it completely drowned out Taibaru's whispers. Even Taibalu's cronies did not hear what Taibalu was saying. On March 11, 2023, when the Dawn Guild debuted on the Sao stage for the first time, it used its most powerful posture to kill the boss Guardian Torres on the 11th floor in one fell swoop, announcing the breakthrough of the 11th floor. The Dawn Guild has also officially made a name for itself among players, and is known as the most powerful union. Although the union only has 5 people, it is said that everyone can be a soldier. Since then, the union that players are most passionate about is Dawn. In their eyes, Dawn Union is the first choice to join. What's more, there are rumors that among the 5 members of Dawn Union, except for the president Lin Fei, the rest are all female players, and all of them are beautiful girls. Although most players regard this as nonsense, from the players who participated in the strategy battle this time, they all know that there are indeed female players in Dawn, and there are 2 of them. One of them is fighting against the so-called Earth. When Angel, who was wearing a shield, dueled, one kick determined the winner. Chapter 92. Haha, Tongzi, you are a famous person now. In his usual place on the 3rd floor, Lin Fei winked at Tongzi with an interested smile on his face. Shut up. Tongzi looked at the newspaper in her hand, her face turning red. After all, the person who gave Tongzi the nickname in the newspaper was a kicker. If she knew who got this disgusting nickname, she would definitely beat that person until he couldn't take care of himself, and then let him taste the power of UGG. Bah, he was about to get this stupid nickname. Assimilated. Tongzi spat lightly, her teeth itching with hatred. Damn it, even if the nicknames given to the 2 guys from Black Cat were 10,000 times better than this one, they would be just average. Pfft, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. A kind smile appeared on Asuna's face. Hey! Tongzi snorted coldly, and the newspaper in her hand was torn to pieces in an instant. If you let me know who it is, I must make sure that she can't take care of herself. Seeing Tongzi's expression, Lin Fei and others suddenly shuddered. It was really scary. At the same time, I feel deeply sad and happy for the editor of this newspaper. Today, I'm going to the 2nd floor. What can you do? Because they had just conquered the 11th floor, Lin Fei and others planned to take a day off. Under Lin Fei's idea of combining work and rest, Yasina and others are not as crazy as before. Asuna and Kiriko looked at each other. We plan to go shopping on the 11th floor. Oh, are you too? Lin Fei squinted his eyes with a smile on his face. Yeah. Asuna didn't notice Lin Fei's meaningful eyes, but Tongzi on the side noticed Lin Fei's ambiguous eyes, and she was so angry that she knocked Lin Fei's head. BD, don't think wrongly. Thinking wrong. Lin Fei said nothing, but Asuna asked in confusion. It's nothing. I hope you have fun. Lin Fei smiled happily and brightly. Hey, it was a good rest time, but when you said that, I always felt weird. Tongzi pursed his lips. Well, don't worry about these details. Lin Fei waved his hand. Anyway, have fun. I understand, I understand. Tongzi waved her hand. By the way, don't you want this month's pocket money? Do you want to get it now? Lin Fei said. No need, it's still enough if Arkl Guang just buys some small things. Tongzi waved her hand. That's right, President, just stay and treat it as if it belongs to us. Asuna said with a smile, of course, there will be no interest. Oh, thank you so much. Lin Fei complained, and then he looked at the black cat and the little bird Eureka beside him. so, where are you two? Where are you going? We want to have a good meal. Kotori Yurika said loudly. Hey, foodie, that's all you have. The black cat looked at the little bird Liuhua with disdain. However, it is also extremely important to always pay attention to the actions of the old enemy. Then I will stay with you for the time being. Black Cat-chan is the best. Kotori Yurika cheered. I told you not to add weird suffixes to my name, you idiot. Black Cat retorted. Now that everything has been decided, okay, let's enjoy our leisure time today. Lin Fei nodded and said. Well, I hope so. Tongzi glanced at the lonely Lin Fei before leaving. As someone who knew most of Lin Fei's secrets, she naturally understood Lin Fei's purpose of going to the second floor. After Tongzi and the others used the teleportation crystal to leave, Lin Fei shrugged helplessly, picked up the last glass of fruit wine in front of him, and drank it down in one gulp. Hey, I always feel abandoned. Lin Fei sighed, but with a smile on his face, he put on his cloak and used the teleportation crystal to reach the second floor of Urbaz. This floor is as hot as ever, but fortunately, Lin Fei's current level can barely adapt to this environment, so even if he is wearing a cloak, Lin Fei can only feel a little hot at most. There are very few players on the second level now, and it is far less lively than before. Most of the people coming and going are NPCs, and only a small part are players. 0, please give me flowers 0. And they should all be the kind of players who have just made up their mind to leave the starting town, so in a place like this, it is unbearable to wear a cloak in such hot weather. So when they saw the alien Lin Fei, they were all quite surprised. Some players even thought Lin Fei was some special NPC and wanted to come up to talk to them. However, after finding out that it was really a player, they left with a blushing face. Lin Fei did not stay here, but went straight outside the city. His purpose of coming here this time was to collect ore. Although there are ores on other floors, the current price/performance ratio is still not as good as the crystal ore on the second floor. So, when Lin Fei's ore reserves were exhausted, Lin Fei thought of the second layer of crystal ore. Speaking of which, I have to thank Blacksmith Sige, otherwise Lin Fei still wouldn't have discovered this mine. Before Lin Fei left the city, he spent a lot of money to hire a horse and rushed towards the crystal mine at an extremely fast speed. It only took more than 10 minutes for Lin Fei to arrive at the crystal mine. The place still looked deserted. Except for the crystal cancers disguised as crystal ores, or the crystal cancers that were constantly domineering, there was nothing else. Lin Fei tied the horse aside. Although he had to pay extra kel when he went back, this was nothing more than a small problem for Lin Fei. Time is the most important thing to him. There is no problem in paying some kel for it. After all, if Sa ranked a rich list, Lin Fei would definitely be ranked first. After all, many of the kels earned by the Union are currently in his pocket. Lin Fei took out the mining hoe and started collecting crystal ore. Although crystal ore can be purchased unlimitedly from Blacksmith Sige, when he thinks of the price of that black heart, Lin Fei really wants to hit the other party on the head with a hoe. Even he feels a little struggling to buy the ore at that price. What's more, if you mine by yourself, the unexpected gathering skills can also be upgraded. Chapter 93. Lin Fei had been digging from the morning until the afternoon when it was approaching dusk. Looking at the crystal ore in his inventory that was once again abundant, Lin Fei stopped and nodded with satisfaction. Although crystal cancers came to harass him from time to time, he kicked them away one by one like stepping on ants. It's getting late, so it's time to go back to forging. Because the equipment at Argo has been selling very fast recently, Lin Fei's own inventory is almost gone, so he chose to collect ore during today's break. When he came to the horse, Lin Fei suddenly slapped his head and smiled to himself, I'm really dizzy. Don't I have a teleportation crystal? Looking at the horse that was tied here by him and had accompanied him for a whole day, Lin Fei smiled and untied the rope, go back. Zilulu. The horse neighed and flew away. Lin Fei then took out the teleportation crystal and teleported himself to the 8th floor Philippine. Here, Lin Fei bought a room as a forging room. Although he usually sells weapons, he only displays the business sign when he is in the store. Therefore, currently, few players know that in Fei Lipan has a weapons shop opened by players. Lin Fei came to the shop he bought with ease. To be honest, when he decided to buy this shop, Lin Fei still felt a little bit heartbroken, but fortunately, at least here Lin Fei can safely forge without being affected. The store is located on the edge of Philippine. Unlike the central location, it is very clean and almost no players come here. When Lin Fei opened the door, the lights in the room automatically turned on. Lin Fei looked at the few types of equipment displayed in the store and scratched his head. Well, let's just build a few pieces of equipment and put them here. As a person with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, Lin Fei felt a little uncomfortable when seeing many exhibition cabinets without equipment. She just took advantage of this opportunity to fill them up. Lin Fei looked outside the door, scratched his head, and hung up the open sign outside the door. After finishing all this, Lin Fei opened the door curtain and came to the inner room. There was a burning furnace and anvil, which was where he forged weapons. Taking out a set of crystal ores from his backpack, Lin Fei changed into blacksmith clothes and officially started forging. Lin Fei is a Buddhist player, there is no doubt about this. Therefore, when forging weapons, Lin Fei's main purpose has always been to follow the circumstances. Therefore, when Lin Fei forges, he generally does not limit special forging forms unless necessary. After a while, Lin Fei put the red-hot crystal ore in the furnace onto the anvil. He picked up the blacksmith's hammer and hammered it down 3 times. After finishing, Lin Fei stopped tapping. Then, the crystal ore on the anvil in front of him suddenly changed. White light emitted from the crystal mine. Then, the white light dissipated little by little, and the crystal ore also disappeared. Then it turned into a one-handed sword. Lin Fei picked it up and saw that it was a sophisticated weapon. Without hesitation, Lin Fei threw it behind. Now with his forging level, the chance of making sophisticated equipment is extremely high. He completely treats it as a street stall. Of course, if other people found out that Lin Fei was such a spendthrift while still scrimping on high-quality weapons, they would definitely strangle him to death. Picking up a piece of crystal ore again, Lin Fei knocked 3 times. The white light disappeared, and what appeared in front of Lin Fei was a giant axe. Lin Fei picked it up and saw that he was lucky. It was a rare quality 2-handed axe. The current rare quality equipment still has a certain value to Lin Fei. After all, if he gave it to Argo, he could earn a lot of coal, so Lin Fei placed it on the left. All the equipment here must be given to Argo for sale, although currently there is only one 2-handed giant axe. After clanging for a long time, Lin Fei consumed a set of crystal ores and checked. There were a total of 5 pieces of rare quality equipment, 43 pieces of fine quality equipment, and 1 magic quality earring. One of them could not be regarded as equipment of equipment. Lin Fei looked at the harp in front of him and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, wondering how a blacksmith like him could forge such a thing. The harp of Apollo's blessing. Effect: it can play beautiful music and arouse people's inner courage. Lin Fei looked at this introduction and let out a long sigh. Forget it, if that's the case, then just put it on the display cabinet in the store. Although Lin Fei doesn't know exactly what the connection between this harp and his blacksmith is, he's happy with it now that it's come. What's more, he is a Buddhist player. In his opinion, maybe this is fate, which is wonderful. Lin Fei tidied up, separated out the equipment that was to be placed in the display cabinet in the store, took it to the front room, and placed it in the display cabinet one by one. Although he doesn't come to the store often, the weapons in the store are of high quality, at least 1.5. After all, if they are too inferior, Lin Fei won't bother to put them in the store. This is probably his obsessive-compulsive disorder. After doing all this, Lin Fei looked at the time and saw that it was already late at night. No one would come to the store at this time, so Lin Fei had to take down the open sign on the store door and close the door. After doing this, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to bed. He planned to stay up late today and forge more equipment to save Argo from asking for goods from him every now and then. Moreover, looking at the odd number of crystal ores in the inventory, Lin Fei couldn't help it. After all, he was an even number controller. Chapter 94. The next day, Lin Fei, who had been busy until dawn, stopped what he was doing. Looking at the equipment scattered all over the back room, Lin Fei yawned. After all, forging is a job that consumes both physical strength and energy. It is shocking enough that Lin Fei can persist in forging non-stop for an entire night. Therefore, now he feels that his head is in a daze. It would be extremely stupid to go to the wild to level up in this state. So Lin Fei sent a message to every girl in the Union, telling them to take another day off and that something had happened to her. Although Tongzi and the others were confused, since Lin Fei had said so, they had no choice. Moreover, they could also go out to brush monsters and level up on their own, which Lin Fei did not restrict. Well, Argo has been able to deal with it for a long time now. Lin Fei stretched out. He didn't know what equipment he forged after a night of forging. Thinking of this, Lin Fei cheered up and appraised the equipment one by one. After spending nearly 2 hours, Lin Fei finally completed the appraisal of the equipment piled up in the back room. There are a total of 21 magic weapons, exactly 200 pieces of rare equipment, and several high-quality equipment. However, although the current forging level of 03 Lin Fei has reached LV5, and even after last night's crazy forging, it is not far away from LV6, but Lin Fei has not forged artifact-level equipment so far. Lin Fei guessed that it may have something to do with the ore. Perhaps with the quality of the crystal ore, it is extremely difficult to forge equipment with magic weapon quality. After all, Lin Fei's chance of forging a magic weapon is now 5%, but in one night in a matter of seconds, Lin Fei's crystal ore that filled the inventory could only create 21 magic weapons. This shows that there is something limiting the chance of success, and the only possible problem is the quality of the crystal ore. Lin Fei put away the 21 magic weapons, some of which he could use, but as for the others, Lin Fei was not so stupid as to sell them. After finishing all this, Lin Fei yawned and came to the front room. Well, speaking of buying this store, I haven't really opened it for business yet. Let's open it while I'm catching up on sleep today. Lin Fei yawned again, opened the store door, and hung up the open door. Brand then came to the innermost trading desk, lay down on it and fell asleep. The wall clock hanging on the wall behind Lin Fei made an orderly sound of moving hands, but this could not stop Lin Fei from wanting to sleep at the moment. At the same time, a girl with short chestnut hair wearing a sun hat was wandering around the edge of Philippine. Really, why can't I find it? Don't musical instruments exist in this world? The girl muttered, but her eyes were looking around. She started from the starting town on the first level and kept searching for musical instruments that could be sold in this world. However, she couldn't find even the shadow of the musical instruments, let alone the ones for sale, which made her quite frustrated. Hey! There's a weapons store in front of you. The girl saw a weapons store not far away. She held her sun hat and looked at the extremely simple sign with the name of the store written on it. Is there a store? The girl saw the name of the store clearly, and after reading it out, she burst into laughter. Why does the name of this store feel so interesting? But, let's go in and have a look. With such an interesting store name, maybe the inside is also interesting. The girl said, jumping up and running towards the weapons store called Yujiya Store. Entering the store, the girl found that although the decoration in the store was not very exquisite, it looked extremely comfortable, especially every piece of equipment lying quietly on the display cabinet. The unique appearance looks extraordinary. Equipment. By the way, where is the boss? The girl asked doubtfully. Although she had no desire to buy weapons, when she came in, shouldn't the set NPC come out to greet her? How strange! The girl pouted, but she continued to browse the store. The shopkeeper mentioned by the girl was sleeping soundly on the table. The girl did not expect that the weapons sold in this weapons store seemed to be extremely exquisite, and each weapon looked unique. Although she was not very strong, she could be considered an elite player, so the more she looked at her, only then did I feel even more surprised. Just as she was casually glancing around, she suddenly caught an extremely familiar object out of the corner of her eye. It was a silver harp, with beautiful diamonds inlaid on the harp's body. She has been fond of music since she was a child. She has studied both classical music and modern music, so she can also play the harp. Of course, the most important thing is that she finally found an instrument. Although it was a harp that fit the medieval background very well, it could not extinguish her excitement. After getting in front of the harp, she made up her mind. No matter what, she must buy the harp. But, why would there be musical instruments for sale in a weapons store? So, the most important thing is, where is the boss? The girl raised her head suspiciously and scanned the room again, but did not find anyone except herself. Strange, is there no NPC 227 in this store? The girl frowned. How about calling me to try? The girl said in her heart. Seeing that there was still no one, and the harp placed in the exhibition cabinet in front of her tickled her heart, the girl couldn't bear it anymore. Boss? Is there anyone? I want to buy something. Is there anyone? The girl shouted several times, but when she found that there was still no one, she frowned even more. At this moment, a loud noise was heard, and then in the girl's front line of sight, a handsome but listless man stood up from under the table. Hello, please. Ha! What do you want to buy? Lin Fei yawned again. He had slept soundly just now, but was suddenly woken up. Although he was a little angry, he still seeing that the other party was the first customer of his store, Lin Fei mercifully let him go. Hello, I want to ask, how many coils does this harp cost? The girl grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands. She didn't have many coils on her body. If this harp is very expensive, she had to do some tasks to get enough. Harp. Lin Fei was still in a dazed state at this time. He completely forgot that he forged a harp by chance last night. Instead, he was stunned after hearing Girls' Generation's words. This is a weapons shop, please don't make fun of me. Lin Fei was serious. Chapter 95. Ah, aren't you an NPC? The girl then realized that the person in front of her didn't seem to be an NPC. Nonsense, are there any NPCs as cool and handsome as me? Lin Fei couldn't help but rolled his eyes. The girl in front of me looks pretty, but why does she feel like she is here to cause trouble? How could a weapons store have such a thing as a harp? Could it be that her competitor sent her to cause trouble? Wait, competitors? Speaking of which, my store has only been open for less than 3 days. How can there be such a thing as a competitor? When his mind is confused, Lin Fei will easily think about other things and has already turned the key to the problem. Arrived in Java. Sorry. The girl smiled sheepishly, and then pointed to the exhibition cabinet blocked by herself. Isn't there a harp here? Boss, don't you want to sell it? Harp. Lin Fei frowned. Only when he saw a corner of the display cabinet did he realize. Wasn't this something that was forged by chance last night? Did anyone really buy it? Lin Fei's face looked a little weird. Do you really want to buy this thing? To be honest, if you hadn't noticed it, I would have forgotten the existence of this thing. Hey! The girl's eyes lit up, and she could tell that the other party didn't seem to care much about the harp. Yes, I really want to buy it. The girl nodded repeatedly. Mr. Store Manager, please give me a price. Lin Fei scratched his head, and he could clearly see the desire in the other person's eyes. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, if I were a profiteer, the other party would be tricked to death. However, Lin Fei's character is not that low. If you want, I can give it to you, but I have no use for it anyway. Lin Fei continued to yawn, but, can you tell me why you came here? Really? The girl looked very excited. In an instant, Lin Fei became a great good person in her eyes. Of course, it's still here anyway. Lin Fei shrugged, if it can get into the hands of people who need it, that would be a good result. Well, what I said is for playing. The girl had a shy smile on her face, but Lin Fei could hear the hope and expectation in her words. I have had a dream since I was a child, and that is being able to stand in front of everyone and sing and play to my heart's content, although this game has become very dangerous, but if my singing can bring hope to everyone, that would be great. When Lin Fei heard this, his whole body felt as if he was electrocuted, and his head that was still a little confused suddenly woke up. He glanced at the girl in front of him with a complex smile, and said, since you have such lofty ambitions, then, why don't I do it? How about being your first listener? Really? Mr. Store Manager, you are such a good person. The girl smiled heartily. Please don't say that. Lin Fei's face darkened. He was inexplicably dealt a good guy card. How could he, a great magician in his previous life, endure it? Ah! The girl looked at Lin Fei in confusion. Is there anyone who refuses to be a good person? What a strange person! Lin Fei shrugged, took out the harp from the exhibition cabinet, and handed it to the girl. Then, let me be your first audience and see if you can bring hope to everyone. Courage! Looking at the harp within reach in front of her, the girl bowed to Lin Fei, with a happy smile on her face. Then, I'll start, Mr. Store Manager. Ah! Lin Fei nodded, pulled up a chair and sat down, quietly looking at the girl who picked up the harp. The girl took a deep breath. Although this was the first time she sang in this world, and although there was only one audience, she also felt the joy when she held the harp. Maybe my dream can come true here. After the girl was ready, she plucked the strings with her fingers. She was testing the tone. After all, compared to her guitar, she still had very little contact with the harp. If she had an accident because of this, it would be a real failure. When the sound caused by the vibrating strings resounded through this small weapons shop, the girl's eyes burst with light. It was such a beautiful sound. After the sound check was over, the girl started to play by herself, recalling the videos she had seen of playing the harp and her own understanding of string instruments. It was you who gave me your gentle words. Hold me tight when I'm lonely. It's sad sometimes though. But I can't resist it. Share the joy of early spring together. On the occasion of parting. Find what I want to say to you. A ditty that sings, thank you, repeatedly. As long as this reaches your heart. Enough. The girl's singing voice seemed very soft. Although it contained sadness, Lin Fei could hear the strength and reminiscence. After all, her body was numb the whole time listening to this song, and it seemed that this song was expressing his love for someone made his scalp tingle even more. When the girl finished the last syllable, Lin Fei clapped her hands. What an outstanding performance! Lin Fei said with a smile on his face. Thank you very much. The girl quickly bowed to express her gratitude. It seems that it is fate to give it to you. Lin Liuhafei, a Buddhist player, sighed again. Can you tell me your name? Lin Fei asked with a smile. If you play then, be sure to tell me. I will bring members of our union to support you. My name is Yuna, the girl said with a smile. I will take it with me to sing wherever it is needed. That's it. It seems that my members may have lost their ears. Lin Fei shrugged regretfully, but in exchange, let me tell you my name. My name is Lin Fei. Why? Chapter 96. Hey! Yuna looked at Lin Fei in surprise, in disbelief. Are you Lin Fei? Yuna pointed at Lin Fei and said. Is there a second Lin Fei? Lin Fei touched his nose. It sounds quite similar. Yuna nodded thoughtfully, but aren't you the president of Dong Union? Why are you here? Why can't I stay here if I am the president of Dong? Lin Fei looked at Yuna with a black line on his head. What logic is this? Why can't he appear here? Shouldn't you be fighting on the front line now? Yuna said curiously. This was the first time she saw Lin Fei, a legend among the players. Well, I originally planned to go leveling today, but I stayed up late last night and didn't have much energy, so I'll take a rest today. Lin Fei felt a little sleepy as he spoke and yawned. Is that so? Yuna blinked. I didn't expect that Hope Swordsman Lin Fei would open a weapons store. What? Isn't it good to open a weapons store? Lin Fei looked at Yuna strangely. You know, the cost of supporting a guild is now all on me. If I don't open a weapons store, the guild will probably be disbanded. Hey? Is it so difficult? Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah. Lin Fei shrugged. Did you hear that all of your guilds are female players except you? Yuna asked. The Dong Guild is currently a star union, so she was also curious about this gossip. Ahem, you'd better not take this kind of gossip seriously. Although it was also true, Lin Fei thought to himself. Really? I heard that one kick girl. Yuna was about to ask about Tongzi, but Lin Fei quickly stopped her. I tell you, don't use this title indiscriminately, Tongzi. But he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Yuna blinked to show that she understood, and then asked weakly, well, is Tongzi her name? Lin Fei scratched his face. Well, that's right. That's it. Adfa, Yuna nodded in realization. Seeing that Yuna wanted to ask another question, Lin Fei quickly said, Miss Yuna, please forgive me. What's wrong? Yuna said doubtfully. Are you a reporter? Lin Fei asked. Reporter. Yuna, who had not turned around for a while, still looked at Lin Fei doubtfully. Forget it, it's nothing. Lin Fei gave up after seeing Yuna's confused look. Yuna said oh, but she was still struggling. Lin Fei asked, why did you suddenly say that I am a reporter? Yuna, can I call you that? Lin Fei asked. Sure, Mr. Lin Fei. Yuna smiled and nodded. Then I'll call you Yuna, and don't call me Mr. Lin Fei, just call me Lin Fei. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, Lin Fei. Yuna's personality seems to be very outgoing, so the two of them didn't feel any awkwardness when chatting. Do you really want to use singing to awaken players' courage and hope? Lin Fei asked again. At this time, what players need is mental comfort and support, so Yuna's decision shocked Lin Fei, and at the same time she felt the difficulty in it. You know, this may be very hard. Is it worth doing it for some indifferent people? Lin Fei asked seriously. Yuna smiled. Actually, as I said, I also have selfish motives. I want people to hear my singing. This alone is enough for me to sing happily, so someone, if you are willing to listen, then I will continue to persevere. No, I will continue to do it happily. That's it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. So, when do you plan to start? Well, I still need to get familiar with the harp. Yuna smiled shyly. After all, I'm not very good at this instrument. Really? If you start, remember to call me. I will be happy to be your first real audience on the stage. In that case, of course there is no problem. Yuna smiled and nodded. After all, the harp in her hand was given to her free of charge by Lin Fei. So, since Lin Fei wants to listen, there is no problem. No, it is not just that there is no problem. The problem is that she is happy to dedicate her singing voice to the players who are fighting on the front line for everyone to leave. When Yuna gradually left, Lin Fei looked at her back and sighed, what a strong girl. Do you hope to use your singing to arouse everyone's fighting spirit and hope? The next day, when Lin Fei finished his rest time and was preparing to go to the front line, that beautiful figure appeared in his store again. Hey, Hey! Yuna held the door, panting slightly, with a happy smile on her face. Lin Fei, I'm already familiar with the harp. It's about to start today. Are you free? Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Yuna, and somehow agreed, and said with a smile, of course I'm free. So, where are you going to play your first concert? Lin Fei asked. Ah, this. Yuna blinked. She really hadn't thought about this. After all, the first time is the most memorable, so where to play is very important. You didn't choose. Lin Fei knew it when he saw Yuna's expression, so, how about the starting town on the first level? The starting town. Yuna blinked. That's right. Don't you want to bring hope and courage to the players? Then, the starting town is the most suitable for you at present. Lin Fei said with a smile. Chapter 97. In the maze area on the 12th floor, the four of Tongzi formed a team and started a journey to spawn monsters. What's going on these past 2 days, President? You're always asking for leave. Asuna killed a monster with a sword, with a curious expression on her face. She should have started exploring the maze area and leveling up since yesterday. However, Lin Fei asked for leave for 2 days in a row, which made Asuna very confused. I don't know, there must be something important, otherwise the president would not ask for leave randomly. Tongzi put her Chidori blade back into its scabbard and said calmly. The so-called one-kick princess incident in the past few days has made her worried. It was very disturbing, so when she was killing monsters, she was particularly crazy. Only in this way could she vent her inner anger. Ah, it's really troublesome. The black cat stretched out, patted the super powerful blue cat at his feet, took out a bottle of fruit wine and handed it to it. Although the other party would get drunk if he drank too much, but after drinking a little the black cat has long known that the super blue cat's combat power will soar if given a bottle, so every time a battle begins, the black cat will give the super blue cat a bottle of fruit wine. Could Master have found a girlfriend? Xiaodiao Yuliwa said in a rare serious tone. Ha! However, Xiaodiao Yuliwa found that it seemed that his words had a great reaction from everyone. Girlfriend? How is it possible, just like Lin Fei? Tongzi touched her chin and shook her head. Lin Fei's sunny smiling face appeared in her mind, and her tone softened instantly, but, what if it's some little girl who is new to the world might be deceived by that guy's appearance? So Kiriko, is that what you think? Asuna smiled, however, I think the president is quite reliable. He has his own considerations in everything he does, so what should it be? It's something important. Well, that guy is always weird, don't worry about it. The black cat teased the super powerful blue cat and said without raising his head. However, as the president, if you leave a member of your own union alone, no matter what, you have to punish him. Asuna had a gentle smile on her face, but everyone in Kiriko felt shuddering. Ha ha ha. Tongzi and the others laughed a few times, not daring to talk. At this time, in the town of Beginning, 2 rays of light flashed, and a player wearing a cloak and a player wearing a sun hat appeared at the edge of the fountain in the center of the square in the town of Beginning. The 2 of them were Lin Fei. After Lin Fei said those words, Yuna, who felt it made sense, agreed to Lin Fei's idea and placed the stage for her first performance in the starting town on the first floor. In the center of the square. Compared with other floors, most of the players staying in the starting town now are players who have lost their fighting spirit and courage, dare not step out of this safe zone, and stay here with the idea of waiting for others to complete the strategy. Therefore, since Yuna has that ideal, the players in the town of Natural Beginnings who have long been reduced to the Walking Dead are the most suitable first step for her dream. Lin Fei, then I'll do it. Yuna took a deep breath, calmed down Lin Fei's excitement and nervousness, and said to Lin Fei beside her. Don't worry, trust me, you are definitely the best. Lin Fei said in a coaxing tone. Really, I'm not a child anymore. Yuna smiled helplessly and took out the harp that she had always held in her arms as a treasure. Sao World. Yuna's first performance. Come on. Yuna cheered herself up in her heart, and then came to the fountain under Lin Fei's gaze. Let me see, can these hopeless people regain their fighting spirit and hope under Yuna's singing? Lin Fei watched quietly. Maybe he didn't have to do this at all, but when he said that he wanted to bring hope and courage to the players, he felt that maybe this girl could really do it, so he wanted to be a witness to the other party's dream. Yuna smiled at Lin Fei. It doesn't matter, Yuna, even if you fail, there is someone who is willing to listen to you. Then, this is enough, so don't be afraid and play boldly. 0, please give me flowers 00. The smile on Yuna's face faded little by little, and she looked extremely serious. Looking at the harp in her hand, it was as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world. When the first piano sound sounded, all the players who were wandering around stopped and looked at the location where the piano sound came from. After playing for a while, Yuna spoke. It was you who gave me your gentle words. Hold me tight when I'm lonely. It's sad sometimes though. But I can't resist it. Share the joy of early spring together. It's different. Lin Fei looked at Yuna, who was immersed in her own world, with a happy smile on her lips. It was different from the last time I heard this song. Although what Yuna sang at that time was beautiful, she didn't have such deep emotions as this time. On the occasion of parting. Looking for what I want to say to you. A soft and somewhat sad voice floated around the fountain. More and more players stopped to listen, focusing on the girl who was holding the harp and playing softly and singing softly. Singing a little ditty of thank you over and over again. As long as this reaches your heart. Enough. As the song progressed, the smile on the corner of Yuna's mouth became more and more obvious. The smile with happiness and longing made the players who were watching the girl couldn't help but be shocked. With this song of deep confiding to someone, they seemed to feel I caught something, but left it in an instant. That's awesome, Yuna. Lin Fei had been looking at the expressions of the players around him. When he saw the tangled expressions on their faces, Lin Fei couldn't help but look at Yuna in admiration. Sure enough, maybe, compared to the players who are famous on the front line, the players who work silently behind the scenes are equally worthy of respect. Looking at the already dazzling girl, Lin Fei smiled knowingly. Chapter 98. The song floats farther and farther away, like a gentle breeze. It is not annoying, but feels like a feeling of enjoyment. As the song spread, more and more people came to the square. Everyone looked at the girl who kept singing with her eyes closed and a smile on her face in tacit understanding, without making any noise to disturb her. In her singing, they could hear the girl's hope for life and her efforts to live with longing and gratitude to someone. Perhaps, there once lived in their hearts such a person for them to be grateful for, to remember, and to fight for, but they never discovered it. The time of a song passed quickly. While everyone was still listening attentively, the song came to an end with Yuna's long singing. At the beginning, there was silence, and no one was so frightened by the situation that they did not dare to open their eyes. In the end, it was Lin Fei who was the first to wake up from Yuna's singing that was filled with so much emotion, and was the first to applaud. Then, the applause was like a wake-up call, and all the players woke up in the applause. Came over, and then, thunderous applause resounded throughout the sky. Only now did Yuna open her eyes. Looking at the crowd that had already surrounded the fountain, she was frightened. She did not expect that so many people would come to listen to her song. This really made her feel flattered, and she felt deeply excited in her heart. Her dream, in this game that she should have hated, she stepped out of the sky, even though the front seemed as dark as an abyss, but for everyone's smile. Yuna saw the cloaked player among the crowd who kept applauding. In order to live up to his expectations, I will work hard. Work hard enough to make him truly proud of it. What a beautiful song! A player praised and said, "Can we play another song?" Yes, yes, Can we play another song? It sounds really good. Looking at the players who were almost asking for another song, Yuna had a smile of recognition on her face. It felt great that her song was liked by everyone. But Yuna looked at Lin Fei. Would he want to listen to another song? Lin Fei understood what Yuna was thinking when her eyes rested on him, smiled, and gave her a thumbs up. Yuna smiled knowingly and strummed the strings again. When the sound of the piano sounded, the originally noisy players all consciously stopped their voices and stared at the girl playing the piano quietly. Tender words are lost in the night. Different from the softness before, this time, Yuna's singing voice seemed more firm and loud. Last prayers. It also disappeared quietly. The dawn is still far away, and you are alone. Struggle in a dreamland with no exit. Only tears reflect the long road. No one noticed. There's still this dying song that exists. Yuna's singing voice this time was several times higher than before, but the meaning of the song was clearly understood by everyone present. Even though the lyrics were sad, the belief in living always existed in the girl's songs. In the light of once upon a time. Have faith that hope is all around you. The invisible us. Onward march toward the tangible world. Compared to the previous song Smile for You, which was filled with light remembrance and gratitude, this song is more touching and shocking. Although the lyrics seem equally sad, behind the sadness is the belief of perseverance and waiting for hope to come. What's more, on Yuna's smiling face, apart from happiness, the only thing they can feel is hope. However, happy time is always short-lived, and the time of a song cannot sustain everyone's expectations. After the final ending, everyone gradually woke up from the singing. Seeing that there seemed to be people who wanted Yuna to continue singing, Lin Fei somehow had the idea of taking Yuna away quickly. Well, thank you very much for coming to listen to me sing. Yuna bowed to everyone again. In the future, I will also bring you songs of hope and happiness. Everyone could hear that Yuna wanted to leave, so she said this. Although they feel reluctant to leave, there is nothing they can do about it. Some people think that they are a group of cowards who came to sing for them in order to bring them hope and courage. This makes them not know how to express their gratitude to Yuna. Well, I will also come to 543 tomorrow, so goodbye everyone. Yuna said with a smile, then put away the harp, ran to Lin Fei's side, took Lin Fei's hand and left in a hurry. Everyone originally wanted to look for Yuna and Lin Fei, but not to mention Lin Fei, Yuna can be regarded as an elite player. How could they possibly catch up with Yuna and Lin Fei? In a restaurant in the town of Beginning, Yuna and Lin Fei sat face to face. How do you feel? Lin Fei. At this time, Yuna was as happy as a bird and couldn't wait to share her joy with Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a sip of the drink Yuna ordered for herself and responded, "It's great, it sounds great, it's not much worse than some famous singers." Hehe, no way, it's still far away. After being praised by Lin Fei, Yuna smiled sheepishly. No, in my opinion. You are better than them. Lin Fei said seriously. Awesome? Is there any? Yuna said with a slight blush on her face. Chapter 99. In my opinion, Yuna, what makes you better than them is that your songs can bring hope and courage to others. In this regard, Liang Jingru is not as good as you. Lin Fei appeared very serious. Liang Jingru. Yuna looked at Lin Fei in confusion. She didn't know who the person he was talking about was. But it sounded like a Hyuxia name like Lin Fei. Could it be a singer from Daxia? Ahem, don't worry about these details. Lin Fei said quickly when she saw Yuna struggling there alone. Anyway, you have to have confidence in yourself, Yuna. Lin Fei said with a smile. Of course I understand. Yuna nodded equally seriously. She has always been very serious about singing. Then, it's almost time for me to say goodbye. Lin Fei scratched his head. It has hindered the progress of the Union's exploration of the maze area for 2 days. Maybe they, they are scolding me. 1. Ah, I'm sorry. I thought you would be free, Lin Fei, about what happened today. I'm very sorry. Yuna immediately understood after hearing this that Lin Fei had postponed her schedule for exploring the maze area today and was specially accompanying her. While I felt embarrassed, a hint of secret joy arose in my heart that I didn't know where it came from. Just like Tongzi said, most people are easily captured by the gentle smile on Lin Fei's face when they meet for the first time. Ah, it's nothing. This can be regarded as giving myself a little more vacation. Maybe I have to thank you. Lin Fei said with a smile. So, take care along the way, and can you come and listen to me sing again when you have time? Yuna said quickly after Lin Fei took out the teleportation crystal. Okay, next time I will ask the entire union to come to support you. However, our union has a few members, so please don't worry about it then. Lin Fei said with a smile. No. I'm very happy that you can come. Yuna shook her head repeatedly. Well, can you wait a little longer? Seeing that Lin Fei seemed to be about to use the teleportation crystal to leave immediately, Yuna spoke again. Ah. Lin Fei looked at Yuna doubtfully. That. Yuna had a rare hesitation on her face. What's wrong? If you have any questions, please tell me. If I can help you, I will try my best to help you. Lin Fei said with a smile. This was the first time he saw Yuna so hesitant, even standing in front of everyone. When singing, even though she was extremely nervous, I never saw any hesitation from her. Lin Fei, can you log in as a friend? Yuna's face turned red, and she kept playing with her fingers, her head slightly lowered, not daring to look at Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that Yuna stopped him because of this, and smiled, this is what I thought. That's it, is that okay? Yuna asked. Of course no problem. Lin Fei nodded. Really? Yuna raised her head in surprise and saw that after Lin Fei called out the system menu, a friend request was sent to her after a while. Yuna quickly pressed the OK button. Then, please contact me if you have any problems in the future. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me and I will try my best to help you solve it. Lin Fei said with a smile. So, am I really leaving this time? Is there anything else? Lin Fei looked at Yuna and said. No more. Yuna smiled and nodded. Then, goodbye, Yuna. Lin Fei raised the teleportation crystal in his hand. Under Yuna's gaze, his body turned into white light and disappeared from Yuna's eyes. Also, please be careful. Yuna stared blankly at the chair where the owner had disappeared, and said softly. Oops. Yuna, what happened to you today? Why do you feel speechless when facing Lin Fei? He is not scary. What a failure. Yuna covered her face and let out a sob of self-defeat. But, next time. Yuna, you have to keep working hard. You are not enough now. After a long time, Yuna recovered from her shame and anger, clenched her fists, and cheered herself up. Work hard to realize your dream alone. And then, on the starry stage, say some insignificant but important words to that person. So, Yuna, come on. Yuna clenched her fists and her eyes became firmer. The 12th floor maze area. Ah, the president has replied. Asuna and the others happened to be in the middle of a battle, but they found that their communication was ringing. Asuna took a moment to pick it up and took a look, and found that it was a message sent to her by Lin Fei. Well, what did he say? Tongzi killed the monster with one sword, and the anger in his expression had disappeared a lot, enough to see that fighting monsters to vent is a good way to relieve stress. He asked where we were. Asuna said truthfully. Has he finished what he is doing? Tongzi said in surprise. Didn't he say this morning that he might not have time all day? I don't know, he didn't say. Asuna shook her head. In this case, let's go out first. He doesn't have a map record, so he's afraid he won't be able to find us. Tongzi nodded. Meow. As for this proposal, the super powerful blue cat as a pet agreed very much. Tongzi glanced at the powerful blue cat. Ever since the cat had such a domineering and revealing name, she always felt that she would become strangers to this cat in the future. After making the decision, the four of them did not continue to explore inside and headed towards the exit. When the four of them came to the exit, there happened to be a group of players preparing to enter the maze area. Hey, look, it's from the Dong Guild. A player said in a low voice when he saw the guild badges worn by the four people on their chests. From Dong Guild. They are here too, another player said in disbelief. Are you stupid? I am the main force, and the boss on the 11th floor is the one I conquered. How could it not be here? The player who spoke before scolded. I heard that except for the president Lin Fei, all the players in their union are female. I'm really envious. TCH, you superficial guy. But speaking of it, I feel like I was kicked by a kicker. Wow, you pervert. As the sound gradually faded away, Asuna and the three of them swallowed secretly, their necks stiffened and twisted to the side, not daring to look at Kiriko's cold expression and strong murderous intent. Chapter 100. These bastards. Tongzi gritted her teeth, her emotions that had been almost vented burst out again, and her whole person seemed to have fallen into a more terrifying state. I really want to kill them. Tongzi turned her head with a crooked smile on her face, looking dimly at the direction in which the players were leaving. Don't be impulsive. Asuna quickly forced a smile to comfort Kiriko. The two black cats also quickly came up and said. A minute later, Tongzi slowly calmed down her emotions. It didn't take long for Lin Fei to arrive at the maze area. However, when I saw that the atmosphere was a little subtle, I was a little confused. What's wrong? Lin Fei asked curiously. Why didn't anyone say anything, and why did Tongzi feel like an old monk in trance, sitting cross-legged on the ground? No, it's nothing. Asuna looked at Kiriko who was in deep concentration with her eyes closed, and laughed dryly. Really? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows in confusion. The scene in front of him didn't look like anything was going on, especially when Yurika, the most noisy bird on weekdays, was also obediently interacting with the black cat. Playing with the super blue cat together. Hey, President, what have you been busy with these 2 days? Si asked quickly. Me. Lin Fei scratched his head, ahem, some important things have been delayed. Oh. Have you rested enough? If so, let's continue. Lin Fei said to the four girls. No problem. Always be prepared. Tongzi suddenly woke up from the old monk's state of trance, with an eager expression on his face. So you're not asleep? Lin Fei's mouth twitched. Seeing that the other party had not moved for a long time, he thought Tongzi had fallen asleep. Although Tongzi feels a little strange, for now, leveling up is the most important thing. Well, when he thought this, Lin Fei's heart didn't feel any pain at all. However, Lin Fei saw Tongzi's crazy side next. Lin Fei shuddered when Tongzi slashed a monster with wounds all over his body, as if he was venting something, especially the smile on his face. Has Tongzi been stimulated by something? Lin Fei blinked and asked curiously. Ahaha. Asuna laughed a few times and told what happened before, but when mentioning a certain title, Asuna always replaced it with XXX. After Asuna finished speaking, Lin Fei finally understood. However, he was not comforted by this matter. After all, he knew who the publisher of the newspaper was. Well, Tongzi also knew who the person who distributed the newspapers was, but she didn't know that it was the other party who distributed the newspapers. Seeing Tongzi acting like this, Lin Fei silently mourned for a certain rodent in advance, and sincerely hoped that Argo would not let Tongzi know that this was your doing, otherwise you would probably die without a complete body. Exploring the maze area is always boring, but now, fortunately, Asuna and the others are by his side, so Lin Fei doesn't feel bored at all. Moreover, in Tong's crazy, unparalleled state, all the monsters were taken care of by her alone, and Lin Fei and others did not dare to disturb Tong's act of venting her anger on the monsters, so they had to follow her while paying attention. While chatting about her safety issues. Now, Asuna, what did you and Akihiko do together that day? Lin Fei asked softly beside Asuna. He was very curious about this question, very curious. Well, President, why are you showing that strange smile? Asuna looked at the gossiping Lin Fei, with a number symbol rising on her forehead. After that day, recalling Lin Fei's words and smile, Asuna finally understood the reason for Lin Fei's strange expression, so when Lin Fei raised this question, she really wanted to punch him in the face. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Lin Fei waved his hand, anyway, nothing will happen. Idiot. Asuna rolled her eyes. But, Asuna, where did you learn your cooking skills? Lin Fei turned to a normal topic. 0, please give me flowers. Hey? Why do you ask this? Asuna couldn't adapt to Lin Fei's sudden turn. Well, I also want to learn. Lin Fei said with a smile. What do you want to do? Asuna looked at Lin Fei warily. Why do I feel like my position as the #1 chef at Dawn is about to be taken away? Of course it's because I want to be a man who can work in the hall and in the kitchen. Lin Fei showed a confident smile. Asuna's mouth twitched, speechless. As for this, it was a mission I took at a restaurant called Oko on the 4th floor. The reward for the mission was cooking skills. When Asuna saw Lin Fei's lofty ideals, she stopped hiding it. Just a cooking skill? Is it possible that Lin Fei can still catch up with him? That's it. Lin Fei hit his left palm with his right fist and suddenly realized, I will go and have a look when I have time. I will get cooking skills by then. Please try my cooking skills. Why, I suddenly feel so regretful. Asuna blinked, and the sense of crisis that the chef's position was not guaranteed arose in her heart again. Hey, stupid knight, are you serious? Black Cat had a look of disgust on his face. Although she is not a cooking master in this game, in reality, she is a real cooking master, so in Lin Fei when this desire was revealed, he instinctively issued a provocation. What? You don't believe me? Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Black Cat's questioning tone made him feel very uncomfortable. Well, I just don't think a clumsy guy like you can do such a thing as cooking. Black Cat said what he was thinking. That said, the cooking process in Sao is actually very simple, so you just need to pay a little attention, Asuna said with a smile. Chapter 101. Lin Fei naturally knew this, and perhaps Kayaba Akihiko wanted to give some comfort to some incompetent people. However, Tongza seemed to have finished venting and suddenly stopped. Lin Fei and others also stopped talking and looked at Tongza, who stood still in confusion. Then, under the gaze of several people, Tongza suddenly fell down. Lin Fei had quick eyesight and quick hands, and rushed forward to help her. Are you okay? Lin Fei asked quickly, how could this person suddenly be unable to stand? Tongza showed a calm smile, I'm exhausted. Lin Fei looked at her speechlessly, in that case, let's sit down and take a rest. Learn. Tongzi, let me tell you, at this time, you 173 should relax your mind. Look, Black Cat and the others often give me some weird names and I just pretend it never happened. Lin Fei helped Tongzi sit down and said to Tongzi. The problem is, Black Cat and the others have better sounding names than that one. Tongzi said angrily. Lin Fei was speechless for a moment. Well, let's go back a little further. Asuna suggested. Kiriko's behavior was really worrying. It's okay. I can still kill. Tongzi said through gritted teeth. 3 days later. In Zimford's Lily restaurant on the third floor, well, that's the restaurant where Lin Fei and the others often come. Have you heard of it? Black Cat said while the five of them were eating. Have you heard of anything? Lin Fei swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at the Black Cat curiously. He didn't know what she was talking about. Everyone else also looked at the Black Cat curiously. Well, isn't there a rumor on the first floor recently? There is a singer who sings at the fountain in the square of the town of beginnings every day. Black Cat said. Ahem. Lin Fei couldn't help but cough when he heard what the Black Cat said. What's wrong with you? Black Cat looked at Lin Fei. The other person's reaction was a bit loud. She narrowed her eyes. Have you heard that? Lin Fei lowered his head and ate with a guilty conscience, and the words coming out of his mouth were unclear. I heard it before. I heard that she is a very cute girl, and her singing voice is also very nice. Hey? Have you all heard of it? Asuna covered her mouth in surprise. Originally, she wanted to tell everyone about the rumor she had just learned. I've heard about it too. Tongzi nodded slightly. Except for the necessary leveling time, most of the time is actually free every day, so everyone has their own way of resting. Tongzi's words are in a certain characteristic. I heard it while eating in the restaurant. I heard that she sings really beautifully. Kotori Yurika said the same. It seems that in just a few days, Yuna's story has spread widely. Lin Fei is happy for Yuna in his heart, at least, judging from the current situation. Yuna's dream has gone a step further. President, how about we go to the first floor today and listen to her singing? Asuna looked at Lin Fei. Although it is important to level up every day, it is equally important to relax. What's your opinion on this? Lin Fei looked at the three Tongzi people around him. He himself supported this suggestion. Well, let's go and hear what is so special about such a powerful singer. The Black Cat put a hand on the head of the Super Blue Cat and stroked its head and said, Meow. The Super Blue Cat responded to its owner in a timely manner. I want to go. Xiaodiao Yuliwa seemed much more candid. They've all gone, so let me go too. Tongzi said with a smile. Then, it's decided. During today's rest, let's go listen to the so-called singers singing, and help someone relax. Lin Fei said loudly. Bang! Someone suddenly broke the cup in his hand. The first level is the starting town. 5 white lights flashed and Lin Fei and others appeared in the center of the square of the starting town. Looking at the still slightly empty square, Lin Fei scratched his head. It seems that it hasn't started yet. It was almost 10 o'clock now, so it was understandable that Yuna didn't show up. After all, Lin Fei and the others came too early. It seems there's still a while. Why don't we take a stroll around the town? Lin Fei said with a smile. Although they are all players who came out of the starting town, they actually don't know much about this starting town. After all, this place is just a temporary stop for them, and they have almost never wandered here. Busy with leveling every day. That's good, but we have to leave someone here. After all, if none of us notice the singer when she comes, we might miss it. Asuna moved her gaze intentionally or unintentionally on Lin Fei's body. The women understood, with warm smiles on their faces. President, as the only male in the union, this is the time to show off your masculine charm. That's right, Idiot Knight, you should feel honored to serve a beautiful lady. Black Cat agreed very much with Tongzi's words. Master. Zionio Yaliahua came to Lin Fei, looking at him seriously with a small face. Why, I have an unknown premonition. Lin Fei blocked Zionio Liahua's mouth when she was about to speak. Stop talking, I understand everything, you go ahead. Lin Fei had a pained expression on his face. 5 people, why did he always place an order? Isn't it said that opposites attract each other? This is opposites repelling. Seeing the 4 people leaving happily, Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Sooner or later I will find a new member. However, Yuna should get up at this time, right? Lin Fei looked at the rising sun in the sky. Why don't you just ask her when she will come, and then inform Tongzi and the others yourself? Lin Fei made up his mind, he was not stupid, how could he stay here obediently? Lin Fei didn't think much and directly sent a message to Yuna to inquire. After a while, Yuna replied to Lin Fei. Hey! Lin Fei looked at the communication in front of him with his eyes wide open. Chapter 102. Lin Fei didn't expect that what Yuna sent him was a message asking for help. Although he was confused as to why Yuna was in danger, saving people was still the most important thing at the moment. Lin Fei quickly asked about Yuna's location. As a result, the position Yuna mentioned made him open his eyes wide. The location Yuna gave him was a hotel in the starting town. Lin Fei was very curious about what dangers Yuna might encounter in the hotel, but Lin Fei could feel the tension and uneasiness in the message Yuna sent, and without hesitation, headed towards Yuna as quickly as possible. He hurried to the location of the hotel mentioned by Na. 10 minutes later, Lin Fei stopped here in front of Zeno Hotel. That's it. Lin Fei looked at the name of the hotel, nodded, opened the hotel door and walked in. Along the way, Lin Fei kept in touch with Yuna. It seemed that nothing unexpected happened until Lin Fei arrived. Arriving at the door of Yuna's room, Lin Fei knocked on the door. However, he seemed to feel someone staring at him in the dark, but when he turned around to look, he found nothing. Who? Just when Lin Fei was confused, Yuna's slightly panicked voice came from the room. It's me, Lin Fei said softly. Hearing Lin Fei's response, Yuna quickly opened the door, pulled Lin Fei in who was caught off guard, and quickly closed the door. Yuna, what are you doing? Lin Fei looked at the excited Yuna in surprise and swallowed secretly. Yuna's actions did not occur to him at all. Well, I'm sorry. Yuna said with an embarrassed expression on her face, I asked you to come here in such a hurry. It's okay. Didn't I tell you that you can come to me if you have any problem, as long as I can solve it? Lin Fei said with a smile. Seeing Lin Fei's smile, Ina's uneasy heart finally calmed down. But isn't the urban area a safe area? What danger do you mean? Lin Fei asked curiously. Yuna first asked Lin Fei to sit down, and then began to say, well, since yesterday, I felt someone was following me. There was obvious uneasiness on Yuna's face, although I don't know their purpose, I always feel that they are dangerous. Following. Lin Fei automatically imagined a crazy person in his mind. Yes, although they are well hidden, I found that I can always see them on the road I must pass. Moreover, they have found where I live and even knocked outside my room this morning. Close the door. But, after I opened it, I didn't find anyone else, only a note left there. Yuna said, taking out a note and handing it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei frowned. Could it be that the eyes he felt just now were the ones following Yuna? Thinking of this, Lin Fei looked at the note in his hand. However, unexpectedly, there were only a few words written on the note. Lin Fei understood instantly. Yuna, this is your fan. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, shook the note in his hand, and wrote a sentence on it, Miss Diva, I love you. But, it's different. Yuna shook her head, they gave me a very dangerous feeling, especially their eyes. Hey! Lin Fei frowned and understood what Yuna meant. She was so crazy, even to the point of stalking. Even if this starting point is good, the essence of it has deteriorated. This is a kind of morbid liking, but Lin Fei is not surprised. In the starting town, there are always some players who will be oppressed by reality and become abnormal. And Yuna appeared in front of them in a dazzling manner. They had always had hidden psychological problems, and naturally they might spread such perverted or even morbid thoughts to Yuna. Speaking of which, it seems that someone was staring at me in the dark when I knocked on the door just now. Lin Fei nodded, stroking his chin in thought. Hey? Then Lin Fei, have you noticed them? Yuna blinked repeatedly and asked hurriedly. Not at all. They hid very well. When I looked over, I didn't find anything. Then you opened the door and dragged me in. Lin Fei touched his nose and said helplessly. Hey? Sorry. Yuna scratched her face in embarrassment. However, this is not the solution. We have to find them and warn them. Lin Fei said softly. If this continues, Yuna may be psychologically harmed, which Lin Fei does not want to see. But, how to find them? Yuna had an obvious look of worry on her face. This is simple. A smile appeared on Lin Fei's face. He had seen this kind of situation many times in his previous life, so he naturally had countermeasures. Countermeasure 1, Shield Countermeasure. If Lin Fei pretends to be her boyfriend, then these players who are pathologically in love with Yuna will definitely not be able to help it, and then show their weaknesses, or even show up on their own initiative. What solution? Yuna asked quickly. She couldn't even sleep well after discovering this problem yesterday. Now that she heard that Lin Fei had a solution, she couldn't wait. Lin Fei coughed and his face turned serious, but for this method, I need Yuna to cooperate with me. It's okay, just tell me. Song's wife 827 can solve it. Yuna nodded. Well, I pretend to be Yuna's boyfriend, and then the two of us go shopping together. They will definitely not be able to help it, and they will be exposed. Lin Fei scratched his head and said to Yuna he felt embarrassed saying this. Hey! Yuna opened her eyes wide. Well, don't get me wrong. It's just pretending. Seeing the other party's reaction, Lin Fei quickly emphasized that he didn't want Yuna to misunderstand that he was taking advantage of her. I know. After Yuna was briefly surprised, a smile appeared on her face. This made Lin Fei a little puzzled. She was so surprised just now, but why she suddenly became so happy? It will work, Lin Fei, your plan. Yuna looked at Lin Fei and said. Although I dare not say 100%, it is at least 80% possible. Lin Fei said, if you are not willing, Yuna, then I have another plan. When Yuna heard this, she quickly shook her head. No, it would have been a lot of trouble for you to help me, Lin Fei. How could you not be willing? So, you agree? Lin Fei swallowed. No problem. Yuna said with a happy smile on her face. Chapter 103. Half an hour later, Lin Fei and Yuna walked out of the room together. They have already planned that Yuna will not be able to continue singing until this matter is resolved. Although Lin Fei was sure that it would be solved today, just in case, Lin Fei still suggested this to Yuna, but Yuna also agreed. Therefore, the two of them temporarily investigated who the players who were following Yuna in the dark were in the name of lovers today. Before Lin Fei went out, he deliberately put one hand in his hand. Yuna on the side had a sweet smile on her face and took Lin Fei's hand. After the two of them stayed in front of the door for a while, Lin Fei with a casual nod, the two slowly left the hotel. At this time, in a dark corner, a person gritted his teeth and looked at the back of Lin Fei and Yuna leaving together. After making sure that the other party could not see him, he quietly followed him. Come out, but there is only one person, which is different from the several people you mentioned, Yuna. After leaving the door, Lin Fei felt that someone was following him and Yuna from behind, and then whispered to Yuna. Really? Yuna breathed a sigh of relief, but then she let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter. From the perspective of the person following her, it was when the two were chatting that they didn't know what Lin Fei said. Na was so amused that she couldn't stop laughing. The man made this judgment in his heart, and the eyes he looked at Lin Fei were full of infinite hatred. Although I don't know what method this pretty boy used to seduce Miss Diva, but Miss Diva, don't worry, I will definitely create an opportunity for you to see his ugly face. The man who was following was hanging from a distance, clenching his fists tightly as he listened to Yuna's laughter from time to time. However, Lin Fei was also surprised at this time. He was startled by Yuna's sudden laughter. Director, that's not written in the script. Yuna naturally saw Lin Fei's surprise, and quickly explained in a low voice, well, shouldn't couples be very happy when they go shopping? So, wouldn't it feel weird if they don't laugh? Lin Fei listened to Yuna's words in a daze. Girl, you are very capable. But since Yuna said so, Lin Fei naturally let her go, although in his opinion, even if he and Yuna did nothing, Song Yao and Song Yao would be able to expose the person who was following him if they walked together. Seeing Lin Fei's acquiescence, the smile on Yuna's mouth became even more cheerful, and she even used a little strength to hold Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei felt all this silently, looked at Yuna deeply, and felt that things were not simple. Next, in order to lure out the man and the others behind him, Lin Fei and Yuna did not go to a place with few people, but instead walked towards a market with more people. However, the situation seems to have some uncontrollable factors. After entering the market, Lin Fei looked at Yuna who was walking around in the market, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Why does it feel like the other person has completely forgotten what she wants to do? Lin Fei, look, I bought this at the stall in front. Just when Lin Fei was helpless, Yuna had already come to him, holding 2 sachets in her hands. Wow, it smells very good. Yuna picked up one of the Tianxiang and took a deep sniff, with a satisfied smile on her face. Then Yuna handed the other Tianxiang to Lin Fei. Hey, this one is for free. Here you go. Lin Fei took the sachet in silence, with a heavy expression on his face. Why did he feel like he had a bad idea? Things seemed to be developing in a direction beyond his control. What's wrong? Lin Fei, are you unhappy? Yuna asked in a low voice when she saw Lin Fei's serious face. When Lin Fei heard this, he glanced at Yuna who looked like a child who had done something wrong with a complicated expression, shook his head, and said half seriously, no, I am worried about how many of those people have followed. Ah. I'm sorry. Yuna suddenly apologized, I actually forgot our purpose, I'm sorry. It's nothing. You are a girl. It is normal to be naturally passionate about this. Lin Fei raised the Tianxiang in his hand with a smile on his face, besides, I also like it very much when you gave it to me. One's gift. Really? That's good. Yuna breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Fei say this. Next, it seemed that because of Lin Fei's words, Yuna calmed down and stopped running around. She stayed quietly on Lin Fei's body. Only when she saw something she liked, she stopped slightly. When Lin Fei saw this scene, he obviously just asked her to pay attention, but why did it become like this? Lin Fei thought about it and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Yuna. Ah. Yuna, who was looking at the puppets on a stall, quickly turned back to look at Lin Fei. Didn't you just say it yourself? If you pretend to be a couple and don't do some willful things, it doesn't look like a couple at all. Lin Fei smiled and said, so, if you see something you like, go for it. Don't worry, I'm here. But... Yuna hesitated slightly. Lin Fei's words just now made her dare not continue to be so presumptuous. After all, they were just pretending to be a couple. If he was too presumptuous, maybe he would be deducted points in his mind? Yuna glanced at Lin Fei and found an encouraging look on his face. Go ahead, Yuna, it's better to be the couple you imagined. Lin Fei said with a smile. In that case, the other party might not be able to bear it at all. Okay. Yuna looked at the encouragement on Lin Fei's face, nodded, and resumed her previous cheerful bird-like appearance, constantly shuttling in front of various stalls, and when she saw something she liked, and quickly called Lin Fei over. Good, do I dig a hole for myself? Looking at the happy girl, Lin Fei touched his nose. Hey, Lin Fei, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Yuna turned back to Lin Fei and said. She asked Lin Fei if the jewelry looked good, but she never heard a response. When she turned around, she found that Lin Fei seemed to be thinking about something. It's nothing. Lin Fei shook his head. Next, Yuna, you act more naturally. I can already feel it. There are already multiple people hanging behind us. Hey! Really? Yuna opened her mouth in surprise. Okay, let's continue with our date. Lin Fei said. Under Yuna's surprised gaze, he stretched out his hand and scraped the bridge of the other person's nose affectionately. Hey! Yuna's face turned red instantly. She didn't expect that Lin Fei would come so suddenly, and she was stunned. Chapter 104. What's wrong? Yuna. Lin Fei looked at Yuna, who was blushing knowingly. Yuna exclaimed, holding the sun hat with both hands and covering her face with the brim of the hat. Is it possible? Did I understand it wrong? Lin Fei murmured to himself when he saw Yuna's reaction. Then, let's continue. Yuna's weak voice came from under the sun hat. Lin Fei scratched his head. Then, let's go. Lin Fei took Yuna's hand, and the two of them walked faster. The players who had been following the two of them saw the intimate interaction between Lin Fei and Yuna, and their lungs almost exploded. After seeing the two of them speeding up their pace, they quickly followed them without caring about anything else. Lin Fei and Yuna. In their opinion, with so many people in the market, the other party should not be able to find them. However, what they don't know is that Lin Fei not only knows when there are people following him, but also knows when there are more people. Lin Fei and Yuna did not stop, and quickly passed through the market, and then came to the north gate of the starting town. Going out from here is the northern area. At present, not many players will choose to come to this place. And this is the spot chosen by Lin Fei. Lin Fei, where are we going? Yuna asked quickly when she saw Lin Fei holding her hand and walking straight out of the city gate. Didn't I say it? You have to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei's tone was very calm. Lesson? You want to kill someone? Yuna said in shock. How is that possible? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I still have a sense of propriety, okay? Besides, 1. Lin Fei pursed her lips, with an inexplicable smile on her face. Yuna, you seem to be really famous. Ah? What's wrong? Yuna said doubtfully. It's nothing, it's just trouble. It seems to be more trouble. Lin Fei glanced to the right out of the corner of his eye. He discovered that there was more than one wave of people chasing him and Yuna, and there was another wave of players. Although he doesn't know why they are not the same person, Lin Fei can feel that if the people before can be regarded as Yuna's morbid fans, then the purpose of this wave of people after that is worth pondering, and this is also the main reason why Lin Fei chose to go out of the city. Soon, when my adb left the city gate, Lin Fei found that the eyes he was watching suddenly disappeared. In an instant, Lin Fei's brows furrowed. Could it be that the other party was worried and didn't dare to follow? Lin Fei? Why did you stop suddenly? Yuna asked curiously when she saw Lin Fei stopped. Yuna. Lin Fei suddenly leaned next to Yuna's ear. In the wild, I follow them and they seem afraid to come out. In this case, your equipment should be no problem against the monsters on the first floor, right? Lin Fei asked again. Although Yuna's face was flushed by Lin Fei's intimate gesture, she was still able to hear Lin Fei's question clearly. No problem. Even if you look at me like this, I can actually be considered an elite player. Yuna said with some confidence in her tone. Okay, Yuna, next, you will walk towards the wilderness alone. I will leave on purpose. After the person following you follows, I will follow. Lin Fei said softly. Understood. Yuna nodded. She knew that Lin Fei was using her as bait, but she didn't feel any anger or fear at all. Sorry, doing this may put you in danger. Lin Fei apologized and looked at Yuna. It was indeed too embarrassing to let a girl do such a job as bait. It's okay, their target is me, isn't it? Yuna said with a smile. Besides, as long as you are here, Lin Fei, you will definitely protect me. Of course. Lin Fei nodded, thought for a while, and handed a necklace to Yuna. This was a magic weapon he had made before. It was originally a female style, so he had no idea. In addition, her own attributes are pretty good, and she also has a defensive skill, which is enough to protect Yuna in dangerous moments until she can be rescued by herself. This is... After Lin Fei put the necklace in her hand, Yuna looked at the necklace in surprise. Although she knew she didn't mean that, Yuna still couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Wear this necklace. It will protect you when danger occurs. Lin Fei looked very serious. I understand. Yuna nodded and equipped the necklace. Then, I'll leave for now. Lin Fei said, be sure to keep in touch with me at all times, and when in danger, run away first, and don't worry about anything else. Don't worry, Lin Fei. Yuna nodded and said with a smile on her face, well, Lin Fei, after this incident is resolved, I will sing a song for you alone, okay? Lin Fei found that this scene was also familiar. Stop it, stop it. Don't say anything, I will promise you everything after this incident is resolved. Then it's settled. With a secretive smile on her face, Yuna waved her hand with her back to Lin Fei, and headed deeper into the wild area alone. Lin Fei looked deeply at the direction Yuna left, then turned and left, heading into the town. A few minutes later, on a roof, Lin Fei lay there listening quietly. He had been staring in the direction of the city gate, but unfortunately, no player left the town from there. Lin Fei is also maintaining communication with Yuna, and no abnormality was found on her side. Just when Lin Fei thought those people had really left, suddenly a group of people appeared in Lin Fei's field of vision. Here it comes. Lin Fei secretly thought in his heart, looking at the players quietly, and saw that they didn't know what they said, and then they left the city together and chased in the direction where Yuna left. But Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to get off the roof yet. If he remembered correctly, there was another wave of people, another wave of more hidden people. Sure enough, less than a minute after the previous wave of people left, 7 players in cloaks hurriedly followed the previous few players and chased them. It was only now that Lin Fei fell from the roof and chased after her. At the same time, he sent a message to Yuna. Everyone had left the starting town and rushed towards her. After sending the message, Lin Fei hung behind the last group of people wholeheartedly. In order to prevent distractions, he only glanced at the message sent by Yuna and ignored it. Chapter 105. Although Lin Fei has never done anything like tracking, he still knows the basic operations, so Lin Fei does not choose to follow too closely. In addition, there are actually many bunkers in the wild, and Lin Fei can easily find them. Hidden objects. However, what surprised Lin Fei was that the players who followed him didn't seem to think that there were other people following behind him, so they didn't look back at all. This made Lin Fei's original vigilance a little less relaxed a bit. At this time, in a grassland in the wild area, Yuna felt that the location was almost there, so she stopped. Feeling a little worried about Lin Fei, she quickly sent a message to Lin Fei, telling him her current location and asking, did he encounter any danger? However, Lin Fei did not reply immediately to the message sent by Yuna. At this time, Lin Fei found that the group of people he was following had stopped. He quickly hid behind a big rock and listened carefully to what the other party was planning. Boss, why did you stop suddenly? Came a man's voice. From his tone, he seemed to be just a younger brother. Humph, let those fools go up first. Then we can go out. Remember, no one is allowed to act rashly without my order. The voice seemed a bit rough. It's just that the thick gangsterism in his tone couldn't be concealed at all. But, boss, even if we catch her, will she really listen to us and help us make money? Another person's voice rang. What's more, there is no profit for the players who stay here. What do you know? The boss was very angry when his younger brother questioned him. Lin Fei seemed to hear the sound of him hitting someone. She is not talking about the players on the front line now. Some middle-level players have also heard of her name. The boss said with a hint of confidence in his tone, "We can't let her stay here to sing for those poor ghosts if we blackmail her. We took her to the middle area, where there are many players who are willing to take out their own coal. Boss is worthy of being a boss, and he is wise," all the younger brothers cheered. "But, boss, the question is, will she really listen to us?" It was the younger brother who spoke out before. When he heard this, the boss became furious and slapped him again. "Idiot, boss does things without thinking carefully." "I know, boss." The man who was beaten covered his head and said slightly aggrieved. When the voices of the people gradually became blurred, Lin Fei finally appeared. He looked at the direction in which the people left, touched his chin and thought, from what they said, it seems that they want to kidnap Yuna and use Yuna's singing to make money? But, do they have anything to rely on to make Yuna obediently listen to them? Lin Fei could completely feel the confidence in the tone of the man who was called the boss before, but he didn't understand what trump card the other party had to make Yuna obey him obediently. Regarding this, Lin Fei followed him again with doubts. At this time, Yuna was slightly anxious because Lin Fei had not replied to her messages, which made her feel a little uneasy. Just at this time, 3 people suddenly appeared standing in the direction where Yuna came from. When they saw Yuna, they had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. "Miss Diva," one of the 3 shouted. "Ah!" Yuna was startled by the sudden voice. She looked at the 3 people with fanatical expressions on their faces and said uneasily, "Who are you?" "Us." The man looked at the 2 people around him and laughed wildly, "Miss Diva, we are your loyal admirers." "Hey!" Yuna looked at the 3 of them in surprise, but secretly searched for Lin Fei's figure, but unfortunately, no trace of Lin Fei was found. Yuna's heart sank instantly. Could it be that Lin Fei was plotted? But, Lin Fei is so strong, how could something happen? While Yuna was secretly worried, the 3 of them moved closer to Yuna. "Miss Diva, I have a request. Can you sing a song here for me? A song just for me." The person who spoke earlier had a look of longing on his face. "That's right, Miss Diva, please sing a song alone. We really like you so much." The other 2 people also echoed. "So, this is why you are following me?" Yuna looked at the 3 of them in disbelief. "Singing is something that happens every day, isn't it?" "0, please give me flowers." "Stalking," the man suddenly shouted, with a look of horror on his face, "does Miss Diva understand this way? We are just secretly protecting Miss Diva. So, Miss Diva, please don't get me wrong, we are really protecting you." The man said, with a strong possessiveness in his eyes, "So, in order to protect Miss Diva, we will eliminate all uncertainties around you." "Eliminate?" "Just like the man who tried to take advantage of Miss Diva just now, we will definitely eliminate him." "What?" Yuna opened her eyes wide. Could it be that Lin Fei was really plotted by them? "Have you seen the person just now?" Yuna asked hurriedly. The so-called concern is chaos. In fact, these few people in front of them can only act as high-level players in the first-level area. Give them 1 year to kill Lin Fei. Can't break Lin Fei's defense, the game is so cruel sometimes. That person doesn't exist yet, but don't worry, Miss Diva, as long as you sing a song for us, just a song, we will immediately catch him in front of you, kill him, and apologize to you. The man had a fanatical expression on his face, and his tone was full of madness. Crazy. To be able to say murder without hesitation is either because he has been used to it or he is crazy. With the state of the 3 men in front of him, he is undoubtedly crazy. Facing this kind of person is often the most dangerous, because at the next moment you have no idea what shocking things he will do next. Therefore, Yuna is really scared now. Even if her level is much higher than the few people in front of her, she can easily win even if she fights. But, as an ordinary girl, Facing this when expressing the evil of human nature, Yuna looked very powerless. "Hey, Miss Diva, how are you?" The man took a step further, and the longing and desire on his face became even worse. "You, don't come here." Yuna quickly took a few steps back. "Are you serious about taking a few steps back?" The man looked at Yuna, who was retreating crazily, and said frantically, "Do you know that your actions have hurt me a lot, Miss Diva fan?